Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. My name is Luke Crane. I am joined by Jesse Lee. It's round two, Kyalami. It rhymes. It's beautiful. Jesse, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing well, Luke. Hello, everyone watching at home, and welcome to South Africa. It's going to be a heck of a race today. I cannot wait to get going, and my goodness, was qualifying interesting. We'll bring you that in a moment as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A massive surprise, actually, as to who is on pole position. And again, we'll get those results for you very shortly. But we are here, the beautiful Kyalami. Here is indeed the entry list. We've got the Mercedes-AMG Esports team of Unicorns of Love. Well, there's plenty of teams there. It's very, very quick. Pointing out a few teams that we should be looking out for then, Jesse.
Yeah, absolutely. I think any particular team driving a Mercedes today has the potential to be incredibly potent as well. It's something to look out for, of course, that 555 of Williams Esports as well.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't agree more. Ironically, though, we've got an Audi on pole position, so it's an interesting one to say the very least. And I think Kyalami is one of those circuits where you can expect maybe a couple of surprises, actually, because it's just, if you can get the knack of this circuit, you can gain time regardless of what car you're in. We were just discussing that previously, Jesse, weren't we? Where, you know, we're just like, what do you think of Kyalami? And I'm like, I love this place. It really is a driver's circuit.
It's an absolute temple of speed, and it will frustrate you as a racing driver if you get it wrong. You talk about opportunity. There's a lot of opportunity to get it wrong here, especially in that final sector.
100%. Of course, last time out, we had a dominant display with McLaren Veloce. They were fighting with Scuderia Ferrari Esports team and indeed Automobile Lamborghini Esports team. We're expecting to see those three teams up there, of course, but last time out, how good were Veloce?
Yeah, they certainly were. They had to fight tooth and nail for it, but were the victors in the end. And what about the silver class? West Competition Racing going out there and getting the dub early on in the season, setting the tempo for the rest of the field. Many other drivers in the silver class, though, Luke, they struggled. They've got making up to do today. They
certainly do. And Yas Heat didn't have a particularly, like, for their standards, a good race, and yet they still finished second. That's how good they are. So they should be right in and amongst it in terms of the championship come the end. If you have a bad week and you finish second, that's unreal. So expect to see them racing with West Side competition later on today. Here is indeed the long start finish straight. Kyalami, what a beautiful place. There is a little bit of expectance of rain, but let's first of all have a look here then at our qualifying results. Osterman, P1, Jesse. What a surprise.
Yeah, you got to give credit to the Whipperman Racing team out of absolutely nowhere. Hotly contested qualifying based on practice partner. I don't know if we would have called that Derek McCormack in second place in that Mercedes. But other than that, it is a fleet of Audis at the front of this grid. BMW, Niels Nyox in P5. The list definitely goes on. Surprised to see Ferrari as far back as 9th as the leading car.
Yeah, I would say the most impressive thing is Pirella in the silver class, top 7. So that's a really, really good result for the 938. Dara McCormack actually subscribed to me on Twitch yesterday with the tag of, you've got to be nice to me today. I'm always nice to Dara. Dara is a very incredibly fast driver. So I've always got to be nice, but also when you pay me money, it's great. Fiala there in third, but you're right. The Audi's up the sharp end. I figured the Mercedes were going to be right up in and amongst it. We've only got one of them up there. I think the BMW might be a really good race car. But yeah, the Audi's looking very strong indeed. And for Osterman, it kind of had to be a pole position because they had a DNF last time out with Whipperman Racing. So now the best way to get over a DNF would be go out there and get a race victory.
Look, I know this season started at Mount Panorama last month, but let me tell you this is the truth. This championship starts right here today. Doesn't matter if you had a good race or a bad race around the mountain, what you do today could possibly, and for some teams definitely will, define their championship fight.
Yeah, it certainly will. You know, if you had a bad week in week number 1, you have to have a good race today. It really is as simple as that. The talent pool is just far too strong. What we saw at Bathurst is keep yourself out of trouble. First couple of hours, keep yourself out of trouble. Just put yourself in a position that, you know, you may be within 30 seconds of the lead and anything is possible. Penalties were a massive factor, Jesse. I think Ferrari would have had a massive shout at winning that race if it weren't for the penalties that they accrued.
Absolutely agree. Couldn't agree more with that sentiment. I think they sort of dug their own hole, so to speak, as they come in today. They've got to clean it up. I think they will clean it up. There are a lot of other cars, too, that, again, when you go to the mountain, you're battling the racetrack. Today at Kyalami, you're still somewhat battling the racetrack, but more than anything, you can actually get your elbows out of here a little bit, and they definitely will down into turn number 2.
Yeah, you know, if you're going to beat someone like McLaren Veloce, you've got to be perfect. It is as simple as that. Don't give them, don't hand them any opportunities by getting any penalties. That's just silly. So yeah, whether we'll see the Ferrari versus Veloce versus Lamborghini once again today, I'm not too sure. Definitely keep an eye out for SMP Racing Esports as well. The 888, probably the best number in racing. I'm not sure if you agree with that or not, Jesse.
It's interesting. I do like triple digits of any particular number. The 888 down in 19th place. They have shown that team has that they can come through the field. We saw that a little bit at Bathurst. You're probably going to see that a little bit more today. And of course, this racetrack, absolutely infamous for its final sector. I mentioned that just a moment ago. The Crocodiles is bad enough, but coming through Cheetah, you're going to have a lot of drivers try to go too wide through there. Ill-advised.
Yeah, I'll also give a shout out here to Aidan Walsingham, who's currently in P8 in the number 44, of course, representing the silver class with Asetek SimSport Visceral Ferrari. Keep an eye out for him. He has had an incredible week. He's on form right now. He's going to start in the car. Maybe could make up a couple of positions at the start here. So keep an eye out for that silver car. That, for me, will be the tip as surprise of the day. We're on a formation lap then, full formation lap, and then it's a Kyalami 9-hour. Guess how many hours this race is? Yes, it's 9 hours. There's also a chance of rain. Mike Hamlet told me that there is a chance, 35% chance of rain, and that sort of every 5 hours is predicted it could come in. So there's a chance that we might get rain twice, but there's also a chance we might not get rain at all. I know that Arjuna, if he was here, he loves it just to be dry the whole time. I would like to see a little bit of rain, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you on this one, partner. I would like to see a little bit of rain, just a little bit of a monkey wrench into the strategy of the teams today, and I wouldn't have it any other way here in South Africa. A rain chance of an afternoon thunderstorm surely could be on the cards. Here is what happened from qualifying. 5-second time penalty to car 996 for impeding someone else during qualifying. So there you go. You talk about starting out on the wrong foot. There you have it.
Yeah, Drive Just Boys Racing team there receiving a penalty before the race has even begun. Not ideal in the slightest, as Lewis McLean would say, suboptimal. Yeah, so not ideal. You got yourself a penalty before it even begins. That's just really not the way to start things off. Right, here we go. Heading then through in towards the second sector. Looks like it's darkening up here. I'm wondering whether we might get rain early in this race. That would be... I'd like to see that.
I'm shaking my head up here in the booth because, yeah, I didn't really clock that, but qualifying was not like this, by the way. It was sunshine, but now we've got significant cloud cover here. You can't see the sun, and could we see the rain play a factor quite early on into this race? These are professional drivers, of course. They'll be aware of the weather. They'll have somebody telling them, updating them. They also have access to information as well. They know what the forecast was, like we do up in the booth. So everybody abreast of that. Everyone will likely have a strategy here of trying just to wait it out, see how long they can go. I'm quite curious, knowing that there was a threat of rain, Luke, how many cars do you think took a hybrid setup here today?
I would imagine a few of them. I'm not sure. The Audi is the one that, for me, that strikes if it rains, might be in a bit of trouble. I wonder if we can get back on board with Jacob Osterman very, very quickly. He's our pole sitter. See if we can get the camera back on of him as well, because he just looks like he's nice, chilled, cool as a cucumber, ready to go. Would have definitely expected. Oh. Looks like we're actually going to do a restart of the server then. So it looks like we've got a couple of technical issues, which is a bit of a shame there. But I was just going to point out Jacob Osterman. He had a duvet that looked like a picnic blanket. It's kind of like, I'm ready to chill, but also if I need to go to sleep, I can do. But if I need to eat some food with my family, I am down as well. He looked good. But that's what qualifying looked like. It looked really sunny, like in the pictures we have right now, Jesse. But then in the server, it didn't look like that. So I was wondering whether we might get some rain, but it doesn't matter now because we have to go to a new server.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that qualifying was on a different day from the race, and that's why there was a drastic change in the weather. ACC facilitates those kind of things, and it's something you always have to be aware of as a driver in ACC. But to your point, Luke, this weather is probably going to change drastically. It's going to be a completely different roll of the dice of what our starting conditions are. It could start out raining. It could start out in complete sunshine with no clouds at all. It's just luck of the draw at this point.
Yeah, 100%. Let's have a little chat then about the P1. Whipperman Racing, DNF in round 1 in the Audi R8 LMS Evo. The drivers that will be racing for them today is Osterman. We have also got ourselves Petrochenko. I probably butchered that name. And then we've got Rotters as well. I know Jacob Osterman. The other two, I have got very limited information about. So that is a bolt out of the blue there, really, to see a pole position. Not trying to take anything away from Osterman, but that is an exceptional time indeed. Do they have the pace to go out there and win the race, though? That's my question to you.
I'm not entirely sure. This is probably uncharted territory for them, and I've been here for several years, and I don't think Whipperman Racing has ever taken a pole in the Intercontinental Championship here on the esports side. So I'm unsure that this is familiar ground for them, and that breeds, sort of the unknown. If you're not there week after week, you don't know exactly what to expect. Certainly they showed in qualifying that they're not going to lay down for some of these other teams. And again, starting off on the right foot here for them, getting that pole position, getting themselves in the best possible place. Now, again, if you're a smart driver, you're worried about the start, obviously, being crazy. Let's go on board for a lap around Kyalami.
Yeah, here we go then. So we've got the run all the way down towards turn number 1. This is actually the pole lap from Jacob Osterman. And we've got this beautiful turn number 1. If you can set yourself up here for an overtake, this is probably the best place to make an opportunity. But then you've got this snaky set of S's to head up then towards turn number 4. A lot of curb can be used on the entry and exit, but ultimately, if you run a little bit too far wide there, you're going to be in trouble. Not only will you lose time, you potentially lose the car entirely. Now we've got this sweeping right-hander, so hard to keep the car on the race circuit in between the Mayo and the Mustard. Again, you can see they're using all of the curb as we head up the hill. Again, it's just all about utilizing as much curb as you possibly dare. And now you've got a blind entry into a corner, left-hand side, and then it just sweeps down towards the right. Jesse, take us through the rest of the lap.
Yeah, you come down through the S's. It's not really much of an S's, but then you're going back up the hill to Leacop. This is a double apex corner. Some people try to keep this nice and tight. Some drivers will try to sweep out to try and get a big run down mine shaft. That was a single apex taken right there on this pole lap and excellently executed. Hits the curve on the outside of the mine shaft, and this is full throttle here. You don't let off, and you can get side by side quite easily down through that section. You got to get it all slowed up for the crocodiles here. And if, well, you don't know why it's called the crocodiles, it's sort of obvious. It's a rough turn, and then through the infamous cheetah. You don't want to take too much inside curve there. It will throw you into the sand pit, and of course the final turn Ingwe is a very hot corner for overtaking. We've seen it year after year. Last lap passes happen right there, and that was your pole lap from Osterman, and what a brilliantly controlled lap. A little bit of counter steer there as well. Just shows you how hard they were pushing.
See, I completely disagree with you there. Normally you see a lap and you're like, oh, that's so smooth. Osterman was fighting the car around the whole circuit there, using every inch of every curb. That's an exceptional lap there. You know, pushing the boundaries, but ultimately, you know, with a DNF in the first round, like we've already mentioned, you kind of have to. Let's have a look at or talk about the championship standings then after round number 1 from Bathurst. Again, McLaren Veloce are the leaders of the championship as it stands. They've got themselves 36 points. We then got Scuderia Ferrari Esports team who are in second with 30 points. And I think in terms of raw pace, I think Ferrari probably had the better of McLaren Veloce, but McLaren Veloce just weren't in the mood for making mistakes. It's as simple as that. We go to the silvers then. West Side Competition Racing with the 35 points. Yazhi Esports, keep an eye out for them because, again, they just were a bit stuttery in terms of their performance at Bathurst, yet still managed a P2. That's how exceptional that performance was. So, you know, if you can get a P2 on a bad day, how good are you going to be on a good day? And there's an argument to say. I was very surprised to see Yaz hitting the silvers, to be honest, Jesse. I figured there'd be a pro team all day long.
Yes, certainly so, but they have proved that they were going to battle back and they were going to battle hard for the win. Didn't quite pull it off in that Ferrari, but they got as close as they possibly could do, and they get another shot at it here today. The other takeaway from round number 1 that I had was Visceral Esports. They were sort of in the back of the pack. They had their issues throughout the day. They'll be looking to make up points here. Look for them to feature. Yeah,
100%. Again, they have to. It's so easy to to lose touch of the leaders of the championship. Obviously, you want to become the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye champion. That's what you're here for. You're not here to finish second. You're not here to finish third. So, yeah, trying to gain as many points back as possible if you've had a bad week one is the perfect scenario. In terms of qualifying, I will say Williams Esports have got a massive advantage because they're second and third. They've got two different cars, though, Mercedes and an Audi. Dara McCormack qualifying second for them, and then Fiala in third. How much of an advantage does that give them, having two cars up there?
Well, normally I would say having two cars in a race will definitely help you. You can use one as sort of the decoy, the defender, but I'm not quite sure that's how it works over there at Williams. I think they're two different entities that are in the same stable, of course, but they operate quite opposite of each other. And in fact, they've raced each other quite hard over the last couple of years. So normally I would say, yeah, it's good to have a teammate. I don't think on a day like today, though, they're saying too much like that. They're probably wondering how hard are they going to race us?
Well, they both need results because Dara's team, the Mercedes-AMG Williams team, they only got 13 points last time out. So not a great start for them. And Tinko van der Velde, or Fiala, sorry, should I say. Tinko is on their team with Rodriguez. They only got 3 points last time out. They finished down in P13. So it is a case of they need to have a very, very good result. Otherwise, you're staring down the barrel of a gun. But already after 2 rounds, it's almost impossible. When you looked at the championship here, you put Williams Esports, both cars, as probably 2 of the favorites to take the whole championship.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's kind of the thing. They cannot panic. They cannot afford to panic. They know what it takes to win these championships. They know what it takes to win these races. They know that they didn't have the best round number 1. But like I said in the intro today, your entire championship can make or break here today. They know they cannot panic. They know they have what it takes to get it done. Speaking of knowing what it takes to get it done, look at all of these drivers. And they are, again, we were in a little bit of a lull here waiting for the setup of the race. Think about the drivers. They were out there on the racetrack. They were literally less than a minute away from going green today. They've had to reset as well. And that messes with you mentally ever so slightly.
Yeah, 100%. It's you can just see that there's a few drivers that are yet to sit down and get in their position there. I think there's a Celtic shirt at the top there. That's a throwback. That's from I don't know, maybe 20. That's a 20-year-old shirt, I think. Up there. That's nice to see. But yeah, you see so many different positions there. But you've got a couple of cameras that are facing the wrong way. My camera basically looks like a dungeon at this point. There's one at the top right there that does look like a bit of a dungeon, or on the previous screen. But yeah, people just talking to their teammates. Boothby looking pretty relaxed there. Niels looks like he's about to start a conference call for work, which is always good. But yeah, everyone looking pretty. Oh, some nice Adidas short shorts there. Love a set of short shorts, Jesse, especially in this heat.
Yeah, certainly some parts of the world in the Northern Hemisphere, you will be interested to know, experiencing quite a difficult heat wave. I know the UK, of course, part of that. Several of my UK friends and
you being sarcastic here?
No, I'm serious. It was apparently quite sweltering this week in the United Kingdom. Yeah, and I heard a bunch of people complain about that. My sympathies to them. And
you sound so sarcastic right now. Trust me, you do.
I mean, I'm not sarcastic at all. I understand that 28 degrees C is incredibly hot for the British lot.
You still sound sarcastic. It's ridiculous. It's a different type of heat, ladies and gentlemen. It's so much moisture in the air. It means it magnifies the heat, and it means you burn. I got ginger in my beard, so it makes me really red. Not ideal.
Well, here is the shot, one of the shots from Dynamic from the previous. I think that was the American round of the championship, and this was sort of the story of the day at Circuit of the Americas just a week or so ago. It was about that close in it between first and second place for the win, Luke.
Yeah, that is close, isn't it? That's the dream as a commentator. You want just a couple of teams just to be pretty much bumper to bumper for the entirety, and that's exactly what we got. That's a lovely shot, though, isn't it? That is a beautiful bit of camera work. Something I can't do. I am rubbish at trying to take a good picture in any racing game. So yeah, that's a beautiful, beautiful shot.
Thank you, of course, to Dynamic Photographs for their partnership in the series, taking those lovely shots. Certainly going to see some of those today once we get going. But just like that photo, what will be the story of the day? How many wide do you think will be as we go down into turn number 2?
you always think it's an endurance race, right? And you're like, just take it easy into turn number 1. That never happens. So, yeah, maybe 20 cars wide, something stupid like that. It's going to be crazy regardless. People trying to make up as many positions. It's really about the teams that are out of position. So if I look through my list here, like P16 for Tobias Pfeffer, like that is so down the order of where he would expect to be for the Mercedes Esports team by Unicorns of Love. Like P16 is just not where they would expect to be. So you got to expect them to be making up positions. Ferrari Esports only P10, considering they're battling for the race lead last time out. You've got to expect them to make moves. Jordan Sherritt, a very aggressive driver, everyone knows that. So he's going to be trying to make up spots as soon as he possibly can. But it's Kyalami. If you can make the move into turn number 1, but it just chokes up through those S's so significantly that if you get onto the curbs, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I will say I'm going to go ahead and hazard the guess 6 wide down into Crowthorne on the first lap. It's not always Crowthorne that's the problem. It's quite a wide corner. Where they get into trouble is where the racetrack kinks back to the right. It's called the Jukeski sweep. And a lot of times you get a Constantina effect and, the track can become blocked. Hopefully we don't have that issue today and everyone is using their very best spatial awareness. But I'm going to hazard the guess 6 wide into Crowthorne.
Yeah, maybe. Anything can happen. It is Kyalami indeed, but again, like you said, it's the choke point. So turn 1's fine. It's then coming out of there. Make sure you get through there safely, because if you get squeezed on the inside and you hit that curb, it'll bounce your car and you're not in control. Then there's the opportunity for a car to spear into the cars to the left-hand side. That then pushes them off into the grass, which could ultimately push them over the exit of turn number 3. It could be a whole host of a mess. I've just heard in my ear that we are about to go green, ladies and gentlemen, cars, so not long to go indeed. The drivers have already had one go at this, so I think the adrenaline would have dropped a little bit for most drivers, so I think they'll be a bit more relaxed. Very difficult to get yourself ready for this kind of moment, and then, again, have to do it within sort of 10 minutes to get yourself up for the race. I think people might be a little bit more relaxed. So this could play into the hands of the older racers in here. I hate to bring Niels up with old, that's a bit of an old joke really. But I think drivers like Niels will probably, suit this better than most people.
Yeah, speaking of being relaxed, I think there's going to be a lot of more relaxed race teams right about now. Look at the sky. I'm no meteorologist, folks. I just commentate on the races, but that looks like a more pleasant sky than what we were going to start on the first attempt. Partly cloudy, I would say, and no imminent threat of any sort of adverse weather. Everybody, though, now rethinking the strategy. Certainly, if you were considering a hybrid setup on the grid the previous time, you would be backing out those changes right about now.
Yeah, it's a tough one, though, isn't it? Because ultimately, you've got to have the same mindset, because it could, regardless of what the sky says right now, it could potentially rain. And if it rains, for a significant period of time, and you've just got a setup that doesn't counter that at all, well, you're just basically killing your race. I think everybody has to go for a semi-hybrid setup anyway, just to make sure that they are covered in that situation. But, and maybe lose a couple of tenths here and there in terms of dry running. But that's the beauty of endurance racing. That's the beauty of ACC.
Yeah, it certainly is, because you can't predict in ACC 30 minutes past where you are right now. That's all you can see is up to 30 minutes. Anytime past that, you are in the dark, and so are we. To be completely fair, we don't have a magic meteorology button that we can hit that would tell us that either. So we're learning with everyone else. But right now, looking very promising indeed. Everyone's had to have a rethink. They've had to have a restart, and they're sitting here on the grid getting ready to go green for a second time. I mentioned earlier, some drivers that will rattle you, and it does change your preparation, because you get locked into that, don't you, Luke? Where you get into the sim rig, you get the gloves on, you get the visor down, so to speak, and you're ready to go racing, and then all of a sudden, what'd I say?
Put gloves on? Absolutely.
Some people.
Nope, not having it. I ain't wearing gloves. Nope. No. So, that's one thing I don't need to do to get ready.
Some people do put on the gloves, though, and whenever you get told, nope, we're not going green this time, it's going to be a few minutes, and you have to completely reset. That can throw out your rhythm, and it can throw you off. But even at this level, there'll be some nervous drivers rethinking everything, going back through those pre-race lists. Well, just a minute or so before we set back out on pace lap number 2. And, well, this is a car certainly for Williams that could do damage today.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can put it that way, I guess. But yeah, Dara McCormack, Dennis Schiniger, and indeed Dominic Blyer. Dominic Blyer, moving from Triton Racing earlier this year, has become a bit more of an ACC specialist, comes from more of an R-Factor background. Like, he is an unbelievable acquisition. They've got then the sister car, the number 66, only in 3rd spot. So not far behind at all. They've got Fiala in the car, Tinker van der Velde and Rodriguez. We know what they are capable of doing. Then just in behind, you've got Pavlovsky, Taiskovic, and indeed Statsenko. They are not far off the pace at all. It's another really good qualifying session. One more position back, then we've got the BMW of Niels Naujoks. He's got Artur Kamara and Gregor Schill. They have done many upon many races together for the last couple of years. Behind them, you've then got the Audi of Isaac Price, Robbie Stableford, and Eamon Murphy. I love that team. Isaac Price, you would probably say, is the slowest in terms of pace, if that's a strange term to say for a race team. In terms of Robbie Stableford and Eamon Murphy, I think Isaac Price is probably the slower of the three, and he's managed to get the car up into P6. That's huge. I think that Eamon and Stableford are going to be strong in this race, and if Isaac can keep the car up in the sharp end of this grid, watch out for G2 today.
Certainly could be. I mean, we talked about it earlier, and I think, too, a lot of the drivers' sentiment coming into today's race is it's going to be difficult to make passes. And you and I were talking, well, it's harder to pass them on the racetrack than it is in the pit lane. The right strategy, we saw it for round number 1. Right strategy can get you in front of cars without actually having to make the pass. Who's going to have the right strategy? It's my favorite thing about strategy. It isn't correct until it works.
Yeah, okay, right. Pick 2 cars from each then. You got 2 cars from the pros, you got 2 cars from the silvers. Which one are you going for?
Well, I'm going to take West Side Competition Racing, as you put it. I just think that they're going to outlast them a little bit today. And, well, I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit for once. I'm going to take the Williams 555 for the pro class.
I'm going to go G2 Esports for the pro class. I'm going to throw that out there. And this is going to sound ridiculous because they are so far down the order. I'm going to go for Yaz Heat for the silvers. I think they're like P34. I think they're going to come all the way through the pack and just keep it nice and clean, keep it nice and steady, and end up with that dub after 9 hours.
You know, that isn't really a bad pick after all, because if you know Yaz Heat's track record, I know Yaz Heat's track record, they have a record of pulling off some incredible comeback wins and podiums. Today could very much be that. I do like those picks, and we'll see how it plays out today. Some people don't believe in the commentator's curse. Some people do. Hopefully, for my sake, the commentator's curse is not real today. 9 hours here at Kyalami, and, well, there's no stopping them. Once they get going here today, it'll all be in the hands of the drivers. Final moments of silence for all of the drivers in the seat before they have to go to work and do the heaviest lifting, in my opinion. How many wide will they go? Play along at home.
Yeah, 100%. I'm sure you asked me about the commentary curse last time out, and I very quickly told you I don't care. It doesn't. Yeah, maybe it is, maybe it's not. That's not my problem. I'm just here to talk about race cars going vroom vroom. Simple as that, to be honest. Right, we've really got a sector to go, or just over a sector to go before we go green light racing. 9 hours of racing for your viewing pleasure. Make sure you get yourself involved in either the Twitch chat, YouTube chat, or indeed on Facebook. Make sure you follow all of the channels that you're on or subscribe. It would be very much appreciated. Also, just type in the chat where you're watching from. Maybe you've got a favorite driver, and maybe this is the first time you've ever come across this. Maybe you've come from the real world of motor racing. You're like, what's this? This is sim racing. Pick your favorite color livery. It's like horse racing. Just pick your favorite one that looks nice, and then you're all good to go. But it is surprise package then. It is Jacob Osterman for Whipperman Racing on pole position in the Audi, followed by not so much of a surprise, Dara McCormack, probably pound for pound the fastest driver on ACC over the last 18 months. We then got Fiala in the sister Williams car in 3rd. Pavlovsky then is in 4th position. We're about to come around that final corner. Of course, we've got the picnic bed in the background there of Osterman. He's ready to have a picnic / go to sleep. He's ready to chill. Can he get down in towards turn number 1 in the lead? Waiting for them to go across that start-finish line and get things going. The 9 hours of Kyalami are about to go green light racing. And well, I think we are now green light racing, and Elvis Smith already with a drive through penalty. Then looks like he may have got out of his start box as we head down towards turn number 1. And Osterman with a very good start. I tell you what, you said 6 wide. It potentially is 6 wide. Look at this, absolutely ridiculous stuff coming down through turn number 1. But how safe is everyone going to be? Seeing the Shauna Lacey Esports car make up a couple of positions as we come through turn 2 now in towards turn number 3. But Osterman has done the job right now. He's got the 2 Williams cars behind, but Whipperman Racing are in the lead.
That was just about as good as it was ever going to be, but it's all come undone in barbecue. One car gets turned around. It's huge calamity in the back of this pack. Several cars around. A red car, I believe a Ferrari, got turned around. One car completely upside down. The purple car has returned to the garage, and several cars are blocked in by other crashed race cars as they're all trying to figure it out. All the cars inside the top 15 completely unawares of what's happened in Sector 1 as they continue to race on. But a horrible crash coming out of barbecue.
Yeah, that's more akin to Macau or Bathurst, that kind of it. Oh, it's the Ferrari Esports car there. The number 51, P2 in the championship, and Jordan Sherritt. That is a shadow of the car that he had to start this race. That is going to be a tow. That is off into the pits we go. That is race over for Ferrari Esports, and it hadn't even begun. That is massive for this championship.
That is incredible. Jordan Sherritt's trying to drive this car back to the pit lane, knows that a tow is going to be incredibly expensive. Trying to drive it back, though, is not working. If you're wondering what's going on, the tow links on that car are broken. It is incredibly hard to steer. There's rear end problems to boot as well. And look at that. The driver's just trying to kind of hold it straight, and he's completely left hand down inside that race car. I thought it was a red Ferrari that initially got turned. I do worry that it was a Scuderia Ferrari 51.
Yeah, Sebastian Job has just summed up my thoughts of this race start from a comment I see in a Discord chat. It's not gone well, this start, for a lot of cars. As we head then down in towards turn number 1, we've got the number 52 trying to make a move on the number 38. We've got Durkop versus Mollinger. Looks like we are going to indeed have Durkop holding onto that position. It's a lovely bit of work there. But yeah, a lot of cars have been involved in absolute carnage at the start of this race. Marco Yonkers then for West Side Competition Racing in that number 1 car. I always crack up at West Competition Racing, picking the number 1 car as if they were like the champions of the series. So that always cracks me up.
Fake it until you make it, Luke, I think is what's going on there. Lovely car, the brilliant purple, two-tone purple number 1 BMW for West Competition Racing. Marco Yonkers, by the way, of course, one of those drivers probably completely unaware of what happened. Some teams will be communicating to their driver, well, this is exactly what happened. And especially if you're a championship contending team, which pretty much everybody is still at this point, it will have been relayed to the drivers, hey, the 51 has had massive incident thus far. So again, you take that into consideration with how hard you're driving, but probably not right now because you're still trying to get every little bit that you possibly can.
Yeah, of course. And there's 2 championships here. So you look at George Boothby, who's down at P20. He's actually officially P10 in his class, in the pro class. So it's not as bad as it looks there, although they are the championship leaders. So they're down in P10. The second in the championship, the number 51 car, we just saw facing the wrong way. Jordan Sherritt in his home race, unfortunately not having the greatest of days. So this really does, well, we need to know where Lamborghini Esports are. They're a bit further down the order. I'm not too sure exactly where the Lamborghini Esports are, but I think the top 3 in the championship, the pro championship, aren't really in contention for the race win right now, which has just opened things up massively from the get-go.
Yeah, it certainly was a expensive incident for a lot of teams that were previously in a decent spot or maybe needed a decent run. I will say this about George Boothby for McLaren Veloce. They are in P10 in the class, which is not the end of the world, but they do have to be careful because they're racing cars that are not in their class. They've got to pass quite a few of them, and everybody's amped up at this point in the race. They've got to play it real cool here, otherwise they could end up just like Scuderia Ferrari.
Yeah, 100%. And again, thanks, Steve, for the clarification, but Lamborghini Esports are P30. Locio in P30 down to number 63. So 3 title challenges are not in contention for the race victory. As we go a little bit further up the road, there's an absolute, it's almost like a car park around Kyalami right now. We're on board again with Mollinger. Kamil Pawlowski then for ITB Saint-Aloc Racing, or Santaloc? Santaloc or Saint-Aloc? I don't know, it's probably Santaloc. He is from the the European region. He's Polish, so I'm going to say it nice and posh for everybody, just to make it nice and cool. Osterman, by the way, is flying away. Dara McCormack, who you would expect to be putting the pressure on, not able to keep tabs there. But I will say one thing, Jesse. I think the Audi is going to be a little bit harsher on the tyres than what the AMG will be.
Certainly is. One of the cars into the pit lane, did I spy a Lamborghini coming in? It was the number 60 in the pit lane this time. Probably got a piece of that early incident and is deciding to come in now. We saw that at Bathurst, the pit strategy was all over the place based on incidents. Speaking of the virtual drivers by TX3 car, the 333, you can very clearly see the front of that Aston is askew and a little bit of damage, the hood flapping in the breeze.
Yeah, it looks like I've sat on that one. Unfortunately, that is damage that might not be repairable. But yeah, not a great start indeed. Oh, it's a car in the face. That's a Ferrari, isn't it? It's a Ferrari in the background that's just spun it round. So yeah, Dirkop, who we were just on board with, having a nice little battle with Mollinger, unfortunately facing the wrong way. So a couple of freebies then, as Jean Alesi Esports are now joining in behind. So that is Trevor Wenham, I believe, in the Jean Alesi Esports. Valentin Barriere for Yaz Heat then is in P36. So they've actually, I think they've dropped positions, even though they must have been involved in that earlier on, because I think they've dropped positions even though obviously a load of cars have come into the pits, which is not ideal for my prediction, really.
No, there was a lot of cars involved. Maybe at some point we'll have a cohesive list, but just assume in the final third of the field, it was an absolute melee there. But can I just say about Barbecue, that's the second car we've seen have a spin, have a major incident there, and maybe that one even unassisted. Barbecue, absolutely no picnic here today.
Well, it looks like we're going to have a replay of the start here, so I wonder whether we're going to be able to see the carnage. Well, actually, no, it's going to be of officially the front driver, Jacob Osterman, who just did everything perfectly. He would have been a little bit nervous, I'm sure, but he knows Dara McCormack's a bit of a, well, not a danger. Danger's the wrong word, but you know that he's going to make a move if he gets that opportunity. So get across his bonnet, make it very difficult for him, and then you can look to build. A 9-hour race is all about making sure you build some strong foundations at the start and then work from that moving forward. See some lovely side-by-side action, but here is where it just checks up. Oh, again, I just missed that because it's a little bit too far to the right of the screen, but it looks like one Ferrari. I think Sherritt spun. I'm not sure whether he was in contact with anybody else, but I think Sherritt spun, and that basically then caused it was like an Asda car park on a Friday night. It was ridiculous.
Certainly was an incredible scene there. One of the cars, of course, completely upside down as well. Some people with ACC, they're unaware of that cars can go upside down, but certainly can.
I've never seen it, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to see it, but unfortunately, it can happen. The dust settling here. Osterman, by the way, talking about that initial start, that was just an excellent job by Osterman there. Had a nice little gap, was able to slide over in front of Van der Velde, I'm pretty sure that was, and McCormack made a move down to the inside at the time, and that ultimately paid off for them. But just a cool customer, and Osterman able to hang on to that now, trying to build on that gap. It's got about a second.
Yeah, I don't want to do a disservice to Osterman, but I'm sure he would have been a little bit surprised to be pole position with the in the talent pool that we've got here. Like, this is the best of the best. There's no mugs in this race. So I think he would have been a touch surprised to see Elvin Smith try and make a move there. That's yeah, I'm not sure how far that's going to go down. That was I didn't like that, to be completely honest. I think it's a little bit over the line for me. I'm wondering if the stewards will have a look at that. But yeah, talking about Osterman, I think he would have been a little bit surprised there. But sometimes it just takes an exceptional qualifying session or exceptional race for your brain to trigger and go, I'm good enough to be competing at this level. And then you just see a different driver from then on out. Is this the defining moment for Osterman? Is this him announcing himself as one of the very best in the world of ACC esports?
Yeah, he certainly could be. And of course, too, your heart rate's up at the start of a race like this. You're in an unfamiliar position with Whipperman Racing, leading the field to the green. Osterman in a position where certainly he's been before, but maybe not at this level, the top echelon of esports racing. And then, not only getting that, but getting away, building a little bit of a gap. Every time you see that gap start to go out a little bit, it adds to your confidence. Every lap that you just keep everyone behind you, your confidence goes up just a little bit. But just as I've said that, in that sector alone, nearly a quarter of a second gain for Dara McCormack.
Yeah, Dara is a monster. There's no other way to put it. He is again, like I say, he's probably the best. He won the Logitech McLaren G Challenge on ACC a few months ago. Like, he's won multiple titles on this sim. Like, this is his speciality. He's on other sims as well. He's just a ridiculously talented driver. He's still only very young. And actually, Osterman and McCormack have now both got exactly the same fastest lap, by the looks of things.
Well, now they're just showing off just a little bit. That's what the magenta numbers on the top left mean. Obviously, it's the running order, but the magenta background indicates the quickest lap. And when multiple cars have it, they both light up, and that's what's happened. I've seen 3 cars do that before for a lap, but the top 2, that is absolutely incredible. That means that they both ran the quickest lap on the same lap as well. So absolutely matching each other. Incredible scenes. I think maybe we might be in a duel today to see who gets that fastest lap. They're going at it early.
Alexander, by the way, a stop-go 30 penalty. So a stop-go 30 penalty then for Alexander. And was it stop-go penalty? You can only get that for speeding in the pit lane, right? But he's P11, so he can't have come through there. No, he's been given it for causing. Wow, hold on. No, there we go. So he's been given. I was going to say, if you get a stop go 30, you've got to do something either crazily severe or you speed in the pit lane. I'm pretty sure that's the only 2 ways. Well, you can tell that it's because he's caused a collision. So he must have spun Jordan Sherritt, which is car 51, and ultimately he's picked up a stop go 30. And it looks like we're actually going to have a replay here as well. So you have to listen to my waffle, and we can actually see it happen. Here we go. Oh yeah.
My.
Oh yeah. He just kept the loud pedal down, didn't he? Just kept the loud pedal down. Oh yeah, Sherritt. Again, I thought Sherritt had caused that incident with his car. He did, but it wasn't his fault. But what happened after that? Like, yeah, stop go 30. I think it's warranted. There's going to be a lot of cars that will want him to have a stop go 30 every lap for the rest of the race. To be honest, because of the outcome. But ultimately, we have to look at the incident, not the outcome.
Folks, you were here when you saw it, because it's the first time I've ever seen it in SRO competition. That is one of the harshest penalties, probably the harshest penalty I've ever seen handed out, and quite a large incident deemed at fault there. Make up your own opinions at home, but yeah, that certainly paints a picture, doesn't it?
It certainly does, mate. It certainly does. I just find this very interesting in terms of the leaders for the pro class. Osterman, they DNF'd last time, so they've got 0 points in this championship. Dara McCormack, they only have 13 points, so they weren't fighting for right at the front. Tinker van der Velde, they've only got 3 points from the previous round. Kamil Pavlovsky, they currently have 11 points for the ITB Santalock Racing team. So they're currently battling up there for the lead. So yeah, it's all of the championship contenders from last time out are nowhere to be seen. It's actually quite ridiculous.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you had a really good round 1, you really just need to keep building on that momentum. But it really, to this point, very early on, it hasn't amounted to anything. You've had the opposite effect. Those that didn't have a result or a good result for round number 1, they're near the front of the field. They're the ones trying to get back in this. You're probably going, if this continues on, obviously a long way to go in the race today, you're going to have a lot of ties in the championship points probably going into round number 3. And certainly if you had a bad round number 1 and it hasn't gone your way so far today, then again, it's going to be probably, let's all be honest, too big of a hole to dig out of.
Look at Booth being that Veloce car, massively made up some positions early in this race, but you know that they're going to be in amongst it. They've gained that position because of Alexander getting that stop-go penalty. By the way, the reason why we've got Gong, who's still got the 5-second penalties, we've got the Ferrari trying to make a little move up the inside there. Castorino trying to get himself involved. Well, not trying to get involved, trying to not be involved there, actually, from Perella just in behind. Or sorry, it was Perella and Walsingham. So Walsingham trying to get involved with Perella. It's Castorino who's actually looking at his rearview mirror going, you guys crack on, let me drive off towards the group in front. But yeah, Alexander got to stop go 30. I think you've got 3 laps before you have to take, or you get disqualified. So that's why he would have come in early to do that. In terms of time penalties, they serve that during a pit stop. So they can serve a whole stint and then serve that penalty in a pit stop. So that's why a driver has to come in early for a stop go.
Here is George Boothby, just about as focused as you would imagine, trying to trying to be as careful as possible. I mentioned that just a moment ago about how when you're racing cars that are not for your class, you don't get more points by passing these cars. But of course, McLaren Veloce need him to pass these cars to get up there and start battling with the like of Abeladze, Lai, and Milana up in front of this group. But again, only gained 1 or 2 spots here. Realistically, doing it very calmly, looks incredibly focused, doesn't want to make a mistake because, of course, these cars behind him, Fabian Piffet right behind him in the 49 Ferrari, they're not going to let up on them just because they're a pro car. If they get a run, they're going to take it too.
Well, yeah, because there's, you know, a cluster of 5 silver cars just up ahead, right? They want to be trying to get in and amongst that. They want to be the lead of that pack. You know, by the end of the next sort of stint or so. So you've got to try and make moves. And actually the lead of this whole group, the Ferrari, has got a bit of damage on the front of it as well. That would be, I think that's burnt that's at the front of this pack. But yeah, Booth will be under a bit of pressure. It looks like the McLaren. It's not really the nicest car to drive around here. It looks very tough to get the maximum out of. Again, to see George Booth be down in somewhere like P19, you know that's pretty much the maximum of what the car's capable of.
Yeah, Fabian Piffet all over the back of George Boothby here, not giving him any sort of rest through the first couple of turns. A little bit here, a little bit of a gap, just a tiny one. Maybe eyes back forward for George Boothby, but like you said, clearly not the race that they were expecting, not the start they were expecting, but moving ever so slightly in the right direction. You don't want to do anything rash, obviously. You got a whole race ahead of you, a little less than 9 hours to go. Just started, really. So you never know where you're going to shake out. And beyond that, again, stay cool, calm, and collected. George Boothby's been here before. He knows what he has to do.
Yeah, he certainly does. You know, he's one of the most experienced drivers out there. And again, very similarly to Darren McCormack, one of the very best out there as well. So, like I said, he's getting the maximum out of that car for sure. It's about just keep it. In a 9-hour race, when you're racing, maybe against the odds of touch, you just got to keep yourself clean. Keep yourself out of trouble. Other cars are going to have, you know, make mistakes. Other cars are going to get involved in stuff they shouldn't be getting involved in, and you're going to gain positions like that. So just take your medicine. I know it's a long 9 hours to take your medicine, but ultimately, hold on, a racing incident between car 55 and 123. Okay, nothing to be worried about there. But yeah, take your medicine and just move on to round number 3. Basically, just try and snag as many points as you can by people making mistakes.
Yeah, if you finish inside the top 10, you're going to get championship points in your class. So it's not the end of the world. Take your couple of points, exactly like you said. A little bit of contact here. You've seen it. It's the hot corner all race long so far. Just about every lap, cars making a little bit of fender-to-fender contact. And there you have it again, racing hard, 2 by 2 as they enter sunset.
Certainly do. And will the number 7 car be able to make this move stick around the outside? Will the Ferrari be able to contain this spot? They're still side by side then as we continue up towards the double right-hander, almost a little bit of door banger between the two of them. And ultimately, that is beautifully done there by Abeladze. He is going to grab that position and say, see you later on. You know, we've now got Lai and Rats as well, who are looking to try and contend for this spot.
Quite interesting here. These are some positions. They're intermingled, the two classes, and you're racing these cars, but at the same time you're not. You're racing them because you're on the same lap and it's overall position, but you're not racing them because it doesn't pay you anything. You just have to get through it. You're racing your own class, you're racing the other class, and rocking a hard place for Felix Arndt, really, for the Get Closer Racing team. Sees the 888 of Abeladze in front of them. He would very much like to get between them, if nothing but to put a pick between them and Rats.
Yeah, certainly does. Abeladze, by the way, just looks lightning. Already a bit of a gap there. I know it doesn't look like a huge gap, but for this caliber of drivers, that is a manageable gap for sure. Into between cars 118 and 72 on that too, a racing incident. I'm sure we're going to see many penalties and many racing incidents pop up because of the sheer magnitude of what we saw at the start of this race. Yeah, it was an interesting one to say the least. Boothby there just showing his nose to the Audi in front, and well, there's a bit more of a nose being shown by Manisha on Piffet. Didn't make the move, didn't even try and make it in the end. Looked like he was going to send it down the inside. Fabian Piffet there, G League Esports. See him on the camera there. Love all these esports jerseys. Everyone's got one. Every team has to have a jersey these days, which is great.
Certainly is, and I just want to talk about that move by Manisha there. That wasn't really a move. You and I both know that, but you've got to do that. You've got to put your nose out there. You got to fill up the rear view cameras, all the mirrors. You got to get the driver in front of you thinking, am I going for it? Am I not going for it? That's exactly what that was. And if it was opportunistic, if Fabian Piffet hit the brakes a little bit early, certainly he would have shoved it down the inside there. Wasn't on, went back in line, didn't want to be offset for the corner, and ended up going through. Didn't lose any time by doing that, but it's just driver tactics, and it's what you have to do, especially here. Talked earlier about drivers talking about how difficult it was to make passes around here in this field. Certainly is the early case here. Hard to make passes without a mistake, but again, as those tires start to wear, as you get a little bit fatigued, it's going to become easier and easier. Speaking of easy, here's Team Unicorns of Love and the number 4 making a pass, making that look easy.
Yeah, well, they are a lap down, though, I believe. I don't believe that's for position, right? No, that's not for position. Yeah, I'm not sure these aren't being lapped yet, this group, so I think you're fine. That number 4 car is really down the order, but behind P42 from what we can see on our screens there. So it'd be interesting to see exactly where they are, but they're making their way back through. We're on board with Shuning Gong. They've got a 5-second penalty, and there you go. Bastian Richter, P43, 2 laps down, in fact. Now, well, it must have been involved in the initial exchange, right, where Sherritt was turned by the Jean Lacey Esports car. But yeah, trying to make up for that, and they've got 9 hours to do so. Unicorns of Love, they are a team that this is a real. It's not what they wanted to do, of course. This is not a position they want to be in. They're going to send it up the inside through turn number 1 and gain another spot. It's damaged Mercedes anyway, or indeed again try and get back onto the same lap as that car. It's obviously you don't want to be a couple of laps down, but right now they're going to be driving like they stole it. They're going to be absolutely pushing this car and just giving it everything and just see where they end up in the end. Their race is over in terms of going out there and winning, unless every single car is involved in something huge, which at this level just doesn't happen. So this is almost a free hit now.
Yeah, I think it's smart too. If you're a car that, you got to have that spatial awareness of other cars out there on the racetrack. You're not really racing them anyway, and also they're several laps down. They're no threat to you. All you're going to do is hurt yourself by trying to hold them up or trying to stay in front of them, especially if there's a pace differential there. Certainly the case there. Let them through. You know what else I just clocked as well? I saw the Raton Racing Esports car. That's P4, actually, in the silver class. They're next to last in this race. Also got a big piece of that early incident.
Yeah, it's not the greatest of situations. Walsingham currently in that 4th spot in the silvers. I've just noticed Yaz Heat, by the way, are in the pits. So 20 minutes into the race, that is less than ideal. So one of my picks already, not having the greatest of races.
P2 in the championship in the silver class. It's all come apart for some of the teams early in this race, and for those that it hasn't, it's all about maintaining. Valentin Berrier in the Yaz Heat 296. That's 2nd place in your silver championship. Had such a mega race around the mountain last time out, but it hasn't come to that today. It's going to be a long up-road battle all day. They're going to have to battle back. And if there was one team where I reckon that they could, it would be Yaz Heat, but they are certainly laps down.
I wonder if they've scheduled that, because it was a quick pit stop. It wasn't like they had to fix loads of damage or anything. But maybe someone could send us some information on that, because it doesn't look like it was a strangely long pit stop. And I wonder if they've figured out some sort of strategy across this race where they're going to be able to save enough time for it to not give them an extra pit stop, but ultimately puts them maybe in some clear air. Because they were in a massive cluster of cars. So I wonder if they've made that decision just to now go out there and put, because Valentin Barriere is a bloody quick driver. So you expect him to maybe make some inroads, and if he got loads of clear air, it might have been worthwhile. So they might have just played a bit of a stroke of genius. And to be honest, we won't find out until about 8.5 hours time.
Yeah, and they fooled me too, by the way. I'm actually pretty sure that they laps down? They are so far back there, it's hard to tell. They might be a lap down.
Oh, it says 2.
At this. Oh, yeah, okay. So they are 2 laps down. I thought for a second that their position 42nd was the last car on the lead lap, but perhaps not. But yeah, certainly something going on there. A strategic change for Yaz Heat. 42nd place, not where the 2nd place in the Silver Championship team wanted to be. Look at this coming through Ingwe. Everybody fighting for position, everybody fanning out, but you want to get single file before you go through there. Otherwise, you compromise the long run down the pit straight, and they just about manage it, but almost come to contact there.
Yeah, Trevor Wenham trying to make up some inroads there currently. Well, now P33 with a bit of a send there on the Ferrari of Durkop, and successfully does so. It was aggressive, but it was calculated, it was done. Back up towards the leaders then, 0.8 of a second. This gap hasn't really increased or decreased across the whole race. Osterman actually runs a little bit wide. Now it decreases. So I think yeah, Dara McCormack will close that gap. Osterman doing a good job as it stands, nearly just about halfway into a stint. I'm sure they're going to go just a little bit longer than an hour to start things off. I think he'll be relatively happy. This is now where the tyre drop-off will start to come into play. Does the Mercedes have a little bit extra? Is the Audi, which I think the Audi's going to struggle today in terms of tyre wear, is it a quick car over a short run, over a longer run, maybe starting to struggle? You can just see he's using a little bit more road than the car behind. So it'll be interesting to see how the next half an hour goes.
Certainly will, and all credit to Osterman, able to keep in front of McCormack early on in this race. That gap keeps going in and out. We saw it down to 0.6. I've seen it back up to just about 1 second, about a half a lap ago. So it's not like McCormack is just completely closing down all the time. There's parts of this racetrack where Osterman is the better race car right now, but like you said, these tires are going to wear. These Pirelli P0s do not last forever, and we're going to see just how good the mechanical grip are on some of these cars.
Yeah, Trevor Wenham having another look at another car, Porsche this time, piloted by Arnke just in behind Schubert with that very damaged Mercedes. Then you've got Gong in the McLaren just up ahead, who has a 5-second penalty. So they're all going to jump that car regardless, but they'll try and want to try and do it on track. But Trevor Wenham is not waiting around, is he? Trevor Wenham is looking to try and get as many positions as soon as he possibly can.
Certainly is, and again, this is still the best part of the race for you to make up positions or to battle for positions. We're getting out of that now. Just as we're talking about the tires, they're going to start to wear. You're going to start to lose a little bit of grip. You're going to start to lose the ability to chase as hard as you were earlier on in the race. Your opportunity, that window, is starting to close. It isn't closing for the 555 though. They've held just about steady. They might even be closing in here genuinely on the leader of the race. I feel like a battle is going to be imminent.
Yeah, it certainly is. Let's talk about the Silvers very, very quickly. West Competition Racing, they won the race last time out at Bathurst, but their first car isn't really anywhere near winning this race this time round. But their sister car, the number 1, is. They're currently in the lead. They're currently 5th in the championship. So this is massive for them. The BMW Romania Team West Side Coast Competition Racing, looking very strong indeed. Back then on board with Mathis Letau for Race Esport Team. That's a very unique name, isn't it? Race Esport, as we see a potential move there by Boothby up the inside. Decides against actually sending it through turn number 1. But yeah, Boothby starting to look a little bit racy as the Audi runs a little bit wide there and forces Boothby not to be able to make the move. But yeah, I think George might be getting a bit fed up here, and he's like, do you know what? I'm going to have a bit of fun and start making some moves.
Yeah, certainly took a weird exit for turn number 2 there and was looking up the inside of the Juski sweep. You don't really take that corner exit like that off of turn 2 unless you're trying to get inside or on the outside, in that case, of someone. Well, race control's certainly been busy in this race thus far. A racing incident between cars 22 and 51 on lap 1. No further action between cars 55 and the 123 on lap 1, and a further racing incident between cars 11 and 144 again on lap 1. And just for a moment, we pause to thank our stewards at race control, who certainly have a huge thing to deal with early, or had a huge thing to deal with early on in this race.
Yeah, so this is the issue. We pan now to Artur Camera, who's looking to try and get past Kamil Pawlowski, a 2-time Project Cars World Champion. Oh, roll back the years for me, that is. Pawlowski is an incredibly talented driver. Are we going to see a potential move? Well, there we go. Artur Camera has gone for the fake. He's gone for the double fake. And now he's got to go all the way around the outside. Pawlowski here might get stuck on the apex, and Artur Camera has set him up perfectly. Now he's got that inside line. Can he keep that overlap? He can't. Kamil Pawlowski using all of the experience there. That is 2 very experienced campaigners going at it. That was brilliant from both of them. No move made.
I do love that. Pawlowski realized that it was going to be a run for Artur Camera and went down to the inside, but realized the speed of that BMW for BS Plus competition was going to be a little bit too much, and realized he had to get back on the racing line and block him there because he was going to get passed around the outside, or at least get alongside, realizing that the inside was going to become the outside, the left-right nature of that section of the racetrack. He had to do that. And by the way, this fight that ended up in a stalemate has brought Eamon Murphy into the fight.
Yeah, and irony of this is I've just mentioned Kamil Pawlowski being that two-time Project Cars world champion. He competed against Eamon Murphy in that series as well, and both of them. So there's a bit of contact then between Camera and indeed Murphy has halted the progress of both of those drivers. Pawlowski's the only winner out of that situation.
Absolutely. Pawlowski said, yeah, keep doing that. Let me get away just a little bit. You kind of cool down a little bit. You take an extra deep breath. You see them fighting in the rearview mirror. I love whenever racing turns into poetry, Luke. I wasn't completely aware of that. Hopefully they didn't have any bad blood from back in the day, right?
Oh, everyone disliked Eamon Murphy back in the day. I can't say too much, I'll get in trouble. Yeah, no, it's a joke. He was just a very aggressive driver back in the day. But so is Pawlowski. Pawlowski still is. And to be fair, at this level, everybody's a bit aggressive. But yeah, when they were young, oh my lord, it was fireworks every single time. But that was a bit more of a sprint format. This is a little bit different here, so they've got to be a little bit more calculated. Although Eamon has just touched Camera's car, so I'm sure that those two will have words later on. But no real damage done. They're still good to go. Like I said, Pawlowski's really the only winner. What I will say is Pawlowski significantly dropped off the back of Tinker van der Velde now. That's a worry for me if it wasn't an Audi in front being Tinker van der Velde. So yeah, I'm not too worried for them. Although Tinker has dropped off the back of McCormack, and McCormack is now closing up to Osterman. So that is now worrying. So are the Audis starting to potentially drop off a little bit? Have they got that short run pace? And again, long run, it just really is a struggle bus. I know one thing, if McCormack gets an opportunity, he's absolutely going to send it on Osterman. So we will find out whether they've got a little bit of an advantage or not.
Yeah, it's interesting to see all three of the Audis seemingly having the same sort of late run or mid run at this point pace issue, all of them dropping about the same amount as well. So you might be onto something. Maybe the Audi's just struggling in the middle part of the stint. Looked so good at the start. Tico van der Velde didn't really lose a whole lot. It was about a second and a half. Now starting to lose a little bit of time. And it is the same amount of time that Osterman, our leader of the race, lost to McCormack just a lap or so ago. Though admittedly, that gap has absolutely stabilized. It was 3/4 of a second. It's down to under half of a second, but there has been no movement there from McCormack. He's still about 4.5 tenths off, but now down to 3.5 tenths off on this end of the racetrack. Really close. Within a half a second, that is close enough to do some damage if you mess up in front of him.
Yeah, he's definitely close enough here. It might be worth going on board with Darren McCormack at this stage. I think he's right up behind Osterman, and I think this could be the lap where he decides to make a potential move. Osterman, not really, albeit he's been about 8 tenths clear. At this level, 8 tenths is a manageable gap. He hasn't really been under a lot of pressure during this race. Yeah, they are super close here. They've also got backmarked traffic to deal with. So Darren McCormack, can he utilise that? Can he use that for his advantage? It's now 1/10 of a second between the two of them. And there is Osterman. So Osterman, can he use the Agura ahead, or the NSX, sorry, should I say? They do look very similar. Yeah, can he use this to his advantage and maybe pull a bit more of a gap? Or can Darren McCormack indeed potentially get the move done? We've also got an instant between 8.52 and 8.88 on lap 11. A 10-second time penalty for car number 888, which is the SMP Racing Esports car, currently 4th in the championship. That is not ideal for them. Back to the battle for the lead, and well, Darren McCormack not quite close enough to take advantage at this stage.
Yeah, you saw the lights flashing from Jacob Osterman on the lap down, the back marker car. Just a flash of the light saying, hey, we're the leaders, please give way to us. That's exactly what you would expect to happen. And that was a huge slide coming through Cheetah that time. Mentioned that as we were doing the onboard qualifying lap, Osterman was counter-steering the car through there in qualifying. He was counter-steering into the race there as well.
Yeah, this car, is, if you can get the power down, it's such an advantage in the Audi. But once you get to this stage of the session, it's the tyres are so hot that it's so easy just to light them up, which means you're going nowhere, right? And then the rear of the car starts sliding around, which then makes the issue worse. But yeah, you've got to be really, really careful. Obviously, the track is hot here in South Africa. It's a very, very warm circuit, so you've got to manage the situation. But when you've got Darren McCormack right behind you, you can't manage it crazily. Otherwise, you're just going to get overtaken. It really is as simple as that. So the Audi has been forced to push. I think we're now starting to see a genuine drop-off. And realistically, we are 25 minutes away. I think at the start of this race, you can maybe go 20 minutes, like you can maybe pit in about 20 minutes and then extend it a little bit later on and hope that the track temperature drops or maybe there's some rain. But right now, I think they're a minimum of 20 minutes away from a pit stop and they're struggling.
Yeah, they certainly are struggling just a little bit. They're trying to hold on here. 25 minutes, though, I feel that's going to be a bridge just a little bit too far. You were talking about the tires, just to expand upon that a little bit. You slide these tires, they do not rebound. There is no rebound in this tire. If you ruin them, if you slide them, that is what you have. You're only making your problems worse, and that is exactly what you have to avoid. And again, being chased down by one of the best to ever do it, that is not an ideal situation.
Oh, again, you see him sliding on the exits, trying to get that power down. And you're right there. The only thing you can do is you can work on the tyre temperatures. You can still get the tyre temperature back into a decent range. But yeah, once you start sliding the car around, you're in trouble. Once you start, actually taking the rubber off of the tyre, that's never gonna. It's not gonna grow back now, is it? It's not a living thing. So yeah, you just put yourself in a whole world of pain. As we see Eamon Murphy in behind Arthur Camara. We've seen these two a lot closer earlier on. They were holding hands pretty much. You see Murphy obviously not making the move there. It's just to kind of try and make the driver in front of you drive with his mirrors, because ultimately these drivers have to be so precise and they have to find their brake marker each and every lap, that if they're just not paying attention, looking forward, and they're just looking in their mirrors right at a braking point, they could miss it by merely a meter, and they'll end up going a little bit deep into the corner, and then it can set yourself up and overtakes. You've got to keep the driver in front of thinking.
I love where G2 Esports Eamon Murphy is right now. They're third in line of this fight. They're trying to catch back up to Pavlovsky again. You remember the earlier battle on, but I like the positioning. I always like being third in line. You get to survey the battlefield. You know what all the cars in front of you are doing. You know what you have. And for my money, the G2 Esport car looks ready to race, even at this middle to late stage in the run, looking real good. That on the left side of your screen, the battle for the lead. On the right side of the screen, Dyer McCormack putting the pressure on coming down mine shaft.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Is he close enough to maybe someone up the inside? I would say probably not. But can you square the Audi up sufficiently enough to then make a move down into that final corner, or at least set it up for turn number one? We've also got Eamon Murphy versus Arthur Camara to the left-hand side of your screen. The most impressive thing about Eamon Murphy over the last few years, a bit of a late bloomer. He's in his 30s, but he has found so much more consistency in the last couple of years than in his previous. He's always been quick. That's something you can't take away from him. Always been a very fast driver, but his consistency levels have increased tenfold over the sort of last 18 months to 2 years. And again, he's just not panicking right now. He's not trying to push and do anything silly. And I think he'll also recognize that right now P1 is struggling, and if he can just keep it in and amongst the sort of front here, there is still an opportunity. As long as Dara, his son, is staying in P2, I can say that because they're both Irish. As long as Dara is behind P1 here, I don't think anyone in that front six are really going to panic too much.
Yeah, Dyer McCormack has all the chips on the table right now, and here's the thing. He's got to make this pass clean. He knows that. He doesn't want to draw the ire of the stewards here today by making the pass for the lead with contact. He's going to wait for a absolute golden opportunity to get this done. By the way, Tico Vandervelde, because Osterman is slowing up, is actually closing in that 66 Audi for Williams. Oh my goodness, nearly off the racetrack right there, coming through the S's, but still closing in. It was almost 2 seconds the gap, and it's down to 1.1 seconds. Dyer McCormack takes a look around the outside. A little slip up maybe from Osterman allows McCormack to get involved in Leacock. They are nose to tail coming down the mine shaft this time. They spread out ever so slightly as they come into the Crocodiles. A look up the inside. Is this an earnest look? It is. Gets covered off a little bit by Osterman. They're still nose to tail.
Yeah, Osterman there taking a bit of a chance with his race car, but Dyer McCormack backs out beautifully well there, so they both indeed are still facing the correct way. This is only going to slow them down, give the chance for Tinker van der Velde to catch up, Pavlovsky to catch up. And I tell you what the positive here for Williams Esports is, if Tinker van der Velde does catch up, there's an opportunity here to go 2 against 1. So the only thing that can happen for Osterman right now is the situation gets worse. It's not going to get any better unless that's contact. That is big contact there. Dyer McCormack will, of course, let Osterman go. That's kind of the ethos of how Dyer McCormack does things. He wants to do it cleanly, which is something you've got to respect. I remember we had a battle in the Flex Dream Championship between him and Niels Naujoks, and there was a couple of incidents where they backdoor banged with each other, but they were letting each other go if they did have contact. Like, he wants to do it fairly. He will never want to win under sort of naughty circumstances. And that really is the best thing that could have happened to Osterman. He's got a little bit of a gap now. I know he won't be happy and he'll be like, oh no, he's hit me. But ultimately, he's got the biggest gap he's had all race as he nearly loses the rear. And actually, Tinker van der Velde now is right behind Dyer McCormack. So Osterman getting hit is kind of worked in his favour.
Yeah, McCormack backed off. Yeah, I agree with you. Dyer doesn't want to do anything that's going to upset the team's race. He doesn't want to pass anybody. Nobody really, let's be completely honest, wants to race like that. Probably just was taken aback by Osterman's ability to corner through that corner. Thought he was going to get on the gas a little bit earlier than he possibly was, get on the brake, or get off the brake, rather, a little bit earlier than he possibly was. Didn't happen, a little bit of contact. McCormack lifted there as well to give him that time back and then some, if you ask me, and that has allowed Van der Velde to join the fight. Three-way fight for the lead. Race control still busy here. No further action for an incident between cars 89 and 62 on lap 18, and a 30-second time penalty for car 22 for causing a collision on lap 15. That versus car 45.
Yeah, Rocket Sim Sport, Brabham Esports, that's that car there. I'm wondering, was that the overtake into turn 1 by Elvin Smith by any chance? I'm not sure if that was only 9 laps ago, so I think that might have happened a little bit before then. But yeah, there's a penalty anyway. They got a penalty. Abelarde, the number 888, of course, has that 10-second penalty we saw from earlier on. We go a little bit further back then, and we're on board then with Felix Arndt. He's trying to get involved here. It's 3 wide. Oh, there's contact.
Oh.
That isn't going to end well. Well, it has. No, it isn't going to end well.
Oh, it's not gone well.
Nope. That's fine, I think. 3 wide. Surely not going to end well. I have no idea what's going on right now. Absolute freebies, by the way, for Felix Arndt. He wasn't involved in any of that. He was just watching, going, yeah, you guys keep door banging. Freebies, thank you.
Felix Arndt went from 14th to 13th place. A little bit of contact there between several of the cars allows them to get through up into P12 for Felix Arndt. Abelarde and Rats, a little bit of contact, and that is exactly how quickly it can all come undone, and how quickly, if you're heads up, you can make that work. 3 wide into turn number 2. It didn't quite go the way they would expected it to, but they'll take it anyway. Will the 7 car?
Yeah, 100% there. He's not going to be too worried about how it's done. 2 positions for the price of, well, didn't even have to do anything. He didn't have to set up. He just literally sat there minding his own business, just whistling away, enjoying his drive here at Kyalami. Oh, freebies, thank you. It's quite as simple as that. Like, I'll just keep myself out of trouble and we're good to go. Looks like Abelarde. Well, there we go. We're about to see it here. Another penalty. 5 seconds for aggressive driving. That's why it's gone up to 15 seconds. They may have the best race number in the race, number 888, but the number 15 is not the greatest number. They will not be happy with that. As we see some more side-by-side action, you can see the Ren Welton Esports blue car, one of the best liveries. Again, I said it looks like a mackerel, a shiny mackerel previously at Bathurst. They just lost the position. So Abelarde, who has got that 15-second penalty, it is going to be in earnest. They're going to lose all of these positions. They're going to drop miles down the order with that penalty, but they got it done on track for a bit of fun for us to watch.
Well, they didn't get involved in the big accident, did the 888, but they have certainly had a couple of penalties, 15 seconds in total, multiple penalties for them. I did see it as 10, and then it clocked over to 15. Frustrating way to start a race. 15 seconds, going to be hard to make up.
My favorite thing about doing these races is Steve Proudly. Many of you might know him, but he is like a disappointed dad when he has to report that there's penalties. It cracks me up every single time. It's like, oh, it's another penalty. It's like naughty, naughty drivers. It's funny every time. Oh, yeah, it wasn't even Steve. It's Michael Hamlet. Sorry, that's my headset. But both of them. Yeah, there you go. Steve's not even here. I've just been told in my ear. I've forgotten everything I know.
In your defense, Michael Hamlet's also a disappointed father when he has to give us that information. Very unhappy about that. And I can tell you, you don't want to end up on the bad side of Michael Hamlet. He's not mad. He's just disappointed.
They're both exceptional human beings, though. So, I will say that. Please don't hurt me. Christ.
And with that out of the way,
that might be another 5-second penalty.
Well, there's a local yellow as well, Luke, going on here. Unknown what that is, what's causing that, but certainly the race condition somewhere on the racetrack is a waved yellow flag.
Oh, okay. So something's happened. Yeah, there it is. It's in around the final corner. I think it's preempting Abelarde coming through. I think the way he just had the last couple of laps.
Yeah, being told that there is a car in the pit lane that is causing that condition. It is not out on the racetrack, but that definitely does explain the Sector 3 waved yellow flag. Drama everywhere on the racetrack in the pit lane, and the race does continue. Orlando Rats for Winwell in the Esports Blue, continuing their work, trying to make their way back by Abeladze at this stage. Abeladze trying to drive away, of course, after making the pass stick. But again, knowing that you're going to get 15 seconds in the pit lane makes you drive harder. And also, if you're behind them, you don't want to be behind a car that has a penalty. 5-second time penalty for car 296 for causing a collision with car 38 on lap 23. They just keep coming, Lou.
Yeah, they certainly do. Car number 296. That's in the silver class, is it not? Yeah, there we go. That's Yazhi Esports. So they've received. Why did I say that they're going to win? It's just, as soon as I said that, now they've had all sorts of issues. I feel bad. It's my fault.
Yeah. Laps off the pace was Yaz Heat at the near beginning of the race. Not how they wanted to continue their championship contention. Certainly going to fall sort of outside of that here today. It's going to be a long old road for championship contention for them today. And again, insult to injury with additional penalties.
Yeah, that's the last thing you need is penalties. If you saw how devastating it was the Ferrari Esports race at Bathurst, you know, it was merely, what did I get, 25 seconds of penalties in the end, I think it was, for Ferrari. By the time I'd finished commentating anyway. And that really did cost them the win, because they weren't far behind Veloce. But yeah, without the penalties, they would have been, I think, well clear. So you can't afford it. It doesn't matter how long the race is, you can't afford penalties, because you're just always fighting an uphill battle. You're always trying to gain time and time again. Osterman still in the lead here. I think we're maybe around about 10 minutes away from them being able to bring the car in. If he can stay in the lead and extend it as far as he possibly can. 65 minutes, I think, is the stint maximum, right? So they can't go too far beyond that, beyond the hour. But
oh my goodness!
The car's a mess right now. It's just about how far can he keep this car in the lead. If he loses a position, I think they bring the car straight in. But if they can keep the car in the lead, obviously, then they've travelled the most distance out of everybody, so it doesn't matter. So it's all about really managing this next 10 minutes. But yeah, that Audi is struggling.
Yeah, with all due respect to Jacob Osterman, I think the reason that he's in the lead is at the leisure of Dyer McCormack, who, other than the one ill-fated, I wouldn't even call it a move, but it was a bumper-to-bumper contact. Other than that, there hasn't really been a move made, and I think it is really the 555 for Mercedes-Williams Esports. They're literally just lying in wait here.
Do you know what? I somewhat agree with you, but I've got to give credit to Osterman. Credit where credit's due. Dyer McCormack doesn't give anyone a freebie. Like, he is well above his years in terms of that. He isn't just going to sit behind someone for the sake of it. Like, if he gets a chance to go out there and lead the race, especially at this stage of the stint, where if you're even trying to save fuel or save the tyres, the last 10 minutes of a stint, you're just burning everything up. So I'm telling you now, I think if he's had a genuine opportunity where he can make the overtake, he would have made it by now. So I think we've got to give credit to Osterman. I think this is an outstanding qualifying so far and an outstanding first stint. You can tell he's pushed the car because, the car just can't get power down at the moment. It really is struggling sideways at every opportunity, yet still managing to keep hold of the lead.
No, you're absolutely right. Look, I can't disagree with that in any shape or form. They've done exactly, if they can make it an additional 12 minutes in this race with the lead, it's going to be job done for Jacob Osterman. They had the pole position. They held on to the lead, narrowly, of course, but they will hang on to the lead if they can do that. That's got to be job done, and box ticked for Osterman here early. Yeah,
they've got two more unknown drivers that are, again, there'll probably be people in the chat going right now, well, I know who Rotters is, I know who Petrochenko is. Just two drivers I've never come across. Just that's how it is. This will give them so much confidence. Maybe they are quick enough to just go out there and win this race. But if they're not, I think this gives them huge confidence. Knowing that they've got a car capable of leading, knowing they've got a car capable of being ahead of the, again, pound for pound, I'd say the best driver on ACC, that's got to fill them with some confidence here. This could be a very, very special day for the 110.
Yeah, and do keep in mind that Mercedes-Williams Esports car, that's not a car inside the top 5 in the championship points either. That car is 7th in the championship points, running P2, and none of really, I think the early storyline is, none of the top championship contending cars up front in either class in this race. There is a West competition car leading the silver class, but it's not the one that won the race last time out.
Right now, 9th position for McLaren Veloce, who are currently leaders of the championship. So they're only down in 9th position, which I believe gets them 9 points. So that will move them on to 44. As it stands for Dara McCormack, he's currently in 2nd position. They'll be on 43, so they've actually moved to 2nd position in the championship with 43. Osterman, they didn't score points last time out for the Whipperman Racing, so they'll be moving up onto 35. So yeah, this closes the championship up quite significantly as we see a potential fake there from Manisha. And actually, the only thing he's really done there is put himself under a load of pressure. I think that was the most, the most unneeded fake opportunity ever. He's just put himself in the clutches now, potentially a pivot.
How on earth these cars can run that closely through Sunset is beyond me. They were nose to tail. They were just about basically touching, all three of these cars. Pictured here, that's the Unicorns of Love car in front, but actually that's not a Unicorns of Love car. I've just clocked, but by the by, all the Ferraris and the Lamborghini very close to each other. I thought there was going to be contact. There wasn't. That's the mark of a professional driver. Warning to car 45 for ignoring blue flags on lap 23. You hate to see that. That is just a warning, though, at this stage.
Yeah, that is Unicorns of Love, by the way. That's the HRT car.
Oh, it sure is.
Yeah, so they were yellow last time out, I believe. So they've got different liveries. But the car in real life, HRT cars in real life, they change the liveries quite often. They're quite known for it. But yeah, so that is Unicorns Love. And they've just come to the pits as well. So yeah, as soon as you mention them, they're off.
That is quite interesting, coming in quite a bit early. I believe the driver's stint limit 65 minutes. You don't have to get out of the car at that stage. You just got to be in the pit lane by the time your stint timer is up, and it resets the second you enter pit lane, and it only restarts again once you exit pit lane. But again, a lot of drivers, a lot of teams will likely go at least a full hour. Some teams are, I would say a lot of teams are probably going to push it as far as they can, probably give themselves a 1-lap buffer. So that is somewhat of an early stop there.
Yeah, it is. But, you know, Unicorns of Love will have an engineer in their ears as well. They'll be figuring out the best strategy call, regardless of whether they're out of position or not in terms of their raw pace. They certainly won't be making mistakes in strategy calls. Like, they are one of the best in the world organising their strategy for ACC races. It really is as simple as that. So, yeah, they'll they've got two cars, haven't they, in this? So they've got the HRT and they've got the Unicorns of Love, both Mercedes. So they can kind of split the strategy a little bit. And they'll be gaining information from each other as well. So that's a big advantage for them. Similarly to the Williams team, albeit there's two different cars for Williams. So it's not as big of an advantage, I would say. So yeah, Unicorns of Love, well out of position, but they don't tend to get things like strategy wrong.
No, they certainly don't. And they're always one of those teams that are just around there at the end. I think they finished P6 at Bathurst in round number 1. It was a team that we didn't really talk a whole lot about throughout the day. They weren't really battling anybody, but they had a decent day. They stayed out of trouble. They picked up some spots on other people's incidents that they had throughout the entire race. They had decent pace. It was just they were on an island unto themselves. But again, 6th place, picked up some decent points. Could that be the same story today? They all add up in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you had this conversation, didn't we? We're like a duo now, by the way. It's only the second time we worked together, but it's the second time in a row for this championship. But we had this conversation, and I said to you, if you get 6 top 5s, I think you're pretty much guaranteed to win the championship. I don't think you necessarily have to go out there and keep winning. I think you just have to be, consistent throughout the season. I just think the grid's too strong for that not to be the case. So right now, if you had a bad week 1, a race win isn't going to hurt you, is it? It's going to put you back in the hunt straight away. So it's pretty nice. Car 7 and 72 on lap 25. A warning to car 72 for causing a collision. Car 72, normally that's driven by Valentin Barriere. But then no, they're 296. I'm sure Valentin Barriere always drives the number 72, but that's been taken. That is actually the Ren Welton Esports Blue, the Aston Martin, the one that looks like a mackerel.
Certainly is. And again, Stewart's continuing to work through it. No shortage of work for them, but that's a huge slide coming out of Ingwe again, but unable to capitalize, at least exiting the corner was Dyer McCormack. Will we see a move down into 1? I don't think so. They've been playing this incredibly cool to this point, but here is the Ren Welton Esports Blue Car 72, driven by Orlando Rats at this stage, continuing to try and fend off Burnt, trying to fend off Hogg, trying to fend off, actually George Boothby has not caught this group. Neither has a 118. I've just clocked as well. So really just trying to fend off Burnt at this particular stage and keep in contact with Abeladze. Abeladze made the pass, but has not driven away.
I like what Boothby's doing here. I think he's had a couple of chances to make overtakes. It would have been risky and would have maybe lost a lot of time. I think he's just realised that the car just isn't the right car for this circuit. The BOP, that's how it works in motorsport, real racing or sim racing. Sometimes the BOP just doesn't work in your favour, and you just have a car that's just not capable of winning the race. I think Boothby just keeping himself out of trouble. He's going to pick up as many freebies as possible. You see him penalties left, right, and centre for so many different cars that by the end of this, if you can maybe scrape your way up to a sort of top 7, top 5, you're still going to lead the championship, and it's going to be quite handedly. I wonder what Ren Welton say when they, put all this effort into this cool livery to look like a tiger or an ice tiger at the back, and then the commentator just turns around and goes, looks like a mackerel. Like, they must be like, huh? I've actually interviewed the manager of that team at the Sim Racing Expo last year. He won't mind. He's crazy. He's fine. He's a wacky guy. He's great. He's a great guy.
I do love the car. I love anybody who sort of, it's obviously a lot of love put into that car. It certainly stands out. And it's definitely impossible to confuse that team with any other team on the grid. A look down the inside, not really for Rance Abelanzi, not even covering off. Coming through Cheetah that time, knew that there wasn't a move on there. Continuing to lead this little bit of group. Do bear in mind, Rance doesn't get championship points by passing Abelanzi. 2 different classes, pro and silver. More importantly for Rance is to keep Burnt behind them in the 71. They are doing that job. Hung has caught them just a little bit at this stage. But you were talking about George Boothby. Started about 20th thereabout, gained 1 spot early. Has been very calm about trying to pick up positions, has let other people make mistakes. But look at this, it's a battle for this spot, and it has happened. A little bit of a mistake for the 888, and Orlando Rance for Will Melton House got through.
Did you know George Boothby is also a world champion in another esport? I'm sure you probably do by this point, but do you know?
Guitar Hero, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. You do know then. So every time I commentated on the ACC release, and every time I went on Cockpit Cam, I'd just play like a guitar song as if he's playing the guitar whilst racing. I know, I find the silliest things funny. Right, let's stay with the leaders then until they go to the pits. I think probably be the best idea. Just see whether there is a potential for a move. Tinker van der Velde has caught up to this group. Is there the potential for him to make an overtake? I don't think he will. I think it's now they're just settled in. They want to get to the pits and get into the second stint of the race. Anyone decide to come in early to maybe try and undercut, have fresh tyres for a couple of laps? It does take a couple of laps actually to get the pressures up, but ultimately every car's got to do that. So do you try and get track position? No one's decided to do anything. I'm just talking to myself at this point. I'm just arguing with my own brain. I do this all the time. So I'm just like, oh, they're going to do this, and I'm realizing people are actually listening to me arguing with myself. So yeah, no one came in. That's the be all and end all of that conversation.
I will tell you this, at some point, I absolutely agree with you. First of all, that it's just sort of settled in there, but does Tinker van der Velde know the plan? Is he going to settle in as he's completely caught it? That was the Ballas car, I think, that was spun off backwards into barbecue there.
Oh, what a surprise. I would never expected that. But yeah, they nearly rejoined, and that's horrible. It's a blind corner there. You don't want to, yeah, not good.
Sort of a jump scare in sim racing, not something you normally see, but well, whenever you call.
Oh, I did yesterday. To be fair, no, I was in a
I heard about that.
I was in a 6-hour race and I had a jump scare. Yeah, it was not fun.
Absolutely not. It's the last thing you want to see when you're around a corner, especially coming up a hill like they were right there. You don't want to see the headlights of a car looking at you. That is definitely scary indeed, especially in a tight pack. 3 cars under a blanket racing for the lead. Realistically, they're pacing each other. Like you said, they're going to settle this in the pit lane, and even then, I'm unsure if this will be settled.
Stuff like that does make great content, though. My favourite thing at the moment is watching those meme videos where they put like the mouth and the eyes on the front of a car. I don't know if you've seen that. Maybe it's just something I've seen. And they get people talking about, oh, I feel like I'm in trouble, and then you just see another car coming in going, ah, stuff like that. That's just cracks me up. So it does bring great content, but you don't really want to see a car facing the wrong way and rejoining and taking another car out. Here we go. We're on board then with Bisheng Huang for Full Pace Racing. Apologies if I've butchered that name. Probably have, but you know, that's my job.
Well, we're right 100% of the time when we're right, and we're wrong 100% of the time when we are wrong. Full Pace Racing continuing to try and catch up. They haven't caught up to Abelanzi, Burnt, and trying to keep Boothby behind. Again, I don't think that's the real particular threat here. And there is a an AMG that appears to be out of position in between all of them.
Yeah, that's Schubert, I believe. So I think it's Schubert. It's a little bit further down the order. It's was that number 54? The cameras have moved far too fast for my old brain. But yeah, one ball with the 118, Kui Sheng Huang. I reckon I've nailed that name. I reckon he's going to watch the broadcast back there on and go, that's spot on. That's what you spot on.
Certainly hope so, but 118 Huang trying to keep pace, trying to make up some spots. He sees burnt in front. It's so hard. You're late into a run. You know you're going to be coming in. You want to do something that gains you time or position late on, especially when you're that close to a driver in your class. But more than anything, I think a lot of these teams are just waiting to bolt a brand new set of Pirelli P0 tires onto those cars. A lot of data going in and out from the teams, from the driver to the pit wall, saying this is what the car is doing. This is what I think we need to do. They'll be doing tire pressure. They'll, of course, be doing fuel for the next run. There'll be calculations made by the strategist of just how long they want that run to be. A lot of the race strategy is going to be set based on what happened here in this first hour.
Aidan Walsingham here with the Atatec Sim Sports Visceral car. We'll be trying to utilize the incredible brake pedal that Atatec make. Yes, if you want my email, send me a message on Twitter for the delivery. But yeah, looking to try and make a move up into what will be P9 overall, but a podium spot in the silvers. And to anyone who's watching at home, the left-hand column, you can see all of our driver names, the cars they're driving, and the numbers. And we've been talking about silvers and pros. And actually, we probably should have told you what the difference is. If you see their number with a white background, that means they're a pro car. And if you see their number with a silver background, that means they are indeed silver. So there you go. Hopefully that helps everybody. You know, we're only just over an hour into the race, so yeah, I figured it might be an idea to actually give them that information. I think the leader's going to come in now. I think everybody brings the car in now because they cannot stay out any longer.
Yeah, certainly mentioned that a little bit ago about how a lot of times you will, late in a race, if you need to, you will leave it to the last possible second, but I don't think they'll do that here. No further action between the 888 and the 7 on lap 20. Racing incident between the 888 and the 7. No, that's not a repost. That's not a copy and paste job. Those are probably two separate incidents deemed. No further action on the same lap. They got a history going, those two cars.
Avalanche is just creating a highlight reel. A low light reel, I guess, if you like, of just, yeah, very aggressively driving through. There's a reason why they got 15 seconds worth of penalties, and by the sounds of things, it could potentially have been more, but it's deemed as racing incidents. But I reckon they've come up on our screen 6 times now.
Yeah, and sometimes not for the right reason. But going back to the pit stop, it's going to be interesting. Some cars, they may risk it if they think that they stand to gain something by going long, but I'm with you, partner. I think most cars, as you have Racing Point Casanero here in the 85 into the pit lane, they have said we're not going any further. We're going to pit right now, and that's the safe point. 65 minutes, of course. You're 1 second over that, you get hit with a hefty violation by the sim itself. So you don't want to do that. Most teams will back their pit stop up. They'll come in 1 lap earlier than they have to, at least early on in this race, to make sure they do not violate that clock. Though I will say, devil's advocate, love playing devil's advocate, I have seen several teams violate that clock.
Yeah, just had some information from Michael Proudley. We inquired about the Yaz Heat damage. He's going to kill me, I'm telling you. We inquired about the damage. Inquired? Yeah, that's the right word. About the damage for the Yaz Heat car earlier on, and whether they pit earlier, or if they didn't have damage, sorry. They did. They had 40 seconds worth. They had to bring it in early. So, yeah, thank you very much for that, Steve Hamlet. Appreciate it.
So that genuinely, that car is 2 laps off the pace according to the books, and that's exactly... We ended up agreeing that something was going on there, but excellently spotted by Michael Hamlet down there in the pits with the teams. Unfortunate, and again, almost impossible to make that up, but what's your other option? Quit? You're not going to do that either.
No. 30-second time penalty, by the way, for Elvin Smith. And again, that's for track limits, right? 30-second penalty. Or, again, we had to stop go 30 is for speeding in the pit lane, or you cause something horrific. A 30-second time penalty, I think, is you've gone past track limits. Okay, well, the 30-second penalty was given out ages ago, and I didn't see it properly, so there we go.
Well, this one is happening. It's a 10-second time penalty for car 72 for causing a collision with car 888. These cars have magnets in them, the 72 and the 888.
Yeah, they've certainly had a battle. There's a lot of scars on the cars left from each other, and I'm sure that will continue for the rest of the race. There's still 7 hours, 55 minutes to go. All the leaders are in. by the way, as we were just on board with the leader, you see the P next to all of their names in the tower. You can't now because we're on board with Andres Messa, who's down in P34, looking to try and make a move on Gong. There you go. There's the white P next to everybody on there. So, yeah, we've got Osterman in, Dara McCormack in. Oh, and there's been a jump of positions. So we've seen a change of spot here. Have they kept, no, so Fiala's gone into the car for the Audi Williams, and Dara McCormack stayed in for a second stint, which is quite rare on ACC. In endurance races I do on other sims, it's quite normal to do more than 2 hours. But on ACC, they tend to swap drivers every time. So that's really quite peculiar to see that Dara stayed in for another hour.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, too, to see Fiala get into the car and immediately go to the lead here of this group. And can I just say, that was interesting because I mentioned earlier, these teams, while they are part of the same team, they race each other. I've seen that over the years. I wonder how racy they're going to be early on in this race. Just an hour gone. How much will they race each other? They certainly were racing each other in the pits. Just a little bit quicker for the 66 over the 555. And Dara McCormack now has to get by a completely different car. My question is, what happened to the 110?
Exactly, yeah. I think they've had a really poor entry to the pits because you can't lose that much. Or they've maybe overshot the pits and had to reverse back in because everyone's pit stop's going to be exactly... I'm maybe about to see a replay of what happened. Here we go. There we go. So we're down into the pit lane.
That looked fairly normal.
Well, there it is.
No!
Oh, that looks... I tell you what, that looks bloody cool. It's not very quick though. That was sensationally done. That's a 10 out of 10 for a dismount, but ultimately not ideal.
Well, there's where your loss in the pit lane is, and that is not what you wanted to happen. Ran a stint in front of the field, kept the Williams drivers at bay for an entire hour, and then have that happen coming into the pit lane. That car looked loose on the racetrack, looked even looser in the pit lane, apparently.
Yeah, Abalade, by the way, who gained a load of penalties for the number 888. Well, Bykov didn't want to feel left out, so sped in the pit lane and got himself a stop go 30. The Triple A car not having a good day.
No, absolutely not. And we talk about being able to make passes in the pit lane easier than on the racetrack. Nobody knows that better than Fiala right now. And the 66 leading this race has a half a second gap back to their teammate. Two different cars, same race team, and usually no team orders among them. I wonder if they're going to unleash McCormack here to go and try and take that lead, or will we see that measured approach that we saw in the first hour? Again, still early, but now who you're racing against, completely different animal.
Yeah, 100%. Again, I couldn't agree with you more. I'm just looking at the championship here, and I cannot... oh, no, they're P9. So, yeah, I'll just look at Nils Nayoks. They're currently in P3. They're P9 in the championship overall. I was wondering whether they even took part in the first race, but they are there. They got 9 points. So, under the radar, Nils Arta Camera with a really good stint, a really good pit stop, taking advantage of the number 110, of course, making that mistake there. Osterman spinning the car in the pits. Again, it looks spectacular. Not ideal. It's something that will never be lived down by Osterman, unfortunately. We're going to get another view of it by the looks of things. So we're going to move over to the left-hand side, and it's like, yeah, give us a spin. Copy. And we're fine. Yeah, we're good. And back in to the pits. So it looks like they've turned off the traction control, and they've given us a little Michi Taucher moment.
Yeah, you could see on the onboard graphics that the drivers have. That's live. That's relative. That shows you what was going on. No traction control on that car. Lit the rear tires up and spun the car around. Incredible scenes. Your pole sitter and your leader for the first hour making a mistake like that. Mentioned in the pre-race, a team that had not really been in the control of a race of this magnitude, not been in that position before, ran an excellent first stint, and it all comes undone there. That is a harsh way to learn a lesson.
Certainly is, but you know the teammates of Osterman need to get around him right now, and just because he's the quickest driver for them, he's the quickest driver out of everybody for getting pole positions. We see a potential move by HRT Unicorns of Love as the other Unicorns of Love car just appears out of shot as well. There's the two pink Panthers. Yeah, Osterman needs his teammates to put their arms around him and go, look, don't worry about it, it's done. You know, you've done an incredible job by getting pole position. You led us for the first hour and 5 minutes into the pits. Look, these mistakes happen. It could have been worse. He could have tagged the wall and got damage and had to fix the damage. I think they got away with that. They've just lost a couple of positions. They're still in that top 5, so it's not all lost. But yeah, you just got to regain and regroup. And as someone who does sim racing himself, and I know it's so easy to say, it's so very difficult to do. But at this level, they have to learn that.
Yeah, a lot of sim racing too is psychological, and you're talking about the team going over there to their driver saying, hey, don't worry about that, it's okay. They lost a couple of positions, so what? They're still inside the top 5. They've still got a shot to...
as well.
Yeah,
but you said before this qualifying that, you're going to be top 5 an hour and 10 minutes into this race. Knowing the field here, again, I could be talking absolute rubbish here, and they were like, oh no, we know we're going to go out there and win this race. I just think they are the underdog story. I think if you offer the P5, 7-8 seconds off the lead, an hour and 10 minutes into the race, I don't think it's a bad idea. So now it's still something to build from.
Yeah, absolutely. No real damage to the car. Exactly like you said. That's the big takeaway. Was it a moment? Absolutely. Other people are going to have moments in this race. There's been a bunch of penalties handed out. Nobody is going to be immune to Cheetah, and Ingwe, for that matter, in this race. We know what we got. Probably going to make adjustments to the car. Have a little extra tire at the end of the stint, if you can help that in that car based on the setup. Certainly they'd be trying something. Tire pressures could have been off. Otherwise, still in this race, got to get your head back down, and that's the part of the race that's psychological. Drivers have to stay focused on the race, because surely Osterman's going to get back in the car at some point, and you got to have that driver focused.
Yeah, I just about to post that into our production chat, but Austin Bolke has just put it in there. So yeah, good work, Austin. Appreciate that. But the one thing that we had a moment in a VTO competition with Michi Tauscher where he was winning a race at Bathurst, and he took the TC off to celebrate, and I will stand by that. That is exactly what happened, and he spun the car and didn't win the race. Consequently, he did then go and win the next race to win the championship that day. But it's always forever the Michi Tauscher moment, right? If someone spins around the final corner, it will always be done a Michi Tauscher. If someone pits now in a pit lane from the lead of a race, it will always be an Osterman. So that's the one thing that you'll never be able to live down. Darren McCormack, by the way, now has the fastest lap of the race all on his own.
Certainly does, and somehow did that right behind Fila leading this race. Let's reset it. First pit stops of the day, done and dusted. The 66 goes from P3 to P1 for Williams, has taken the lead of the race. Darren McCormack stays in the car for the 555, stays P2. They came into the pit lane about that close. They're still about that close. Nils Nyox in the 89 BMW up to P3. Michael Statsenko in the 25 Audi in P4. And Rotors in the 111 or 110 rather was leading this race early in P5. Not too much damage done. And by the way, right behind Statsenko, which is right behind Nyox for P3, all to play for.
Yeah, 100%. Rotors has got to try and get himself back up to a top 3 and potentially get that Audi back in the mix for this race win. But this is the perfect scenario for Williams Esports right now. Fiala leading Darren McCormack. If Nils Nyox starts to close that gap, again, we're about to go across the timing beam here is 4.2. Now it's 4.3, so actually these two are extending the lead. Until Nils starts to close that gap, there's no chance of these two swap position, I don't think. As long as they're gapping the field, it's all good. They'll be happy to finish P1 and P2. I think maybe later on in the race they'll have a discussion if it gets to the real nitty-gritty and go, look, which team has the bigger chance of winning this championship. You maybe then swap positions for points, but I think it's a little bit too early for that. But Williams Esports are in absolute dreamland. Again, they're about to cut the time in beam again. Nils, again, about 4.3 seconds. So not gaining too much time as it stands. But Fiala leading the way. I would have said it would be McCormack that would be leading, but it's Fiala. But ultimately, it's just Williams.
Yeah, excellent stop by the 66 group. You got to give them credit. They came in third. They're able to get it. And to close that gap, I know it's only a few car lengths. They came in nose to tail after all. But even still, to gain that much time, for go to P3 to P1 and come out cleanly. There wasn't even a fight. They had a little bit of a gap between them. That must have been some spectacular stop and strategy. And all that really could have been 1 or 2 less liters of fuel.
Yeah,
that's all
the fuel.
It would have. Yeah, that's all it would have possibly have taken. Talking about the silver class, we've talked about the pro class. Let's talk about the silver class. Nothing changed up front. West competition number 1 BMW still leads Sebastian Apostle behind the wheel of that car now, leading the 85 of Matea. And those are your top 2 in that class. And by the way, the top 3 or 4 in the silver class all together. And a little bit behind that battle, this battle right here, an absolute hornet's nest.
Yeah, Nicholas Huben in behind in the HR. Well, no, hold on. No, that's number 5, right? Nicholas Huben is in the car behind them in the number 5. No, it is, sorry, it's the proper pink car is the number 5. So they're trying to gain a position. It's the other car that's a couple of laps down for Unicorns Love. That's why they've not pressed their team in trying to get some overtake. So that Ferrari, it looks like the English flag, by the way, that Ferrari, just trying to hold on to positions. Here we go. We're on board then with Rotters, currently in P5, keeping Statsenko very honest indeed. Niels Nayok's not able to drive away from this group of cars as well. The gap's come out another 10th of a second, so the Williams drivers not needing to worry about swapping positions as long as they're being quicker than the rest of the pack. Yeah, Whipperman Racing, it looks like they've got 2 drivers very capable of running near the front. There's a little bit of a mistake there, but Rotters looks very quick indeed.
Yeah, if you're Lewis Rotters, you got to be very, very smart about what you do here. You don't want to do anything rash. You don't want to get in there too hot and try to make up for lost time. You got to be calm. As much as you got to calm down your other drivers, you got to calm down the one in the car. You got to let them know what exactly is expected out of them. Take the position if you can, but don't do anything that's going to give us a penalty. You've got to know at this stage, stewards are not playing around. They're going to give you penalties if you go over what they deem the limit, and you can't have that at all. So P5, you can see P3, you've got to stay calm.
Yeah, you certainly do. And we've seen drivers not staying calm, haven't we? Making mistakes, gaining penalties, especially the number 888. Then we go on board with the Ren Welton Esports Blue. They've also received penalties today for just not being patient enough. So, of course, you've got to try and make moves. You've got to make overtakes. That's the nature of motor racing. But it's a 9-hour race. You've got to also, take your medicine sometimes and realise you can't just force the effort. They're a little bit out of position here. You can see that Jonas Fawkes is very quick indeed, catching up to the back of Lay. I think there might be an overtake here for the number 7 to do sooner rather than later.
Yeah, there certainly will be, but I'll tell you, when you're racing cars that are not in your class, it's the highest risk versus no reward, and also, too, you get frustrated more easily. Doesn't matter what class you're in. If you're racing a car in a different class, you get frustrated more easy. Why aren't they letting me go? Clearly, I'm quicker. They don't lose anything by letting me go. Why are they racing me this hard? I know we're on the same lap, but it doesn't really matter. And all that does is starts to amp up the frustration and the pressure. It leads to mistakes. You got to, again, drive within yourself. Jonas Fawkes has to play this very, very smartly, of course, getting pressed by the cars behind. George Boothby started either 20th or just outside the top 20. The McLaren Veloce 912 doesn't seem to have the outright pace today, but is making their way up through the field. Racing incident between cars 44 and the 938 on lap 36, and a 30-second time penalty for car 114 for causing a collision on lap 34 versus car 60. Another 30-second time penalty.
Yeah, Leitao, we had a stop-go 30 earlier on, but this is a 30-second. I hope we've got a replay of that, because that's going to be huge, isn't it? So, we don't want to see big crashes, but we do, really. So, yeah, let's see that. But you're right. In terms of George Boothby, he's currently, let me just try and do some counting here, 9th position. So he's moved up again. He's into that top 10. He's up into 9th spot, but just keeping himself out of trouble. Doesn't need to push, doesn't need to do anything too silly. And ultimately, I think that they still end up with the championship lead coming out of this round, which is, again, if you're struggling for pace, if you don't feel like the car's quite there, yet you're still going to be leading the championship coming out of this round. Job done. Good day.
Self-awareness is absolutely at a premium in a race like today and a track like today, where maybe you don't have your best stuff in the race car. But again, you're not going to win the championship today, but you can sure lose it today if you overreact or you maybe don't perform to the best of your ability. Got to mind your P's and Q's, got to stay out of trouble like you said, and again, just run the laps. Count down the grains of sand in the hourglass, move on to maybe a different track combo that suits you just a little bit better. But again, that said, moving up the field, doing a good job.
Yeah, and if you keep yourself out of trouble, I think you're definitely going to gain a couple more spots today. So who's to say there's not even a potential top 5 in the offering for McLaren Veloce on a day when they wouldn't have really been expecting it, especially after what happened at the start of this race. It rendered championship rivals completely out of this. I don't even know where the number 51 is, like what position they're in this race. So the Ferrari Esports car were out, merely 6-7 corners into the race. So, yeah, McLaren Veloce are still in a relatively good position. I think that they might be worried that Williams are hitting form with 2 cars because they got 2 hits at it each and every round. But for the most part, they're looking pretty good. We're on board then with the leaders of the silver class in that number 1 car, maybe preemptive in their choice of number, potentially for next season, just doing it a season earlier because they look very strong indeed so far this season. They got Matasia though right behind, only 2 tenths behind in that Aston Martin, and then we got Richie in the Ferrari. So this is a genuine battle for the lead of the silver class, and it's been this close from the start. If you're in that West Side Coast competition car, you've got to be sweating here, but they're dealing with the pressure really well.
Certainly came into the pits quite close. They came out even closer still somehow. The top 3 under a blanket. This is almost a mirror image of what we were looking at for the overall lead in the pro class at the end of stint number 1. But like you said, Sebastian Apostle for West Competition, they have everything to play for. And they're not overdriving the car. They're not making defensive moves. Nobody particularly close enough. It's almost as if those 3 drivers in the silver class are somewhat happy with where they are. They must all think they have what it takes, and certainly they do have what it takes to take victory in the silver class today. Nobody willing to chance it here.
No, certainly not. And you've got to add that extra sprinkling of there's 2 classes effectively racing in the same class. So, there are going to be battles with other cars. You've got to pick your battles. Sometimes you've got to let a car go for the better of your race. And that's all part of the strategy of a 9-hour race around Kyalami. It really is as simple as that. On board now with Statsenko, who's lost that position to Rotters. So Rotters has got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he? He is absolutely travelling through the pack. Is there the potential for him to catch up to Nils Naujokes? Naujokes has lost about 8 tenths of a second to the leaders from the pit stop. So they really are flying the front 2. Darren McCormack, by the way, is in the lead. So that's something we missed there. The lead has changed hands. Fiala now is behind Darren McCormack. And, well, Williams have changed positions. I wonder if we're able to see exactly how that went down. But, yeah, there we go. Different leader.
Yeah, Darren McCormack into the lead of the race, getting by their teammate Fiala now, the trailing car of the lead, too. Rotters, of course, did get by Statsenko for P4. Rotters, of course, came out of pit lane P5, so they're net up a spot. They did lose time to Naujokes in the process, but the big story, Darren McCormack assumes the lead for the first time today after being half a second out of the lead, what seemed like all race to this point.
Yeah, if I was anybody else in this race, I would be worried. That's not what you want to see. And they've also got Dominic Blyer and Dennis Schuniger to get in the car yet, and those 2 are equally as fast. So, yeah, this is worrying signs that the Williams team have got not only 1 car out in the lead, but they've got 2 cars. They've even got someone to protect McCormack from a potential advance from behind. Yeah, this is looking a very good lead, although Nils Naujokes has just put in a couple of really good sectors. He's actually closed the gap to the leader by a couple of tenths and closed down on Fiala by about half a second. Oh, here we go. It is the replay of the move then. A little bit of a mistake there from Fiala. Runs a little bit wide. Darren McCormack was patient to this point, and then he just senses the opportunity up the inside. Just trail breaks his way onto the apex. Oh, it's lovely, actually, isn't it? Fiala's not going to fight him, of course. I think if that's any other car, they go side by side for a bit longer. I still think that the same outcome would have happened.
Yeah, probably so. Fiala got the S's just a little bit wrong and had no answer into Leah Cup. Realized that whether it was going to be the inside or the outside, he was going to have some company and didn't really defend there at all. I think you would kind of expect that out of teammates, wouldn't you, really? So no real surprise there. So new leader of the race, our 3rd different leader in less than an hour and a half. It's been a fight up at the front.
It certainly has. It's been very clean, hasn't it? We saw 1 bit of contact between McCormack and Osterman, and McCormack just kind of went, oh, sorry about that. Oops, didn't mean to do that, and made sure that he was able to drive away, and all was good. By the way, Rotters has just done the fastest lap of the race, so the surprise package are still surprising people. Whipperman Racing, of course, they were in the lead coming into the pit stop, but there was a mistake from Osterman. He spun the car around again. It looked spectacular. 10 out of 10 dismount. But ultimately, they put him down into P5. But now, with the fastest lap, Rotters is on the charge.
Certainly is. Of course, that's all a part of staying calm and getting your positions back, knowing that you have it in the car. What I'm curious about more than anything else is we saw that car fall off so much halfway into the stint. Will we see that again? Speaking of seeing it again, it's like deja vu up here in the booth. 30-second time penalty for car 11 for causing a collision versus the 333. back on lap 27. I have lost count how many 30-second penalties we have seen today.
Yeah, I have a number 11 on my entry list here, actually. I think they must have, the numbers must be a little bit messed up with the server. But yeah, it's Kyalami is one of those really strange circuits. You get it slightly wrong, and you get it's old school in a way, where you got grass to contend with or a gravel track to contend with. There are a few places where you can run off nicely, but for the most part, it's a bit of more of an orthodox circuit from the 80s, 90s. So if you just get it slightly wrong, you're in trouble. And if another car gets involved with you as well, it could be really, really bad. So yeah, it's a track that magnifies incidents potentially. As we see him move a little bit further back, I think Richie is, wow, that's to get a lap on the car behind, actually. So Richie just pushing through, currently in a P9 and just going about his business nice and quietly.
A lot of scrapping going on here. This is, again, for spots that are vaguely near the top 10. Jeffrey Ritchie trying to drive away in the Ace-Tech SimSport Visceral 44 machine. Speaking of this group of cars, Michael Hamlet down in the pit lane, he has given me an interesting piece of information. He believes that Sebastian Apostle in that race leading number 1 West competition BMW is driving without any force feedback at all right now.
And that's information you would not have got from Steve Proudly. So Michael Hamlet, take a bow. I'm in his good books, right? We're just about to finish our stint, so I've just got to get his good books before we finish it. But yeah, no force feedback. That to keep the lead, that is ridiculous. Like, maybe 5, even more than that, 8 years ago, I think you could probably get away with it. In today's era of sim racing, because of the equipment that we do have, that's crazy. That is actually quite ridiculous that he's managing to maintain that position. I guess it's a defensive job. That's why this group stayed so close together, because it is a case of just positioning yourself in the right spot. But I'm sure that the West competition team cannot wait to get him out of the car and get someone else in.
Yeah, it's quite frustrating too, because if you think about driving, it is a lot of muscle memory. Contact in the background. One of the Hondas hard into the wall, exiting Leacop. And I wonder if other cars got involved. I don't think so. Nicholas Alvarado for HPDS Pro in the 93, the Argentine driver trying to rejoin here, and it's gone even more wrong as now they're perpendicular to the racetrack and backing up in front of other cars. Luckily, they're very heads up. Everyone able to drive away, but a scary moment for Alvarado here.
Connery Maddock, she is somewhere absolutely furious with what has happened there with that rejoin. Luckily, no one was in the way in the end, but that was just a comedy of errors. Not ideal.
No, what you would probably have liked to have seen there is a backing up to the inside wall of the racetrack to do that. Unfortunately, not able to do that. Probably Nicholas Alvarado probably thought there for a second that, oh, I've got enough time to do this, and probably was trying to light the tires up, spin the car around, didn't get any of that, and that's so why they ended perpendicular to the racetrack. The Wave Yellows there, I think, bailed some people out as they entered Leacop. They certainly had to know that there was a stranded car somewhere.
That's one of the huge differences between real racing and sim racing. With yellows, sim racing, they just tend to ignore them, to be honest. And there's no real way of being able to get the telemetry data live to then penalize cars. Like there is, obviously, if you really want to go through everything. I guess you maybe in the future you have to look at that. But for the most part, they just ignore yellows. Whereas in real racing, you get a penalty if you don't brake in the yellows. Like, you have to at least show that you're. I know in Formula One it's a bit of a silly. They just have to press the brake a touch, don't they, right, to show that they've shown some awareness. But yeah, in sim racing they tend to ignore it. So yeah, even though the yellows were flying, the car rejoining still needs to take a bit more care, in my opinion.
Can confirm. I will say, I think a lot of that has to do with the removal of the self-preservation aspect that you do not really get in sim racing most of the time. Kolosov for Armamentario in the 678, trying to make a move here on the 114 for position. Letal gets, I don't know if there was contact there or not, but gets the position anyway, does Kolosov.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, another really nice fact here is that Luca Lossio has gone up 29 places in the Lamborghini. So, number 13, number 63, who are currently third in the championship. This would be some story if they can manage to gain, they're even ahead of the McLaren Veloce team. So this is some effort there from that outfit.
Every race, I feel like there's at least one team that does that. Maybe they have a bad qualifying. Could be that their good qualifying laps get invalidated. Easy to do, especially when you're pushing for every millimeter of racetrack space that you have out there. Easy to go over the limit, easy to not get your lap in exactly where you want it. So sometimes you start out of position. Always, it looks like there's a car that's out of position that gains a bunch of spots. They're the hero of the race. They're certainly in the running with that performance thus far.
Yeah, 100%. I guess if you start that far down, you kind of, and you're a team that's expected to be winning the champion or fighting for the championship, you've got no choice, right? Full send. It is 9 hours of just absolute full send. I'm not sure they would have expected to be as high up as they are, so they might be able to relax a little bit earlier. But this is, yeah, for sure, performance of the day so far.
I will say, too, when you start near the back of one of these races, you kind of know what your game plan is, right? There's no argument, there's no critique. You know exactly what you got to do. You got to gain places, you got to gain them in fistfuls throughout the entire race. So whatever accomplishes that is what you have to do. There's no laying back, there's no waiting for a pit stop to gain a spot. You cannot do that. You have to be on it from the start. It makes it simple. It's also very difficult to do. It's really impressive when it happens like it has for the 63 today.
Yeah, 100%, but that's the same for every team. That's why we have 3 or 4 drivers per team, so they can be on it. And that's, again, another thing that's a bit different from real-life racing and sim racing, as we've got now car 888 on lap 43, no further action between 62 and 888. We've got a 5-second time penalty for 110 for causing a collision. That's been added, 5-second time penalty. Yeah, that's another thing in sim racing. I feel like that it is a sprint, even though it's 9 hours, it's a sprint race. They are like qualifying lap after qualifying lap after qualifying lap, whereas in real racing, I think they're about 97% kind of, it's almost like I plucked the number out of the air there, isn't it? They're just a little bit under the 100% mark in a race opposed to qualifying. So it's the two differences.
Sure is. And by the way, just to add a little context to that incident, remember we talked about the 110, your pole sitter led the opening stanza of the race, had issues getting on to pit lane. That 25 car was the one that they passed them for P4, so a little bit of contact when that pass occurred.
It certainly did. Yeah, we've had plenty of contact today, that's for sure. We've had plenty of everything. We've had everything that you would expect from a 9-hour race in the first 90 minutes. And while to sum it all up, we've got a highlights package here. So let's have a look at what's happened so far in this race. It was Osterman on pole position, then for Whipperman Racing, and well, whipped his way up into P1 and held on to that. Well, for the whole first stint, you can see the 2 Williams cars were second and third. It was a very good start for them. A little bit further back, though, it wasn't such a good start because, well, all hell was about to be unleashed. And, well, one of our championship contenders, the Ferrari Esports outfit, number 51 there, gets spun by the Jean Alesi. And, well, here we go. It's the big one. The big one is happening. I think maybe 15 to 20 cars were involved. Maybe 8 or 9 of them had damage that was bad enough for them to probably be out of this race, and also 1 car on its roof as well. We see the 938 here battling for position. We've got a Ferrari in behind the number 44. It's just Aston Martin's all over the show. But this has been the story of the race so far. There are just sort of clusters of 3, 4, 5 cars just battling for position, whether it be in the silver class or indeed the pro class. It's just been like that the whole time around. We see here a potential move from Artur Kamari. Tried to fake it twice on Kamil Pawlowski, and Kamil Pawlowski, the wily Polish driver, was able to indeed hold on to that position. But look at this, side by side, Kamara trying to hold that overlap as we head in towards turn number 3. It wasn't quite able to work out. This, well, yeah, answers on a postcard, ladies and gentlemen. I could try commentate that, but yeah, just wasn't very good. But then the Aston Martin, just up ahead, the silver one, just took 2 free spots. They were in behind, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. We've got Osterman here, who came into the pits in the lead, and whoops, around we go. Again, it looks sensational. We've got to give it a 10 out of 10 for a dismount. It was gymnastics as a gold medal. Unfortunately, this is motorsport, and it actually cost them 4 positions. They went down to P5 from the lead. Rotters, since then, has got the fastest lap of the race and actually has put himself into P4, although they've got a 5-second penalty, which we just saw, the 1-1-0. Darren McCormack leads for Williams. We've done our first stint here, Jesse. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm done for the rest of the day, but you're coming back a little bit later, I believe. But yeah, it's been awesome, mate.
Yeah, it certainly has. We've not been any sort of drought for action out there. There's been a lot of contact, been a lot of great racing as well. Still hot battles in both classes. The top couple of cars in both classes, just absolutely fantastic. I think that's going to continue all race long.
Absolutely. Well, when we come back, it will be left in the capable hands of Lewis McLeod's son, Ewan O'Leary, and we've also got Austin Bulker. So enjoy the rest of the race, and we'll see you next round.
Thanks very much, Luke. Thanks, Jesse, as well. We'll be hearing from him a little bit later on. But welcome along to Kyalami. I'm Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Austin Bulker for the next 3 hours or so. And we're taking you through the midpoint of the Kyalami 9 hour this afternoon. As we mentioned, Darren McCormack is leading in a Williams Esports 1-2. 555 following the 66 right now. And they've had a very good start to the race, haven't they? Austin, welcome in. It's good to be alongside you for this one. We've had an action-packed opening to this race, but we're expecting things to settle down now in Austin, in all honesty. This is, after all, the middle point of a very long race.
Yeah, that's right. First off, glad to be here. Happy to be commentating alongside you. And yeah, I couldn't agree more. This middle point of the race is kind of when things start to slow down. You get the second driver in the car for almost everybody except that 555 car of Daniel McCormack. He's out there doing his second stint of the race. But this is kind of after you get all those early race jitters out of you and you really start to get into the nitty-grittiness of the race where you have to start minding your P's and Q's, because before you know it, you're going to be at the halfway point in this race where you know there's more that's already happened than you have left, and you just really need to make sure you continue to keep this car on track. And I tell you what I'm really excited for, I'm kind of interested to see if the 66 car can go up there and challenge that 555 car for the lead. They've been kind of in there, kind of just waiting to have their opportunity for the clean air and have that lead, so I'm interested to see if they'll take it.
Yes, it is going to be interesting, but I do have my doubts personally. I think that Mercedes just has the edge over a long run, which of course there will be many of over the course of this race, but we'll have to wait and see, of course. We've had some news through as well of another team who did well at Bathurst not doing so well here. I think the only team to finish inside the top 5 during the previous round are, well, the 912 team, the only team up there at the moment in this race. Maybe with the exception, the 14 are away, aren't they, as well? So the 912 are the only team who finished inside the top 5 during Bathurst, who are doing remotely well here in this race, I would say. They're currently down in 9th, though, which is not a great result for them. The reason I bring this up is because the 4th place team from Bathurst, SMP Racing Esports, have just officially retired from this race around about 2 minutes ago. Mikhail Baikov was at the wheel at the time and has become our 3rd retirement of the day. I've got to say, Austin, it's been a really bizarre pro race. I've got to say, the 912 didn't qualify so well, although it's raced well, it's not so much up there at the moment. And the only team to finish inside the top 5 last time to be in the top 10 this time, which I can't remember happening in any series I've ever done, really.
Yeah, it's really topsy-turvy how everything's kind of played out with the two things you mentioned there, kind of the cars flip-flopping around on themselves. And how about that 912 car as well by Boothby? You know, qualified not so well. He continues to improve his position, though. I think he's going to make it, I would reckon, at least up to 8th place overall in the race by the time we're done, just with the amount of time we have left and the kind of pace that those three guys have in their car. But I think it just comes down to the differences between the two circuits like you talked about. Last round was in Bathurst. That's a completely different circuit than this one. You know, you've got walls on both sides. It's a lot more slower corners, a lot tighter corners. And I think that just comes down to the balance of performance and what these drivers want to extract out of their cars in terms of A, handling, and B, just what the cars can handle themselves.
Well, I think that he's already up to 8th place, Boothby. I didn't miscount earlier. I think Luca Losio has been off the road just as you were talking there. I'm not sure where, but we saw the yellow flag at the top of the screen there, and Losio is now nowhere to be seen in the 63 Lamborghini. So that also means I was lying to you a little bit earlier about those that finished inside the top 5 being in the top 10, but that's fine. He's not anymore, I don't think, Losio. Well, it's not him anymore either. It's Danilo Santoro who's now at the wheel. It may have just been a pit stop, in all fairness, because they are at that region of the circuit, but the presence of that yellow flag does make me fear slightly. Few more penalty decisions coming through. 5 second time penalty for the 888, which they can't serve, of course, because they're out, and a racing incident between the 62 and the 25. So nothing that we're going to be taking note of too heavily over the course of the next pit stop phase, which can't be too far away. But one thing that will be of note is that penalty for the 110 that we've got. Louis Roters has got that one in that pole sitting car for Vipperman Racing. That is likely going to put them behind G2 and also Statsenko in the 25 Santalot car. So a costly little 5-second time penalty, and that was the story that I took away from Bathurst personally, is that Ferrari Esports really could have won that race had they avoided the penalties, and maybe you do just wonder whether Vipperman Racing will be kicking themselves in a similar way at the end of this one.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you there as well, and that's what all racing is, really. It's one of those situations where, you know, a coulda, woulda, shoulda, and in those situations, you know, hindsight is 20/20, but there's nothing more you can do than get back in the race car today, come on here and do your absolute best. Looking here at George Boothby in the 912 car, talked about him. You know, I think he can make it to 8th place overall, already 8th place in class, so he's having a pretty good run of it. I feel like, though, if he were to get up to 8th overall, you know, he'd only pass one car in his class. That's the 889 car of Milana. I think it's possible, but I think he just needs a little bit of strategy to go his way, and maybe some luck there as well. You see he's got Fox right behind him in the 72 car. Oh, going a little bit wide there, but nonetheless going to stay on it. He's kind of in a land of his own. He's got a car in front of him and a car behind him, so he's kind of on an island all to himself, but those cars, again, not in his class.
And that is the problem for them. It's a fantastic battle for the lead, by the way, in silver, but it's not particularly intriguing to George Boothby. He'll want to get through as quickly as he possibly can. This is another fight for pro positions, though. Eamon Murphy and Mikhail Statsenko, two absolute greats in the 8cc game. G2 versus Santalok as well. Two very recognisable teams, and both right up there at the moment. Santalok were 8th at Bathurst, G2 were 10th. Which does lose them quite a few points on Veloce, who of course won that race at Bathurst. The drop-off is quite severe, and they'll need to make some of those back up. Statsenko is looking pretty strong here, though. Was not expecting this from an Audi, I've got to say, but he's beginning to apply the pressure. Looks to the inside and the outside as they brake heavily down towards the Crocodiles at turn 13. But Statsenko can't find a way through for the moment, and will likely look towards turn 1 for his next opportunity.
No, I didn't think the Audis would be particularly strong today here either, but you see them, they've been the dominant force up there in the top 6 cars in the pro category. I mean, half of the top 6 is solely made up of Audis. You got Viala, Reuters, and then Statsenko, so I'm not too surprised anymore to see them up there, but before today, I would not have said that, you know, half the top 6 would be Audis alone. As you can see, Milana here in the 889 car, trying to see if he can't hunt down the car just up the road again. He's kind of on an island all to himself. He's got a Postal up ahead of him in the 1 car, and then leading this train of 3 cars, that's the 85 car, that's Mateja, in the 85, that's the Aston Martin there, you see him.
Yeah, it's funny you say that he's on an island. As far as that flags to be believed, he's from Indonesia, so probably is, literally. But there we are. It's going to be racing quite into the night for some, actually. I've noticed some drivers from the Eastern Asia region driving here right now, which is going to be useful when we get to the 24 hours in Spa, as we've already talked about plenty of times over the course of the season, and I'm sure we'll get to in the summer, when or the middle of summer, when we get to that race. But probably worthwhile getting those kind of drivers in early, because it will get quite late in the night by this time this race is finished. I would already presume that the eastern part of Asia is into 11, 12 o'clock at night, maybe at worst. And we're already very early on in the race, so it could be worthwhile getting them in early and then letting them sleep a little bit, because otherwise it could be a very, very long night for some. But also thinking of guys like Huang, who's driving the 110, the 118 at the minute, the 118 Porsche in 13th overall. He's from that region as well, and will likely want to get his hours in early. But for the Europeans, it's very much across the middle of the day again. Murphy and Statsenko battle again in towards turn 1. They won't change positions. They'll stay single file for the moment, but they continue to lose time to Darren McCormack, who's really beginning to stretch his legs now. The gap between the 2 Williams Esports cars just extends to more than 1 second for the first time in quite some time. and it kind of reflects the race pace that Mercedes has gotten, maybe just showing that it has that little bit of an edge over the course of a race pace. While it was maybe not quite on top during qualifying, the race is where the Mercedes has really been a little bit more comfortable by the looks of things.
Yeah, and it's crazy, too, that you talk about the time difference as well, because, you know, for you folks over there in Europe, it's probably, about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but for us folks here in the United States, it's just turned 9 o'clock in the morning. So to tune into the beginning of this race, it was like 6 or 7 a.m. for me, and, you know, you go to the other side of the board over in East Asia, they're about getting ready to go to bed. So, yeah, very important that you get those guys in if you maybe have any drivers on. Even the Pacific Coast, the West Coast of the United States, it's still 6:10 a.m. for them. So those drivers, of course, going to take some of the later stints in the race. But as you see here, we're looking at the 110 car rooters. This car was leading the race for the first hour and 6 minutes or so until you saw it on the replay. They went into the pits, did a little bit of a loop-de-loop, a pretty cool donut. I liked it, but unfortunately, great dismount. Again, unfortunately, though, not the kind of thing you want to do in racing. Lost them 5 positions. They came out, I think, in 5th or 6th. They've done a good job to go ahead and recuperate those spots, but like you tucked out there, Ewan, they're going to continue to fall back through the field because they have to serve that 5-second time penalty the next time they come down pit road.
Yeah, that was one of my favourite moments of the race, by the way. It was such an elegant, neat pirouette, I guess, in the pit lane. I know it lost them 3 places, but it was somewhat amusing and very, very satisfying on the eye. So well done to them on that one. They'll be pitting again soon, of course, and hopefully not repeating. Interesting you mentioned the West Coast as well in terms of time zones. Just to completely clean that point up, we've got Arjuna Kakipalli, who will be taking you to the flag a little bit later on, or at least part of the team taking us to the flag a little bit later, and he is very much early on in the morning seeing this race, and obviously it started very, very early for the US guys. So there we are, that's that point cleaned up entirely. Another large penalty coming in for the Triple Eight, 30-second time penalty, which won't be served once again because they're not in the race. No further action between the Triple Eight and the 60. But it does seem that the Triple Eight was getting into a lot of incidents before it unfortunately retired at the end of lap 50. Mikhail Baikov eventually pulling the plug only 10 minutes ago. But they've got 35 seconds worth of penalties here today that they won't end up serving. It still matters and it still affects them because they will be getting the BWP points added to them, behavioural warning points. Is what that stands for, and so that will still affect them over the course of the season here, Austin. They haven't exactly gotten away with it, even if it doesn't affect them in this race.
No, and I was just going to say, too, it's not like to get off scot-free from causing, a lot of commotion. Let's say like a bull in a china shop, if you will, just going around breaking all the plates and the mugs and the cups and the dishes or whatever. They still do get those points, so they don't just get off scot-free because, they came down pit road, they parked a car and got out of it. They still have to serve all those penalties or they get the behavioral warning points. So that's going to carry through with them for the rest of the foreseeable future as well. So again, it's not like you can go out there and kind of be a menace to society, come down pit road and, that was a different guy, a different day. We're all cool, right? Not quite. As you see, the 89 car continues to be tailed by this 110. He's getting a little bit closer, but, talk through this one with me. If you're in that 110 car, knowing that your teammate went out there, qualified on the pole, led for the first hour plus, what are you trying to do to get back up to the lead? I mean, how much are you going to force yourself to get by this 89 car?
Well, I don't think he's going to be forcing himself into anything. You've got to drive within yourself and to your own limits rather than everybody else's. So, and obviously these guys should know that. So I think they'll be absolutely fine in that respect. It is an interesting one, though, about the fact that they were on pole earlier on, and now that they are quite a few seconds away from that first position, and by the end of this stint and the end of that penalty, they'll be more than 10 seconds away, I would argue. But they've just got to get their head down and keep going the way they are in this one. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I do believe that Rotors has actually got the fastest lap. We saw earlier on that McCormack was trading that fastest lap with the 110 team, and there was a stage in the race where they both had it, which hasn't happened for quite some time. I don't remember the last time I saw that, but I think when Roach's got into the car, he took that first position on the lap times, and now holds that fourth place with the purple lap as well. Incident for car 5 that's given them a 15-second time penalty. That was with car 11 a little bit earlier on. That's what the Unicorns of Love HRT car that's been given that penalty for an incident with the 11, and that's even more frustrating, I would argue, here, because it was an incident with well, actually a car that I can't find. I believe a silver car though. From what I can find on that one, and that's pretty frustrating. Hubin's been recovering basically in that 5 for quite some time, but that's going to set them back all over again.
Yeah, certainly. Just look to see this other battle deeper in the field here. Boothby touched on this a little bit earlier, still out there on kind of his own island in between two of the silver class cars. He himself as a pro driver, and just in case you maybe forgot or are tuning in just a little bit late there, you can tell what class the drivers are in based on the background color of their number on the left-hand side of the screen. If it's a white background, they're a pro driver, and if it's a silver background, they're just that, a silver class driver. So there's 2 races going on here inside the same race, just like what you might see on a WEC race, maybe an IMSA, even SRO for that matter as well. 2 different races going on in the same race, but all on the same cars and just as competitive from one class to the next.
It is absolutely fantastic. Here's George Boothby, who's just on the back of Huang at the moment in the 118 Porsche, the highest place of the Porsches actually that have really been struggling today, I've got to say. There's unfortunately already a retired Porsche, the 977 of Noah Eder has already come into the pit lane and retired. That's the Kramer Racing Esports team. I've got to say, I really tipped them to do very well this season, but I don't think they've gotten off to the best start in the silver category. In Bathurst, they finished down in 13th place, which is just inside the points, and they're not going to be scoring any today, so a real shame for them so far. They're already out, along with Jordan Sherritt as well in the 51, and Mikhail Baikov we've already spoken about. But worth noting, and just talking a little bit on the 51 team, the Ferrari Esports team, because after all they did come second at Bathurst, and they aren't going to be scoring any points here at Kyalami today. What were your thoughts on the opening exchanges, Austin, with the incident that happened? I mean, as far as I was concerned, John Lacey Esports got exactly what they deserved with a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. It could very easily have been, or you could have justified a more severe penalty, in all honesty. It caused the roadblock that we did eventually see on that opening lap.
No, I couldn't agree more, and I think the admins at that point, you know, the racing stewards, you have to look at it from the standpoint of, A, is it the first lap? Yes. B, how egregious is the penalty? And sometimes it's not just how egregious was that, but it's more so, I think, what were the intentions there, or what were they trying to do? And I think you'd have to take an additional step back to say, even though you caused a giant roadblock on the track that pretty much junked half the field's worth of cars, I don't think you can take that into account, because if it were to happen any other lap in the race, maybe it only takes out the 2 or 3 cars kind of in the immediate vicinity. So I think they made the right call there with the 30 seconds, but I can easily see how maybe you should park the car, maybe give them a minute time penalty or something. So just a lot of options, but you know, it's not kind of my place, I like to say, to comment on what the racing stewards should have done. But I definitely, I can see both sides of it, the 30 seconds or a larger penalty.
In all fairness, the 28 team have recovered quite well. Joshua Allen is down in 22nd overall at the moment, and is 12th in the silver category down there. So they have actually recovered well, in all fairness to them. But even so, that opening lap incident did not paint them full of glory, I'm afraid. 2 Williams Esports cars, 1 and 2 here at Kyalami though. We're less than 2 hours into this one, and we're still a very, very long way to go, and some very, very warm temperatures out there at the moment. It's Darren McCormack and Wojciech Fiala who lead 1 and 2. You'd expect them to be making their second pit stop of the day very soon. Quite possibly their first driver change of the day very soon as well, because we've seen that they started the car. They're still there right now, and I would be surprised if they continue on for any longer than just the 2 hours they've been in there currently.
I'd be pretty surprised myself. I mean, double stinting, for 2 stints back to back, that's okay. It's doable. A lot of people like to do that. For this race, though, it's kind of a toss-up. You've got 9 hours. Do you keep one driver in the car for 3 hours at a time and just shuffle them like that? I've seen that a lot, but 3 hours is a lot. I mean, I could maybe I've seen my attention span's worth about an hour and a half. After that, I kind of get bored or I start to slip up and make mistakes. 2 hours is doable, but man, after that third hour, everything starts to hurt. Your shoulders kind of start to hurt. Your knees might start to hurt, some of those other muscles in the lower part of your legs from, getting on the gas, getting on the brake, and you do have to modulate them. It's not like you're out there in some sort of a slow go-kart where you just mash the throttle and mash the brake. You have to make fine-tune adjustments as well, and doing all that tends to really hurt your muscles and your joints and stuff like that. So I would be quite surprised if those guys stayed in the car for another hour, those 2 Williams Esports drivers. But I tell you what, I'm taking notes on how close that 66 car is, because he's closed that gap. I think it was about a second when we first started commentating our portion of the race here, so I'm interested to see if he can continue to get closer, what might happen between those 2 cars. Does one maybe let the other one by? They've got a big gap to the 89 car down there in the 3rd position and rounds out the podium, that BMW of Nils. So I'm interested to see what happens. I'm kind of looking to see if that Mercedes, it looks like it's been on rails pretty much all race long. I mean, he was stalking there, that 110 car, Ruda's teammate. So maybe he's got a lot more speed later in the run, but I think this Audi is where it's at right now.
Yeah, the Audi does seem to be able to hold its pace quite well through the stint, actually, in a way that I wasn't quite expecting, in all honesty. Thought it would just fall away compared to the Mercedes, but apparently not. The silver battle is just as interesting as well, by the way. We've got Michele Parella at the front here for the 938 Aston Martin team. Then you can see 44 Ferrari just behind. That's Aztec Simsports Visceral and Jeffrey Ritchie, who's just in there in second place. Then we've got the 85 of Team Racing Point, and then following on from that is the number 1 of West Competition Racing and Sebastian Apostel. You can't quite see any longer in the background of that shot. Actually, it's just the front 3, but even so, what a race we're seeing here in the silver category. At the moment, Parella is doing a good job to hold on to this lead, but the Ferrari is just pounding in behind, and unfortunately, the 85 of Lucas Matej has a penalty worth 10 seconds. I don't quite know if we've had official word through as to which incident that was with, but anyway, he'll be falling away now, and it might well be about this front 2, but the Aston Martin and Ferrari look pretty locked together, and are settling in for what should be their second stop very soon. But before that, I don't think we're going to see a pass here from the Ferrari. Ritchie seems pretty pleased to sit behind for the moment and just keep the pressure on to Parella and stay behind him just for the moment.
Yeah, Parella in this absolute res tech by Hazel. He's doing a great job at the lead Aston Martin for this silver category, but I kind of think you're right there. I think Ritchie in the 44 Ferrari, I think he's kind of content to just ride around. I feel like for right now, I mean, look at that car. It's just a lot more well-behaved than that Aston Martin. You see the Aston kind of twitchy in some places. He's kind of having a counter steered up out of the corner sometimes, and I think that Ferrari, I mean, it kind of seems like he's at 9/10 right now, just kind of vibing, just riding around. You see he's not really having to widen the track as much as at 938, and you asked him to talk about some penalties there. Here's 2 of them. Incident between the 93 and the 121 car in lap 52, a warning to the 121 for aggressive driving, and then the one you were just talking about there, incident between the 1 car and the 85 car on lap 57, a 10-second penalty to the 85 for causing a collision. So asking you shall receive, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, I thought it was going crazy, seeing penalties that I'd been seeing the whole time and just hadn't registered in my brain, but clearly not on this occasion. The battle for 10th place overall is an interesting one too. This is Sebastian Apostel, who's dropped back quite a bit over the course of this stint, but was told earlier on, of course, I think Luke and Jesse have reported this, that Sebastian Apostel in the number 1 was actually driving with no force feedback. I don't know if that's still the case, but I'd imagine it is, because I don't know how you go about changing that halfway through a stint. You can see Moilana just in behind there in the 11th place, the 889 Pro car for Legion of Racers. Then you've got Manuel Pop here for Get Closer Racing, who had a fantastic VCR Flexstream series just over the course of the winter break, the winter period in between the 2 IGTC seasons. Up there at the moment in the silver category, and that's fantastic to see for Get Closer Racing. But Maulana doing Apostle a bit of a favour here, really. They're not teammates, of course, but the fact that Mercedes is in between them is just preventing Manuel Pop from having a go at that 4th position.
Yeah, and sometimes, when you're these silver drivers, you get kind of aggravated because these pro cars are in your way, but they're also in a race out there all to themselves, and it's kind of everybody's job to share this giant racetrack between the two classes of cars, and it might be a little bit aggravating just because you can be a little bit faster than the guy ahead of you, but you need to be 4 or 5 tenths a second a lap faster just to go out and pass that guy. So being 2 or 3 tenths of a second faster, that's great. You can catch him, you can run him down, but it's one thing to catch a guy, it's a completely different thing to pass him. And talking about guys in that same situation, the cars having to share the track in 2 different classes. Here we're looking at the 118 car of Huang. You talked about him being a East Asia driver. You can see pretty late there for him. One of the drivers carrying our onboard cams, and again, kind of, not necessarily on an island all to himself. He does have a pro car behind him, but he's got another silver class driver just up ahead. That's that Pop Machine, the number 7. No, excuse me, there's a long ways up the road. Sorry, that's another pro class driver.
Yeah, there's that complicated part of the race now, isn't it, where there's lap cars everywhere and we don't quite know who's where and who is doing what at this stage. That was all very wide from everybody in towards turn 10, but absolutely fine. George Boothby just gains a bit of time as a result, actually, and even a bit of a bobble from the Porsche actually over the course of turn 12 there, or through that flat out left-hander, but holds it together, and Boothby will stay behind. Jeffrey Ritchie's into the pit lane from 2nd in the silver category. He will drop down behind Huang and lose a class position there. Also lose a position to the 72 Aston Martin. You'll just be able to pop round in the background there, the Ren Velting car that will also pass through. But it's still a very, very busy racetrack out there, I've got to say. Still 43 cars out there on the circuit, many of which in contention for high positions in their class. And in the midfield, it's all about the Ferraris, the new 296 that has been added to the real world and added to ACC almost as quickly, is populating this midfield battle quite heavily, as you can see.
Yeah, how cool is that as soon as the real-life SRO series gets this new Ferrari, that ACC does as well. That's one of the coolest things, I think, is just the collaboration between the manufacturers, the real-life, the racing competitions, and then even the not so much real-life, but the simulators. You can see still locked on a harsh battle here. This is for the last podium spot for the pro category. You got Niels, he's on the camera right here, onboard camera, the 89, that's the BMW, the lead car, that mostly white car, and then trailing him is the 110, that's the Audi. That, again, just a refresher, was the leading car earlier in the race until they came down pit road. That awesome pirouette put them back about 5 or 6 positions. They've gained back 2 of them since then on the door of number 3.
There's Niels Knox, you can see in the bottom right of your screen, with the famous BMW background as well. Don't remember the last time I saw him driving, actually not in that shirt. He's always very good at representing the Team BMW BS competition, as you can see, or whatever variation of that name they've gone for. It's BMW M Team BS Plus competition, for those of you who are pedantic. There we are. They're third at the moment to make it 3 different manufacturers on the provisional podium, but we're still nearly 7 hours to go. It's not worth getting too excited about that for now. I think it's been good to see the rise of the BMW over the course of this race, though. It's worth remembering that the highest placed BMW finished in 9th at Bathurst. That was this car, and while we only have one other pro car in the form of the 852, this is more encouraging, certainly, from the BMW team in the pro category.
Yeah, it really is. I don't know if BS stands for maybe Bachelors of Science. Maybe we'll go with that one. But yeah, look in here. This 89 car is pulled away. Oh, man, that was a big tail slide there out of the 110 car. I think they're going to be wanting tires pretty soon. I think I do expect a lot of the cars to start coming down onto pit road. I think the longest they can go is to about the 6-hour, 50-minute mark based on what we saw out of their first stint. So I feel like they've maybe got 5 minutes if they want to push it. But, man, that 110 car, that seems to be very ill handling right now for Mr. Reuters. We'll see what happens with the rest of that, but I do expect for that 89 car to continue to pull away. And of course, 5-second time penalty for that 110. As soon as he comes down pit road, that's going to kind of backwards vault him, I would say, into at least the 6th position, maybe 7th overall in class.
Yeah, it's the legacy of old tyres, as you said, I think, and the fact that the Audi is not particularly kind on them on occasion as well. The temperatures as well are about as hot as they'll be all day at this point in the race. It's 3 p.m. in sim, as you can see at the top of your screen. We're starting this race roughly at the same time they would start it in real life as well, if you see what I mean. So the real life Kyalami now, I believe, starts at about 1 p.m. local, which means that you do get a bit of darkness towards the end of the race, and I think we will at the end of this, although we are approaching the height of summer, so it's possible we'll still see hints of light in the sky even at the very end of this one, but let's wait and see on that one later. The temperature certainly will come down, and maybe that will make things a bit more comfortable, but for now it's all about keeping those tyres in check and making sure that they don't fall off the cliff entirely. Statsenko has been looking at the back of this G2 Aston Martin for quite some time now, but Eamon Murphy has been unmoved, and I think that's the mark of a very good driver indeed. The fact that he's had a top driver behind him in the form of Mikhail Statsenko for an entire stint here, but have we seen him change his line once? No. And if we'd been watching his face camera for the entire time, I don't think we would have seen him check his mirrors very many times either.
No, certainly not. And that's just, one of the things they teach you, right, as a race car driver is, look, your mirror is up here, it's over to the side, and it's only so big, but your windshield's way out in front of you, as is the track. Just focus on what's ahead of you. Oh, you see an Acura go off track and then back on. Obviously not fighting for a position with these two drivers, Mullinger nor Allen. So they're just going to continue to go at it there. That might be a kind of a wrench in the gears of their machine there if they have to get by this lap car. We'll see if the blue flags wave or what the sportsmanship is like there. You see a lot of tail happiness out of that Ferrari as well, the 38 car. In the silver category again, as you see the 889 car mulling up, pitting.
And Joshua Allen just gaining as a result as well. Here he goes, actually. Allen with a late dive. Oh, and there's contact. That was always going to happen. A really late dive from the 28. And they'll give that position back, I think, or at least refrain from going through on the way up towards Cheetah at turn 15, because that was a humongous dive bomb. He came from a very long way back, and contact was inevitable, really.
Yeah, honestly, anytime you go off track like that and you have to put so much wheel back into the car, it's just one of those very hairy situations where you're sort of, you're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't. There you see a late lunge up the inside, and I think you can see not too happy with what just went on between the two cars, so Mullinger forced a little bit wide there. Man, let's really give it to him. That's some great racing there. Heads up driving by both those guys, and again, I think you kind of put yourself in that position there whenever that's going to happen with the two drivers. When you go off track and that guy isn't going to give you much room, but at the same time, you need to force yourself to get all that room back on track, because if you don't, you're going to go skate through the grass. These cars handle phenomenally when they're on the pavement, but anytime you go on that green stuff, it gets extremely slick, it can be bumpy, you get that car way out of shape way too fast, and it could end your day.
I can't say that Marco Marlin looks especially pleased about that, but it's happened anyway. It was quite a dive there, wasn't it, on a couple of occasions from Joshua Allen there in the 28. Clearly doesn't like doing things in good time, just goes for it straight down the inside, which is good to see on that occasion. We've got what I believe, by the way, is our first drive-through for track limits today as well, as far as I heard. Didn't quite catch the number, but I believe it's the first one that we've had. 22, and it's not the first one actually. I just clearly missed the first one. The 22 is Joe Scher, down in the 42nd position in the order at the moment. That is the Rocket Simsport Brabham Esports team in the Ferrari to receive a drive-through penalty for track limits. So that's something to note, as we always do in ACC, because you will get drive-throughs very quickly or going off the road. It's time for pit stops though. Darren McCormack and Wojciech Fiala are in. Nyox and Rogers will follow. Murphy and Statsenko will do so as well. And you'd expect everybody inside the top 20, I think, who have so far not pitted in this cycle to do that right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, doing that we haven't seen many drivers, if you are tailing somebody, go ahead, maybe try to undercut them by a lap. Not so much for the tire advantage, but more so for that advantage on clean air, where you can kind of run whatever pace you want. You might end up gaining a position, but maybe these drivers just, find fit. There's, again, almost 7 hours left in the race. There's no need to be too aggressive right now, but if you do want to pass a car, trying to pull the undercut is a great opportunity to do that. You see it all the time in Formula One racing. You saw it this past weekend at Le Mans. Ooh, too wide into the pit road. I would not recommend that. Very aggressive there from George Boothby. I'm not sure if maybe that 118 car was not very aggressive getting on the brakes in that 912. George knows exactly when to hit the brakes, and these guys will do that too. You start practicing for this race, you go, all right, I've done enough hot laps where I feel comfortable in the car. I have it to my liking, handling wise. I'm going to start practicing pit road entry. You'll do it. You'll find a pebble on the side of the racetrack or something there you can look at to say, all right, at that pebble right there, you slam on the brakes as hard as you can, and you just barely slow down to pit road speed limit.
I really thought he was going to attempt to overtake, actually, but thankfully didn't.
Sebastian Vettel style.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was really, well, it's not very wide pit entry, is it? So it would have been quite fearful, actually, or I would have been quite fearful. But anyway, that's sorted, and thankfully there wasn't anything there. Maciej Malinowski will get in to that Veloce car, and he will come out the pit lane ahead, actually, of the 118 there of Hemming, you can see. So Huang has gotten out, Hemming in, but losing a place in the pit stops. We've got a number of driver changes, so let's just go through some of them for you, shall we? Dominic Blyer is now leading the race, having taken over from Darren McCormack. Tinko van der Velde is in the Audi in second. Gregor Schill has taken over from Niels Nyox in third. Then we've got Jakob Osterman back in the car again in fourth place. Robbie Stapleford has taken over for Eamon Murphy for the first time. And Kamil Pawlowski has gotten into the sixth place 25 Santalok Audi for the first time today as well. So it's very much the time to make a driver change. In fact, I can't see anybody who hasn't made a driver change inside the top 10.
Yeah, I will say, pretty interested, though, in the fact they put Osterman back into that 110 car. As you see here, Kamil Pawlowski in the 6 car. This is his first laps out on track today in this race overall. You can see he's still behind that 62 car, now being piloted by Stapleford. The Aston Martin versus the Audi battle going on right here. Still interested to see, though, half the top 6, though, continue to be that Audi. And they do a really good job, especially in the early to middle part of the stint. But I just, my mind always goes back to the fact that 110 car was all over the place when it was still driven by Rooster there. So I'd be interested to keep an eye on them and maybe see if these guys are, kind of finding that off. Your Pawlowski right now in the 25. Do you push it to see if you can't get around the 62 car? Granted, still a long time to go in this race, and it's one of those situations where in an endurance race you do need to balance aggressiveness versus the longevity of the car, because not only can you not burn up your tires right here, if you make a mistake or go off track, put the car in the wall, not only is it your responsibility, right, but you're also letting down your other co-drivers, or it's not just your race that you're responsible for, it's the race of 2 other drivers. And that's the hardest thing for me, at least, to cope with whenever we do these longer races, the endurance type, where you have multiple guys in the same car.
It can be somewhat difficult to keep track of. I mean, but what it looks like from our perspective here is the fact that it could be quite frustrating for Santalok now, the fact that they've been stuck behind G2 for so long. It was, of course, the previous driver for ahead of Kamil Pawlowski, who had this situation previous, but now Pawlowski's back in the car. Is he going to come to this with a fresh mindset, or has he been watching and getting frustrated equally, even despite not being in the car here, to being stuck behind the G2 Aston Martin? That remains to be seen, as one of the Hondas hints at pulling out of the way on the front straight. The cars that have had issues earlier on in the race.
Yeah, the same damaged Acura that we saw kind of going off track and then back onto it just in front of the Ferrari battle we were watching. So interesting to see him continue to drive that car extremely slowly around the racetrack. That thing is probably hurt in some way, shape, or form, and they're just out there trying to complete a lot of laps. And oh, this might be the turning point. Watch, he's going to use this car as a pick. We'll see which way he goes, but side by side here down the backstretch as they go. Man, that was an aggressive move. I like it, though.
Deep into sunset goes Stapleford as Pavlovsky tried to go around the outside. There was contact made and the Audi goes wide, not able to make its way inside the top 5 for the first time in quite some time. That lap car, as you say, just providing that short bit of an opportunity to the Santalock Audi. That's all Pavlovsky needed, but there was contact. Stapleford holds on, but well, I'm not sure the Santalock team will be very pleased about it at all.
Yeah, we'll have to see just how fast that Santalock car can catch back up there and try to vie for a position again. And when they do, how aggressive are they this time? I mean, that was a pretty aggressive move, I thought. But, you know, it was very well timed and just taking advantage of that lap car, you know, checking up the car ahead of them. CC back further in the pack. This is a battle. 3 cars here underneath a blanket now. You got a Bentley in the front portion, then Aston Martin. Aston taking a little bit of a look-see there down to the inside. That's the 333 car there at Chasset. Trying to see if he can't get this position on Lange, the 144 Porsche.
Dive, and that was very close. Good space given actually from Benjamin Lange there, who's just ripped around the outside. Let's have another look at this though, because I'm not entirely sure where to call this one. It's a great exit from Pavlovsky, it's got to be said, and then he's going to get caught behind the Honda. He does well to make sure he doesn't get stuck behind it. In fact, he goes right round the outside. Stapleford dives into the corner. And in my opinion, Stapleford hasn't done anything wrong there at all, really. I'm not entirely sure what Pavlovsky was trying to do, actually, whether he was trying to do some form of cutback, but that was never going to work around a corner like that, in my opinion. And in the end, he's thrown away what was a pretty good opportunity, in truth.
Well, I think in his position, though, as well, you know, it wasn't necessarily just a good run off the corner. I think Stapleford, he was really checked up by that Acura up the road. It's so slow off the corner. So as soon as he did that, then it's just the Porsche, you know, the Audi can just get a decent run off the corner. And then they're side by side. He can't take the inside into this next corner because that's where Stapleford already is. So he's forced to go around the outside. And I think he's just trying to get a little bit more room there, just really trying to pinch him. That's all you can do when you're on the outside of a corner like that. It's very flat, kind of off camber. There's absolutely no banking there in Sunset, so all you can do is basically pinch the car as much as you can down to the inside. So I couldn't agree with you more. I don't think Stapleford did anything wrong there. I think that's just part of racing.
Yeah, if anything, Pavlovsky was the one who did something wrong, and the only thing he did wrong was not making the overtake stick, I suppose.
Yeah, not complete the pass.
Yeah. It's. I'm not criticising him from a steward's point of view at all. I'm just saying, I don't think it was. I think he could have done a little bit more with that opportunity. That's all. But I find it hard to criticise these guys, considering we're sat here and not driving, and there's an obvious reason for that. Maciej Malinowski is up to 13th overall, by the way, as Miles Hemming for Full Pace Racing probably didn't put up much resistance. Oh, excuse me, Malinowski's still ahead of Hemming, I should say, because they were reversed during the pit stop phase. It is somewhat interesting to note that Malinowski hasn't been able to pull away, though, because Pro versus Silver car, you'd expect the race winners from Bathurst to be able to pull away a little bit, but that's not been the case so far for Malinowski. He's still being put under some pressure by the Porsche.
And I think, too, that's just one of the things, again, we talked about, the balance of power, the fact this is, you know, a homologated class, the best that they can. All the cars won't drive the same. And that McLaren does a phenomenal job at certain racetracks. And other racetracks, it kind of struggles. And each and every single car in the entire class has that. And that's why I think it really comes down to the calendar, the schedule that you put out with all the different racetracks and trying to make sure you balance everything out. And the cars are already balanced quite well, but sometimes you just have that little inkling of an extra bit of performance there out of the McLaren at Bathurst, and maybe out of the Mercedes or the Audi. here at Kyalami. It just depends on what the track layout is like. But yeah, kind of surprised there. You think that 912 would really start to pull away just with how dominant they were. But again, maybe, you know, and we're going to talk about this more and more as the race goes on and as we continue to go through changes. When the sun continues to go down, the track's going to get a lot cooler, and the handling conditions of all these cars, the track especially, is going to change. And that's where you see maybe some of these guys, like the two Williams Esports cars, maybe their cars are set up in the daytime for when it's hot, for when it's slick, not so much for when it's you know, nighttime, dark, cooler, stickier conditions on track. So you might see kind of a little bit of an inversion in the field and kind of where the fast cars are just as the track continues to go through these changes. You touched on it a little bit ago. Hot conditions right now. It'll be cooler and cooler as the day goes on.
A couple of warnings coming in for behaviour on the last 5 laps or so to the 28's John Lacey car. And that was for moves made earlier on the 38, if you remember, and racing incident between the 44 and 11 as well from about 4 laps ago. So no penalties to speak of so far in this third stint of the race. But speaking of things that may well change quite soon, Dominic Blair and Tico van der Velde are embarking on a 3-car battle now. This is for 22nd overall, and it's a bit of a close one between the highest Bentley in the order and Maxime Chasset, who's gotten through now, and through as well goes Benjamin Lang in the highest placed Porsche. So that was all interesting, and now Blair tries to go through. There'll be blue flags waving as well. It's a bit of a nightmare for all of these drivers involved as the Bentley loses 4 spots in the matter of a sector there.
Yeah, that was a masterclass of an overtake there by Chasset in the Aston Martin, and then the you know, in the Porsche there, you're really just trying to take advantage of every single opportunity you can there. A little bit of argy-bargy there between he and the number 26 Bentley, but nothing wrong there. It's just racing. And then, of course, you have the 2 leader cars in the total race. You see, that's why I have the blue flags there. So you can see they continue to be waved. That is for A, that green Aston Martin leading this train, and then B, that white Porsche second in line in this train. You see the Mercedes and the Audi. Those are both the 2 drivers in first and second in the overall lead. Those are pro drivers. He did the 555 car of Leisure, and then Van der Velde there, the 66, the Audi.
Yeah, it's pretty busy for the 2 Williams Esports cars right now. So Maxime Chasset has done well to get through there. He's still got Benjamin Lang just behind him, but Blair should be able to go through here now in the 555. He will do. The Porsche will swing wide and will hold on to the place ahead of the Bentley as well, which is important, and they'll likely do the same with Maxime Chasset and the TX3 Aston Martin. You can see the distinctive green and black livery just up in front, but I think it would be a stretch to call this a battle for the lead, wouldn't it really? 2 teammates in 2 different manufacturers' car going at it at the moment. They are less than a second apart, but it would be a bit of a wild stretch to call this a battle at the moment. It's more of a consolidating of what they have for now.
Yeah, you know, that's a good way to put that. I like that kind of play on words, as it were, because these are team cars, and you see them. I mean, there hasn't been any sort of an inkling of maybe aggressive driving by the Audi there, the 66 car of Van der Velde, to go ahead and pad and pass that 555 car. I think if he felt he was much faster, maybe they'd kind of radio between the 2 cars and say, hey, would you mind letting me by? We'll see if I can pull away or maybe set the pace on this race. You can see lots of battling here. Looking at the 110 car, that's the Audi. It's a pro car. As they go through all these lower cars, the silver category.
Good grief, that was close. I thought there was for sure going to be contact there. Killian Ryan Meenan, it was involved with Augusta in the Mercedes. Now it's Jonathan Seville on the outside. Oh, he's switching to the inside as well towards turn 6. We've got a lapped car as well. One of the Ferraris getting involved. And
these guys are all lapped down to that 110 car. That's why you see all the blue flags especially, and he's a faster class car. He's trying to make his way through, but you know, let's talk about this too, right? There's an art to being passed and there's an art to passing. Everybody always focuses on the latter when that art to passing another car, but there's also an art to being passed, and that's kind of knowing when to check yourself up, slow your car down just a little bit to allow that faster class car around you. Usually you see that in multi-class endurance racing, but it also comes into this where everybody's in the same car. Again, they're different classes, pro versus silver. All the pro drivers are going to be just a little bit faster, but you will see some kind of intertangling between the 2 classes.
Yeah, excuse me, that was Jonathan Saville in the Ferrari, as you can see, and the Audi was the lap car, not the other way around. So there we are. I think the Audi is actually laps down, by the way, rather than laps ahead, as far as I can see. But I can't quite work out which Audi this could be, actually, at the moment. Maybe it is laps ahead.
I was thinking it's the 110 car, just the way...
Oh, it is, of course, yeah.
Yeah, and that he should be in the 5th position overall. If the leaderboard was scrolled up a little bit further, you either see him in 4th or 5th position. So he's coming through to lap all these guys. And of course, they're in a battle, right? You're kind of inclined to let that lead car go, but at the same time, any little bit of time you're going to lose to that lead car to let him by, you're also going to lose to all your competitors. So you have to be extremely careful of where you let him by without being too much of a jerk out on the racetrack, because all these guys are going to know later in the race, if he's a lap down, that 110 car is damaged. He says, well, you never moved out of the way for me. I don't care if you're leading your own class. I'm not letting you by. So there's an ebb and flow, and these drivers are going to remember, too. And it's not just one driver versus another. All these guys have teams. They're all watching the races. You see the 123 car there of Ryan Meenan go up the inside, go ahead of you.
Yeah, that was very nice, wasn't it? The killing Ryan Meenan getting up the inside of Augustat there in the 54, and now FFS Racing are up to 26th overall. Jonathan Saville might try and do the same here for Poulsen the Ferrari. He won't do it up in towards turn 10, but gets quite close. Yeah, apologies, I wasn't quite expecting the 110 to be already a lap in front of guys in just on the fringes of the top 20, but that's the pace that we're seeing at the front of the race. Quite remarkable, really. For them to be already making their way through battles like this. It still speaks to what a chaotic and busy racetrack it is, even at this stage. But yeah, Clean Ryan Meenan has indeed made his way through, and it's worth remembering as well where this car has come from over the course of the day, because, as Clean Ryan Meenan was quick to point out after the opening minutes of the race, they were the car that ended up upside down at lap 1, and they're already inside the top half again, or sorry, nearly inside the top half again, with 46 starters. They need a few more places for that, but even so, that's a really good recovery considering they were upside down on the exit of turn 5.
Yeah, doing a whale of a job, and I was kind of trying to peek to see who that was originally, and all the cars look the same underneath. It's all just black, flat carbon fiber for when you're looking at them up above. Further up the field here, these are the two cars battling. This is that Pavlovsky and Stapleford that we saw battling again, going down into sunset. Oh, they're going to be side by side again. We'll see if he can get them this time. Not quite close enough. A little bit of a camera angle, sort of that parallax trickery.
Well, this is all very close again. It looks like replay after replay, doesn't it? Between Stapleford and Pavlovsky, they are just nose to tail again and again. It's not Wolstingham, by the way, just behind them in that Ferrari. That is definitely a lapped car, but it's all about these two, really. Stapleford versus Pavlovsky, there they are. You can see the G2 Esports driver on the right-hand side. And Pavlovsky, we're just peering around his computer monitor by the looks of things to try and take a look at him on the left-hand side. There's still 6.5 hours remaining. They're still stuck behind. We've been here for 50 minutes now. We've been seeing this exact situation the entire time.
Yeah, I just look at the composure on both these guys' faces, right? You've got Pavlovsky over there on the left, and he's really getting after him. I mean, look at when he goes into the corner. You can see him giving a lot of back and forth input to this car, kind of sawing the wheel, driving the bus, as you might call it, just a lot of wiggle in that thing. This car is on the brink of out of control. He's really having to manhandle this thing, and you can see very intently looking at the screen. And then over on the right-hand side, you have Stapleford, and he's still having to give a lot of input in the car, but he almost looks kind of bored. And I don't know if maybe that's like a resting, not happy with you face that, I kind of have one of those as well. Oh, goes a little bit wide. This might open the door. Not quite enough for him, but it's just crazy to see all these different drivers, what their composures are, and how their setups are, too. That's one of the things I'm always enthused by, is how these guys are set up. Over on the right-hand side, you have more of a road racing car, endurance car, and over on the left, you see the wheels much closer to them, kind of how they race in the NASCAR Cup Series, where they're almost driving a big rig. That's how close the wheel is to them.
Yeah, it's certainly a difference in style between everybody, and Stapleford even encouraged to defend there now as they embark on 3 cars up in front of them. Stapleford goes wide in towards turn 8, and that's going to give Pavlovsky a chance, surely, up towards turn 10. It'll be a big braking zone just over the crest of the hill here, and he may be able to switch to the inside. He'll stay on the outside, in fact. up towards turn 10. It won't be done through there, but the exit he gets out of here might well give him the chance in towards turn 13. I don't think he's quite got enough. The Aston Martin was very strong on traction there. Through turn 12, they'll go absolutely flat out. Pawlowski thinks about a dive, but in the end, his exit from the top of the hill there was just nowhere near good enough.
Now, he must have spun his tires a lot, or was doing a really good job of having to coax it onto the throttle, make sure he didn't spin them, which is kind of surprising to me. You know, you think about the Audi, the power plant, all that extra weight is over the rear axle. He should be doing a lot better of a job at accelerating up out of the gears and up out of the corners, whereas the Aston Martin, you know, most of his weight, his power plant is over the front axle. So it's been interesting to see, and you know, I got to say, I'm surprised by just how much Pawlowski is struggling to get off the corners sometimes.
Yeah, it's surprising to me as well, actually. You'd expect the lighter and more nimble looking car to get the traction down a bit better, at least in my opinion anyway. It just would make logical sense in my head, but the Aston Martin does seem strong. And now that we're into lap traffic, the opportunities are presenting themselves more and more for this Santalok team. Those three cars you can just see in the distance there, nearly providing the chance for Pawlowski on that last lap, but they still will, because Stableford has struggled so far to actually get through on them at all. He's still there, still 5th place. He's defended well, but he's actually not lapping these cars, which has got to be a bit frustrating, but also a bit confusing, really, because he'd surely want to put as many lap cars between himself and Pawlowski as he can.
He would, but it all just depends too. I think he's taken his time in Stableford too. I think it's one of those things where the Aston Martin is really good, but he has kind of a narrow band of where he'd like to be on track to prepare himself for the next corners. Whereas Pawlowski, he's really shown me a lot of ability to kind of do whatever he wants on the racetrack. He can go wide entering some corners to give the old cutback a crossover. He can diamond the corners where you go in shallow, swing out wide in the middle, and then exit shallow again. But I just don't think that Stableford has that ability, so you know his ability to lap these cars is kind of hindered by that. But you know he still kept his position, so I can't nag on him too hard.
Now we're going back down to the bottom of the order, I'm afraid. West Competition Racing in this somewhat bizarre mix of dark red and lime green. Well, not lime green, is it? But it's sort of a whatever green that they've got for West Competition Racing at the moment. In the 27, down the last running car at the moment in the standings. Speaking of which, by the way, those who are a little bit further down, just in front of them is the 889 of Milani. You can see, I think that's that car directly in front of them. They're not on the same lap, but they are indeed running nose to tail. So this is 41st, 42nd, 43rd, 1, 2 and 3, but we've got Essa here just one lap down on that car in front. We're currently seeing that Mercedes so far down because of a connection over the course of the pit stop phase, and they've fallen from 9th to 42nd. That's a real shame for them, and it means they're now down in last of those still running in the pro category. As we've said many times, it's really unfortunate when this happens, but it is part of sim racing, unfortunately, these disconnections.
No, it's the same thing as what would happen in real life. You know, you have a tire go down, a wheel nut come off, or anything else go wrong in the engine. You might have a spark plug issue or something mechanical on a race car, and those things happen. You know, you're going to lose $1 million race over a 50-cent part in a race car. That's just how it is, and you're due to have all those problems in real life. It's just in simulated racing, we don't have to worry about that stuff. We don't have to worry about a wheel lug coming off or anything breaking inside the car like that. So instead, you have to worry about, you know, maybe your mom wants to run the microwave, or somebody trips over the Ethernet cord from the router to your room, and all of a sudden you lose internet. It's just what you're going to have happen. Same thing that would happen in real life. It's just really unfortunate they went from having a great shot at scoring points in today's race in that pro category to now being dead last in their class and second to last in the overall race.
Unfortunately, similar things happening to all three of those cars running further down there. Means that two of them 3 laps down, and the bottom of them 4 laps down for West Competition Racing. So that is a real shame for them, as we've mentioned. Let's go back up to 10th place overall, though, as we've got a warning to the 1, 2, 3, but ignoring blue flags earlier on. That's the FFS Racing car.
just the way he was racing out there, kind of like he was in his own race. The 110 car wasn't behind him. Sorry to interrupt there, Ewan. I was kind of wondering if he was going to get a penalty, because it really looked like he just did not care that the 110 car was behind him on the lap ahead, needing to get by him. He's just having his own race. But again, no penalty, just a warning from the stewards to say, hey, mind your P's and Q's about that kind of stuff. And how about this awesome battle we've been looking at pretty much all race long since the two of us started, at least, this battle between the 62 car of Stapleford and the 25 of Pawlowski, trying to battle for this last position in the top 5. These guys are still going at it.
They are. As I said earlier, it's like watching replay after replay after replay, because Pawlowski still can't find his way through, but he is quite close this time. Do wonder whether that Audi is going to be strong enough on the brakes to have a go here. He'll look at the inside, but he won't go through. Stapleford goes a bit wide again through turn 1. Pawlowski continues to shadow that Aston Martin through the first sector as they come out of turn 5. Is the exit good enough for another go? I don't think so. The only chance that Pawlowski's really going to get is going to be within traffic. That's the only chance he's had so far, and that seems to be remaining the case, because in normal battling between the two of them, when all things are equal, the Aston Martin is pretty unpassable from the perspective of the Santalok Audi.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where he needs to do his best to stay underneath that rear wing of Stapleford to make sure that when he does come up to a lap car, same thing that we saw with the Acura earlier on the race as they came out of turn 5, just really checked up there Stapleford and gave Pawlowski a huge opportunity to go side by side in the sunset. Unfortunately, he didn't get it done then, but still many more opportunities coming, because these guys are pretty much going to be continued to lap cars all race long. Back further in the field, got Samir Folk in the 296 car. These guys had a whale of a time getting a lot of penalties earlier on. They were kind of the scapegoat of each and every collision between cars.
Yeah, this is the S Heat car, the 298. The likes of Van Barrier, who was driving a little bit earlier on in this car. It's now Samuel Fogg, who's not on my list of their drivers, but anyway, he's there for the moment. Very close to the Bentley, and going down the inside here as well into turn 8. That was a somewhat bizarre place to make a move, but if you've got the opportunity, then why not? He's gone down the inside. He is through up another position. Now there's more traffic again for Robbie Stapleford. He's dealt with this very, very well so far, but there's another challenge, another hurdle up ahead of him right now. It's Jonathan Seville in the 52 Ferrari, which is the car just up in front. The black G2 Aston in the middle, and then Pawlowski in the blue Audi just in the background. Another chance for Pawlowski to go through, but I think that last little warning sent through to the 1-2-3 is a bit of a warning to everybody, really. You do have to be mindful of those blue flags, which Seville will be experiencing right now.
Yeah, you can see all the blue sides kind of being waved at the sides of the track. Those are the quote-unquote in-game marshals. No doubt he'll have a blue screen, up on his heads-up display inside that race car, letting him know, hey, there's 2 cars in the lead lap behind you. Maybe consider pulling over for them, or just maybe blipping the throttle down a straightaway to let them on through. But I think he's really just waiting until he sees Stapleford all the way up on his rear bumper. And unfortunately for Robbie, he hasn't been that aggressive with trying to get these positions. Finally there you see Seville pull off to the side there, let those 2 lead cars go, and for right now, he continues to not be so aggressive. It's been working out for him, but I think one of these times it is going to come back to bite him.
You'd think so. You'd think at some point pressure. Oh dear, what's he doing now? He's just looking behind him, fiddling with something. I've got no idea what he's doing, but not looking where he's going was what he was doing there. Got some LED lights in the background, as you can see, and it looked like he was just reaching towards them for a second there. He's clearly unfazed and still in the lead, but I've got no idea what he was doing there. But hopefully that isn't bothering him too much. Let's see if he just... No, he's fine. Yeah, that's something slightly bizarre, but hopefully that's not affecting him or distracting him over the course of this stint.
He's fiddling with something. It's hard to do, sometimes, even what I'll do in these long endurance races, I'll bring a cup of water into my room and then in my office, and I set it down on my desk. And my desk is like 2 or 3 feet away, so I have to wait for a long straightaway before I can finally reach over, grab my water, and then bring it back. Maybe he was doing that, maybe preparing something or closing his door. Maybe his mom or dad said, hey, cut out that racket. I'm trying to read over here, take a nap or something. So he's just got to close that door. You saw that soundproofing material in his wall, too. Plenty of things that can happen in these 9-hour races, and for whatever reason, it always seems to come up whenever you're in the race car. And it looks like his dad came up to let him know to close his door.
Well, there we are. Well, anyway, he doesn't seem too distracted, to be fair. It's one of the great things, actually, that we get by seeing into the eyes of these drivers, to see what they're doing on occasion, because it's, I've got to tell you, it's not always concentrating exactly on where you're going. That's for sure. There's David Patil for the Racing Point Aston Martin team, just behind Felix Arndt of the Get Closer Racing Aston Martin team. 2 Aston Martins fighting over 10th overall. And there's that battle into 5th place. It's another replay of exactly the same situation that we've had previously. 6 hours 21 remaining, and Kamil Pawlowski remains frustrated by Robbie Stapleford. How long is David Patil going to be remaining frustrated behind Felix Arndt? It's been nowhere near as long as Pawlowski has spent, but Patil might well dispatch of Arndt very quickly here. The 85 gets pretty close in towards turn 1. It'll look down the inside. It will be slightly later on the brakes, and it will be through. That's exactly how to do it. That was, made it look easy in the end.
Yeah, that was textbook right there. I mean, just the overspeed. He got a good launch there coming off the last corner. I mean, he just nailed turn 16 to perfection there. Got overspeed. That draft helped him as well, going down the front stretch and then into turn, we'll call it, whether it's turn 1 is the kick or turn 2 there, Crowthorne. He just did a really good job of pulling out early, a little bit, later on the braking, and just nailed that pass. I mean, that was textbook right there. If you want to learn how to do it, you look at that example right there. I think Art helped him as well. I think he kind of understood, that Patil was a little bit faster and kind of cooperated with him, but definitely not pulling over for him by any means.
No, I think it would be a bit of a waste of time to battle for these two. They might well have their sights set on a podium today. Let's not forget that the order has changed quite considerably in the hour that we've been here, but previous to the pit stops it was the 938s that was leading the way. That's no longer the case. It's the 44 Ferrari now of Aztec Simsports Visceral who currently lead. Aidan Walsingham at the wheel now, having taken over from Jeffrey Ritchie, who he handed over to after his first stint. They're ping-ponging between the two of them for the moment. Then it's Michele Romagnoli and Marco Yonkers also on the podium for West Competition Racing as of right now. Nearly a third of the way through this 9-hour race. Still more than 6 hours remaining here at Kyalami. And it's been a good race so far. We're just settling into a bit of a rhythm for now. Battle for 10th place has pretty much been settled. Patil in front of Arndt, as you can see. The battle for 5th place very much has not been settled. It's still less than a second between the top two overall in the race as well. Things are looking promising for this race at the moment, which is fantastic news for us, and hopefully it remains to be the case as well for the remainder of this one. Still a very long way to go though. Hard to predict really where this is going to go, but it's Williams Esports very much in control for the moment.
Yeah, how about that battle between the two Williams Esports cars? And you know what, you did say it's hard to call that a battle, that kind of following one car to the other. Interesting to see that gap between the two cars. Less than half a second right now. So they've been doing a really good job of sticking with each other. The other battle we've been continuously keeping our eyes on is that battle for the last position in the top 5 overall. And in the pro category, you got Stapleford versus Pawlowski, Aston Martin 62 versus the number 25 Audi. And then this battle we got going on right here, just saw a pass between these two cars for a top 10 position overall. Fourth position in the silver category. Pertil did an amazing job, textbook passer, going into turn 2 down the front stretch, just barely got by Arndt. And I don't know, I mean, Arndt's got a lot of speed in that car. I'm kind of curious if he'll come back at him. These two guys, they have to watch out because they still got that Lamborghini there of Daniel Santoro just behind both those guys. He's been really fast. He's been running him down. That's that bright green colored car, screen right. So keep an eye on him. He'll be coming through here at some point. Just as we saw you in a little bit earlier, you know, that battling between two cars is to see a lapping car coming on through them. He might not just be kind of waved on through.
Maybe, let's see, so, as Danilo Santoro is into the pit lane for the Lamborghini team, who did well at Bathurst as well, of course, as we've mentioned previously. Get off to a great start, the 63, but they're doing all right now. They're just a little bit off strategy. It's going to take them about 4 hours to get back on strategy, I would argue, but they'll get there, and they won't have to make a 9th stop today, I wouldn't imagine. These two in the battle for 5th place continue to battle. Kamil Pawlowski gets ever closer to Robbie Stapleford. Up the hill and through the right-hander they'll go. Stapleford not even thinking about defending into the final corner. He's not quite ignoring Pawlowski as much as Eamon Murphy was, and maybe that's beginning to tell now. The Santalok Audi with a better exit for sure out the final corner. That's what he's been struggling with. The exits, the traction in that Audi. Is he now finally close enough, Pawlowski? He is, to go down the inside. Stapleford cuts off his avenue though. Good defending from Stapleford, who is not only strong on the traction, but also on the brakes at the end of the straight as well. Pawlowski continues to not find a way through.
This is one of those really interesting battles too, and I think sometimes it isn't just up to how the car is set up or what, you know, maybe where the power plant is, whether it's front, mid, or rear engine. I think for right now, it's just the wing they have in these two cars, because you saw there Pawlowski, he did an amazing job getting off at turn 16, but you saw that Aston of Stapleford kind of just, it didn't walk away from him on the straight, but he should have been catching him, not by a lot, just by a little with the draft on these cars, the slipstream, as you call it, and he really didn't get that much closer. If anything, he maybe lost a little bit of time, so that leads me to believe that this Audi has just a little bit more wing than this Aston Martin, and while it's going to really help him in the corners, it's going to be exceptionally hard to pass any other car that has much less wing than you do, because they're just going to drive away from you on the straightaway, just because without that draft, they're going to continue to pull away from you. The Aston won't be as good in the corners, but we've seen so far, it is like so hard to pass in the corner. Like, I cannot put that into words. It's just, you know, Kyalami is not a racetrack where you're going to pass somebody in the corner unless they make a mistake. We've finally seen a mistake here. This is out of turn 16. This will be a really good tell of which car is kind of trimmed out arrow-wise.
I think it's the Aston Martin though. We've seen it time and time again. Even in the slipstream, the Audi can't get anywhere. Stapleford stronger in the straight line. He's able to pull to the inside again. It will be outside line for the pole. He's very late this time. Stapleford will try and run him out of road on the exit. Oh, and he's a little bit close to doing so. Actually, Pawlowski will try and return the favour through the second part. He's going to compromise the Aston into turn 5, and now he'll go on the power. He's on the outside towards turn 6 though. We've seen that before. He'll look to the inside. Now it's outside again. He won't brake late enough round here. It's almost similar before. They make contact. Stapleford will go around. It's a good save. No, it isn't. He's gone around entirely. The G2 Esports Aston goes around all the way. And now Stapleford's got the unenviable task of getting back going again. He's trying to find first gear before looping it around and rejoining the circuit. But Kamil Pawlowski has gone into the back of Robbie Stapleford. The Aston gets going again in 9th place, but the damage is done. That may well be a penalty.
Oh, that's going to be a penalty for sure. I mean, he just got right up onto his rear bumper there, and you could tell he was trying to be aggressive, just maybe take the air off that car, kind of upset him just a little bit and stay on his bumper so he could do that crossover there. That was a whale of a job of Stapleford to see that blocked on the back straight. Robbie did a great job kind of just covering himself off right there. That was a phenomenal, kind of just advanced thinking before they got to the corner to do that. You see a battle for the lead here. They have passed one another. This is the Williams Esports Audi going around the Mercedes. So it looks like, though, that Mercedes, it's not as fast later in the run, I would think, just based on the fact that they swapped these two cars. But back to that collision we just saw. Robbie almost did an amazing job to save that car, and he saved it just right up until the point where he did it. And it's so hard as a race car driver to know when you have to snap that wheel back to center because you finally corrected the car, because there is an extremely fine line. We're talking like a millionth of a second to save that car from going almost locked to the left to all the way straight again. And it's so hard to find that and time it well. And just in these cars at these speeds, 9 times out of 10 you're going to overcorrect the car and go to the outside of the track like we just saw Stableford do.
Yeah, and once these cars gain grip again after getting into a slide, they do absolutely take it and run with it. And unfortunately, the car just ran away with Robbie Stableford there, and Cameron Pawlowski, the only one anywhere near to be the one to blame. So it's a pretty slam dunk one, you'd say, but let's see if that comes through or what happens as a result of that. We'll have to wait a little bit of time to see. One team that's been in the stewards room fairly often is the 28 John Lacey Esports team. If you weren't with us earlier, they made contact with the 51 Ferrari that was immediately out of the race before one lap was even completed today, and got a stop-go 30-second time penalty for that, and as a result as well, they've got a quali ban for the next race because of too many behaviour warning points, I'm being told. So they've already got to be pretty careful of that. They will start at the back of the race for the next round, Austin, which I guess is the best time to have it. It is the 24 hours of Spa. But they could have done without a quali ban either way.
Yeah, I mean, they did do a good job in that respect. If you could choose one race to forcibly start at the back, I'd make it the longest race of the season. I'd do the Spa 24-hour race myself. But it's really hard, too, for those guys, because with those BWP points, or BWPs, it's really, it gives you sort of a bad mark to yourself and your team, because the reason you're having to start at the back is because, let's face it, you haven't been being a very good, clean driver, or at least a clean team. You've been making a lot of collisions with other cars, just not very sportsmanlike. So even though, this does affect them, they chose the best race on the calendar to do it, it's still one of those things that kind of just hurts your pride. At least it would hurt my pride, certainly every time I make a collision with somebody else in a road race, any race at all, you don't want to do that. It's not sportsmanlike,
Absolutely. It's quite a... you do get quite a few, by the way, for stop and go 30 second. It is the most severe penalty you can get without a race control actually pulling you from the race entirely. 8 behaviour warning points you get for stop and go 30. And I can assure you that is severe. Inside line for Tinko van der Velde as he puts another lap on one of the Bentleys in towards turn number 1. We go on to lap 100, or complete 100 laps I should say, as we do it as well. That was the 25th placed, excuse me, no it wasn't, it was one of the Bentleys a little bit further down. It was Alexander Lages who was in the 4.26, going 2 laps down there in 36th position. But I've got to say, I'm surprised that Tinko van der Velde has been able to go through here, not because of him specifically, but because of the Audi. I wasn't quite expecting it to perform quite so well over the course of a whole stint compared to the Mercedes, but clearly van der Velde's got that Audi working at the moment, and while it's not really a battle between these two, it is worth noting that they've changed positions, and the Audi looks almost undoubtedly stronger at this stage in the race.
Yeah, just look at him pulling away. I mean, these guys were really close a couple sectors ago, and now he's almost got him out to a second of a lead over his team car there of the 555. And I think this is just what we saw. We saw that 110 car really burn up its rear tires when you have to fight, but I think the 66 car has been riding around, just kind of, not necessarily chomping at the bit, just kind of biding his time, waiting his turn to go out there and lead the race. And I think that 55 car, he might have just upset those rear tires, and you could see, you usually when one car is following somebody for that long, they are truly faster, just not faster enough to go ahead and pass. And you can see there is a penalty there for that 25 car, a 10-second just popped up there. Well, you'll probably see it on the bottom middle of the screen in a couple seconds, but this 66 car continues to walk away from the 555, and I really think if we're going to see these rear tires start to fail in the 66, it'll be in about 10 minutes or so, and then we might see that Mercedes come back in.
There's confirmation, and no surprises there that Karol Pawlowski is going to have to serve a 10-second time penalty as a result of not this incident. I thought we were going to see it, so we're going to see the change for the lead. Now that was orchestrated, I would argue. Two Williams Esports cars, of course, not the same manufacturer as you often see from teammates, but they are still teammates, and that looks entirely planned from what I could see there. So yeah, there we are. It's change for, as far as I can see, not a change between any of them. Well, not a fight between any of them, I should say. Just been handed a stat, by the way, from Michael Hamlet, who's on top of all these things, about the top cars in the race. 6 of the top 7, being told, within a tenth of a second of one another over the course of average lap times so far today. It's a really, really close race in terms of pace as things stand. We saw this at Bathurst, to be fair, and it's becoming the case again here at Kyalami. As I was saying that, there was quite a big battle for 31st place in the order. The other visceral car, Aztec Sports visceral car, currently fighting off the 114 Audi in towards turn 1. There was a bit of grass and almost a bit of contact between them as well.
Yeah, honestly, that was a lot of respect and patience being shown there by Mikel Mazur in the 114 Audi. He was driven completely off the track almost before he was finally allowed to go back to the left side. That was blocking, and that was a lot of patience and respect shown on his part in a not so respectful situation. I have a rule whenever I race that no blocking unless it's for the lead. You get one free one. After that, I'm just going to push it into the corner. I don't care where we are, what's going on. If you're going to block me, I'll push it. Maybe not the most mature thing to do, but I don't necessarily like blocking, but these guys are really going at it here. Just for the 31st position here, you've got Oliveira in the number 45 Porsche. Mazur in that 114 Audi. These guys continue to go back and forth, kind of swapping over-under attempts for now.
It is just attempts for the moment, but we could see a move before long. There was a look to the outside towards turn 13 there. That didn't happen. Look again at turn 1, because that's where we saw the move last time, or at least the attempt. Already the Porsche just dances across the road a little bit, as you can see, to try and preserve that place. Mikel Mazur will gain in that Audi in the slipstream, a little bit stronger against the Porsche in terms of straight line speed, and it's right round the outside. A really good effort from Mazur on this occasion, even though it is a very long way round. They very nearly make contact. They do. Contact made. The visceral car goes around into the wall for Vinny Oliveira. He will pick himself out of the wall, dust himself off, and continue in 34th position. But there was contact in that aggressive battle between the two. In the end, the Porsche comes off much, much worse.
Yeah, honestly, that's one of those things. I'll be interested to see what the stewards do. In my opinion, I'm not sure if that's a racing deal, but it's one of those situations where you didn't give me any room or respect. I'm not going to give you any back. And to be fair, though, to the Audi there of Mazur, I believe, the 114 car, he was all the way up against the curb there as well. So there wasn't a whole lot more room he could give. It's just he's in a race, and it's his job to complete the laps as fast as he can. So I think that was just racing. We'll see if the stewards agree.
We'll wait and see. But that was an awkward one between the two. To be fair to the Audi, things do often get quite awkward there through turns 3 and 4, which is the two, the little right-hander and then the left there, which aren't really corners when you're on your own. But when you're battling with someone, you do have to think about them, and things like that can happen quite easily. This is Mattia Krupi, who's just gotten into the Lamborghini Esports team car for the first time today. The Italian taking over from Danilo Santoro, the Italian endurance champion of last year. Krupi now making his way up towards the end of another lap here and on a different stint here entirely, really. A different strategy entirely. They're the only team inside the top 20 or so to have made their stop so far. It does mean that their last stop will be a little bit longer, but it just means they're off strategy slightly with everybody else. I don't know if there's an actual reason that meant that was necessary, but they could have just done this to make things a little bit awkward for everybody else and done things because they wanted to. But it's certainly unusual to see them slightly off strategy with everybody else.
Yeah, well, one of two things that I see, the main two things for me is either A, they got some sort of damage in that first lap, big old kerfluffle. I mean, that was a huge wreck there, so a lot of cars get damaged. They might have either come down maybe after a half a stint to come down pit road, do a driver change, get that last little bit of a stint length over early, or just because of damage, or they had planned this all along as to say, hey, we'd like to maybe be contrarians. And that opens a lot of doors for you, and it's really just easier for you as a race car driver to go in and do your own thing because you're off sequence. Your car will handle differently than everybody else's through this two stints. When their cars start to slow down, your car will be much faster and then start to slow down as well. And it's just kind of the ebb and flow of the race. So two big main reasons I can see that happening, but you know, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty of it, maybe somebody had to get out of the car early, hand it over to a teammate. But there's a lot of ways you can play a long race like this. I mean, 9 hours you have to fill with different stint lengths and different drivers getting into and out of the car, so tons of variables to play with.
And there's plenty of driving options for them as well. Most teams have 3 drivers, some have 4. For the Lamborghini Esports team today, there's the 4 entrants. We've already seen Luca Lozio, Fernando Santoro, and we're currently seeing Mattia Krupi for the first time. We've not seen David Tonizza so far today, but we did see a bit of him at Bathurst, the F1 Esports World Champion, back in quite a few years ago. He's not in the car today, we're being told. He's doing some stuff in real life, apparently, with Lamborghini. Don't know what that entails, but I'm sure he's having a good time, and we'll be hoping for his teammates to get a good result today, as I'm sure they will for him. Here's Jorge Lopez for Odox Motorsport, the 121, currently down in 36th position in the Honda. Long way back for them, unfortunately, but we're about to hit the 6 hour to go mark, almost 1/3 of a way through the 9 hours of Kyalami here today, and so this is it's been a good one so far, Austin. 3 hours gone, and relatively calm, relatively interesting, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, this race has had almost everything in it. I mean, different, pit stop procedures. I want to touch on, that 44 car in the silver category. They're right now in the lead of the silver race, and that's because they did that undercut on the pit stop. So we've had some undercut strategies. We've had a lot of cars coming into the pits at the same time. We have some argy-barginess, some wrecking. How about that big wreck on the first lap? But this race has had, I think, a perfect balance of the cool, calm collectedness of some of the parts in between, all that big things where you might see collisions between some cars, or just wild, wacky, out of this world things happening on track, as we continue to look at Jorge here in the number 36 Acura. Or excuse me, that's a 121 Acura, 36th position. He's just going to be lapped here by this 55. That's the overall race leader. That's the pro class leader. That's a 66 car, the Audi for Williams Esports. And look at this, the gap back here to that Williams Esports Mercedes. That's about a 2-second gap or so. You'll see if we go up more on the overall timing charts what that gap is. But this Audi, I mean, he's been blitzing the field for right now. This is very surprising. I figured it'd be faster, but not this much faster.
Yeah, very impressive. They've now gone 3 laps down as well. We've had the word through from Lamborghini Esports team, by the way, who, well, I was sort of wondering why they were so off kilter with everybody else in terms of their strategy. We do have our answer. They started so far down that they decided to get out of traffic after about half an hour into the first stint. Which is a pretty good idea, really. They pitted as a result, and so they've decided to just employ that strategy instead of the one that everyone else has gone. I mean, it's quite a good idea, in my opinion. They started so far down the order, they had so many places to make up, that why not make up some of them in the pit stops by pitting after half an hour and making up some of those times through a pit stop phase over the course of the race. It means that it looks a bit strange now, and as they run 21st at the end of an hour, it makes it look like they're doing a lot worse than they actually are.
Yeah, certainly, and it's one of those things, I'm surprised more drivers didn't do it, because when you're starting that far down in the field, you can easily make passes up on the pit straight. It's much easier to do that, as you see race control issuing a time penalty, 10 seconds to the 114, excuse me, for causing a collision between they and the 45 machine. That's that incident we saw in turn 6 going into sunset between those two cars battling for that last top 5 position.
Yeah, that is understandable, I suppose, given the contact that was made, but there we are. Nicholas Hubin, by the way,
excuse me, sorry, that was the turn 3-4 incident.
Yeah.
That's my bad. That's dyslexicing the numbers and the situation. So that was the Audi versus the Porsche.
Yeah, that's the 114. There you can just see it, actually, the Audi. Michael Mazur, who will have to serve a 10-second time penalty throughout the course of his next stint. Nicholas Hubin has also come in just over the end of the hour there, the German for Unicorns of Love, the 5, that is now 26th position in the standings, not so far in front of Bastian Richter in the 4, the other Unicorns of Love car. Now it's home ground for Philippe Minard, you can see, for John Lacey Esports team, one of the few South Africans to be racing here today, which is fantastic to see. It's good to see some drivers on their home circuit. Well, might not be his literal home circuit, but at least he's on home ground, and doing all right here for John Lacey Esports team. 18th place as things stand, and I believe inside the top 10. Well, certainly is inside the top 10 for the silver category as well, which is fantastic news. But he may well be one of the most familiar drivers with this circuit, although everybody's quite familiar with it on ACC, to be fair. It's just that little bit of home advantage that he may be dealing with and benefiting from today.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. There's some advantage with it being, a home soil racetrack too, but there's a lot of added pressure when it goes into that, because you're from South Africa. You should be great at this track. You should be the driver to beat out here. So I'm sure his John Lacey teammates, esports teammates, going to this race figured, he'd be all that in this, so it's going to add a lot of pressure to them as well. And I think that whole team, based on how aggressive they've been today, you talked about them because of those BW points, getting that, having the qualification taken away from them for the next race, the Spa 24-hour. I think they were all just had the pressure on them, trying to be a little bit more aggressive, trying to do well for Philip, because this was his quote-unquote home race. And, there's some pros to that, there's some cons to that.
Yeah, there certainly are. Here's Cheng Li, one of the Chinese contingent of this race today, the 996 McLaren team he is driving for at the moment. There you can see in 33rd position in the driver's standings. It's probably approaching midnight over in that part of the world at the moment, so lots of drivers staying up late here on this what will be Saturday night in that part of the world, and fair play to them for that as well. But it will of course all change at the Spa 24, I suppose, because the middle of the night for us in Europe will be very different to other parts of the world, and so on and so on. So those teams with multiple continents covered may well just benefit from that ever so slightly. But in a race as short as this one, it doesn't matter too much. 33rd for the moment for Cheng Li. He's got a couple of seconds up to Urban Yu, who's in the 32nd. That's the 127 Lamborghini you can just see up in front, and a pro car actually that's quite far down. John Lacey Esports team, but there we are. That's a small gap that we have in the order for the moment. This is a lot further down though, and I guess speaks a little bit to the calming down of proceedings for the moment. We'll look at Nicholas Hubin in the bright pink Unicorns of Love car, HRT, Team HRT, and yeah, it's nowhere around them for the moment.
interested to see them doing so well. And you know, this is the point in the stint where these guys, very low fuel, the tires are as worn out as they'll be. They're probably going to pit, I would expect, in the next maybe 3 minutes or so. They'll come down onto pit road. So this is about the most ill handling any of these cars are going to be. You talked about the Shangli machine. That car looked extremely twitchy for him in this portion of the track. I mean, he was having to give that thing a decent amount of oversteer.
Well, we're just over 3 hours into the 9 hours of Kyalami, so let's have a look at what's been going on so far here this afternoon, in the second round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship in 2023. We're just picking things up with Unicorns of Love here as they made their way through briefly on one of the Lamborghinis, and then contact made in towards turn 5. A spin for the 60 Lamborghini, and the 114 Audi tipping them into it. Not the first time they've done that today, or not the only time I should say that they've done that today. There was much better racing and much better moves though down in towards turn 13. It's one of the Porsches, the 144 Porsche, making its way down the inside of the TX3 Aston Martin to move up another place into there. There's also been overtaking for the lead. The Mercedes getting into it a couple of hours ago. This was Darren McCormack at the time in the 555 Mercedes, making their way through on their teammates. More battles a little bit further down, just a few laps later, as the John Lacey Esports 38 team were trying to make amends for their incidents earlier on, trying to make their way up the order a little bit further. They weren't able to do it on that occasion, but did eventually make their way through. This is the battle that's been shaping the last hour and a half, though. It's been Kamil Pawlowski versus Robbie Stapleford more recently. This was Stapleford on the inside trying to defend from Pawlowski. That was the first bit of contact that we've seen between the two of them at turn 6. Things would get a little bit worse a little bit later on. This was the blue flag moment for FFS Racing, as they would get a penalty for this eventually. The 110 would get through after being stuck behind a multitude of cars. You can understand why everybody was so unwilling to adhere to those blue flags with the battles that were going on. This was the big fight though. Pawlowski versus Stapleford. The pole giving himself a very good opportunity right round the outside here of turn 1. He remained side by side through 2, 3 and 4. But out of 5, he got the good run. He got to the outside line, but unfortunately got straight into the back of Robbie Stapleford, who ended up spinning it, saving it, but no, he didn't. Not quite. He spun off to the side of the road. There would be a penalty for Kamil Pawlowski in the end. That is an update on the last couple of hours of racing here at the Kyalami 9 hour. I think it's fair to say, Austin, that battle between Pawlowski and Stapleford has been our primary entertainment for the course of the last 90 minutes.
I don't think you're wrong a bit there. Those guys have been continuing to go at it, and luckily, you know, when there were some kind of ebbing and flowing between the battle between those two cars for the 5th and 6th position, there's been enough other battles on the track to keep us more than satisfied. There's been guys, I mean, you talk about the two Williams Esports drivers kind of going back and forth for the lead. You talk about the 45 and the 114 car. Those two went at it for a while. Interesting to see that 114 now in the 29th position overall. Down pit road, I believe, serving their 10-second time penalty quite a lot further down the field. Interesting to see them doing that. And again, I think we're going to see a lot of guys start to come down pit road here in the next couple minutes or so. And you can see it as well by just how these cars are behaving. Minute adjustments, and it's crazy because when you're inside the race car and you have to do some of these saves or slides going through a corner, you expect to get out and be like, man, I bet that looked awesome on the broadcast. And you go to look at the broadcast later, and it doesn't seem like you did anything out of the ordinary that lap. And it's so kind of demoralizing that, you know, such a big moment inside the car can be such a tiny moment from the exterior of the car.
Especially these GT3s do look pretty unbothered by anything from the outside. But there we are. It's one of the things that you've got to contend with after the fact. This is the battle for 31st as John Lacey Esports team continue to recover a little bit. Alexandra Herbenew at the wheel of the 127. For the moment, he's just behind the 296 of Yas Heat, their Ferrari. They move up towards turn 10, but no move here. It'll be turn 13, likely they'll have to do this one. Down the hill, looking for that all-important traction, the exit. We'll see if they get there as we look at a 3-car battle. But 12th position, Hemming, Manisha and Byrne in the silver category. This is the one for 5th place in that class, and we see a pit stop from Leon Burnt. This is going to be the story of the next 10 minutes or so as the third round of pit stops are made.
Yeah, I was just talking about a lot of guys I expect for them to come down pit road. You're starting to see that as well. You see Seville down pit road right now as well. Expect our leaders to come back down pit road in another minute or two. I'm really interested, kind of shocked, I guess, to see that 996 car still out there, because he's been driving on pins and needles, it looked like, for the last, I'm going to say, 5 or 6 laps or so. So I'm really surprised they're still out there, kind of lengthening this stint more than I think they necessarily need to. But again, that car might have been just as out of control through every single stint, and sometimes that's just what you got to do in these race cars. You can see a little bit of side-by-side action there as our leader overall. That's the 66 car, the Williams Esports Audi, putting that number 28 car, Philip Menard, the Shauna Lacey Esports team, one lap down. And these guys have just been putting down absolutely a phenomenal pace here. Really just, stomping the field.
Yeah, and ahead of 16th place now, or at least a lap on everybody inside the top, or outside the top 16, I should say. So, yeah, really remarkable pace. This is a little bit further down with the likes of the 114 again. There's Michael Mazur down the inside of Bentley of the 426 team, and Durkop will, Lucas Schubert, you can see on the left, on the right hand side, will also follow through, just to trail the Audi in towards turn 13. This is about way further down in the order. To give you an update on what's going on inside the top 5, well, it's not a whole lot, I can tell you. Tinker van der Velde leads by nearly 4 seconds ahead of Dominic Plyer, then Gregor Schill in third. Jakob Osterman is catching Gregor Schill for that position. He's 4th at the moment, with Kamil Pawlowski inside the 5th place. But other than that, there's not a whole lot going on here. There will be now, though, because pit stops will be underway for the 3rd time.
Yeah, look at that. Almost 5 seconds between the first 2 cars, both from Williams Esports, both going to be coming into the pits this time by. You see down further in the field, that's the number 938 car, 6th position. The first car, the leading car in the silver category.
Oh, we've got incident for Osterman, by the way, because I'm not sure if that was picked up quite on the stream, but Jakob Osterman, we're being told, just clipped the wall, and that will be the 2nd incident he's had on the way in to pit lane. If you remember earlier on, that perfect donut that he had is now not been replicated as such, but he's grazed the wall, we're being told, on the way in to the pit lane as well. We don't think there's any damage there, but there may well have been a bit of contact. That's definitely contact, and it was Artem Manisha getting down the inside of Miles Hemming, and he'll be forced to give that place back up again, because that was certainly a bump and run for Armentario. He will give that place back, but the 44 Ferrari will be right here as well now, trying to take advantage into turn 13. This could get very awkward. Another bit of contact very nearly. Manisha's actually done very well to hold on to 11th place, or has he? Yes, he has. But the contact made up towards turn 10 has indeed been redressed, and now they'll all come into the pit lane together.
Yeah, side by side going into the pits, and you could see, this pit road is kind of tricky to get onto, especially when you have to make that the left-hand turn there. You want to cut it as much as possible, like we saw there, the 110 driver do it, and Osterlund, I believe. And it's just one of those situations where you're trying to get as much time as possible, so you crank the wheel and you try to apply the throttle just enough, and you saw the first time he did it, looped the car around. The second time he did it, just hit that inside wall. Super easy to do here, but it's one of those things where it doesn't happen often enough, and when it does happen, it really hurts your pride. It didn't necessarily hurt the race car, but it really can affect the driver's sort of not sense of morality, but pride in that sense.
Yeah, not ideal at all. He's out of the car again now, though, for Rotus, who's back in. Louis Rotus. Igor Rodriguez is into the leading car, by the way. Dennis Schoninger in the 2nd place car. Then we've got Otto Kammerer in the 3rd place. Then there's Louis Rotus, as we say, and Maciej Tajskowicz is in the 5th place car as well. So we've got all change in terms of drivers, and it's a big battle towards turn 1 between Miles Hemming and Nazarov as well for 15th place. It's a rude awakening for Dmitry Nazarov out of the pit lane, in this silver class battle. Miles Hemming, of course, is up to speed for full pace racing, and the battle that obviously was nose to tail in the pit stops, as we've just seen, has resumed on the other side of them.
Yeah, and how about the core strength there? That camera angle for Miles Hemming as well. Talk about the core strength. I mean, that man is racing on the ceiling, looking down with his whole body. I mean, the amount of strength you need to keep your head up the whole time. I couldn't imagine doing that for about an ounce of a second there. That is, I mean, just talk about that commitment he has to race like that.
Yeah, it's quite a battle, got to say. Hemming doesn't have a car threatening him for position at the moment, by the way. That's one of the Ferraris, either a lap ahead or a lap behind. I hazard to guess it behind at the moment, because the Ferraris haven't been having a fantastic time. This is a new battle, though, inside the top 5. PS Competition have slowly been caught by Wipperman Racing. Osterman has been doing a lot of this closing, but now it's down to Louis Rotas to make the final move, and he might well be able to over the course of the next hour or so, the next stint of his, because he's very close to the back of camera now, and maybe there'll be a move. But let's not forget that 10-second time penalty we saw only an hour ago for this team, or 70 minutes ago. They've already closed that gap down, and that's a sign of a very, very strong team indeed.
Well, yeah, I mean, that just kind of, you can point that back to the fact, I mean, they won the pole for this race, so obviously they have a lot of speed in this car, and just how they've set it up to basically how they want to drive it. So I am surprised by just how fast they've kind of recuperated that 10 seconds of time loss, and again as well, looping that car on the pit road where they kind of turned too tight there. That didn't necessarily hurt them speed-wise going to the pits. It's just one of those things, it's a very odd thing to see. You don't see it very often. It's one of those things that can happen here. You know, some other racetracks kind of have that as well. Spa has that big right hook there halfway through the pit road. Will be there in maybe a month or so time for the 24-hour race. But man, yeah, Louis is doing a good job to just stay right tucked up here on camera. He's doing a good job here as they go down this semi-back stretch from turn 5 into turn 6 to Sunset Corner, and you can see race control incident between car 44 and the 889 on lap 110. Just a warning for them for ignoring the blue flag. So, you know, no penalty, but it's a good heads-up warning as well. You talked about that, too, you, and to all the other cars that might be being lapped down of, maybe you might want to get out of the way a little bit sooner than you think it's time.
Let's not forget that the 889 was that car that had issues, or one of the cars that had issues during the last pit stop phase, dropped back quite a lot as a result. But they're a pro team, of course, and they were running in and around the top 10. And it's a big adjustment all of a sudden very quickly. Not only have you got to deal with the disappointment of dropping back, but also now everybody is a lap in front of you. You've got to adhere to the blue flag rules as well, which is not only frustrating, but it's a very, very quick, sudden adjustment to make as well. And I just wonder whether that played into a role of that one. But then again, these are professional drivers, and you've got to be a little bit more aware. And for now, it's only a warning, the blue flags, but race control will be watching them now as more people come up behind them to make sure that they do indeed get out of the way sufficiently on the next occasion.
We talked about how it was going to get a lot darker, a lot faster, but it's only 4:28 p.m. here local time, almost 4:30, and look at how dark the track is. Mike Hamlet put that in the chat as well, you know, making a comment of just how dark it is. I mean, there's clouds out right now. You can see, I mean, it was bright and sunny just about maybe a half hour ago or so. So it's going to get really dark in the last few hours, but, you know, we talked about there's a 35% chance of some precipitation today as well, so I kind of wonder if this is maybe a sign of things to come.
Yeah, absolutely. We did get past a note as well about that 35% chance of rain that we reported at the start of the race. Clouds very much coming over at the moment. Are we going to see rain here? And typically at this circuit, this time of year, we are in the southern hemisphere, of course, it is winter, or getting around that point. It's not exactly light, you know, just drops of rain. It's normally all at once or not at all. So let's see what we get here. If we do get a downpour, it's going to be very, very race defining, you would argue. Louis Rotas may well be hoping for that or not. We'll wait and see, of course, how the Audi performs if we indeed get there. But for now, he's right behind the BS Competition BMW of camera, coming towards the end of another lap. It's getting very, very dark overhead indeed. I wonder how many drivers will be looking upwards at the sky to see what the weather's doing at the moment, how worried they'll be.
You saw the headlights there come on in that Lamborghini just up ahead of this battle. You see some blinking of the lights there from Louis Rotors up to Kremer just up the road there. That's that 89 car. That's Kremer in the lead battle right now. Last podium position in the pro category and overall for the race. So Louis trying to crack that podium once more. And you can see just how overcast it is. And we did hear Mike Hamlin say it'll be dry for at least the next 30 minutes or so. But it's interesting too that in the northern hemisphere, you see, man, that is a big wreck there. That BMW hard in the wall. That's Wacko's flip table.
Oh, this is the other BMW Pro car apart from the BS competition team. That's the Wacos car that has found itself back to pit lane. We're hearing that the 38 may have been involved with them as well in the same incident. They've both gone back to pit lane. I don't believe they're on the same lap because the 38 is a bit further down at the moment. So that's not ideal. That's especially awkward as well.
Esports Ferrari, that 38 car.
Yeah, that makes it especially awkward as well. So that's not a good sign, is it? We'll try and get a replay of that up as we go. And just on cue, here we go. The 38 Ferrari then is the one we're following. As you can see, I don't see any sign of that BMW anywhere. And straight into the wall on the back straight there. The Ferrari. I wonder whether his monitor's turned off or something. He stopped on the road. Oh my goodness, this is scary now. And I think the Wacos car is just not going to see him in time.
Right about now you can see. Oh, no, still even longer. He was stationary for a long time.
Look in front of you, please. Well,
yeah, I'm kind of surprised these guys.
Here we go. Look at him. Tucked in behind the Ferrari, the Audi, and he smashes into the Ferrari. Oh dear, The Wacos BMW, unsighted by the Audi, smacks into the Ferrari, and unfortunately was just not given enough time to avoid that.
It was such a close call too, and for that BMW, he had a car just directly ahead of him, and it's not like in a road car where you can see through the windshield and the back glass of the car ahead of me. That's the reaction time that the BMW had. Basically nothing. I think he did the right move there. He was certainly a lot closer to go around him to the left. It's just that there wasn't a whole lot of track to the left, and that's really unfortunate for them.
Well, that is a real shame for the Wacos BMW. And indeed, we are getting confirmation, by the way. The monitor had turned off, so he couldn't return to the garage, for those wondering. But that's exactly how he found himself turning into the wall on the straight as well, and stopping himself on the road because he had absolutely no idea where he was there. But yeah, unfortunately, that is the result. The BMW smashes into the Ferrari. Big incident on the back straight, and that will be a long repair for both of them, you'd imagine, if indeed they do re-emerge from that incident, because that was heavy contact there. Big damage on both of them, especially the BMW actually, that not only hit the Ferrari but then came to a dead stop from about 100 miles an hour with that tyre wall. That will be a severe repair for them. Louis Rotors then on the back of the BMW, just come in front. Arthur Camera forced to go on the defensive, but can't do a lot about that. It will be side by side between them. The Audi holding the inside right the way to turn 5. If he can stay there, he'll be up on the curb. Down the inside he goes, decisively so as well. And Louis Rotors moves on to the podium for now.
Yeah, textbook pass by Louis. That was an amazing job there, and he's been on rails for right now. And we're talking about it getting a little bit darker here as well in Kyalami, and that just, again, I touched on it at the top of our part of the broadcast, that the track's going to go through a lot of changes. The cars are going to handle a lot differently, and you're going to see that start to come up, and how these cars start to be basically fast to one another, really come into their own. It basically comes down to, do you set the car up for when it's hot, slick in the early part of the race, or when it's mostly cool and grippy in the later part of the race? You can see that 66 car, it is now gapped that 555, the other Williams Esports team car, by almost 6 seconds. So you can tell that car really set itself up, A, for the cooler conditions, and B, maybe it's just a little bit of the driver kind of coming in there and not being quite as fast as some of his other teammates in the 555, or maybe the guy in the 66, Rodriguez, just absolutely put down some flying laps here. But interesting to see, though, as well, the 110 still has the fastest lap of the day. And talking to, I see Daniel Costello's in here. He's from South Africa himself, and it's so interesting to talk to him. And for us, Northern Hemisphere, when we think of winter, we think of extremely cold temperatures, and it snows basically every other day. Rarely is it above freezing, right? But down here in South Africa, Daniel will tell you that you basically have a dry season and a rainy season. And that's how they differentiate between the two. I think maybe he's on mute, but he might correct me if I'm wrong here. But I believe that's kind of how he differentiates between the two.
Yeah, well, we're going to tell us a little bit about the weather down there, because it's a very unusual prospect for, certainly me, from being from the UK. Rainy season is just life, really. It just happens, but as we all know. But yes, it's a very, very different prospect indeed. Very dramatic incident, though, in the last couple of moments, got to say, for that one on the back straight. Hopefully we'll be able to. Hopefully they'll be able to move past that one now and continue on after repairs. We'll see if they get back going again. Good pass from the Rotors as well to get inside the top three, but I wanted to just circle back to penalties briefly here, because Rotors is only 12 seconds away from the overall race lead at the moment of Igor Rodriguez. However, you remember earlier, he had a 10-second penalty for an incident only about an hour ago. So, once again, we're doing the thing that we were at Bathurst with the Ferrari team, taking away penalties, wondering where they were. And it does make you wonder, once again, without those penalties, where would the 110 be? Very likely close to the race lead.
Undoubtedly. I mean, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see all the differences in the timing from one car to the next there. He's about 11 seconds behind is that 110 from the leader in the 66 car. And you have to remember, not only did they have that 10-second time penalty, they also did that little loop-de-loop the donut on pit road. I think if you took both those things out of the race, they'd be in the lead. At least not, if they weren't leading, they'd be neck and neck with that number 66 car. So I think it's just going to show how strong these Audis are today here at Kyalami.
It was, of course, a 5-second penalty. I should correct myself, but even so, they will be a lot closer to the race lead than where they are right now. This is the battle for 8th place overall, though. Third in silver, it's Victor Nicolai versus Amedeo Castorino in the Racing Point Aston Martin. It's been a fantastic race in silver, I've got to say, so far. We've got the 44 Ferrari still in the lead, or back in the lead, depending on which way you look at it. They've been holding this for a little bit of time now, 10-20 minutes. But behind, this is the battle for third place. And this is one for even further down. Nicholas Hubin trying to make his way up the order again, after falling down a little bit earlier in the Unicorns of Love Team HRT car. We'll see if there's a move into turn one. I wouldn't imagine so. But this is very much about a recovery drive for them.
Yeah, and this is the point in the race, too. They need to be smart as well with trying to make up the spots. Taking a look down here to the inside. Again, this is not for position in class. This is a pro driver going up a silver class driver, so going to pull out of the way, make it a little bit easier as well for Nicholas there. So he is going to take that other on-track position. Looking here at Dennis Schroeder in the 55 car. This is that other William Esports car. This car wasn't the lead. They had the lead essentially from the first pit stop at the 8 hours to go mark, and led just up until, I want to say, about 6.5 hours left. So they were in the lead for about a good hour and a half, and not dominating. They had their team car, the 66, just up behind them and not really going anywhere. So the two cars were just, they were out there just kind of vibing out on track, kind of one following the other. And at some point, the 66 kind of asked the 55, the 555 car, hey, you mind if I pass and see what I can do? And since then, that 66 car has checked out, and they continue to do so. It's not like they pushed to get a 5 or 6 second lead and have all of a sudden just stayed there kind of nursing that. They continue to bowl further and further away. I will say, though, Michael Hamlet said, and you touched on this, I think 5 of the top 6 cars had an average lap time of like 1 minute 40.9 seconds or so. So I feel like that 66 and the 110, they're pretty equal on pace. You add up those two additions there, that 4.6 and the 6.9, you're basically kind of at that 11-12 second mark. I feel like that 110 car is 66, sorry.
Well, I do have a feeling that the common denominator as well is the fact that Darren McCormack has not been in the car since the end of the second stint, and ever since then it's been a little bit struggle down for the 555 AMG. We're looking at a little bit of pace data over the last couple of stints, by the way, that's just been passed to us. It's very much going along with what you've just said, actually. The two Audis, the 66 and the 110, fastest of everybody, separated by 300ths over the course of that stint on average. The AMG 555, half a tenth away. The 89 BMW, the only other team within a tenth. And then you're going to, more than a quarter of a second per lap, and so on and so forth. So it really is about the top four in this race at the moment, you would argue. But it very much goes along with what you've been saying, actually. The Audi's looking stronger at this point. The only caveat I would have to that is Darren McCormack. But then again, McCormack was at the wheel of that AMG for half of that stint, so maybe it is just that Mercedes doesn't quite have the edge around here.
How about this battle too? We're just looking at, we're for 25th position overall. That's just about a top 15 there in the silver category between Durkamp. That's the number 52 Ferrari. That's that yellow, pink, and black car just up ahead of the purple and pink. That's the Bentley, the boat, you might call it, of Chris Hack. Just barely lost that position. He's going to have to be careful as well. He's got that another Mercedes AMG there of Schubert just behind him in the 27th position, chomping at the bit as well. So we continue to see this battle. It's been having a rough go of it this last hour or so in this race.
Yeah, certainly. It'll be side by side here, in fact, as Chris Hack makes his way down the inside of, or stays in front of Leon Schubert, who we've been seeing a little bit of in the last hour or so. Been in the battles. Now Isaac Price is at the wheel of the G2 Esports Aston Martin, by the way. And so there's a real opportunity here for Price to gain a couple of overall positions, but it's not going to be anything in terms of class position. We'll have to wait quite some time, because Tajskovic is quite a long way in front in that 5th position right now. We have seen, though, as we cut back to this one, Victor Nicolai has been overtaken by Castorino. We didn't see it, of course, but West Competition Racing are now off the podium.
Yeah, unfortunately, we just barely missed that battle for a little bit. But again, this is just how competitive this silver class is. I mean, you have all those cars pretty much 1, 2, 3, and 4 there in the battle. And those cars are, relatively close to each other on the track. And it's very interesting as well to note that, that battle we were talking about a minute ago between the Bentley, the Mercedes, and that Lamborghini just up the road. This is where these two battles are now intersecting on track. So this is kind of the blistering pace that the top 10 overall in this race have put on. They're starting to lap the guys down there in the mid-20s, mid-20 positions rather. So these guys continue to put on a school today.
Yeah, it's all looking good for those at the front anyway in silver, where it's all still very close and it's quite congested at this point in the circuit. But there we are. That's what happens when you've got more than 40 cars out there. I do believe we still have 43 out on the circuit as far as I can tell, albeit some of those many laps down at this stage in the race. Nicolai continues to lose time here as we see him not far off Castorino. It's worth noting as well, as we talk about those average lap times, that the 62's lap times were affected by the incident, but I would argue that the fact they've had the incident means that they're almost out of contention anyway. But anyway, we'll see what Isaac Price can do here. He's now at the wheel for G2 Esports, and once again I'm looking at the top 5 or 6 or so, and I'm looking at their results from the race at Bathurst. Looking at the race leaders at the moment, thinking of Igor Rodriguez in the 66. They were way down at Bathurst, finished 13th, only 3 points picked up. The 555 Williams Esports team 7th, which is not bad, but they could have done a bit better, I suppose. Could have done with doing a bit better. No points for the 110 at the opening round. The 89 were only 9th, and then the 25 Sansalot was 8th place. So nobody inside the top 5, but all of them inside the top 5 this time. We go back to what we were mentioning earlier. It's a very bizarre and a very close championship this early on.
Yeah, look at this here. This 26 car got kind of a proverbial cork in the bottle for some of these cars down there in the mid-20s. You see Schubert there looking over, trying to cross over for that position. He does get it done. And just behind these two cars, these are blue flags right now being waited for these guys because that BMW right there and the Aston Martin, they are on the lead lap trying to kind of navigate their way through these cars. And unfortunately for Chris Hack and his Bentley, he is the first car to kind of be passed by all these guys. However, he might be in the catbird seat, we like to call it, kind of with a lot to gain here. If he can just follow these pro guys through here on the lead lap, he might be able to take advantage of some of the other slower cars in the mid-20 positions there, like a Schubert, a Duke Cop, or Missouri C's got that 10-second time penalty as well. If he can follow the lead cars through there, he might be able to take advantage of them kind of slowing down, checking up, going to one side of the track, and just having a not-so-great entrance or exit to some of these corners and just get free positions that way.
Yeah, Schubert made really good use actually of that traffic on that occasion to get ahead of Chris Hack and already put two cars between himself and his rival. You can see those two cars are Victor Nicolai and Isaac Price, who are fighting over 9th place overall, but they're in two different categories, so won't be fighting too hard, you wouldn't imagine. Out with the final turn they'll come, and they'll probably get through on the Mercedes pretty soon, or they at least should do. Make their way down towards turn 1. There'll be the look from Nicolai. Schubert will just let him have that one, swing wide, and now will Chris Hack be able to get any closer as a result? Well, he will, but nowhere near close enough for anything to happen. So that's all negotiated well, and Schubert is up to 26th position, where he'll try and now catch up to Mazur and Turkop, who are both battling over 24th. They just go through the bottom of your shot there, you can see. So that will be
and I think
next on his
Chris,
list.
he really had to want it more, and there's no question of him wanting it, but he really needed to be on the tail end there of that Aston Martin. I can't remember the car. Might be the 25 car, but he really needed to be just tucked underneath the rear end of the Aston Martin, that black car that you see in front of that Mercedes there, if he wanted to get that spot. But I think this car is just a lot slower than he'd like for right now, and I don't know if that's tires on the car, maybe the setup just not quite built for these cooler temperatures this early on. Maybe they kind of just missed the mark there on that setup. This is a battle here, though. 25th position, looking at Dirt Cop. These are the two cars that were in that battle. You're going to see the other cars coming to shot here. There's the ones we were just looking at, that pink BMW there, and that darker colored Aston Martin. This is for 25th position. These guys have been going at it. Dirt Cop here in 25th, trying to take away the 24th position here from Missouri.
Yeah, he certainly is. If you're coming back after stepping away for a few moments, by the way, and you've noticed it's very dark overhead, then you're not hallucinating. It's certainly clouded over, fully overcast conditions here at Kyalami at the moment, and possibility, 35% possibility indeed, of a downpour today as well. So that's something to watch out for over the course of the next 5 hours and more that we have. But for now, it's dry conditions out there, and we're getting towards the sort of late afternoon and evening stint of this one now, where we're not quite into the darkness, but the temperatures will begin to just fall a little bit, and I wonder whether that will be affecting some of these teams with the setup, some of these cars as well, with the characteristics that they have, because temperature is such a key thing on ACC, of course, and the fact that they are dropping severely as they will be, that will certainly have a bearing on this race, but quite what changes those temperatures make to the race obviously remains to be seen.
Yeah, and for each car, it really just depends, and even not just one Ferrari to the other all the same, or one Ferrari to the Audi, it'll handle differently depending on the temperature. It might be one Ferrari to another just based on their setup, because you really never know. I mean, sometimes it's a good rule of thumb to think that the car might get a little bit tighter as the night goes on. That means more understeer in the car, but it really just depends which axle of the car starts to grip up more so than the other. If the front axle of the car grips up, that's a loose condition, as we like to say in oval track racing, or oversteer. on the roadside. But again, if the rear axle of the car starts to grip up, you might be more inclined to a tight or an understeer condition. You know, there's a couple things you can do. It's not just like, you know, whatever setup you came into the race with, you're kind of just screwed if anything changes, you know. There's a very narrow band to what the tires like to be in temperature wise, and as a driver or a crew chief on all these cars, you're going to see that coming and say, hey, you know, the tires are only in this temperature band, and we really like to be, you know, for them to be at least maybe 2 degrees centigrade warmer or so, something like that. So you basically can either increase or decrease the starting pressure in these tires, because again, you know, you heard about it in school, maybe physics or thermodynamics, but PV equals MRT, so the two increase linearly, you know, pressure and temperature. So there are some things these guys can do, but only on the pit stops if you want to start to really change these tire temperatures. Otherwise, you can just maybe be a little bit more aggressive once the track cools down if you want to continue to keep those tires warmer. When I say that, I mean a little bit harder on the brakes into the corner, maybe turn the wheel a little bit more when you go in there. You just drive a little bit more aggressively.
I'm going to leave that physics talk entirely to you because I have no idea what you just said, but it sounded like it made sense. So we'll go with it. But I've got no idea about physics at all. So there we are. I'll leave that firmly in your side of the commentary box, I think. Isaac Price has gotten through, by the way, on somebody here. He's up to 9th place, but he's still behind Victor Nicolai. So I don't know who's dropped down here on the left-hand side of your screen. But there may have been a pit stop at the start of the lap, or someone just having gone off. I can't quite work it out for the moment. But anyway, battle for the lead in the silver category. Mikel Romagnoli has caught up to the Ferrari very, very quickly indeed, and right round the outside he'll go, straight into the lead as well. That was somewhat unexpected. Romagnoli has been quite a few seconds behind for quite some time, but the first opportunity he's had, he's taken it into turn 1 and he's taken the lead.
Yeah, that was an aggressive move too. You saw just how much there the 44 car went all the way down to the inside of the track. Looking here, Isaac Price has finally made his way around the number 1 car of Nicolai. And again, those two cars battling for spot on the track, but not a position on the overall leaderboard. You can see left-hand side of the screen again, pro driver, white background, silver driver, silver background. So good to see Isaac finally getting that position. And you'll remember as well, this 62 car was further up the track there. It was battling with the Audi. But again, the Audi got given a 10-second time penalty, but unfortunately, when that Aston Martin spun out, not only was he stationary, just trying to get that car righted for 10 seconds, but he lost a ton of time. And he didn't lose that many positions. Only lost the 1 position, but he lost a lot of time. And now he does have to gain that time back. He has to pass drivers too. And just because you're battling, in a silver car to a pro car, these silver guys are not going to pull out of the way. It's only when they're being lapped that they are obliged to move out of the way and let the other driver by.
Yeah, it's a very, very different prospect. This is going to be a good battle, though, between Veloce and Lamborghini Esports team. Can't say I thought it was going to be for 7th place on the day, but that's what it is at the moment. Mattia Krupi currently at the wheel, although he can't be far away from a pit stop, actually, can he? They've been on that alternate strategy for quite some time. I think that he even could be in the next couple of laps, actually, at Krupi, which will be a shame because I would really like to see these two teams go at it, but I don't think we're going to get that, unfortunately. 14th place overall for Krupi at the moment, but strategy is going to force him into the pit lane pretty soon here. I mean, it's still the right call, in my opinion, for them to have come in earlier on when they did, then when they were stuck in traffic. Let's get out of this, let's overtake some people in pit stop strategy, and that's exactly what they've done. And at the moment, they've got 8th place in the pro standings as a reward for it. I mean, I don't think there was any good way of doing this because starting from so far down was never going to be good. But they've done about as good as they could have done with the situation they found themselves in.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the point of the race now. We're about 45 minutes to the halfway point in the race, and it's really hard to articulate just the feeling that all these drivers are going to have to a casual racing fan, or maybe someone that's just watching this like a mom and a dad and watching this because their son's here in this race. In which case, props to you. Good job for taking an interest in what your child is doing. But you're at the point where it's kind of a lull. basically, unless you're passing a car or getting past, or maybe sort of in an intense battle, your heart rate it's still elevated from resting, but it's certainly a lot further down from someone who's battling for a position. Right now, you're just the dog days of summer. You're in the dog days of the race, where you're just trying to put down laps and get yourself through to the latter part of the race, where pay window doesn't open until the very end of the race. You might have like a half hour, maybe the last hour in the race. Business is going to start to pick up. So right now, you're just out here managing your tires, managing your time, trying to keep your car as clean as possible, and just give it to the next driver in the best condition that you can, maybe even in better condition versus track condition wise or track position wise. Then it was given to you, and so you're just out there trying to put down some laps, but by no means are you balls to the wall pushing the whole time at 110% or something.
Well, this is the battle for 15th place overall now. Nicholas Human just in front of Tim Pejman, who's driving for Remvelton. An uncharacteristically dark livery from Remvelton as well, actually. You can see in the Ferrari, just hiding all of the attributes of that new car, just a little bit in terms of body shape. Anyway, it's the 71 Ferrari, currently running 7th in silver, behind the 9th placed pro car of Nicholas Human. You can just see up there right now. It's another one of those battles between drivers who aren't actually fighting each other, but find themselves near one another in the order as well. So it's another one of those awkward ones, really, and we're getting quite a few of them now, since we're nearly 4 hours in. Not far from half distance, actually, only 45 minutes away from reaching that half distance point in the 9 hours of Kyalami. I've got to say, it's brightening up a little bit from what it looks like out there on the circuit, and maybe that downpour that we were fearing, or some were fearing, some were hoping for, maybe that won't be coming after all, because it's not quite looking as gloomy as it did about half an hour ago.
Yeah, it was a pretty low chance. I mean, to be fair, 35% isn't likely by any means. Even if it's a 90% chance of rain, it doesn't mean that it'll rain for sure. This is a look at the battle for the 30th place position. Tobias Pfeiffer, he's just now on the tail end here. That's his Mercedes there in the pro category. On the tail end of that, number 60, that's the Lamborghini, the bright green car just up the road. That's Fidelibus. Those two cars just trying to navigate traffic the best they can, and up the road from them is the 127 car. That is another one of the John Lacey team of sports cars. Just big old train right here. And again, talk about that middle point of the race. Those three cars are battling for position. The car ahead of them, that Aston Martin, kind of leading this train, that is not for position. Those cars are just coming up either to lap him, or they were just lapped by him. I think that's the tiger color car. I can't quite make out the number. My memory is failing me for right now on which car that is. But that's just, again, the dog days of this race, kind of the middle part, where it's really hard to tell because everybody's so jumbled up which lap everybody's on. And this is just one big kind of conglomerate, a melting pot of cars, different laps, different classes, all that sort of stuff.
And it's somewhat rare to see as well that you've got a 3-car battle for a pro position right down in the bottom end of the 20s here, which is exactly what we have. Yeah, that's all unusual, but that's what we've got. The 127 leading the 60, leading the 4. 2 Lamborghinis and a Mercedes making their way towards the end of another lap, and it's Tobias Pfeiffer who looks strongest of them, I would argue. The teenager from Germany once again proving his talent, and will be looking for a move in towards turn 1, you'd imagine, on the 60 Lamborghini. He closes in the slipstream. There'll be a bit of a defence, but Pfeiffer will head down the inside. The 60 breaks very late as well of Fidelibus, and now stays in front. So this is an awkward one now for Pfeiffer. He hasn't been able to spring this surprise on those in front. However, he's still there. There's a bit of a flash of the light from the 60 now as well. And this is all very close, but somewhat unusual for this time in the race.
Yeah, and we say it is kind of unusual to see all three pro cars here that we see 28th, 29th, and 30th overall position-wise, but they're battling for 10th place. This is 10th, 11th, and 12th place in the pro category. Michael Hamlet just whispered to us in our ears here in the broadcast booth, though. They're still having to get after it, and I think this is just part of the fact that we had that big kerfluffle there at the start of the race, and that really just jumbled up the whole running order. But I am kind of surprised that these three cars, though, because they are in the pro category, are so far down in the overall. You would think that they'd be much higher up there on the track. But you can do see, now that we go back to the top half of this leaderboard overall, you can see another thing.
Wow.
Mr. Hamlet just whispered into our ears about the 71 car with a drive-through penalty. That's Pitchman. So you see riding on board here with Louis Roters.
Yeah, and Louis Roters has put in quite a stint here. It's not only about Jakob Osterman today, it's also about Roters, who's right on the back of Dennis Schoninger now for Williams Esports. He's only been at that team since at the turn of the year, but is now in quite a high running position in a very high stakes championship. So let's see how he defends from this one. It is indeed the 71 into the pit lane for that drive-through penalty, currently serving that, and they'll go a lap down as well by the looks of things to race leader Igor Rodriguez, who is about 10 seconds in front of this battle. Vibham Racing have been fantastic so far today, taking the pole position, arguably being quickest at some points throughout the race today, and now they're looking for a move on the inside of Dennis Schoninger, inside for Louis Roters, in towards turn one. It's a bit of a slide. He had it done, but he's almost let it slip from his grasp. There's a slide from the Williams car as well now, but Louis Roters is through, and Vibham Racing are up to second place.
Oh man, that was an incredible pedal there. That was a lot of oversteer. He continued to be a little bit tail happy even there coming out of turn 5. He's going to have to be extremely careful here, not only just to hold on to this position, but to make sure his tires can cool back down, because they were very much way too hot there. And you can see that just by the fact, I mean, he was very tail happy coming out of those last couple corners. And talk about the aggressiveness to just come across the nose there, that 555 car, to take that position. That was forcibly, he took the racing line there.
We are hearing as well that he has been quickest of everybody since he got into the car as well, Roters, so that's good news for him. Inside line for Luca Lozio in towards turn 7. That's for 22nd overall, as he applies pressure to Florian Bonjour in the TX3 333 Aston Martin. This is more battling as well for Tobias Pfeiffer as he continues to try and find a way through on the 60 Lamborghini. And more passing for the other Lamborghini of Lozio. There's action going on everywhere. Pfeiffer tries to go down the inside of turn 5. That can't happen quite on this occasion. And through the sweepers, he'll probably have to stay behind.
Yeah, it's incredible how many battles we continue to see here all throughout the course of the race. We did just get word as well that Louis Roters is lapping 0.3 of a lap faster than Dennis in that 555 car, so he will more than likely pull away. And I think now that he's got clean air from that 555, he might just be able to set his sets in that 66 car and go chase him down, because from the looks of it, I think he's been faster in that 110 car than our leader in the 66. So you can see both the battles going on your screen now.
Fantastic side-by-side view of two fantastic battles, 50% of which in both of them involving a Lamborghini. It's the number 60 you can see just up in front on the left-hand side of your screen. That's VS Racing by Palace Esports. And we've got the Lamborghini Esports team as well in the battle on the right-hand side of your screen. Two great battles, one of which with the Lamborghini in front, one of which with it behind. Tobias Pfeiffer does look quicker here, I think it's fair to say, for Intercontinental on the left-hand side. You can see him in the dark purple and black, really homing in onto his target, and surely in the braking zone he'll be able to get this done, but I don't know if he's quite close enough to make a move on the Italian this time around. He's going to go for it though. A late dart out, late on the brakes as well, and through he goes in towards 28th position overall, as Luca Lozio also gets through on the TX3 Aston Martin. It's a nice move from Pfeiffer though in towards turn 1.
Yeah, that was textbook there, and while that was going on, just a moment before we saw that pass on the left-hand side of the screen, on the right-hand side of the screen, Luca just barely made it by the 333 car of, I believe that's Bonjour there in the 333 there for the 22nd position. So move that Lamborghini past the Aston Martin on the right-hand side of the screen. So Lamborghini gains a spot on the right, loses a spot on the left, and talking about how there's 50% of the cars in these battles were Lamborghinis. How about 3/4 of them are green, or maybe a shade of green? I'm not sure about that. That Luca car in the 63, maybe that's just a bright neon yellow, but I see tinges of green in there.
I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of it, if I'm honest with you, but that's mainly because I just prefer the normal Lamborghini green, I think, but going for somebody a little bit different. Lamborghini Esports team, and they're doing all right today as well, considering where they've come from in the order. Let's not forget about their alternate strategy, in case you've not been with us for the first 4 hours. They pitted after about half an hour, which is a long time before where you'd expect to see them in, and that has really set them on a different path over the course of the race today. Nearly 4 hours in then, 5 hours remaining in the 9 hours of Kyalami. We're approaching the evening in sim at the moment, and in silver it's Michael Romagnoli who leads the way ahead of the 44 Ferrari. And what a drive this has been from the 938. They've been in the lead at points, they've been second at points, but now Romagnoli has taken the lead for good, and he'll be hoping to take this one to the end, although he has failed to place his camera the right way up for us.
And talk about core strength. How about Michael Ragnoli? Better, I would much rather be on the floor driving up towards the ceiling than be on the ceiling driving down towards the floor. But again, you know, this position, a lot easier on the core, the neck muscles especially, but I have to imagine he's putting a lot more force through his arms and wrists there to keep them, you know, kind of perpendicular to his body, pointing up towards the ceiling. I'm sure there's not a whole lot of blood flowing to those either, but hey, you know, if that's how you want to set up your rig, it is what it is.
We talk about
Kidding,
people having the wheel far away from them and close to them. That's taking it to a new level, isn't it? Put your rig on the wall. But there we are. He's not done that, of course, but there we are. We'll check in with him a little bit later, I'm sure, about how he's going. This is Maciej Tajskowicz for Santalok Audi, still inside the top 5, and they're having a bit of a quieter second half of this second half of the race so far, I guess, if that's I think that's quite a last hour, I would say.
Middle third.
Big battle with G2 Esports, of course, now that they've dispatched of them, albeit with an incident that got them a penalty, but they've moved past that now. They're nearly half a minute behind the car in front now, and they're quite far ahead of G2, so they're very much in their own world and running their own race at this stage.
They are. They've been having a lot of good pace too. I'm interested to see, though. Have to take a look here at the overall sort of lap timings as well to find this car. They've been averaging a 141, 172 though over stints 2 and 3, so they have been pretty fast there. Interesting to see though as well. That 62 car is pretty slow, but you know, all the data we have is because that 62 car had that spin in the middle of their stint, and the time penalty assessed to the 25 car was in the pits. So that doesn't really come into play with all of our statistics here as well. So that 62 car should be a lot faster. But again, this 25, they've been on it, just not the fastest car. But again, top 5 in the pro category, top 5 overall in the race. Good points day for them.
It would be good points. The 5th, by the way, you do get 18. For a win, it's 35, so it's quite a significant drop-off. You do need to win races in this series to win the title overall, I would argue. But that's the beauty of it. Tajskowicz completes another lap, and as I said, still nearly 30 seconds away from the car in front. It's an Audi 1-2 at the moment, though. Igor Rodriguez leads Louis Rotas by more than 10 seconds. Then Dennis Schoninger in the 3rd place, and it's Artur Camera 4th. And then the Santalok Audi we have just been seeing there in that 5th position. No battles inside the top 10 though for the moment. The closest one inside the top 20 is the one for 20th between Arnke and Ryan Meenan. 144 versus the 123. It's a silver battle a lot further down But we're 4 hours into this one now. We're very much in the midpoint of the race. We're turning our attention almost from looking back from the start, as in going forward with this race, but we're almost counting down to the ends now. All of these teams will be thinking about how they're going to tackle the end of this race, how they're going to get through the next 5 hours, when they'd like to make their last pit stop, and all of those things in between.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is the point in the race where you really have to kind of step back and evaluate where you are, right? You need to see where you are on track and where you want to be in the next little while. And these teams have been planning it out. No doubt they need to do that for stunt times just to make sure that everybody kind of gels with every driver. I mean, it's not just, this racing is your entire life. There are real life obligations of, hey, maybe you need to go pick up your daughter at such and such time, or, you have some other sort of an obligation at 5 o'clock, say your local time, so you need to be out of the car by then. And these drivers and teams are going to know, all right, we plan to pit, the first pit stop is going to come about an hour and 2 minutes into the race, and the next one is going to be 2 hours and 8 minutes in, and then so on and so forth throughout the entire race. And you're going to dictate which driver is in the car at what time. And this is the point of the race as well. You can say, all right, if we keep this up, we're still going to have to pit 4 times. So how do we want to split up those 4 pit stops? Do we want to, go long, short, or medium, or you could go short, long? And these guys are going to have to play with what they want to do throughout the course of this race, because the closer we get to the end of it, it's going to be way easier to plan as time goes on. And of course, just as well as I do, you can have a game plan for the race, but more often than not, that game plan goes right out the window as soon as the green flag drops and something crazy goes on, like what we saw at the beginning of this race with that big pile up. And there's been tons of stuff all throughout the field, whether it's been moments where drivers come together and you have to pit for damage, or you get a drive-through penalty, stuff like that, where it really goes ahead and turns the entire race up on its head for what your team plan to do for strategy.
I mean, the start of the race really was remarkable. I'm scanning back in my mind, and maybe you have more races to draw on than I do. However, in terms of SRO Esports competition over the course of the last few years, I can't remember seeing a bigger pile-up than that on the exit of Turn 5 here on lap 1 of this race. If you weren't with us earlier, then it's still there on the stream, so rewind and watch it if you want. But it was quite a moment, and loads of cars involved. Indeed, the 123 FFS Racing Aston you can see in the background was tipped upside down during that as well. It's one of the biggest incidents we've ever seen on lap 1 in the SRO Esports competition, and it was unfortunately spelled the end for some, and notably the 51 Ferrari Esports team, Jordan Sherritt, who was undoubtedly looking forward to this race greatly. Unfortunately, out at the end of lap 1, but thankfully many were able to continue even after the amount of damage that we saw after that incident, which surely there were many cars, weren't many that weren't damaged, you'd imagine, after that first lap.
Yeah, well, I mean, you talk about how big a wreck that was. That was like 30 or so cars. I have very rarely seen larger wrecks in my entire motorsports experience. Usually any wreck that big kind of takes me back to like NASCAR at a Talladega or a Daytona, where they have what's called the big one. That's because it is what it's called. The name is very indicative of what's going on, and that's you have like a 20 or 30 car pileup, and most of those cars get junked or damaged in just the same fashion. And it really is remarkable that for as many cars as were damaged, even one car, like you mentioned, flipped completely upside down, come back into the race and are doing such a great job even as further as we go into this. Looking here at Nicholas Arndt in the 144 car, that's the Porsche. Not necessarily on an island all to himself. He's got a little bit of gap in front and behind. However, the car behind him is for position. That's the 123 car that Ewan just talked about. That is Ryan Meenan in the 123 Aston Martin. And just up the road, that's a Lamborghini. But you can tell via the left-hand side of the screen, that's not for position. That's either a car they're coming up to lap or a car that has just lapped them. We'll see if we can catch a number. If I had to guess, it's the 127 car of the Kyalami Team Esports Racing.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about the one in behind. Yeah, I think you're right on that one. They are, I think, putting a lap on one of the Lamborghinis. Yeah, I think you're correct in your assumption there. It's the 63 Lamborghini that's behind them there. Luca Lozio gaining on them, but of course these two haven't stopped yet in this cycle, whereas Lozio has. Well, he's exited the pit lane. Krupi it was who brought the car in, so that might well be an added sprinkling into this battle, but for now it's Nicholas Anke versus Kylian Brian Meenan for 20th overall, and Brian Meenan looks that little bit quicker than the Porsche, which seems to have struggled a bit today. 20th place is the second best placed Porsche in the standings, whereas Aston Martin are leading the silver category. Brian Meenan not close enough to make a move on this occasion, but would probably like to get it done before Lozio gets here, and he has to start looking over his shoulder as well.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job, and at this point, Ryan Meenan is faster. He's gained on him, and more often than not, when you see a guy tailing somebody else for this long, they're faster. They're just not faster enough to go ahead and complete that pass, and it's really difficult here as well, just the way the track is set up. There's a couple overtaking opportunities, but it's really hard to not only make the pass, but you have to hold on to it as well, because this track lends itself extremely well, in my opinion, to crossover maneuvers, or you brake a little bit early because somebody's down to your inside, and you just kind of early apex and go back down and have the inside into the next corner. So it's very hard to not just get side by side with somebody, but to complete the pass.
Let's see how long this is going to take Ryan Meenan. Is he going to get there before the stop phase as well, because that won't be too far away. Nicholas Hubin is in, but he often pits early. We're still expecting a good 10 minutes out of these drivers, so not worth getting too excited just yet. Ryan Meenan very nearly did though into turn 13. He just showed the nose a little bit, tries to get into the head of Nicholas Anke. They'll move up the hill through turn 14. They'll stay out on the road, and Ryan Meenan will need a good exit here out of the final turn. The Porsche not so strong in a straight line, especially compared to the Aston Martin, well, based on what I've seen so far anyway. Anke though has got good traction. The rear biased Porsche has always plunged off corners well, and it has done on that occasion as well. He just about gave himself the legs to hang on there. Ryan Meenan was ever so slightly too far back.
Yeah, just a little bit. I couldn't have called it better, when they were going down into turn 2 there. I think the problem right now for Anke is that his car it's doing really well in the corners, but it's not handling the best. It's still performing well, but that car looks like a handful. And I think for Ryan Meenan, his car, I'm going to say it's not on rails, but it is handling. It's doing everything he'd like it to do within reason. Obviously, he'd like it to go past that car and go win the race, but there's only so much you can do and ask out of these race cars, and he's doing a pretty good job of it. Though I will say, though, for him right now, he's going to have that 63 car, Lozio, just behind him. That's a Pro Class driver chomping at the bit to get by, so he needs to play his cards right here to make sure that if he does get by that Porsche, he doesn't, let the Lamborghini by and then lose a position to the Porsche right after that. Looking here at the 996 car, this car has looked a handful to me all day. You can see still very much a handful. He's getting lapped right here, or no, passed, excuse me, by the 127 Team Jean Alesi Esports car.
That's Alberto Garcia who's at the wheel.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Who's at the wheel now? Not seen him so far today. I don't know whether I've missed him, but I think that's the first time he's been in today. Up to 30 seconds now, but not where that pro team would like to be by any means. They're a long way from that battle, which is now for 25th, by the way, which they were involved with between the 4 and the 60. We saw a bit earlier, but Garcia is now at the wheel and will drive away from Jihao Hu, who's in the 996 car with the highest number in the order. That's a useless fact for you, but it's true. Now 33rd in the standings and in the silver category as well. Still 4 hours 50 remaining, and that means given the fact we're in the 4th stint of the race, it means that the drivers can go at maximum about 10 minutes longer. Let's not forget there's a 65-minute limit on every stint in this race. You have to return down pit lane within those 65 minutes. You don't have to get out of the car within those minutes, but you do have to make a pit stop every 65 minutes. And so, given the fact we're 4 stints into this one, you can do the maths at home. It means we can go to about 4 hours 40 If all things were perfect, they're not quite, so they'll come in a bit before that, but only 10 minutes remaining, about 5 more laps until a lot of the leading drivers will be in.
Yeah, I would say we'll have to see everybody in between just about 4-hour 45 to 4-hour 43 or so. That's kind of just my rough calculation based on doing the math in my head, kind of linear extrapolation of what all these guys have been doing on pit road. Interesting to see, though, that battle just behind here, Ji Hao in the 996 car. You see that Porsche leading the battle. Then he's got a Lamborghini just behind him. In that battle, they're getting lapped, and they're also fighting for position as well. You see the 2 Aston Martins back there in the background, too, and that's just kind of what you'll have, the ebb and flow here of multi-class endurance racing. Get 9 hours to go ahead and share the track with, 46 other drivers. I think you mentioned there are about 42 or 43 guys still left on track. As you can see, Luca Lozio in the 63 car. He has gained the 1 position there on the Aston, trying to see if he can't get the other here from this Porsche. Pro driver on silver.
Yeah, we've gone through about 10 minutes or so of slim pickings in terms of battles, but now we've got plenty. Luca Lozio is on the back of Nicholas Anke here in towards the sweepers at 6 and 7. You might even think about a dive at 7, in fact. The slightly tighter of the 2 sweepers. He won't go for it, in fact. Kylian Ryan Meenan is right here as well, of course. He's still trying to make his move. And Fabian Piffet, by the way, has dropped behind all of them as a result of a pit stop that happened not too far in front of these guys. Out of turn 9 goes Lozio. He's so close to the back of the Porsche. He'll look at the inside. He's almost through before the corner here. Down on the brakes he'll go. It forces Anke to brake late, right round the outside, and in fact he's held on to it quite well for what it's worth. This is a battle, of course, between silver and pro cars.
Oh, and how about this here? You can see bottom of your screen, race control incident between car 110 and 28 on lap 142. That was about almost 10 laps ago. 5-second time penalty there to the car 28 for ignoring the blue flag.
Yeah, they've already got so many behaviour warning points that they've got a qualifying ban at Spa, and they're already they're not being careful enough, I think is fair to say. I mean, when you're already in that situation, Austin, you've got to be careful, especially on blue flags, which are avoidable penalties, I think it's fair to say. And unfortunately, they've not done that, and they've got another penalty and more BWPs.
This is the car. I don't quite understand, why you'd race that aggressively, especially with cars in other classes. I realize you want to do as good for yourself as possible to make sure that you're not going to give up at any time, or, try to minimize the time loss that you have due to letting the faster cars by. But at some point, like you mentioned, they already lost their qualification for the Spa 24-hour race. And I say that they're not, disqualified for the race, but they can no longer qualify. So they're going to start at the end of the line from everybody else in the Spa race in about a couple weeks' time. And today, if they get another penalty, 30-second time penalty, it just blows my mind. They're kind of on probation, as you can see. Marc Leclerc,
that was not a good
car, the
rejoin.
Canadian in the Bentley, facing the wrong direction, and that is not a part of the track. I'd want to be stationary. Looks like you might be having a little bit of difficult time getting the car refired, trying to wait for an opening there in the traffic. Good heads-up driving, though, for Marc to not totally ruin somebody else's race and wait to turn that car around.
And Kylian Ryan Meenan now seizes his opportunity. Nicholas Anke has indeed let through Luca Lozio, and there goes Kylian Ryan Meenan through on the Porsche. It's actually the Wacos BMW, I think, that's got it involved there as well, and then gets blue flagged immediately. Starts defending from the Porsche, which is a slightly bizarre one, but it's helped FFS Racing. It's helped Kylian Ryan Meenan, who's also through as well. That was a nice move, who likely, in where at least, he likely took advantage of Luca Lozio's move to make one of his own.
Yeah, we're going to get a quick replay here. This is the 426, the Canadian in the Bentley. This is Marc.
He's trying to get out of the way.
I don't know if something was wrong.
Oh dear.
Yep. That'll do it.
So he was trying to get out of the way, and then the Mercedes goes into him anyway. He drives backwards around the corner. Don't do this. And then spins it back onto the racing line again.
But a half a
my
spin turn.
goodness me.
Oh man, that was close to the 996 car.
Very close.
And then, as luck would have it, as it's happened about 10 times already today, there's the battle we were just looking at on track. going through right where kind of the most intense part of the track is, with that 426 car being spun around. And I think you called it right there, Ewan. I think that Mercedes just a little bit overzealous, trying to do more than he should have, getting into that corner. The 426 was already pulling out of the way, going a little slow, and he just threw it into the corner and slid up a little bit and made contact. I can't imagine there will be a penalty, given they both served one, but obviously that's for the race stewards to decide.
Yeah, I didn't particularly enjoy the rejoin, I've got to say, for the Bentley, but I don't think they were at fault for the initial incident that we saw there. And I don't actually think it was Lozio that provided the open door for Kyalami Ryman. And having seen that incident, I think it was that spin from the Bentley that may have just forced Anka wide. Ryan Meenan through on the inside and then was able to go through at turn 13 as a result. But either way, FS Racing are now into 19th after starting this race by turning upside down on the exit of turn 5. This is the battle for 16th as well between two silver cars. The highest placed Porsche versus Ren Velton Esports Red. They're not very red, I've got to say, but they are in a Ferrari after all, and they're looking for the position that is currently held by Miles Hemming. Hemming's been at the wheel of this car for a couple of hours now, and you can be sure he's probably in the very latter laps of his stint now.
Yeah, I'd have to say so too. I mean, talk about this. It's crazy, that 71 car. It looks nice that it's all matte black, but I just can't get over, as soon as you said it earlier in our broadcast part of the race, that it kind of just hides the curves and the body accents of that new Ferrari. It is such a nice looking car. And it's been really cool that just the speed with which it was added to the sim. I know I've already said it, but it blows my mind just the quick turnaround that ACC has with getting a new car in real life on the track and putting it here into ACC. It blows my mind how fast they do it. You can see Tim bringing that car down onto pit road. Look at that wide berth there into pit road too.
You would do, based on what we've seen from Jakob Osterman in particular so far today. Yeah, I've got to agree with you. This is one of the best looking Ferraris I've seen for a very long. I've got to say, I still think their GT3 Ferraris have a bit of it to be desired in terms of sound in real life, and therefore in ACC as well, I suppose. But I don't particularly enjoy the sound as much. But the look of the Ferrari is absolutely wonderful. Yeah, so good to have it in ACC so quickly. Dennis Schoninger is losing a bit of time, I think it's fair to say, in this stint. That gap to Otto Camera is now below 2 seconds, and that's a battle that I wasn't envisaging at the start of this stint. But after all, Schoninger's lost more than 10 seconds to his teammate over the course of this stint.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised just how much time he's lost because those two cars, I mean, for the first 2 hours of the race, you got to remember this 555 car, he led the race for about an hour and a half from the 1 hour mark to about the 2.5 hour mark until his teammate in the 66 car passed him. And since then, he's been dropping like a rock. Not necessarily through the field, but he's been losing a lot of time. I'd like to point out, too, that 110 car, I had thought, personally, he was going to run down that 66, but he's been actually losing time ever since he got around that 555 car, so I'm really surprised by that, too.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure, actually, the 110 was going to catch up, but there's still a chance. There's still a long way to go, but they have to avoid penalties from here on in. They're into the pit lane as well. Igor Rodriguez and Louis Rotas both in. Schoninger and Camera follow as well as Lucas Matej closes into Jeffrey Ritchie. This is a battle for what should become second place after the pit stop of Michael Romagnoli, who's currently in 6th place overall. He's in the lead of the silver category. This is for second place, and the 85 Racing Point car has been on a roll for the last few moments.
Yeah, they've been absolutely flying these last couple laps, putting in some really good lap times as well. There you can see the 85 Sin-Needs on the side, the Aston Martin, just knocking on the door. This 44 car of Ritchie, the Ferrari, was leading in the silver category for, I'm going to say, about 2 hours of this race. He undercut the competition. I think that 938 car just undercut. You can see they're on pit road right now, so the entire field kind of going into and out of the pits, and this is where everything's going to get jumbled up the most, sort of, just for right now. But yeah, putting in some strong laps.
Excuse me for the whoa there. I saw Fiala out there still. I thought he hadn't come in at all, but he has. He's just made his pit stop and he's back out again. And so I apologise for that. Jakob Osterman has also changed in there for Rotas. Niels Niox is into third as they jump Dominic Blyer, who's now in the Williams Esports car. Not seen Darren McCormack since the first couple of stints now, but Niels Niox is into third place, so that's a jump in the pit stops from BS Competition, which is a bit of a surprise to see, it's fair to say. We've got a driver change for the 938 team as well, as William Pisano gets into that one for Michael Romagnoli. But this is now the battle for second place between Jeffrey Ritchie and Lucas Mateja, down towards the first braking zone of the lap. They'll remain single file, they'll remain second and third.
Yeah, through this turn 3, 4, 5 complex here before they go down this back straight. We'll see if Luca can pull any sort of tricks out of his hat, sort of up his sleeve if he has any. I think he's a little bit too far back. He remains faster. I think he's just faster at sort of the wrong parts of the lap to really do a good job and sort of complete this overtake. He continues to be close, so stalking his prey like a kind of like a lion in the weeds for right now. He's just not close enough and not fast enough relative to the car ahead of Ritchie to get this pass done. But it amazes me too, and you talk about us having not seen some of the drivers since the first stint, in particular in that 555 car. And these teams, it always blows my mind too that they'll have these things and know, like, all right, well, he's the fastest, so he'll start, get us a big lead, and then we'll have the slower guys in. I say slow, it's all relative, but they might diminish the lead. Then you get that fast guy in for the final 2 stints of the race. It just, they've got everything down to a science, it seems like.
It's all a big balancing act. Lucas Mattea now less than 2 seconds, by the way, away from the lead. Look at Pisano, only just up in front of these guys in that Aston Martin. They're just stuck behind Mikhail Statsenko in the Santaloc Audi, and so we could have a 3-car battle for the lead in silver very, very soon. We're approaching half distance, and if we go through another half of this race and it's like this in silver, then we're in for an absolute treat. It's been so close over the course of this race so far. I've got to say it was good at Bathurst as well, although the pro race was fantastic as well at Bathurst. We do have more drama though in this silver category. Sebastian Apostel picks up a drive-through penalty. That's the first real big main contender, I would argue, to have a drive-through for track limits so far today, and it comes in the first half of this race.
Yeah, that's surprising. Usually these guys are a lot better at kind of minding their P's and Q's in terms of going up tracks and picking up those sort of the warnings. You only get so many warnings until you get a drive-through. So I'm pretty darn shocked of just how many of those they've accumulated. I mean, we haven't even gotten past the halfway point in the race, and they have their first drive-through penalty. So we might see a lot of the guys there up in the top 10 get some drive-throughs later in the race. But boy, to have already gotten one, not even halfway through the race, they might be on the fast track to maybe getting 2 or something before the day is over. But yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen here with, you've got Pisano in the 938 leading the silver category, Ritchie in the 44 in second. And how about Mateja there rounding out the podium for the silver class? I mean, this race is getting hot at just the right time halfway through, just before we have to hand it back over to Angus and Jesse Lee here in a couple minutes. So they are going to have an absolute treat to watch and commentate over, because this battle continues to get closer and closer there. You can see that Aston Martin a lot closer.
We've got big drama in news in, and it's not great news for us because we won't be here, but in 30 minutes time we are hearing there will be rain on the circuit. So a big change to proceedings, and all of a sudden we were just commenting on how the clouds were clearing up a little bit. The sun was beginning to poke through. Indeed, we're experiencing quite a nice late afternoon bit of sunshine at the moment, but that's all going to go away very suddenly, and we're going to see rain in half an hour. We don't know for how long just yet, but even a sprinkling is going to change this race. And so all of the strategy, all of the games in terms of that has just gone completely up into the air, and now we're none the wiser as to who's going to be where. Well, we're hearing that it's gone from, just light rain to heavy rain. We'll see how that changes over the course, and we'll try and keep you updated as to what is going to happen. But rain is incoming in half an hour. That is going to really set the cat amongst the pigeons for everybody here.
It's crazy too, because just as I was talking about when they expect rain, and Daniel Costello, we have him in the broadcast kind of booth, in the production trailer, kind of behind the scenes, and he just mentioned too, usually they get a lot of rain in the summer, but most of the time it's in the afternoon around 6 p.m. for about an hour or so, and guess what's coming up in a half hour? 6 o'clock on the dot, plus or minus 3 minutes or so. So Daniel calling it. Maybe he's got a crystal ball or something. Maybe I could borrow that to look at the lotto numbers. We'll have to see. But boy, it's crazy too. And I don't know if you touched on it too, Ewan, but Mr. Hamlet did. And it's going to be really nuts, because in a half hour, we're going to be in the exact middle of where most of the people are pitting. So you know who this is going to really benefit? I forget what car number it is, but they've kind of taken that alternate strategy of having pitted about a half hour in the race, setting themselves off sequence. 63, thank you. Mr. Hamlet just confirmed it's a 63 car. That's that Lamborghini. I think it's in about, 13th position. Overall on track, should be about the 7th or 8th car in the pro category. If the rain comes and they're just making a normal pit stop for them on time for when they should finish their stint, they could really win big if this rain comes when we expect it to. And if you're the leaders, that's an extra pit stop, so they could be a huge beneficiary of this.
It could, however, I've got fears that they will have to pit before the rain comes, actually. Or certainly before they'll need wet tyres, if we do need them. I don't know whether they will be able to go quite as long, because it has been quite a while since they come in. Let's not forget, they pitted half an hour in to the opening stint of the race. That means in the 4th hour, they should be fitting with about 4 hours and 10 minutes remaining. And that is only in 25 minutes time, not 30. So now they've got a big call. Do you pit and put wet tyres on when there's 5 minutes before rain? That seems illogical. But also, you don't want to be coming in about 5-10 minutes after your previous pit stop, do you? So I think they could be in a more awkward position than maybe more than it is a good position at this stage in the race, purely down to a little bit of bad luck, in all honesty, because they couldn't have predicted when the weather was going to come when they made that ploy 4 hours ago.
Oh, for sure. And, they could be a huge beneficiary of the rain coming if it does come when they need it to, but otherwise, they'll probably be one of the biggest losers, because there's no way. You might say at home, maybe, even if you're from iRacing or part of that world where you've never raced in the rain or had to make that tire call or whatever in a simulator like this, even in real life, it is difficult too. But you don't want to go out there with wet weather tires when the track is still dry. A, they'll get too hot, the car will feel like junk. And B, just imagine the contact patch. These tires are wide, but they're racing slick, so you've got a round spot on the bottom of this tire that's maybe about the size of your palm, the palm of your hand. That's how big it is. And imagine now a tire with all the grooves to let the water out. They're not as big as your road-going tires on your road or your street car, but obviously, of the palm of your hand, imagine how much of that surface area is now removed because you need to add those grooves for water. So the car is going to feel like junk for the 5 minutes. So couldn't agree more. You're not going to put rain tires on anticipating rain in 5 minutes from now. Maybe if it's sprinkling, they might be able to say, we'll just put the rain tires on. The car might feel bad for a while, but we will benefit from this overall by putting the wet tires on right now. But yeah, couldn't agree more. So we'll see though.
It's going to be really awkward, because I think Lazio will come in with 4 hours 10, and the rain is expected to come down with 4 hours 9 remaining. So it's really awkward. I don't know whether it's more awkward for them or for the leaders, because they'll be halfway through a stint at the front. They will be ideally pitting with 3 hours and... Oh, this is hard to work out now. 3 hours and 35 remaining if things were to go as expected all the time. So they'll be even less than halfway through a stint at that point. So that's going to be really awkward for them, and not ideal. But then again, it's less awkward than having to make 2 pit stops and decide whether to go out on wets on a dry circuit. It's there's nobody in a good place right now, really.
I think it's all going to depend for right now when the rain starts to fall. If the 63 car lucks into it, rain starts to fall, it'll be an easy decision. It will not be awkward at all for them to come down pit road at that time and put on wet weather tires, and it will be awkward for all the drivers who, like you said, halfway through their stint, now all of a sudden it's going to jumble up almost everything, because now that game plan you had of I'll be in the car from hour 5 to hour 6, now all of a sudden you'll be in the car from like hour 5.5 to 6.5, and it's just going to mess up everything else. And if somebody, like I said, has a real life obligation, then you have to go into, well, I can't be in the car past this time, so I got to take this slot and I got to get in the car earlier or later, and everything just gets jumbled up. It's a big old headache for these guys, but that's part of racing, and I think it's going to be a lot more. I always like it when it rains in these races because I'm not in the car. If I were in the car, I'd have more fun, but I'm always happy to see it rain.
Yeah, it's fantastic for us anyway. We're about to hit the halfway mark of the 9 hours of Kyalami. It just ticks down towards it right now, and we're about to see quite some drama over the course of the next 20 minutes, half an hour or so. We're seeing quite a battle at the moment. It's the 72 holding back at Luca Lozio and the young Grancis Caracas, who we're seeing for the first time in the 912 Veloce car here today. The race winners from Bathurst currently running down in 8th place in the standings, just behind the Lamborghini Esports team. Both of these teams actually were fighting over a Bathurst race win. That's no longer the case, of course. It's not a race win they're fighting for today, but scrapping for points, which of course you need to accumulate over the season that we've got here this summer. Out over the line again, as we're not too far away from 200, well, not too far over 150 laps, I should say. Lozio down towards turn 1, Caracas too far back. They'll remain in a train of 3, but Lozio needs to pass this Aston Martin before Caracas gets his chance, and he might have even had a half chance there.
Oh, look, he's looking at the inside here. Really close. That was extremely close between those two. He's going to force him wide there, just out of Sunset.
Yeah,
or not Sunset, sorry, Barbecue.
Yeah, contact made, and now they're side by side. Lozio on the inside, Caracas right round the outside of Sunset. That will be spectacular, but it's not quite the chance that he was looking for. It's not quite executed anyway. Lozio stays in front for now, and wow, that was impressive. Caracas gave it a right good go. That was the kind of thing I was expecting from Pavlovsky a little bit earlier on. If you remember that battle about 2 hours ago, Pavlovsky had a chance to go round the outside in a similar way on Robbie Stapleford. He didn't go for it, and that's exactly the kind of thing I thought he would be able to manage. Caracas clearly did have the desire to do that, but didn't quite work for him on that occasion. It was a good effort though.
Yeah, I figured he would have gone for that move around the outside as well. Outside versus inside in that corner, and it's super situational as well. And I mean, we're talking minute differences in the positions of the cars as they're heading down there to turn 6, because it's an extremely wide corner. It's about a little bit tighter than 90 degrees. So, at that point, you're getting down to the acute angle of it's a very long corner, and there's almost no banking. So it's one of those, situations where you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't, because if you can make it stick, you'll be making out like a bandit. But if you can't, you'll still be trailing that guy, and it's a really awkward position to be in, especially when you've been fighting so hard. I mean, these guys are out here having dogfights, even for 13th position overall. I mean, this is between 2 pro cars at least, instead of a silver car and a pro car. Look at this crossover.
Oh, it's a great battle. Fantastic. Grancis Caracas finds himself on the outside of Sunset again, and he's not quite as far alongside this time, so he'll just tuck in instead. Luca Lozio stays in front, but let's have a look at a quick little replay here of this is Niels Nyax jumping at Dominic Plyer in the pit stop phase over the course of the last stint. And that's how, the last pit stops I should say, that's how he's into 3rd, although Plyer not too far behind him at the moment. Speaking of which, Caracas is close to Lozio as well. This is about for 13th overall, but 7th in the pro class. And we've got to say, 2 of the best teams in the order as well. We've got more than 40 of them on the grid here, but to see these 2 teams going at it more than halfway into this race, it's wonderful to see, and it's been a great battle so far.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. Even since the drop of the green flag, it's been great. Huge opportunity to come in here and call the race. We've had a lot of excitement. 9 times out of 10, we've been spoiled for choice in terms of which position, battle for position we've wanted to watch. And how about Lazio? He continues to pull away here. He's done a great job. Watch us run down the front stretch, though.
Well, just over halfway through this race then. 9 hours of Kyalami with Luca Lazio and Grantas Caracas fighting again down towards the first braking zone of the lap. They will stay as they are. While we are just over the halfway point, let's take a quick look at the replays of the race so far and how things have gone down in the opening half of this race. It all started under bright blue skies and nice sunshine as well here this afternoon, with the 110 of Jakob Osterman taking the lead in towards turn 1 after his pole position lap. It was the 2 Williams Esports cars second and third, the Santalok Audi fourth, and BS Competition in fourth. In the danger zone was Jordan Sherritt. He would get tipped around by John Lacey Esports, and then the chaos would ensue. 15, 20 cars, take your pick. Everybody involved in this, including Unicorns of Love as well, and even FFS Racing, who are now inside the top 20, getting tipped onto their roof. After an hour, it was time for everybody to come in, and Jakob Osterman would give up the lead in one of the most bizarre ways I've ever seen. He'll go for a donut on the entry to the pit lane, eventually getting going in 5th position at the time. Into the second stint of the race, and it was Williams Esports who were exchanging positions. Darren McCormack was at the wheel at the time. He overtook his teammate Wojciech Fiala for the lead there. This was battling a little bit further down. The 114 Audi receiving a penalty for tipping the Visceral Porsche into the wall. A little bit further down, this is in the last hour, a bit of contact, or the last couple of hours, a little bit of contact between the Armentario Audi with Ferrari, with one of the Porsches. That position will be redressed eventually, and really put on a great battle in towards turn 13 as the Visceral Ferrari tried to take advantage. The Porsche would duck down the inside, the Visceral Ferrari would try to do the same, but in the end couldn't quite do it as a result of good driving in the end from the Armentario car. In towards the sweepers came the Wacos BMW, but unfortunately there was a Ferrari standing in their way. Both cars heavily damaged after the biggest piece of contact we've seen all day. The 52 Pulse car was also trying to make moves. This was down the inside of turn 13, and a nice battle through here as well. The 52 finding its way through on the 26 Bentley. A little bit further back, we had the Bentley getting in the way of a couple of cars. This was a battle inside the top 30, 20 kind of region. Just trying to let everybody through, really, rather than anything else. That was Leon Schubert in the Mercedes finding his way through, along with the number 1 West Competition Racing car in the BMW there as well. It was all very battle in the midfield. Battle for the silver lead was very much going on as well as they battled through all of this. That battle was a little bit further behind. Here it was. It was Romagnoli who caught the Ferrari very quickly indeed, and made his way round the outside as well. He almost only needed one opportunity. This was the chance he got. He executed with absolute 10 out of 10 marks as well. Over the start-finish line for the Williams Esports Mercedes and the 110 as well. It was Jakob Osterman now in the car, but Louis Rotas was on a charge in the previous stint when he was in it. Down the inside, he went in towards the first braking zone, made his way through as well in what was eventually a bit of a disappointing stint for Dennis Schoninger. That 555 Williams car now down in 4th position in the standings. Thanks very much to everybody who's been tuned in here this afternoon through the middle point of the race. I've been Ian O'Leary alongside Austin Bulker. We're going to be handing over the commentary now to Jesse Lee and Angus Fender, who are going to take you through the next few hours of the race.
Thank you very much, Ewan and Austin. Well, just over halfway in the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge esports race here at Kyalami. 9 hours, a long time, and a lot of racing still left to go today. The weather ever changing, the battles getting closer all the time, staying close inside the top time. Welcome in, Angus. What do you make of all this close racing?
It's absolutely incredible. I don't really know where to look, if I'm being honest with you. Wherever you go, whichever camera you cut to, there's something to see. So it's always incredible to see the level of competition here in the IGTC.
Lucas Mattea here trying to take it to Richie in the 44, a battle for P2. I felt like whenever I signed off earlier on in the day, there was a 3-car battle for these spots. They've changed places, and the pole sitter in the class has retaken the top spot in silver, but this fight for P2 going on very heavy indeed. Richie holding stern. Mattea trying to find a way around, just unable to get that racing point car in sort of open space to make the pass.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I will be able to inform you, having driven earlier on in this race, the Ferrari absolutely flies through the second sector of this track. Incredibly high downforce, very, very competitive platform around the twisty bits. But the Aston Martin has that grunt. It has that big Mercedes power plant up front just to haul it out of the corners and down the straights. So very interesting dynamic battle between these two. And it is a lot of points up for grabs here with 4 hours 20 left on the clock.
I will say as much. This is a unique perspective for all of us here and for all of you at home as well. We don't normally get this sort of response, but we got Angus Fender with us here. Of course, you were in this race here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was very much looking forward to a race like this. Kyalami is a track I absolutely love. Driven it loads and loads and loads of times. And it was all looking very good for around 3 corners, as the Rocket Sim Sport car unfortunately got caught up in that massive mess, let's say, up on the exit of Barbecue on lap 1. So we had to pit and repair the car and then try and fight our way back through. But yeah, it just wasn't really meant to be in the end, as we've seen a lot of cars caught up with damage and various penalties throughout this race. So it's just one of those endurance things, and for sure I will be very much looking forward to going and setting the record straight at Spa.
Of course, Angus, uniquely qualified commentator and driver, can do both things. I'm not jealous at all, but we'll check back in with more tidbits about the race and your observations as well. And one of our big observations is our meteorologist that we have on staff has just told us rain in 10 minutes. We've known it's coming. We expected around 4 hours and 9 minutes left to go. It's not going to start out as hard rain, though, is it, though, Angus?
No, it isn't. Rain is rolling over the hills and is encroaching on the Kyalami circuit. So light rain due very, very soon, but it will get heavier, we have heard. So suddenly, as if this race wasn't complicated enough already, it's going to get even more difficult for these drivers. How much wet running have you done? How is the car set up to cope with these changeable conditions? Is there going to be a certain car that will rise to the top when the track gets slippy? We are going to find out the answers very soon, but I'll say this very, very, very comfortably, is that I would not want to be a driver on board one of these cars right now with so much at stake.
Flashed back to the starting grid today. One of my opening questions about this race was, knowing that the weather report had the potential to have rain in it, what would you do with the setup? Did you have a hybrid setup that could run potentially in both, or did you sell out for a dry setup and just pray it was going to be dry? What did the teams decide to go with? What do you reckon most of the teams went with here today?
It's an interesting dynamic, because for those of you that have watched the Kyalami known as in real life, there's always rain. There's always rain, and whenever it rains, it's usually very heavy. Just thinking back to, I think it was 2019 or 2020, where it absolutely lashed down in South Africa and brought out a red flag for a bit, actually. But most of these teams, I suspect, are on a nearly pure dry setup. There hasn't been a wet lap turn so far in the IGTC in 2023, so most of these drivers are going in pretty much unknown. Speaking from my own team's perspective, Rocket Sim Sport, I did a few laps in the rain. I got a balance for what the car would do. I got tire pressures all set up for our strategy, and then we just hoped and prayed that it would come at a time that was convenient for us. But I strongly suspect that these mid-engine cars are suddenly going to find themselves struggling a little bit for tyre temps. It must be said, the track's cooling down. The front engine cars with the big engine over the front axle tends to work the tyres a little bit harder. So we are about to see, usually the Aston Martin goes incredibly well in the wet. Will that carry on?
Well, of course, you talk about the temps on the track. You are not kidding. Of course, We are almost 6 p.m. in sim time here in Kyalami, so it is doing nothing but falling. It's going to fall even more, obviously, with the weather coming in. I'm quite curious how many people went with an all-dry setup. For the uninitiated, this is kind of what you can expect. There's going to be a middle ground where the track isn't necessarily lost. There's still rubber on it. I think nearly every team, especially those competing for spots here, they're probably going to stay out there as long as there is at least a little bit of grip to get to that crossover point. ACC typically has a long crossover point. It takes a while to get there. It's not instantaneous at all. So again, every driver, every team's going to have a lot of communicating here to do to try and pinpoint the exact right time to come in and coordinate this stop.
Absolutely, it's one of the very many things that this platform does so insanely well. Speaking from a real-world experience in British GT, the track doesn't just go bang, wet. It's a progression. It's almost like it's on a slider. You lose a little bit of grip initially, and then corner after corner after corner, you continue to lose that over the next few laps. And as I've just seen, the 296 car, currently with Valentin Barrier at the wheel, has just made a stop. So they are going to be wrong-footed by this rain when it does arrive, because they've just taken on a full tank of fuel. So what do you do then? Do you try and brave it on the dry tyres, or are you going to have to make your way down pit lane as soon as the track goes wet?
Yeah, I'm sitting here shaking my head, and it's because that is not what you wanted. That's essentially taking an extra pit stop here when everyone else is trying to go as long as possible. Nobody else, not really, I don't think, looking up and down the board, should be too set aback by this. I was surprised that the 296 came in to do that. Who knows, maybe they'll be able to incorporate the strategy. Of course, we don't know if and when it's going to stop raining. If it is just an afternoon shower and it pushes through, it could just as easily inconvenience everybody else whenever that comes up as well. But either way, right now, looking like an extra stop for Valentin Barrier in the 296. Not what they would have had in mind.
Absolutely. One way they could limit their losses was to actually not take on any tyres at all, just fuel. Obviously, you're going to be running the tyres down to the carcass, and that's never a nice feeling for a driver. But by short fueling the car, they can then run it up to that crossover point and serve as little time in pit lane as possible. Having heard from the team behind us, that is what the 296 actually did. So call me a prophet, because as it turns out, that is what the Yassi car has decided to do, and just trying to cut their losses whilst they can.
No, that was a smart decision by them, and I think well read by you as well to be able to pull that out. That's a smart decision. I think it's the only decision you can make. You're literally limiting your losses. Wide camera angle panning around the circuit, around the final corner, and a look back down the circuit. It tells you the story of the day. It is going to start raining imminently here, and it should be just a shower. So if it is going to be just a rain shower here, Angus, might you even chance it by not coming in if you don't have to?
If it's a brief shower and it's not going to stick around for very long, absolutely. It's better than losing up to maximum 1 minute in changing tyres twice, going from wets then back to dries, than maybe losing 30 seconds, 35 seconds by trundling around on the wrong tyre for a short period of time. This is where the engineers, the team engineers, earn their money. So we're hearing that the rain is expected for around half an hour, so it's right on that crossover point where teams have to make their mind up. And if this does end up wrong-footing you on fuel, then you have a major headache going your way as to what to do with tyres. But this is where the engineers make their money. This is the full esports experience with these massive teams all trying to flex their muscles and show who's the smartest, I suppose. And we shall get an answer to that very soon.
If it's light rain for 30 minutes time, that's going to be incredibly interesting to see who maybe chances it. You stand to gain if you can somehow work that with your strategy, if you can work that with your car and not hemorrhage time, not fall off the racetrack, you could essentially eliminate a pit stop and you could gain a ton. And considering there are mere seconds in between a lot of these top competitors here today in both classes, that could be huge. But again, would you risk it for the biscuit? It is a scary proposition, surely, but it is one the teams are definitely mulling over. So what we're expecting here is light rain and to persist for just about 30 minutes at this stake. that is incredible and not what these teams wanted. They did not want to have to make a hard decision halfway into this race like this.
Absolutely not. Drivers are starting to feel the strain of these long endurance races. They are tiring mentally as well as physically. Knowing from having a very strong wheel myself, it does get to your shoulders a little bit, but the physical aspect doesn't even tell half the story, because the psychological stress, emotion, frustration, absolute delight when you pull off a fantastic overtake or nail a pit stop. It's all the ups and downs of world motorsport, as we see. This is the Veloce car behind the VSR car going out of turn 1 up into barbecue. What's going to happen in it? Who's on board that Veloce car, I wonder? But either way, they're struggling to get through traffic, it looks like, and they have managed to open up the gap on Lozio behind. So those two were nailed together in the early stages, but looks like that's Grantis Carreras has managed to open up a small lead over their rival pro car that's currently 1.3 seconds behind.
And of course, Caracas passed the ballast car there, able to slot back in place. You don't see too many moves on that side of the racetrack. Normally you dive down the inside. Not the case for Grantis Caracas. For McLaren Veloce, able to get it done. Maybe a little bit of cooperation from Luca Lacio didn't hurt in that case. Everybody now quite close. You've got the 72 just in front, the Rinwelton Aston Martin. Of course, this is for position overall, but doesn't gain you more points. But again, as I usually say on these things, a pass that eventually you would imagine Grantis Caracas has to make.
Absolutely. He's still got Luca Lozio very, very close behind. And as you can see on the camera, the rain has arrived here now. The wipers start flashing across the screens and clearing water. This is now the hot seat for all the drivers. They're already losing grip, as we see on entry to Crocodile. The braking performance is falling away. That front end's going to start feeling more numb and number as the laps go on. Who's going to roll the dice on strategy? And it looks like Lozio's diving immediately for the pit lane. So there is rolling the dice. The factory Lamborghini team, they clearly think they know something else, but probably actually the end of his stint. We're hearing it is the end of his stint. So could it coincide quite well with a tyre change? You can see the rain's coming down. What do you do in this instance?
Ooh, I would probably argue it's a little bit too early, but again, they're forced. Luca Lacio was at the end of their stint timer for Mobileye Lamborghini. They didn't have a choice. They had to come in. It is sort of beneficial that they didn't have to come in right before the rain started. Of course, this track will probably transition quite quickly from a fast or an optimum racetrack back down to a greasy track at the very least. That's not going to do you good on treaded Pirelli tires. By the way, for folks at home, you can tell the difference in these tires. Pirelli P0 tires have yellow sidewalls, as you would expect with Pirellis. The wet weather tires don't have any sidewall lettering, so they're black. And well, you can see the difference on your television screen. It is wet tires. Denilo Centauro installed into the 63 out there on wet tires, Angus.
Absolutely. So they have decided to roll the dice. 30 minutes of rain coming up, and they are banking on being able to make that time back. And you know what? Looking at the intensity of the rain on screen, they're going to struggle for around a lap or two. But then I strongly suspect this Lamborghini will charge through the field on these treaded wet tyres if no one else decides to pit. One thing I do have to point out, having been a passenger on the rocket car and driving the rocket car during this race, some of these drivers right up the sharp end of the field, looking at Audi, looking at McLaren, are running no TC in the dry. As there we go, there's the Veloce car, and indeed that's the Aston Martin as well, the 72 down pit lane. So that is the Rinwelton Esports car down, and Wojtek Fiala as well, also in, and so is Jakob Osterman. So everyone's now diving for these wet tyres. Clearly the track is getting wet enough that they can survive. They can survive no more on these dry weather tyres. Suddenly it's all change now and all action in pit road.
All the top four cars into pit lane right now. I suspect whenever Statsenko gets back around, they were 35 seconds to the rears of the top four. I suspect they'll come in as well as the group right behind our leaders, the 72, for instance, Caracas, Allen, Patat. They have all also come in. It is a mad dash for the pit lane here, almost certainly everyone strapping on the wet weather Pirelli tires. They can feel it in the racetrack. They can feel it in the car. They know the grip's going down. Almost nobody willing to chance it here. Igor Rodriguez installed into the 66. And it's going to get worse. It is not going to be just a light shower for these 30 minutes. The intensity of the rain's going to pick up. The intensity in pit road is picking up now.
It absolutely is. It is rush hour in pit road. Everyone is diving in for a set of wet weather tyres. As we see Igor Rodriguez managing to hold on to his lead. But just look at all the action going on. Half the field's already left pit lane, but they're just going to keep on flooding in. That's the way the weather works now. So suddenly we're going to find out who has managed to incorporate a solid wet weather setup in with their very fast, very pointy, very safe dry weather setup. Who's made the right call on setup?
I might have been wrong with the 63 Lamborghini. I know they were forced down pit road due to their stint timer, but that might have been a blessing in disguise. They might have been the first ones out there and maybe not struggling for grip. Here with the 996, you can definitely tell they were on slick tires coming through Crocodiles and Cheetah that time, almost sliding out just a little bit, but able to get it back under control and safely into the pit lane for the Drive Just Boys car. And I hear there's a car out there that hasn't come in and put on the wet weather tires.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like it's actually Misha Statsenko, Mikhail Statsenko, still on dries, and the 938. That's now the leading silver car, still on dry weather tyres. And I touched on this point a few moments ago. The Audis in full dry conditions do not run traction control. They turn them off. It's quicker without. Now the track is greasy, as now Mikhail Statsenko drives the pit lane. So does the Team 1FF car behind them. The Porsche also dives in. So that staying out that lap extra is going to cost them a fair bit of time. But here is William Pisano. He's still going round. We believe this car is on dry tires.
I'm pretty sure I saw some yellow Pirelli lettering. You can't see it because it's going fast.
Right.
But yes, indeed. That car is still out on slicks. Ladies and gentlemen, your leader in the silver class chancing it here, staying out on the slicks. We saw Statsenko come in. They have decided no further, too treacherous, but not the 938 of Absolute ResTech by Acelith. They are out there on slick tires.
Absolutely, and you know what? I think the 110 of Yuri Petrichenko also on dry weather tyres. They're both struggling as much as the other. Neither of them can get the car slowed down. Neither of them can navigate the corner safely. And look at how quickly Gregor Schill behind in the BS competition BMW is catching up.
Yeah, they're going to catch him up. I'm just curious what the strategy is. If they come in now at this point, I think maybe they're running a little bit of an experiment here to see if this is possible. I don't know if this is going to go well. If they commit to this, it could possibly work out in their favor at some point down the line. But of course, compared to any car on treaded tires, they are going to be incredibly slow here.
Absolutely, you see the difference in drive and traction from the 89 BMW. Absolutely breezes past the 938 coming out of the S's, and now also picks off Yuri Petrichenko. Gregor Schill moving up the order now into third, very soon to be in second. Whatever the BMW boys have done with their strategy, they've absolutely nailed it to a T, because they're about to find themselves some free positions through the pit window. Petrichenko trying to scrabble around and hold on to any positions. William Pisano is now going backwards, finds himself passed by Dara McCormack in the Williams Esports Mercedes, and now Petrichenko dives the pit lane. Pisano still carries on. This is not the time to test your theories. With 5 hours into an endurance race, in the most high-profile endurance race in the Assetto Corsa Competizione, you have to be sure as to what you're doing. I strongly suspect that Pisano suspects he can weather out this storm, but the results are going to be seen very soon. This rain's not going anywhere.
No, it's absolutely not going anywhere. I was trying to do the math on how far in front they are. They're the better part of, I'll call it 45 seconds, actually probably a bit more than that, 50-some seconds in front of the next silver car. Keep in mind, they can get passed by all the pro cars. It does not matter. That doesn't bother them in the slightest, at least it shouldn't. They are worried about washing him in the 44 Ferrari, who is about 50-ish some seconds behind in this rain. Could they try to stay out, not try to flip their strategy, and hope that the rain sort of stops or eases off just in time that they don't have to do an extra stop or cut a stint short. That might be what they're trying to do. They're one of the only cars trying to do that, but man, that's exciting. And that had to have been a hard call, already being the leader of the race.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. Gregor Schill on screen, absolutely thrashing this BMW sideways whenever you see him. I must say, looking back at Aiden Walsingham, I was speaking to Pranav Kalevala last night, who is the manager of Visceral Esports, well, one of the managers of Visceral Esports, and he was a little bit hesitant regarding this race. He's thinking, I know our quali pace is good, I'm not so sure about our race pace. Well, if you're not so sure about your race pace and you're running second in silver, safe to say those worries have probably gone away by now. The Visceral Esports team doing an absolutely stellar job so far, being the only Ferrari really up there competing for class honours, with the next one being the 678 Ferrari in P11, and they are a long, long way behind the Visceral Esports car. So, Pranav, go and start touching some wooden tables or something, because this race is just going to get interesting. And I don't know if you planned for a wet setup, but the rain's arrived now, and I bet you're worrying just as much as you were last night.
All credit to the Visceral 44. They've been in the fight almost the entire day. They have been incredibly patient. They've been rewarded so far with a podium position, and Aiden Walsingham trying to do their absolute best. The Acertec SimSport car out there on the wet weather tires, as almost everybody is. You could definitely see they've got pretty significant grip in these tires. Nobody really skating around. The rain isn't torrential, but I'm going to borrow a British saying, it's properly wet now.
It is properly wet. I very much appreciate you dragging that reference in. I'll buy you a pint later as well. How about that? But here is Aiden Walsingham. Looks like that car's absolutely nailed to the racetrack. Superb front end grip from the 296. As we know, Walsingham, a very accomplished driver in his own right, the fastest Ferrari in qualifying, even faster than Jordan Sherratt, and is showing just what that car can do. We know it's down a little bit on top speed, but makes it up through the corners. This rain probably helps them a little bit if they're strong through the twisty stuff.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think that's exactly what's going on. I think maybe they're a little bit stronger in this section, absolutely throwing it into sunset, but it didn't look unsettled, looked completely stable. A lot of cars sort of searching around a little bit, skating just a tiny bit, a little bit sideways. You see none of those mannerisms from the 44 right now, and it's little wonder they are actually catching the pro car in front of them, which is bad news for our leaders in that class that did not come in.
Absolutely. I wonder what that 938's thinking now. Probably very worried, in fact. Here we see Jaroslav Honzik, very popular YouTube streamer, Jardier, navigating the Yassi SRO car around the circuit. They've been in the walls a little bit today, to say the least, caught up in that immense crash on lap 1, and then a few more gravel moments after that. I know a couple of penalties heading their way, but good to see them still circulating around in P29. They know this race is far from over. Now the rain has arrived with 4 hours left on the clock. Still plenty of points up for grabs, and they can see those points in the distance. They're going to go and chase them down.
Considering they were as low as, I believe, 42nd or 43rd place, being 29th right now, that's got to feel good. Battling back, getting some points, and also making sure that you do make something out of nothing, which is exactly what Yazid has done today.
Absolutely. And you get an immense sense of self-pride when you drag yourself from the jaws of defeat and manage to salvage something. I know that the worst feeling in motorsport is parking it before it's done. It's a horrible feeling because you can see your competitors going round, they're making progress, you're sitting in the pits, you can't go any further. So it's great to see that out of the 46 or 47 cars that started this race, we still have a lot of them still running despite the damage in the early stages. And just looking at Honzik now, able to make up plenty of ground on the cars in front, and is actually chasing down, I believe that's one of the Ren Welton Pro cars.
Certainly appears to be one of the Ren Welton cars. I always heard, and I definitely respect the old saying, the only thing worse than losing a race is watching somebody else win one, and especially when you are on the sidelines. I can guarantee you, every time I've ever seen one of these races, my first instinct is, man, I want to be out there. Of course, I don't have the pace as you do, Angus, to do that, but you're uniquely qualified in that way. You have both perspectives indeed. But yeah, nobody wants to be sitting on the sidelines. And you know what, too? Just in this situation right now, putting different drivers in the cars. A lot of the teams, almost all the teams, made a driver change. Surely all these teams know who their best wet weather driver is.
Yeah, if they're prepared correctly, they will have done their laps. They will have done their research. They will have done their comparisons, trawling through Motec data for hours on end. I know how much it takes to be able to compete at the front in one of these races. And believe you me, they will know exactly what they're doing to be competing at the front of this field. Here's the train for you, led by the two Bentleys. We haven't seen much of them in a while. The Wild Things car leading this group. But on your screen now, Dara McCormack has actually caught up to Gregor Schill. This is the battle for P2 overall and in pro. So Dara McCormack, after that scintillating lap in qualifying, the fastest Mercedes by an absolute gap, an absolute enormous distance in qualifying. Clearly not just a dry weather specialist, as one of the best drivers in this game. He also knows exactly what it's doing when the track gets wet. And Gregor Schill has to be staring at his mirrors, wondering where that 555 car is going to go. He defends down into Crocodile. There's the McLaren getting out of the way, one of the back markers. But McCormack has so much more car speed right now. It's so easy to see. And Gregor Schill wide, in fact. McCormack's all over him into the last corner. Schill covers the inside line, stops the car on the exit, tries to use that BMW grunt on the run out of the final corner down the start-finish straight. But I suspect this may only be a matter of time, Jesse. The McCormack car looks incredibly fast.
Well, I'm just being told, just a reiteration, let everybody stay up to speed. The leader in the silver class, Pisano, who was leading prior to the rain coming down, is still out there on slick tires. Clearly, they are trying to outlast this rain shower.
Well, I believe they're probably one of the only people to try and do that. If one have just been told they're losing the thick end of 5.5 seconds a lap, which when you've spent 5 hours building that gap, one small mistake like that can cost you so much. And with 20 minutes left in their stint, we do believe, they're going to have to weather out this storm now. It's too late to go and change tyres because you're not going to make that time back. You have to see this through and pay the price for this mistake, we do believe, because they are just tumbling down the order now. 23.5 seconds is the gap to the 555 in front now, and that was only fractions 3 or 4 laps ago.
Rather unfortunately, right now, weathering the storm is not a pun. It is the reality of the 938 team. You know, something else interesting that I was just considering whenever we were talking about Williams, I wonder if in these weather conditions, if this does not favor the Williams Mercedes-AMG at this particular venture over the Audi, based on obviously the use of traction control. I have some experience in the Audi, and I would wager the Mercedes would have a ever so slight advantage. Unfortunately, 18 seconds behind the lead of Igor Rodriguez in the 66 Audi Williams car. So I don't know if we'll ever see that come to head, because the rain should now stop in just about 10 minutes time.
Absolutely. So everyone's going to be watching the lap times of William Pisano, the only driver on slicks right now, constantly falling back from the cars in front. But if he has managed to cut his losses when the track is wet, he will make that time back. I don't think he'll gain anything from it, but he could have gotten away very, very lightly with what I believe is probably a strategy error. But here's one thing for you. Dara McCormack all over the back of Gregor Schill cannot get by. The car behind them, that's the number 5. They're down in 16th is Leon Atoki, but he's lapping faster than these two. He's catching them, and believe you me, knowing the pro drivers as I do, if he has an opportunity to go and spoil these two's fun and go and throw a spanner in the works and be the meat in a pro car podium sandwich, he will do that. He will do that. So do not be surprised to see the number 5 get involved in the other Mercedes in front.
Yeah, Leon Atoki, they have the opportunity to unlap themselves. They got to do it safely, of course, but we'll see just how that works out for them. Well, wet weather scenes here at Kyalami during the 9 hour. We thank all of you for being with us today, and this is the drainage ditch, and you can see very much water in the drainage ditch flowing through. Clearly a wet scene all around. Hopefully everybody in the grandstands here has cover. We have cover above our heads as well from our commentary position. Just a completely different race from where we started here today. As we continue to work this, we expect in less than 10 minutes the rain will stop. We'll have the answer. Does the 938, is their strategy correct, or did they jump the gun just a little bit? Darren McCormack still trying to get by Gregor Schill. Gregor Schill not driving defensively here, hasn't really had to. No real moves from McCormack yet.
Yeah, Schill is properly in his mirrors. He's backing up McCormack, hoping that Otoki can get involved. You saw that there through turn 2, through Crowthorne. Schill just holding on the brakes into the exit of the corner. He does not want McCormack getting alongside him in that 555 car. So we know now that the Mercedes copes incredibly well with the wet weather. We also know that the Audi copes incredibly well in the wet weather, but someone whose pace I haven't seen fire up too much is actually the Aston Martins, one of the cars that used to be the very best in the wet in this game, in game versions gone by. Looks like they're now struggling for a little bit of lap time. I wonder in some of the recent updates, obviously in the 1.9 game version we're in now, the Aston Martin's not quite the hot knife through butter it used to be when the track got wet. Looking down at Price and Percilet and Felix Arndt, in fact, they're not posting incredibly good lap times. It's these three you see on your screen here is setting the timing screens alight.
Oh, scary moments here coming down mine shafted through the crocodiles. I think that's the Ballas car off into the distance there. I don't know if they got ran off the racetrack or they did that out of self-preservation. Rather beside, they are rejoining. No further incident as these cars continue through. McCormack continues to stalk Gregor Schill for P2. And of course, the pink car in the background there, that's Leon Ataki in the background, one lap down to these cars. But again, they can make this pass cleanly. They can make it work. Something I noticed a little bit earlier, just had it confirmed, P2 has changed in the silver class. Pertil is by Walsingham, and that's interesting because there was somewhat of a gap there. Something must have happened to the 44.
Here we go. Well, here's the move. This is the move now into turn 1. This is a replay. Sorry, turn 2, Crowthorne. Fantastic dummy move by the 85, slinging it up the inside into turn 1. And that would be, David Pertollet sending it through on Aidan Walsingham. The Aston Martins, maybe I should eat my words, the Aston Martins are looking competent. And as we saw, McCormack there managing to capitalise on Schill getting wrong-footed by a back marker. Looks like it's the Armentario car. Wrong-footed Schill into Crowthorne. McCormack needed no second invitation, and look at that gap now. He's going to, well, I suspect, absolutely streak away.
Well, one thing that makes the pro drivers pros, as you well know, is you have to take opportunity whenever it is. You're basically, in a race like today, where passing comes at a premium, you're looking for a mistake, and maybe you're looking for half of a mistake. Anything that you can generate a side-by-side, an opportunity to make a pass. Here it is again, and we'll show you exactly how it works. A little bit of a movement there. The Ferrari slows up Gregor Schill just enough. Down the inside goes McCormack. McCormack able to convert that, slams the door up the juicy sweep and through barbecue. Is done and dusted just about. And again, still having to navigate that lap traffic. Done expertly by Darren McCormack and into P2 once again.
Absolutely, and fantastic driving as always from these pro drivers, proving why they are the best in this ACC title, and others as well. Stefano Pereira on screen, the second of the Visceral cars in this race, and one of the few Porsches actually we have this season. We've seen them be quite sparse in seasons gone by, but those of the drivers who know how to extract time from the Porsche, they can absolutely fly around any track they want to. As here we see Mateusz Tiskovic all over the back of, that is William Pisano, still on those dry weather tyres, and he's still losing over 5 seconds a lap to the cars behind, and David Pertollet and Aidan Walsingham, they are reeling that gap in at a rate of knots. They're going to be passed in no time at all, maybe even within the next 2 laps.
Yeah, I think the question really becomes, how long does the track stay damp, and how long do those wet weather tires hold out? Because if it dries up incredibly quickly, they might just get away with this. But again, if it's going to be several laps with a damp racetrack or even a greasy racetrack, really, it's going to be, I think, game over. Keep in mind, that gap was some 40-50 seconds at one point.
It absolutely was. They were actually P2 overall when everyone else dived in for wet weather tyres, and now they're just sliding backwards. I'm absolutely fascinated to see where they end up emerging after their stint timer runs out and what they do with their strategy. We know the rain's going to stop now, but they've committed to this braving it on dry tyres and hoping that the driver's able to keep it in the straight and narrow. They are losing absolutely masses of time to the silver cars chasing them down behind. In fact, looking behind, that gap is at least 4 seconds now between Pisano and Pertolay. So that position change is coming. As the only one to stay out on slicks, firstly, well done for keeping it out the wall. But secondly, when this rain stops, if everyone else is going to have to make a pit stop of their own and change back to dry weather tyres, there's still every chance that they can make some progress back and really limit their damage when this track dries up.
Keep in mind, the rain ending in just about 2 minutes, around 10 minutes left on the stint timer for the leading silver car. And again, close as it's ever been. You can see right here from our wide angle down into Crocodiles, and you can see Cheetah in the distance. There's definitely a drier line, and I think that's what saved the 938 thus far in this race, is their ability to find that line. It's harder to see from these cams, but the wide angle absolutely shows you what the drivers can see. It's easier to see as the driver's point of view as well. They know where the line is, and they're using it to great effect. Again, still losing a ton of time, but keeping it on the road, as you said, a feat in its own right.
Absolutely. Here you see the battle slightly further back. Saw an incredible attempt at a dive bomb into Crocodile by Andrew McWilliam on board the Pulse Sim Sports car. It is Pulse Sim Sport versus, that is the full pitch racing car, I do believe. It is indeed, and another attempt into turn one. That's the car of Wang drifting out wide, the 118, and through goes McWilliam. Kind of forced the issue there with a bold and gutsy move down into Crowthorne, but made his stick, got the car pulled up. And if he believes he's got more pace now, he should be able to drive away. But I am curious as to what Quisheng Huang is able to do behind in that Porsche. We know it tends to work quite well in the wet.
Yeah, that would have taken Wang by a little bit of a surprise that they were that aggressive, but we're getting to the sharp point of the race now where you have to take your opportunities. We've seen a lot of patient drivers up and down the field, but it's going to start to wear thin on patience. It's going to start to wear thin on the time, and everything is going to become just a little bit more compressed and a little bit more hectic. Well, you can see it. Everybody can see it. The rain has stopped. The drying line is already starting to form. The track changing all the time, and this is going to be close for a lot of these top positions. When do you come in now to switch off of the wet weather tires? How soon do you dare?
It's absolutely fascinating. One of the many things I absolutely adore about sim racing. As we see on screen, Aidan Walsingham, and very importantly for our references, Yura Petrochenko have got past William Pisano. Now, do you remember in the early stages of the rain, Petrochenko is one of the two cars that stayed out on dries longer than everyone else. He then pitted whilst Pisano carried on, and now Petrochenko's made up that time, made up probably around 55 seconds in probably nothing short of 10 laps, and now it's absolutely streaking away. So Pisano leading class for a bit, now back down into third, and with a 11.2 second gap behind Felix Arndt and Marco Yonkers as well in the recovering West Competition racing car. If this track doesn't dry quick enough for their liking, they could struggle even more. We need to keep an eye on their progress.
Also, too, when Pisano comes in, consider that they're going to have a longer pit stop anyway. They're going to have to take a full fuel load onto the car. I don't think anybody else is going to have to do that. That will end up being a shorter pit stop, even with taking tires for everyone else. So it's going to further drop them down the field. Maybe they're only 10 seconds in front of Arndt, so that might drop them out of a podium position with this pit stop. This experiment I don't think's worked at all.
I suspect you may be right there, Jesse. Unfortunately for the 938, the only one to give it a go, and they absolutely did their best. But still 3 hours, 42 minutes. I cannot believe how much there is still to be decided in this race. What we do know, though, David Pertolay leads silver, catching the G2 car of Isaac Price, actually, in this rain. So the Racing Point Aston Martin working fantastically in the slippy conditions. And as I strongly suspected, Dara McCormack up in P2's opened up a 3-second gap to Gregor Schill, but they are by no means out of touch just yet as the track continues to dry.
Racing Point takes the lead. David Perlet out in front, and we suspect that pit stops will occur at some point. It's interesting to mention nobody has really dived down yet. They've deemed the track still too wet to change back over, or it hasn't hit the crossover point, which is what all the teams are looking for. They have a lap time, they have a number they're trying to hit, and they haven't got there yet. So nobody diving down to the pit lane. You don't want to be the last person on pit lane. There may be a benefit of coming to pit lane first, but you don't want to come too early either. Nobody willing to flinch here.
Absolutely. I don't think we're near that point yet. The track has gone from wet to damp, but you can still see through the exit of Sunset, there's still a river across the inside of the circuit. So slick tyres are not going to be viable for a little while longer, and elongates everyone really, because I suspect all of these drivers will want to go back onto dries. It's what they know, it's what they're familiar with, and it's what they've probably set up their cars for. And here we see Gregor Schill he can't shake off Leonatoki. One lap down, the Leonatoki car was not superb in qualifying for a Pro Class car that was right to the front at Bathurst, but we see the drivers now moving offline. Their tyres are starting to get a little bit too warm for their operating window. It's time to try and save these wet weather tyres before we burn out too much. As we see a warning pop up to the 555, that is actually to Dara McCormack for a collision with Gregor Schill, in fact. So warning to Dara for that one, a little bit of a slap on the wrist. But a 15-second time penalty to the 127, and that is one of the Pro Class cars. That is the John Lacey Esports Lamborghini for collision with the 678. That's actually contact between a Pro and a Silver car with the Armentario Silver Ferrari. So that's something the stewards have decided is not okay, and maybe a little bit unnecessary when the track is this slippy and you're not even racing for points.
Yeah, of course, always too, whenever it's interclass contact, you deal with that appropriately, and maybe with an extra little bit of scrutiny of why wasn't extra due care taken for a car you're not really racing against. Anyway, here's the story of the rain session. Had the lead prior to the rain coming down. The Absolute ResTech Acelith car has lost the lead. They're P3 right now in their class, but probably not for long, because that number 7 Aston in the background, that gray car you see, that's Arndt. He's coming for P3.
Absolutely. Felix Arndt is tearing up to the back of William Pisano. It was worth a gamble, I know. We keep on banging on about it, but this track just isn't quite drying fast enough for this Aston Martin, is it? Arndt already all over the back of the 938, and I'm sure will be passed incredibly quickly. There's still spray coming off the tyres out of Leucop, so nowhere near a crossover point just yet. These dry tyres are still going to be massively under pressure, massively under temperature. You can just see how much earlier he has to brake than Arndt into Crocodiles. Still going to fight this position. It's worth trying to put up a resistance, because this is a car in your class. You're racing them for points. Any time you can save yourself, very, very, very close into the final corner. Anytime he can hold Arndt back, may come back and help them later in the race. So it's still worth protecting your position when you can. But as you can see, coming down the start finish straight through the kink, no competition in traction between these two cars. Arndt will get the higher ground into turn 1. And just behind the purple and pink BMW, that is Marco Yonkers in the 5th placed silver car, and he's going to be relieving Pisano very soon of that 4th.
This is super frustrating, of course, if you are a part of the Absolute ResTech team, but you've got to take your medicine at this point. There's nothing else you can do. Coming in now doesn't do anything. You're going to have to come in the next 5 minutes or so, we suspect anyway. So you've just got to sit out here and try and do your best. Not putting up too much of a defense. Some of these corners, it may look like they're taking a defensive line, but sometimes there really is only one way to get around a corner efficiently. Everybody trying to make their way around the best way possible, and certainly will likely know that the car in front of them has something going on. Namely, in this case, They are not on wet weather tires. Some of the parts of the circuit still kicking up spray, as we said. Other parts a bit more dry than others. Still no major takers on pit lane to get off these wet weather tires. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, Angus. The way that ACC is now, you want to go as long as possible without having to come in.
Absolutely. Anytime you can extend your stint now will come back and help you in the race come the end. I know what these teams are going to be thinking. They're going to be thinking of this in terms of stint length. So stints are capped to 65 minutes of in-game driver time per stint. If you go any longer than 65 minutes, you get a penalty. So you have to pit once every 65 minutes. They want to get to the end of this race with pitting as little as possible. So the magic number you're looking for here is around just less than 3 hours and 15 minutes they want to stay on these wet tyres for, in order to survive on 3 stops until the end of the race without running out of driver time. That is the magic number. I strongly suspect once 3 minutes 15 rolls around, pretty much everyone's going to dive in for dry weather tyres.
Still seeing a little bit of spray. Well, this is the pit stop we expected to see. William Pisano in the pit lane. This is required. They were at the end of the pit limit for them. 65 minutes is all you can go. Had to come in on this lap. So they're going to be the first, and I would almost assume, unless I'm going crazy, that they're going to put on a fresh set of dry tires. No reason to go back out there on wets, and this has been an absolute disaster.
It really has. I mean, what else are you meant to do? It's too late to go out on wets. You have to go out on dries. The track's getting quicker all the time. To quote a famous movie phrase, I believe it is, you've made your bed, now lie in it. So unfortunately for the 938 Aston Martin, they now have to just hold on as best as they can. Damage limitation from now through till the track going dry again. And I was talking about stint timers earlier, that leaves them around 20 minutes shy of getting to the end, 1 stop less. So pain becomes more pain, it seems, to these guys, as Mateusz Tiskovic makes a late move into turn 1, shoots past the corner on the Team 1 FF Porsche, but does manage to get the move done. That was a back marker in the Porsche behind. That's the 144 car. Yeah, absolutely down the field. 1 lap down off the lead. So Mateusz Tiskovic marching on in the Audi, and it's been these brands pretty much since the start of the day, hasn't it? Audi, Mercedes, BMW, and Aston Martin leading the way. Seems that they've got something very, very right, and that's one of the Hondas off the track. Just coming out of sunset. It's a little bit close between the Porsche on rejoin. Managed to get away without any contact, but I'm wondering, was that maybe a collision, or was that a mistake on a greasy, slippery track surface, I wonder?
Easy to do through sunset, throwing it off of the road. If you're too far to the inside or too far to the outside, you're out of the groove. And maybe if your tires are too hot or too cold, depending on how you've been running them, I would almost assume it's going to be too hot. But you get in there and your braking marker, everything's different in these changing conditions. It changes lap by lap. Very easy to throw it off by yourself as well. But again, could have also had some help. You were talking about the top few manufacturers in today's race, and I will say qualifying is not always indicative of what you're going to get in a race. Sometimes cars qualify well, other times certain cars race very well. I would say the BOP is pretty darn good. We've got fantastic battles up and down the field. We have done since the drop of the green flag here today. But like you said, the manufacturers that qualified near up the front, they have stayed up there one way or another.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think looking back to qualifying, almost every single car was within a few tenths of the pole time of their class respectively. So you can be the only driver, you're the only team in a silver Bentley, say, or a Honda, and have a chance to compete against various other cars of different shapes and sizes. And it is good to see Estefano Barrera making a fairly robust move into barbecue, not managing to quite get it done, but trying to lap this Bentley while he can, and I believe he has got the move completed now, in fact. But yeah, absolutely. Looking back to qualifying, it was Sector 1 was Aston Martin territory. Sector 2, Ferrari territory. Sector 3 was anyone's game. Everyone was close in Sector 3. You have that long downhill section through Mineshafen to Crocodile, through Cheetah, and then the final corner. And that sector was, who knows? I sure as hell wasn't able to split any of the manufacturers up. So BOP doing what it does best and providing all sorts of interesting and different shapes, filling up the top of the grid. Just looking Audi mid-engined V10, Mercedes front-engined V8, BMW, firstly, enormous front-engined straight-six turbo. So there's 3 different kinds of powertrain and placement, all in the top 3 places.
Well, we were watching from the tower camera back looking towards the west, and you can see the orange glow in the sky. That is approximately where sunset is in the west here this evening, just after 6:30 p.m. in sim time. The lights on the race cars becoming a requirement as we go further into the evening. Started this race in the heat of the day. It started to cool off. The clouds came in to add to that effect. A rain shower occurred of 30 minutes in length. It wasn't particularly heavy rain, but did its job. Slowed the racing right down and forced almost every team down pit lane for some Pirelli wet weather tires. Now every team doing the opposite of that. They're considering putting back on the dries. The question is when. Angus and I agree they're going to go as long as humanly possible as to not upset their strategy for the end. Lovely scenes here as the clouds start to break, and we might see the sun here just before it dips below the horizon. The question still remains, who's going to win here today? It's been a close affair. We talked about the BOP. It's one thing to qualify closely. You expect that out of esports pros, but they have raced close all day long.
Absolutely. It's been nose to tail from the very, very start. And wherever you look, there's been action. And even when the weather throws a spanner into the works, it carries on delivering great, great racing. As we see even further down the field, this is a 3-way battle for P33, in fact, between the VSR by Bathurst Esports, the Clash Racing Lamborghini, and just behind them, that's the Kessel Glitch car of Samuel Villa, also trying to make their places back. But even if you're outside of the points in your class, as I suspect the silver guys are, and that's a little bit of contact from Andrea Miato, late move on the VSR by Ballast car. Feel like he had claimed enough right to some racing room there. I'm not sure what the stewards will think of that, but either way, he opens the door fantastically for Manuel Villa behind and manages to gain 2 places for their respective silver cars in one go.
Well, when it rains, it pours. I hope everyone at home will excuse the pun, but when it rains, it pours.
Certainly did here.
Penalty. Yeah, it certainly did. A time penalty and a little bit of contact to boot. Not how you want it to go, but it certainly did in that case. Isaac Price installed into the G2 Esport car, that number is 62. They've been in the battle all day, and they're looking for a top 5 finish, probably a little bit more out of the 62 tonight. I don't think they're quite done. I think the track's going to go back dry, and it may swing to their benefit. We'll have to see. They're only 5.8 behind. Teichkowitz in the 25 in front, but they've got more pressing issues. They've got the 85 right behind them. Of course, not in class position, but for overall, you're not going to tell the 85 you can't pass. That's not how this works. They are allowed to race the other class.
Absolutely. I mean, overall positions and overall position. You can't tell a racing driver not to go looking for positions. But pleasantly surprised to see the G2 Aston Martin back towards the sharp end of the field. They struggled a little bit for one lap speed at Bathurst, surprisingly to some, but great to see them back up at the very sharp end of the field, making it 4 manufacturers in the top 5. So Isaac Price doing a fantastic job, but he's not able to shake David Purcellay. Purcellay is hanging on to the pro Aston Martin and showing some really, really good speed from the silver class leader, as Isaac Price gets bottled up behind the very green Bentley into the final corner. We can't even see the Aston Martin behind the silhouette of that of the car from Crew, engineered by I believe it's M Sport, isn't it? The Bentleys, yeah, that's the one. More known for seeing Ford Fiestas flying through rally stages, but they've done a very competent job with that Bentley, as we know. But finally, Isaac Price does get by, and Pertolay follows him through. He's not going anywhere.
Price and Pertolay want to get a move on because Petroshenko right behind them has been gaining. It was 2 seconds the gap, and now it's down to 1.3. That's all it takes. They were held up by about a sector and a half and gained nearly a full second. And Petroshenko don't want to add another one to the group, another one to the train. and give somebody else an opportunity. You got to work traffic. You got to do it efficiently. You got to do it smart, and you've got to do it clean. The stewards will not allow you to get away with too much argy-bargy. They certainly have had their work cut out for them today.
Yeah, I can sympathize very, very heavily with race stewards. It's such a difficult position to be in because it feels like you have to enforce your rules. You have to, you absolutely do. But at the same time, when you do enforce your rules, everyone's going to try and complain you've done it wrong. So I can sympathize incredibly, incredibly highly with being race stewards, and I do know how competent the stewarding team is for the IGTC Championship and the rest of the GT World Challenge esports events. But yeah, they have had the work cut out for them today, not at least for that race start. But if you try and pull something that isn't quite within the letter of the law, they will find you and slap a nice little time penalty on you to serve you right.
Yeah, of course, a big thank you to all of our stewards, race control, and everyone that helps make this race happen behind the scenes. We've got our armada of crew here in the booth with us as well. We definitely appreciate them making us look smart up here, to be fair, Angus, really.
They're doing a great job. I can't thank them enough, really. I actually feel intelligent for once. This is lovely.
They know everything that we don't. They see things that we don't, and they make us sound like we know what we're talking about. But in reality, it is all them helping us help ourselves, and we're super thankful for all the people that make this. You know, you couldn't race without drivers, you couldn't race without marshals, you couldn't race without stewards, and well, we just love to be along for the ride, and we get great racing exactly like this. It's just worked out like this today, no matter what. It's not broken up the fights. There's been fights throughout this entire race. We're still experiencing that, and I would hazard the guess whenever the clock strikes 0, there's still going to be some final positions somewhere in this top 10 that are yet unsettled.
100% cannot agree with you more with everything you just said there, actually. But what we did see going out of the S's was Isaac Price. He's clearly ragging that Aston Martin, all kinds of crossed up over the exit curb, nearly on the grass in the G2 car. Still cannot shake David Pertollet away, and both of these two are managing to maintain a gap to Yura Petrochenko, but I suspect that Pertollet's got slightly more car speed. But if you look at this track surface now, wet weather car speed isn't going to be especially valid for too much longer. There are still a few puddles here and there, but I suspect you may be able to pull a dry tyre soon. And I'm very interested to see the pace of the 938, which, wow, has fallen down to 14th place overall. Wow, have they fallen from the heavens. Currently, we're running in P2 overall when the rain first struck. And that strategy call is completely wrong-footed, that team. But they're still the guinea pigs. For everyone else, they're the only team on dry tyres. And everyone's going to be watching their times on pit wall and using them to judge when's the time to pit for themselves. So that's why everyone's still running around. They're just waiting for the right time. It's as simple as that.
They certainly are. Almost the entire field, by the way, for those of you that may be just joining us, we experienced 30 minutes of rain. It's drying back out. The sun set off into the west. The clouds have cleared away quite a bit, and it's a beautiful evening now. Some parts of the racetrack are still wet, and that's why almost every car is still out here on treaded, wet weather tires, with the exception, of course, of the 938, who was leading this race in silver, came into pit. One thing I will say about Pirella, who is installed in that car right now, they're going to gain some spots, and quite a bit, actually, because they're not going to have to come in when everybody else comes in, and they're going to gain some spots, but it's still going to be a huge loss. They're going to be about 5th. If they're lucky, they might get 4th back in their class. It might be close with the number 1 BMW from West competition. So, still huge. They had a nice lead. It's all gone wrong. What about Racing Point? What are they thinking right now? They've been afforded a lead. They've got a little bit of a gap to the tune of 11.5, 12 seconds on the next nearest rival in their class. It's just been incredible. It's fallen into their lap here.
It really has. Through some incredible driving and some very smart strategy, they've shot up the order from around 4th or 5th in class and now be leading and 5th overall. I bet you they wouldn't have seen this coming earlier on in the race. And if you'd have given them this opportunity to be running where they are now, they would have taken it and ran. So they've had a fantastic race so far, being the second Aston Martin overall, and right on the tail of the pro class counterpart of G2 in front, with a comfortable cushion behind. Whatever they've done, they've absolutely excelled when the rains come down.
Racing Point, of course, finished 26 in class. That doesn't get you points, and I don't think they actually finished round number 1 at Mount Panorama. So this is huge for them. And don't think that they lucked into this. The 85 has been fighting tooth and nail all day long. They've kept their car in the race. They've stayed out of the dramas. They've kept the nose of the car clean. They've made excellent decisions on pit road as well. Everything's come off for them, and they have put themselves in a position to benefit, and here they are leading the race. No further action between the 28 and the 71 for the contact earlier on. Nice to see some of those after the start of the race that we had, where so many incidents were 30 seconds or more. You can only imagine some of the contact that occurred therein, but now getting some warnings, which are nice to see, and some no further action, stuff like that. You love to see it. Calmer heads prevailing here.
Absolutely. And sometimes I've completely forgotten the saying now. Never mind. Oh, that's gone really badly. I made some look like an idiot again. Oh no. There you go. Discretion's a better part of valor. There we go. I remembered it in the end. And one person who's flown completely under the radar is Jaroslav Honzik. Was 29th when we last saw him. He's now 22nd, but he's not got there through sheer pace in the dry, because now the track is drying out. Here we see Lewis Fleischer making a late move down into Crocodile, opens the door for Manisha behind. Honzik, having climbed all the way up to 22nd, now falls back to 24th through a little bit of an elbows out move, a little bit of a robust move from Lewis Fleischer, but regardless, he's through, and can now lead this train into the darkness. The lights now showing on the ground, the sun has set, and we're really going to feel the immersion of the nighttime hours here in South Africa.
Well, what's dangerous about this situation is the painted surfaces on the racetrack they're still wet. It works the same way it does in the real world. The grass is still wet. The painted surfaces are still wet. Offline is wet. Plus you have the clag and the marbles that you would normally have at a racetrack anyway, which is not conducive to grip. And there you go, a repass. And again, cars running off the racetrack, running a little bit deep. Your sight lines are changing. The light level is reduced, and you're trying to find your footing on this racetrack. It's a dangerous time. It's easy to throw it off the road right now.
Really, really is. Visibility is dropping. Grip is returning to the track, maybe, but maybe not to these tyres. I strongly suspect they'll be a little bit too warm for their operating window right now. And look how quickly the 678 of Manisha has cleared off from Fleischer and Honzik behind. We saw a fantastic move up into barbecue this time around from Manisha, and seems like whatever they've done to that Ferrari work suits the drier conditions a lot more, because they certainly have a lot more car speed than the two cars trailing them now.
Yeah, Fleischer opened up the door coming through Crocodile's lap ago, and put Jardier back a couple of spots, but moved Manisha up a spot. Manisha then continued their assault and took 22nd place. Lewis Fleischer still got one place for Team 1FF, but again, lost that 22nd place. Manisha is now driving away. We don't see that. We haven't seen that a lot in today's race. A car getting position and driving away. We're used to seeing that in racing. For whatever reason, it just really hasn't happened a lot today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's very often looking at single-seater classes, cars faster, gets in a tow, makes a move into a braking zone, and then just disappears, it seems. They just, whatever reason, run away, get rid of some dirty air, but it shows how close the competition is in the Intercontinental GT World Challenge. To see just how close all these drivers are after nearly 6 hours of driving. 3 different drivers minimum for this race, with the potential for a 4th if you fancy it. But yeah, these are the best of the best, make no mistake. And they are doing a fantastic job of showcasing that for us, and it provides some great talking points, doesn't it?
Yeah, a lot of times you have these drivers where, you know, it's almost robotic. They just don't really make a lot of mistakes. A mistake to them is missing an apex by a few millimeters. Missing an apex to me is being off by a meter, so it's a little bit different for them, and that's all it takes in some of these cases to miss it by millimeters, to not get the appropriate arc or angle through a corner, and that's what makes this interesting. But when nobody makes mistakes, this is what you get. No further action again for an incident between the 938 and the 60 on lap 194. Those cars racing, getting the elbows out a little bit, little fender rubbing, but no further action taken there.
Yeah, absolutely. Always good to see no penalties being dished out. It's great to see some close racing going on. Two drivers that have lost out quite a lot through the rain, Mikhail Statsenko and Jakub Osterman. They're now 10th and 11th. They were right at the front earlier on. It was 3 Audis in the top 4 in the early stages. They're now on the fringes of a top 10. So whatever's happened to the Audis throughout the rain wrong-footed them slightly. And now they're back here chasing onto the back of Maciej Malinowski in the McLaren that somehow emerged from seemingly nowhere to run in 9th, having had a fairly difficult qualifying. I am hearing in my ear that actually Statsenko and Osterman have both pitted. I suspect that will be for a set of dry weather tyres, and it looks like they are able to switch them on.
Yeah, so what you have here are the leaders on the road of the cars that have come in and made their pit stop. It's getting hard to see, but I agree with you. I can't imagine anything other than Pirelli P0s being bolted to the cars right now, but that's what you're witnessing here. Statsenko and Osterman, the leaders on the road of the cars that have pitted, top 10 and 11th place. Everyone else in front of them still has to make that stop at some point, just trying to stretch that window as long as they possibly can. Use it up. Don't worry about it. The tire's overheating, you're sliding around, just keep the car on the island. That's all you got to do here. We're trying to work to a pit window.
Absolutely, and we're nearly at that magic number now where you can get to the end on one less pit stop. 3 hours 15 left in this race with 3 65-minute stints. This time round, do not be surprised if a couple try and run it to the end on just 3 more stops. But you want to stay out as long as you can. You want to have security on your stint time, because don't forget, when the clock does strike 0 in 3 hours and 14 minutes time, the race doesn't just end, you still have to finish that lap. If you're close on stint timer, but you just crossed the line in front of the leader, you're still going to get a penalty for exceeding stint time, even if it is the last lap. So there's a huge amount of mathematics involved in a competition such as this, as we see this snake make their way out of barbecue. One thing I did want to touch on, actually, Jesse, is the mentality behind sim racing. You were talking about them being almost robotic in their actions earlier, and I'm very, very glad you brought that up, because let me tell you categorically now, as far as mental capacity goes, the ability to multitask, engineer on their feet, know the limits of their car and their surroundings and the drivers around them, these guys you see in front of you here, guys and girls you see in front of you here, are racing drivers, plain and simple. Doesn't matter that they're on a simulator. These are pure-blooded racers, and you often see around on Twitter sometimes, there's sometimes a little bit of completely ridiculous flack thrown at sim racing for being a quote-unquote virtual experience. But let me tell you this, you chuck any of these incredibly competent sim racing drivers, you give them a chance in a real car, they will fly.
I could not agree with you more with that sentiment. I've always said this, I hold this very dear, and I say this to you again today, everyone at home. There are a lot of esports. There's a lot of different sports that you can compete in, and at the very top, the one that does the best at simulating the real thing has always been sim racing. You have to be a racing driver in some capacity to understand and to compartmentalize and to strategize and to outwit, to outrace, and to survive in this industry. You have to be at your core a racing driver.
Well, speaking of survival, the Armamentario car fancying a bit of a lunge there on Mikhail Statsenko into Crowthorne. Not quite sure what that was about, because the Armamentario car is laps behind the ITB Santalog Racing Audi, but for whatever reason, he feels like he has some more car speed. He wanted that Audi out of the way. And I guess it's only as to the point we've just been making, really. These guys are racing drivers. If a car in front is slower, I don't care who you are, I'm coming through, whether you like it or not. I want to do the best for my team and my car.
Yeah, he wanted to see what he was doing there. As he was seeing what the ITB Santa Luc car was going to do. He was wondering if Statsenko would just sort of realize that he was there and what his intentions were and would let him go. Mikhail didn't do that. Mikhail didn't flinch and is probably wondering what on earth the Ferrari's doing racing me when they're clearly on a different lap. But the opposite was happening in that Ferrari in the back of like, why wouldn't he just let me go? I've caught him to this point. Two different ideals, racing drivers going for it here. And nothing says that you cannot race a car on a different lap, but you have to do it with the utmost care because contact between cars on different laps, let alone different classes, that is very much frowned upon.
100%. You do not want to make any contact with a car that you're not actually racing for position with. Well, you don't want to make any contact in the first place, but especially not with a car that you're not racing for position. Isaac Price, here on screen, I believe, still on a wet weather tyre. They're trying to survive this period now. Looking behind, David Pertlet is currently in the pit lane. I have no doubt to change to dry tyres. That will gain them a performance advantage as we see. That's one of the backmarker Ferraris there, blasting past Price, exiting Clubhouse. Down into the S as we go. But this is all a strategy play now. This is the engineers crunching their numbers, doing their calculations, categorically finding the fastest way to the end of this race. It's as simple as that. So I suspect we're going to see a whole host of our runners in this lap with the intention of making one stop less towards the end. That's what I 100% wholeheartedly believe that's what's going to happen this time around.
You want to know what the difference between a dry and a wet weather tire. I think you saw it right there. That was burnt in the 71 Ferrari for Rinwelton, just driving by Isaac Price in the G2 car. The difference was Isaac Price on the wet weather tires and Rinwelton on the dries, and that's just as simple as it is. Clearly, we have gotten to the crossover point. You're asking yourself, but Jesse, why haven't they come in? Again, working to a number. Everyone has a magic number. They're trying to work to it. Why? So just like Angus said, you only have to come down pit road 3 more times.
Absolutely. Lewis Fleischer continuing his march up the field. That's the Armentaro car. Manisha getting wide in front of him. Fleischer looking to the outside into the final corner. Mistake from the Armamentario car, almost allowing an opportunity for Fleischer to come back through. They're inseparable down the start-finish straight. And behind all of these guys is one of the leading Audis. In fact, trying to put a lap on these two. Fleischer doesn't want it, though. Defends from a car that's laps up. There's a bump into turn 1. They're 3 wide almost. Somehow they all emerge without facing the wrong way. That was some heart-in-mouth stuff there. And Jakob Osterman rolling the dice with the back markers. He needs to make this progress to try and get in touch with Mikhail Statsenko front of shot. And he's throwing everything to this circuit to try and make that happen.
Admittedly, I think they all confused each other going down into turn number 2 there. I don't think they expected to be 3 wide. Osterman trying to make a move, thought maybe they could get around both of them and not impede the battle, but unfortunately ended up being the hot dog in the bun. A little bit of contact there. Luckily, nobody around and no real major damage. Lewis Fleischer, though, for Team 1FF is sitting there like, what was that on about?
Absolutely, yeah. It's almost like he didn't know who Austin. Well, he didn't know that it was Austin behind him. Kind of half covered the move, and then suddenly realised, oh wait, I'm not racing this. I'm not racing Osterman. I should be focusing on Manisha. Suddenly opened up the door again, and so again, so lucky not to have any contact into turn 2 that time around. And there goes Osterman on Manisha into Crocodile and the back of shot. And now the next car in front of him is for position. It's Mikhail Statsenko, who, from what I've seen over the course of this lap, is not having the best time on those dry tyres in the Audi. He looks like he's lacking a little bit of pace. As we look back to the progress of the factory, the Lamborghini Esports team still marching up the field with now Danilo Santoro on board, stalking the 7 Aston Martin in front.
Well, it is getting dark in a hurry here in South Africa, and some drivers still on the wet weather tire. Statsenko and Osterman are not. They're on the dry tire. They may very well be racing each other, and in fact they are. In a pass made, Osterman making that look easy. Statsenko didn't really have too much of a fight on their hands, just clearly goes by. Does the 110 of Osterman, and the Santa Luc car just sort of stranded there for the time being, I was going to make a comment earlier about the fight in the silver class that kind of cooled off there for a moment. And what I was going to say was they've been swapping position back and forth, but it goes back to my previous comment of you can pass people, sure, but nobody able to really get away from one another.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's now an Aston Martin 1-2 in the silver class. Aidan Walsingham still aboard the Visceral car. He's put in a shift today. He's been in the car for probably more time than any other driver on this grid in any car, I suspect. The incredibly competent driver of the 44 Visceral Ferrari. But looking at screen here, for whatever reason, Stasenko's really struggling to get this tyre to work. Osterman is disappearing. Minisha behind is all over Statsenko, and so is Fleischer as well. These are not for position, but for whatever reason, Stasenko cannot switch this tyre on and is going backwards.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that from Statsenko. I'm not entirely sure. I made a comment earlier about worrying about the Audi pace in the rain. I have no idea what I was worried about. The 110 Audi, of course, that we've seen moving up through the field, be no surprise to anybody. They were the quickest in the wet period of the race. Their average lap time was a 46.551, the quickest of anybody. The only real other car in the same ballpark, of course, was the Williams 555 AMG. They did a 46.553. That's 2 1,000ths difference between the two of them. Actually, I think that's that's 2 1,000ths difference between the two of them. It's about a 100th from the 66 back in third. That's a 46.645 for the 66. And both the Williams cars featuring in the top three, but sort of surprising to me to see that Audi out in front. Shows the pace they've had.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see it's currently a Williams 1 and 2 with the 66 leading the 555. Tinko van der Velde now on board the 66 Audi has really emerged, especially in the year of 2023, as an absolute world-class driver in the Sim Pro competitions hosted by SRO. In G2 or Challenge Europe Sprint, he's been an absolutely competitive front-running driver. And now Dominic Bly has taken over from Darren McCormack in the 555. It's a Williams 1-2. I bet they're very, very happy with this. Stephen English, who fronts up Williams Esports, will be looking at this result so far, thinking, fantastic, boys, bring it on home with 13 seconds on behind Tuatara Camera in third.
It is the polar opposite of round number one. Started today talking about if you had a bad round one, you can turn it around immediately by having a good round number two. Both the Williams cars qualified well today. They've raced well. They run 1-2. They are literally and proverbially in the driver's seat of this race. It wasn't always like that, of course. They had to take control, and they did that gradually, but they have done that. What a rebound race for them to get both of those cars back in the championship conversation.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And this weather, Jesse, is throwing up all sorts of surprises this race. It was wet 45 minutes ago, say, and obviously you're just touching on those statistics from the wet period. We then had a fantastic, gorgeous sunset, and now it's gone all cloudy again. The weather's going to like to play games with these drivers, isn't it? I strongly suspect we haven't seen the last of this weather yet, as we see Artem Minisha continuing to try and sneak his way through on Mikhail Statsenko. But yeah, the climate's very unsettled in South Africa, it seems, tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's like once we got past the heat of the day and into the evening, we've had some rain showers, no thunderstorms or anything that severe, just some rain showers coming through. And I wonder now if maybe we get another one. It was a fantastic sort of sunset evening. The sun had just went down behind the horizon, official sunset. And the sky, though, was pretty much clear. Just a few clouds in the sky. But as pointed out, you can barely see it because we are very quickly running out of light here tonight. But it is very much, you have to take our word for it a little bit, it is very much overcast. Yeah, that's an excellent camera angle showing you just how cloudy and, dare I say, ominous the weather has turned here again.
Ominous is the perfect word to describe my feelings looking at that sky. You've just survived one rain period thinking, oh, thank goodness that's over. And then less than half an hour later, those grey clouds return, and they do look pretty... they look pretty interesting, don't they? Very, very dark. Lots and lots of dark grey and black now littering the sky. So don't be surprised if you see this rain return, but for the time being, these drivers get to enjoy the cars as they were meant to run in dry conditions. And yeah, these order changes we had during the wet period now suddenly seem to be rearranging themselves after the brief shower. One thing I did notice actually is the 938 Aston Martin. We were convinced they'd thrown away a golden opportunity in this race. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they're running P2 in silver. They are running P2 in silver. How has that happened? We were here in the commentary box wondering what on earth has gone wrong for this absolute res take by Acelith car. Turns out nothing's gone wrong at all. They're still on the silver podium and are still pretty close to the silver class leader.
Do bear in mind that this was the first car on and off of pit lane because they did not put wet tires on the car. They went to the natural conclusion of their pit stop. Nearly everybody else changed it up. So they will have to come in 30 minutes time, which means they are off sequence. Will they be able to work on that? But I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. What I'm surprised about is where they are. I don't know how they got so far up the silver field. I did the math, and I know my math isn't particularly ironclad, but beyond that, it shouldn't have been possible for them to make up a minute and some seconds on the rest of the field to get back up here. So I wonder what else had to have possibly happened for them to get this far back up the field. I don't think anyone made a mistake. I just think that they had an extra trick up their sleeve or something.
Certainly appears to be that way. Michele Pereira now on board the Aston Martin, only 8 seconds off of silver lead. So from the pits of despair, we would have, I'm sure, had no doubt at gesturing in the commentary box. They've somehow hauled it back into a very competitive position. And when they do stop, they are off sequence. You are correct, Jesse. But when they do stop for the final time, do you spend 30 seconds and take tyres to set qualifying laps to the end of the race? Or would you just take fuel, save 15 seconds on pit lane, and try and nurse the car to home on the tyres you have? What would you do in that instance?
I will say, if I'm P2 and I'm this close to the lead car, I might risk it. I might not take tires. I might try to get out in front and defensive drive to my heart's content to the end of this race to try and win this thing outright. If that's a little bit too much of an ask, then yeah, I would absolutely put the tires on the car. By the way, there's a scenario. The Res Tech by Acelith car could have came out P4 on the pit stop or been somewhere around that point. But also, too, take into consideration how close the top 4 in silver were. It would have been nothing, a second or more, to gain those spots back. And that could have been what occurred. All that time out there on those dry tires, they could have been very quietly making up time. Remember, they were losing 5 seconds a lap when they were not on the wet tires. It's quite possible they were gaining 5 seconds when they were the only one on the dry tires.
Absolutely right. As we see Michele Pereira now battling with Eamon Murphy through Murphy Goes in the Pro Aston Martin. That didn't look particularly challenging for the G2 car on those fresher tyres, obviously the 938 being off sequence, as we've said. But it's a very good point you make. They were the guinea pigs when the track went wet, and they were guinea pigs when the track dried out. So if anyone was going to find time first, it would have been the 938. They would have been the ones to start laying down some personal bests again and finding chunks of time on the rest of the field. And it's given them this track position now, but if you look just 1.6 seconds behind them, after struggling in the rain, Aidan Walsingham is back on song and is decreasing that gap by the corner.
It would have been frustrating in the wet, losing time, and especially when it started to dry out, just sort of faded in the background. But now, definitely on the rebound, that car running some very quick laps inside this top 10, closing down on your P2 car, previous leader and pole sitter of the race, Red Tech by Acelith car, as they are all navigating the track as best they possibly can. You talked about the G2 car coming through here and not really a fight from Pirella. I think that was part the tires and also part, hey, not my fight, realizing there's going to be bigger prizes going forward. Normally in a race, you see quite a lot of that. Today, everybody fighting everybody, but I think some smart driving there as well, realizing there's no way that they were going to be able to keep that car behind. There's no reason to keep that car behind, so they didn't even try.
Yeah, absolutely. I strongly suspect that's what Michele Pirella was thinking. Eamon Murphy, being the driver that he is, the very well-established ACC driver that he is, was coming through whether Pirella liked it or not, really. So it's probably safer for the Absolute ResTech team to not put up too much of a fight. I'll be interested to see what happens when Walsium gets up to the back of them, because that is a fight for position. But definitely in terms of that battle, Murphy will now clear off, I do suspect, on those fresher tyres. Further down the field, here's Leon Burnt with a Ferrari in his sight, as it appears to be that the number 28 Ferrari in front. That is the Jean Lacey Esports car, currently piloted by Philippe Minard. That gap is coming down between these two, and this is a position that will yield more points for the 71 Ren Welton Red Ferrari if he's able to make it by. And we've just heard in our ear, personal bests now coming in from second place overall. So we've just had the rain, it's just cleared up, the air temp's cold, the track's back to dry, and now the times are starting to be that we haven't seen all race long. So for whatever reason, these GT3 race cars, they seem to absolutely relish them now.
In America, we have a phrase for exactly this moment. You know, we love our oval racing, and we love racing in the dark. Well, not in the dark, but we love racing at night under the floodlights. We got an old saying around here, the nighttime is the right time. And when your car comes alive in these conditions, that is the best feeling, because you know it's near the end of the race. And when you're the fastest car on the racetrack, that's all you need to know. And if you're setting quick times right now, I can only imagine as it continues to cool off. We've got a little under 3 hours left to go. That condition is likely only going to keep getting better. I think we still got a nice race on our hands.
Yep, absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. I suppose it's a good time for engine because the air temp is colder. You get more power from the engine. It's a good time for tyres because you're not quite getting the insane surface temps that these cars can very easily generate. So there's no reason why the track couldn't be incredibly quick. So Dominic Blyer in the 555 Mercedes setting in some fantastic times, but look at the gap he has to close in on. Tinko van der Velde has probably one of the largest leading gaps we've seen all race long in the 66 Audi out front.
He certainly is. It's been as big as about 19 seconds. It's been as close recently as 16 seconds, but it is right around 18. We'll keep watching to see how Dominic Blyer able to close in on Tinko van der Velde, who is leading this race, and quite quietly the Williams Esports 66 machine just doing its own thing. Excellent battle through the mid stages of this race. There's been a very quiet period between these two, but it has still been very cat and mouse. We've seen it already today, folks. They're going to allow these drivers to race. They've raced each other incredibly respectfully and swapped the lead a couple of different times. There's been so many lead changes in this race. It's been absolutely incredible scenes. I just feel that we've not seen the last of that. It was 18.1 seconds the gap the last time they hit the timing loop. Quite curious when they go over the start finish what it's going to be. It's actually 18.5, so just about stable right about now.
Yeah, certainly seems to be that way, and all the time I suspect that Arthur Cameron, the BS competition BMW, is having a small resurgence. That gap was quite large earlier. It's now coming down between those two. So the 89, the sole BMW inside the top 10, having some decent pace. And I was just about to point out, actually, that's very good work by our director, that Aidan Walsingham has managed to get past Michele Pirella, and that is a change for P2 in silver. So Walsingham picking up that ground once again. He was flying in the dry conditions earlier, struggled a little bit in the rain, maybe wrong-footed slightly on strategy, but he is back and in a big way, because this 44 Ferrari is marching through the field and will continue to do so until the end of the race, I do suspect.
Old tires on that ResTech car that was just passed, but the Azotek Simsport Visceral 44 will care very little about that. Marching back up through the field into P2 again, has the better part of 13 and a half seconds to catch Castanero for the lead of the silver class, the lead of their race, and it is just that close. It is quite a gap right now, but I'm going to tell you, Aidan Walsingham absolutely flying right now.
He really is. So the fastest Ferrari in qualifying, even quicker than the factory Ferrari in qualifying. Whatever it is the Acertech Sim Sports Visceral team have done to this car, it absolutely flies clearly. And in the hands of Aiden Walsingham, sending down some incredibly competitive times to even close up on the pro cars in front of him, and hopefully, I'm sure for them, be able to make that gap to the 85 just a little bit smaller, try and put some pressure on that leading Aston Martin in silver.
Of course, you got to do it one car at a time. You've got the 62 G2 Esports car in front of them. And what does Eamon Murphy do in that 62 whenever they're caught by the silver car? Of course, was able to make the pass on the Restec car earlier on and did it quite easily so. But I wonder if that will be repaid. If Walsingham gets up there and takes the fight to them, will the 62 sort of yield? Will Eamon Murphy fight that car? Don't know. I will say the gap is actually going out ever so slightly now. It's 2.4, then 2.5, now 2.7 seconds Murphy to Walsingham right now. So not an immediate threat. No worries right now for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, Eamon Murphy doesn't really need to worry looking behind him, because if you just look down the timing tower, 44, 938, 71, 72, they are cars that yield no points change for the number 62 G2 Esports Aston Martin. So he doesn't need to be immensely concerned of what's going on behind. He can just focus on looking forwards, hitting his references, not managing to dip a tyre off the road in these dark and gloomy conditions. But absolutely, Aiden Walsingham, as far as the silver car is concerned, is on a march, and setting time there is actually quite comparable to the leading guys.
Just going to take a moment to thank all of you at home as well for being with us today on our various channels, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. Thank you all for joining us. Tell us how long you've been watching the race today. 9 hours, a long old time, an entire day of motorsport here at Kyalami. We are so happy to have all of you with us, and you've been treated to a fantastic Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports round here this 9 hours. Of course, you can join us in just about 1 month's time for the 24 hours of Spa. It's going to be absolutely epic. That in mid-July. I'll be there. Come hang out with us on the stream there, but just a huge thank you for all of you for being with us tonight.
I will also be there, but probably not in a commentary box, I suspect. As I wasn't, in fact, for the start of this race. I was actually in this race here. As you see these cars going around, I was in this race at the start, in the number 22 Rocket Esports car. So we are all immensely looking forward to the Spa 24. It's the one that everyone wants to win. It's a bit like the Monaco Grand Prix of the Mobileye Intercontinental GT World Challenge Esports Series, isn't it, really? It's the big one. It's the prize. Everyone wants to hunt that first place.
I'll tell you what, I've done this for several years now, and I remember every single one that's won it. And I think that pretty much says it all. It is the crown jewel of the calendar for sure. It's a race that even if you're not particularly a race fan, you've at least heard of on occasion. All the big ones, of course, the 24 Spa. Just a fantastic racetrack, fantastic group of cars. It is going to be a battle. I would hazard the guess it's going to be quite similar to today. You're going to have battles throughout the entire thing. Qualifying going to be close. These drivers, every single year, Angus, they seem like, I mean, you included, you get better, you get quicker, and the times come down, they get more compact. It's harder to make passes in race, but doesn't that actually make it more fun when you're that close?
Well, I'm not sure about me, but I know that everyone else is getting quicker. My phrase goes, the older you get, the faster you were, as far as I'm concerned. So I just look forward to being able to compete on a stage such as this. Intercontinental GT World Challenge is something I've done for a few years now with a couple of different teams, and it's always the cream of the crop. It's always some fantastic racing. You get the fastest, the most competent, the most prepared teams to show up to events like this. And when the Spa 24 rolls around, make no mistake, there are already teams prepared for that race. They will already have setups in the works. They will already be planning strategy. They will already be planning all kinds of different eventualities just to find themselves tenths of seconds over the course of a lap. Over 24 hours, that makes a big difference.
We did the race one year, and there was a bit of a cat and mouse game at the front of the field. You would have cars that were trying to edge each other out on pit lane. They would come in a lap early and sort of try and jump in front of other people. And the only reason they were doing that is because it absolutely worked. For whatever reason, they figured out that that was the strategy, the winning strategy, and of course until it rained, and then that was no longer a plausible answer. Spa, just such a magnificent racetrack, a long racetrack, one of the most unfortunate pit roads to ever get a speeding penalty on, and I've begrudgingly done that myself several times.
Oh, you and me both, it seems. Yes, absolutely. I've probably wasted around an hour's worth of my life just sitting at 50 kilometers an hour on that pit lane, serving some kind of penalty. It goes on for absolutely ages, because don't forget, it's both Grand Prix and endurance pits, just like they use in the real Spa 24. That's how accurate this title is. So whenever you do get to Spa, track cuts, pit lane infringements, potentially of stop-go 30s for collisions, those hurt you even more on a stage as big as that and a circuit as well established and historic as Spa.
I gotta ask you some questions. I never get the opportunity to ask a driver who's been in the wars, who's been in the races, who knows the drivers, you know the different teams, and you have a lot of experience. And I never get this opportunity, so I've got to ask. We had a restart prior to the start. We were out on the pace lap. There was a restart. Everyone reset to the grid, and we went back racing again. I've always maintained that can mess with you as a driver, because you're in go mode, you have the blinders on, you're ready to see the green flag and go racing, and then all of a sudden you've got to sit around for an additional 5 minutes and wait for the green flag to come out again. Has that ever bothered you as a racing driver?
I know that it does bother these competitors. It just tweaks something in your head, doesn't it? You've just completed qualifying. You're off the back of, hopefully, a good qualifying session if you are you. And looking forward to planning how you can make those positions up in the race, who's around you, what cars are around you, what their strengths and weaknesses are. You're focusing on the job at hand, and just pressing pause on that train of thought, I suppose. It can frustrate some people. It can knock their concentration. It can then obviously lead to impaired judgment. And I'm by no means saying that the reason we had a pile up on the start is because the session got delayed, but for sure, I strongly suspect that there would have been a lot of drivers up and down the pit lane disgruntled by the fact that they'd been completely prepared and then had to wait a little bit longer.
Well, we talk a lot about the drivers being the stars. In my mind, the track is a big star as well, and no more than Kyalami here in South Africa, a crown jewel racetrack in my mind, a fan favorite, a driver favorite as well. Such a lovely facility, has experienced such a rebirth and so much growth. Mini series coming here these days on the renovated version of this racetrack. Of course, a prominent Formula track in its day, now reborn as an excellent endurance racing track. We, of course, pay homage to that today with our very own 9 hour here as well. Your feelings about Kyalami?
Oh, it's a second to none facility, Kyalami. It's in a part of the world where there aren't really any other racetracks like this. It's such a fantastic facility, so much undulation. It's one of those weird tracks in sim racing that you absolutely adore. With me, I adore this track, or you absolutely despise. As I know that I remember that when Intercontinental GT World Challenge qualifiers were here, it was a hot lapping challenge. One of my teammates, do I name and shame? Yeah, I'm going to name and shame him. Joe Scher, who was actually in this casted ends, made huge progress in his qualifiers. Absolutely hated this place for whatever reason. Couldn't get the hang of it. The sequence corners, the undulation, which curbs you use and don't use. For whatever reason, he found it very difficult to get comfortable around a track like this. But we rock up today with a refreshed mindset and a car that we knew was competitive in race trim. And suddenly all of those doubts about this circuit, all of those issues from qualifiers all went away. And now I think actually Joe Scher's, if anything, more of a Kyalami fan now than before.
I fell in love with this place, racing it on the old variants. And whenever they renovated and they modernized the circuit more than anything, and racing returned here in a huge way, in no small part thanks to the 9 hour coming to this track in real life. it sort of reintroduced it to the world. It existed for quite a long time, but the reintroduction into the vocabulary of racing drivers and just how much they enjoy racing here, doesn't matter day, night, rain, dry, whatever, it just puts on great racing. I think it's actually quite a big part of that. You can bring different cars here, and regardless of BOP some of the time, you can have excellent racing because the sectors are so very different from one another, and it always seems to put on one heck of a show.
Absolutely. I'd say this is probably one of the biggest drivers' tracks on the game, where the driver will make such an enormous difference to the performance of a car. Being comfortable in the setup you have, in the tyres you're driving on being the only thing that actually touch the ground when you're driving around. The driver makes all the difference around here with such complex and technical turns. It's it really is a world-class facility. I absolutely adore this place.
Philippe Minard, by the way, for the Jean Alesi Esports team, he's still in front of Bernd in the 71. They've been like this for quite some time. Bernd's not able to gain any ground or make a move. They're still sitting there. Nobody making a mistake in that battle, as we've seen a lot today. Nobody flinching, nobody making a move. Just patiently waiting, driving around the circuit. Saw a flash of the leaders there for a second. No dramas there. Line astern and smooth as she goes for Williams Esports here today. A day that they needed to go well. It certainly has.
Yet, with just 2 hours, 40 minutes left on the clock, they are now solely focused on finishing the end of this race as strongly as they can. I did notice that they'd actually put a lap over the factory Lamborghini Esports team entry in 13th of Danilo Santoro. So, for whatever reason, Williams have come alive in South Africa and are absolutely flying after the strong start of the season that the Lamborghini factory team had. So for whatever reason, David Tnitz is not in their lineup, and that car appears to not quite have the pace of the Audis or Mercedes around them.
Yeah, Lamborghini had the same exact start. Spoilers, by the way, in the Mobileye GT Challenge America Esports series as well. Had a fantastic opening round, and just didn't go so well at Circuit of the Americas, and it's the same thing here in the Intercontinental Series. It just, race number 2, that tricky second album, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've just heard in my ear, and now I've suddenly gone from being very quizzical about Tnitsa to very jealous of Tnitsa, because...
I'm always jealous of Tnitsa.
Do you want to know the reason why he isn't in this lineup, Jesse?
I imagine it's something that he's had an opportunity with.
Apparently so. So I was wondering earlier on today, Tnitsa will turn up and put this car in the top 10 because he always does. He's David Tnitsa. It's sim racing is in his blood. He's an incredibly competent driver on a sim, and as it turns out now in the real world, because as I've just been told, the reason he's not here is he's racing a Lamborghini in real life and put it on pole. So I'm not jealous at all of that, really.
Oh my goodness. Somewhere in the halls here around us, Ryan Gill is green with absolute envy. I'm green with envy too. I dare not say he's a lucky ducky, because he's not. He got there on pure pace and talent alone. I think we could all agree. Super quick. Hope all goes well for him this weekend. If you're going to miss an SRO race, that's probably a good reason.
Yeah, as far as reasons go, that's very valid. I don't think anyone's really going to be complaining a huge amount as to why he's not shown up. But either way, we wish him all the best with his real racing endeavours. Obviously, an opportunity to drive a Lamborghini in real life is never a boring opportunity. So
he took pole, you said, as well.
Apparently so. So clearly it's an opportunity he deserved if he's able to do a performance such as that. So it's by no means a title. He is a racing driver.
Mentioned earlier that as far as any esport goes, the one that blurs the line between reality and that can actually be used as an analog for the real thing, it's always been sim racing. And it's never more true than it is today with modern simulators. ACC, a huge part of that. And I mean, David Tnitsa, exactly kind of my point, making my point for me. He can go from the virtual world to the real thing and put it on the pole position. I mean, you can't argue with facts, and that's just facts.
Yeah, that's as clear cut as they come. So Davidson Nitzer departing from the factory Lamborghini team for this race, but for very understandable reasons. Looking back to Artem Manisha, who still, I can't believe I'm still saying this, it's been around an hour now, has not been able to get past Mikhail Statsenko. And Lewis Fleischer behind has actually fallen away slightly from this group, so the Porsche seems to be using its tyres slightly more than the two cars in front of it. But Artem Manisha has been staring at the back end of a very noisy, albeit very attractive, ultra blue Audi for the last hour, and will probably be kind of hoping to get past by now.
At some point, you become sick and tired of looking at the same thing, especially from the same perspective all of the time. But what you can't allow yourself to do is get antsy. You can't allow yourself to make mistakes or force a move that isn't on. Just because you're close, that doesn't give you a right to bomb it down to the corner. And certainly at this level, you don't see as much of that as you would elsewhere. But just excellent discipline. That's something else. We talked about what it takes to be a professional racing driver, to be a professional esports driver. One of the other things that we didn't really mention that is incredibly important, you learn discipline. You learn what you can and can't do. And sometimes this is racing. It is stalking a car for hours on end for the opportunity to make a pass. And as a racing fan sitting up here in the booth, that's absolutely brilliant. I love to see this.
Really is just trading times, trading sex times, matching each other, not able to gain an upper hand here, there, or everywhere. Looks like the threat of rain is slightly dissipating. The clouds are clearing way to a slightly more starry night here in South Africa. So I'm sure this will please the drivers and the chief strategists of all these teams, because the last thing they need is another head-scratching scenario like the one they were put in earlier. So for the time being, they can just focus on the driving, getting the drivers as comfortable as possible, getting them up to speed. And I think they're all in a pretty good rhythm right now. It doesn't seem like there's any major collisions going on. There hasn't been a drive-through for track limits in a very long time. So these drivers are as comfortable as they can be, really. They're clearly enjoying the nighttime, as we see back to Josh Staffen in the HBD Yaz Pro car. Not the ideal race for the HBD Jazz Pro team. Usually Josh is known to have a disco ball whenever he's sim racing, so I'm slightly disappointed. I'm slightly disappointed he's done away with that, because it made everything much more entertaining. But if it helps him focus, I guess I'll let him off.
I haven't seen that disco ball in quite some time. I'm starting to worry it ran out of batteries or it broke or something. But yeah, certainly was very fun to see. You know, you can take sim racing as serious as you like, but never stop having fun with it is the point. And Josh Staffen has a lot of fun with his sim racing. I think he's actually smiling under that beard right there. I don't know if that's a scowl or a smile. Either way, he's driving the car. 36th place, again, not where they would want to be. HPD Yas Pro has not really had the start of the season they would have wanted to have, and that has unfortunately continued here today. No doubt caught up in that massive lap 1 incident.
Absolutely, I suspect so, but this is the battle on screen right now. Sebastian Apostle and Tom Gorka locking horns. Down into Crocodile they go. Gorka just managing to hold off. This is for fourth place, in silver. So lots of points on the line here. And Sebastian Apostle, West Competition Racing, on a bit of a comeback drive after I believe they got a track limit drive through earlier. They are making their way back through the field, and Tom Gorka is the next car on their list.
Apostle trying to eye him up, thought he may have had half a chance there coming through mineshaft, unable to get it done, gets the door slammed in their face. Gorka doing an excellent job not allowing them to take any sort of side-by-side position that would be any sort of advantage for West Competition. And now, of course, having a fight car in front, that's a car that's a lap down to them, and they'll have to get by it at some point, hopefully in a nice and timely manner. Lights flashing on Gorka's car to the Bentley in front saying, hey, we're on a different lap, please let us through. You can actually see the marshals waving the blue flags. There you see it, and very swiftly off of the racing line was the Bentley, letting the battle continue. You love to see it. Top 10 spot overall, top 5 spot in the silver class. Apostle eyeing him back up. Lost a little bit of ground here after that failed move just about a lap or so ago. Has to wind it back in, try it again.
Absolutely. Both these cars very similar in philosophy, aren't they? Big GT cars, front-engined, rear drive, lots of aero, lots of power. And Sebastian Apostle in the #1 silver class entry, definitely seeming to have a slight upper hand so far. But tell you what, Tom Gorka knew what he had to do dispatching of that Bentley. He saw that gap, he knew he had to take it. And Sebastian Apostle was probably there thinking, oh, thank you very much, I'll just follow you through, I think, and get past that back marker completely hassle-free. And now can just continue to harass the back of Tom Gorka's Aston Martin.
Certainly got to live in the mirrors a little bit, or the rear view cameras these days. Of course, they have physical mirrors on the wings of the car, but the rear view mirror replaced by a camera. And what a view Sebastian Apostle has here. We'll be sizing it up. He's looking at everything. He's looking at the braking points of Gorka. He's looking at the mannerisms of the car, how much of the curb they're taking, and how deep they're going into the corner, where they're better, where they're worse, be trying to set them up. And of course, you're always looking for the mistake. But with this crowd, those are always going to be few and far in between. You want to talk about a car that seems way out of position for me today. Tobias Pfeffer in the #4 Unicorns of Love Mercedes-AMG Esports car. This car well down the order, unlike them.
It really is unlike them, isn't it? Unicorns of Love, oh, hello. All that, I think we may have had a technical issue on the server side. There's Tobias Pfeffer disappearing off into space, it seems. Let's go through and just recap on what's been going on then so far, as the race does in fact continue. So it was very interesting, wasn't it, really, with that battle between Gorka and Apostle. Let's go through the highlights, Jesse, shall we? I think that'll be a good place to take off.
Certainly will. Go back to the start. The 110 on pole position did an excellent job defending against a couple of Williams Esports cars, getting it done down into turn 1. You're going to see a couple of moves. The 66 making the move on the 555 down into turn 1. This was all fair in love and war. Absolutely no major contact here between the top 10 or 15 cars. A clean getaway. Rostrich out in front of this field, and then this happens right here. Jean Alesi into Scuderia Ferrari, sends the 51 sliding sideways, the field completely unaware of what's happening, and a absolute huge pileup, 10, 15, maybe 20 cars and one FFS car, as you see there, the purple car completely upside down. After the first hour was over, it's pit stop time. The 110 leads, but oh no, it's a spin in the pit lane from the lead of the race. Gonna have to spin the car around. That car would fall down into 5th place. Then it became the Williams and Williams show. Two very different cars, same team, and they swapped the lead a couple of different times here. That was the first of those swaps. More racing here, racing hard each other. A move, a double move, in fact, out of these two, racing for a top spot. The lead, in fact, in their class. The pole sitter in the one of the cars trying to keep the lead would do on that occasion, eventually would lose it. Contact in Leacock has been a little bit of a problem today, and there is one of the first instances of that. And this rejoin here, a scary proposition, going the wrong way, back up Leacock, trying to spin the car around, doesn't go to plan, near calamity with several other cars as they all scatter at the top of the racing circuit. More action here, another angle of just how quickly it all happens, cresting the hill of Leacock, able to get away with it just barely. The rains came just after the halfway point in the race. It wasn't a torrential downpour, but it was enough to completely soak the racing track. One car stayed out in front of everyone else on the slick tires in the silver class. That would turn out to be somewhat of an ill-advised move. Other cars relishing the opportunity of some wet weather driving. Completely wet here. The downburst only lasted about 30 minutes, but it was very close and created some calamity here coming through Sunset. The first big incident. It's a little extra bonk there for good measure with one of the Ballas Esports cars. This is what it looked like riding on board. Almost nothing to see here, but moves being made. The 89 getting passed up, the BS Plus competition car. And those are just some of the highlights, bringing you up to date. Night has fallen over the circuit since then. The track dry. We've been through periods of clouds and sort of partly cloudy now at the circuit. And the the biggest sigh of relief that you couldn't hear over the lovely engines that we have is all of the engineers in the pit lane going, oh, thank goodness we don't have to redo the strategy a third time.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not want to be an engineer right now, pulling your hair out, seeing some of the small issues that have now passed, fortunately. So everything carries on as it was before, and no changes in the order that we have seen. Always good to go through some highlights of the race. Down through watching this little train here with now this Arta Patat for the G League Esports team, French team, in a very, very distinctive livery, it does appear to be. And that's Marco Yonkers. That's the West competition car. There's some heavy front end damage on that one, on that machine. Now, how has that come around? I strongly doubt that is driver error. That's a very unusual place to pull off. If you've made a small mistake, I suspect there's more involved in that than meets the eye.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you there. Something happened to that car. You don't get massive front-end damage like that from simply spinning around. There was something else that turned that car into the wall. Now, could that have been a curb? Could that have been help from another car? Don't know. But certainly there was more than that incident than we saw, surely indeed. Minar and Burnt still racing over the 13th place, what is effectively 5th place in their silver class. Nobody putting a foot wrong. No room for error. None given. No error, that is. And they still maintain their minuscule gap between the two of them. This is what happened to West competition car. Now, that looked like a mechanical failure to me. That was so odd.
Didn't it? First thing I looked for was the lights on the dash, and I strongly doubt West competition to make a mistake such as this, but there are different brake pads in game. There's pad 1 for sprint racing, can usually last you around 3 hours. There's then pad 2, which can last you up to around 12 hours. I think this car is on pad 1 and they have run out of brakes, which is an absolutely devastating turn of events for the number 1 West competition racing car after having so much raw speed. We see them come out of Learcop, no problem there. Down through mineshaft, up through the gears, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then watch for them to hit the brakes. Hit the brakes now.
Oh, they were off the racetrack.
In fact, yeah. So maybe not brakes after all. It wasn't, as in fact just appears to be a small driver error, the smallest driver error by the number 1 of Marco Yonkers, and that unfortunately undoes all of their hard work, working their way through the field. They're now back in 24th place after fighting for the silver class podium in the earlier stages.
Tobias Pfeffer fighting Bonjour and trying to keep Mike Noble behind them. A huge group here, all fighting over 21st place. Tobias Pfeffer's going to take that from Bonjour and take 21st to themselves. The Unicorns of Love team, they haven't had the best race, documented that earlier, but again, late in the race, trending in the right direction. And Angus, I just want to say, you were still right. You said it was a brake issue, but you can't brake on grass.
I suppose I was still right, actually. Yeah, it's a very good point. But it was the tiniest of mistakes, wasn't it, from Yonkers? Just half a tyre, one tyre in the grass. You hit the ABS, the whole car gets dragged onto the track, onto the grass, off the track, and then you have even less chance of stopping. So heart-wrenching stuff for the number 1. But like you say, Tobias Pfeffer, great driver that he is. All of the drivers in the Unicorns of Love Mercedes are top drivers, make no mistake. But for whatever reason, they just haven't had a race that's one to really show their quality today. Caught up at the start, haven't really been able to make too much progress since.
The good news is the position they're in, they're inside the top 15 in Pro. They're going to get points here from this. If any of the cars in front of them have any issues, they stand to gain from that. They've been solid. They just haven't quite had the speed that we have come to know from the Unicorns of Love Mercedes-AMG Esports team here today. But they have been making passes as of late. You just saw them make up a couple of passes. Rather unfortunately, doesn't do anything for their points haul today. But getting back inside the top 20 in the field, that's a little bit of a confidence booster as Mike Noble going to elevate themselves into 22nd place. Bonjour in the 333 Aston, starting to lose just a little bit of pace here late in this stint. I imagine everybody quite late in their stint. Tires giving up just a little bit here. and the track temp continuing to go down all the time. Not helping matters if you've got your tire pressures wrong, but Mike Noble showing a little muscle here for FFS Racing.
Yeah, it really is. Let's not forget, this car was upside down half a lap into this race.
That's a good point. We just showed you that at home.
And now making some fantastic progress back through the field. So Mike Noble with the comeback drive to end all comeback drives, the FFS Racing car absolutely storming back through the field and picking off TX3, who have had a clear run of things. So that's not misfortune, that's pure speed from the FFS car. And how fantastic is it that after all the trials and tribulations they've been through in the early stages of this race, they're still going, they don't give up, they keep on pushing, and they're still in the points. And it's going to help their championship, isn't it, after a recovery drive like this?
It certainly will. Talking about comeback drives, Whipperman Racing, they sat on the pole. We showed you what happened to them in that very first pit stop, and they've been in recovery mode the entire rest of the race, and it's gone wrong here. I don't know exactly what happened. They hit a curve, they unbalanced the race car and couldn't brake it appropriately. They go off the racetrack, they don't get repassed. They're able to gather it up very quickly indeed, coming back through the S's, and that was a scary moment in the dark, but well held by Jacob Osterman, who started this car, had their share of issues. They were as low as 6th or 7th place overall. They're back up to P4 in class, and oh, it's another huge slide.
He's absolutely throwing everything to the circuit, isn't he? Bounces over the curb at Cheetah. Whatever's going on with that car, he's not happy with it. I was talking earlier on that when it's dry, the Audis are choosing to not run traction control. And never was a more clear opportunity to see that than exiting Crocodile that time round. Enormous slides. That Audi is not happy at all. But Jakob Osterman will still try and extract absolutely everything he can. Marco Yonkers continuing with the front end damage that he has sustained. Looks like he's going to lose a place here to Vladimir Kolosov down the inside into the S's. Kolosov over the curbs, nearly loses it halfway through the S's, manages to keep hold of the car, prompting a nice little flash there from Marco Yonkers, just saying, well held, if I was being polite, which I don't think he is. But either way, that number one car now has the biggest of uphill struggles ahead of him now, carrying that legacy damage from that mistake a few laps ago.
Speaking of uphill battles, I just believe I saw the Jean Alesi number 28 Ferrari piloted by Allen has received a drive-through penalty. I don't believe that's come in from race control. I'm convinced that that is for track limits.
Yeah, track limits, drive-through penalty for Allen in the John Lacey Esports car. Good spot by you, actually. So unfortunately for Joshua Allen, has to make a trip through pit lane. It's not the longest pit lane at Kyalami. It could be worse. It could be Spa, where you lose around 100 seconds just by driving through pit lane on its own. So Josh Allen, from a fairly competent silver class spot, running pretty solidly in P18 actually, ahead of the Unicorns of Love Pro car, will have to unfortunately take a trip down pit lane just to clear that penalty and then carry on with their race.
Yeah, it's going to be a trip in the next 3 laps. The way ACC works is you get a drive-through penalty, or a stop and go, if I remember correctly. You have to come in within 3 laps to serve that penalty. If you have a normal time penalty, you can serve it on your stop, or it's added on to the end of the race. If you get a drive-through where you have less than 3 laps to go, then that does become converted into a time penalty at the end, but that's not the case here. They'll have to come in within 3 laps, and I was trying to do the math. Will they lose a spot to Mike Noble or any of the other silver cars, Bonjour or Kolosov? It's going to be close. It's 29 seconds, the gap between Allen and Pfeffer right now, and it all depends on exactly how long it is to do a drive-through. Keep in mind, drive-through, you do not stop in your pit box for that. You merely roll down pit lane, and as you said, it's not the longest pit road in the world.
It really isn't. It's actually quite short in comparison to the rest of the track. I had a number somewhere for how much time it is to drive through pit stop. Here we go. I found it. See, this is the perks of having someone who's done the preparation for the race in the commentary box. I had a spreadsheet, a stint planner, with, well, I had everything planned out. It's all color coordinated. It's very beautiful. A drive-through penalty costs between 19 and 20 seconds. So that's actually very, very minimal time loss. And actually, Josh Allen has already served that and has rejoined in front of Tobias Pfeffer still, I do believe. So good damage limitation and good fortune from the Jean Lacey Esports car means that despite serving that penalty, they don't lose any track position.
Yeah, that's really, fortuitous. You're going to get a drive-through. There's certain tracks you don't want to get a drive-through. We talked about the Spa 24 coming up next month here. You don't want to get a drive-through there. That's the worst track that you can get a drive-through almost anywhere in the world, let alone ACC. Here, not so bad. I'm familiar with the timetable that you're on about. There's one pit lane where you lose like 14 seconds or something like that, and one where you lose 16 or 17. But there are some where it is worse than others. If you're going to get a drive-through, which you don't want to drive through, but if you're going to get one, you might as well get one here, really.
Yeah, very good point. Very well made. It is sort of, I'm not going to say fortunate for them to get a drive-through penalty. But if you were, we're just suggesting, if you were going to get a drive-through penalty, there's a lot worse tracks you can pick than this one. So, but either way, yeah, Joshua Allen still holding an 11.5-second advantage over Tobias Pfeffer, not losing any track position, actually finds himself in quite a bit of free real estate now. So he is free to push on and continue to try and make progress in the Jean Lacey Esports car. Here is Vladislav Kolosov, through the final corner, who's also had a good little progression up the field, hasn't he, really? He's closing in on Bajor in front in the TX3 car, and Mike Noble's not too far in front of them. Here's Marco Yonkers still nursing that BMW through to the pit stops. Didn't want to sacrifice strategy for the sake of repairing some damage. But it's just so unfortunate to see one of only 3 BMWs in the whole series, can't believe I'm saying that, one of only 3 BMWs having to carry this legacy damage and losing a significant amount of time each lap.
I'm quite curious what the wheel angle is on that car. I wonder if maybe none of the tie rods or anything are bent on that car, because it seems to be driving okay, and certainly if they stay out on the racetrack, which is exactly what Marco Yonkers has done for West Competition, that generally tells me as a driver that the car is hurt. It's going to lose a little bit of aero. It's going to be a little bit harder to drive and a little bit more wily perhaps as well. But if the steering isn't bent, you can limp it around, which is exactly what they've done. In fact, they were down to P24. They've actually made up a spot up to P23 since that accident has occurred. So, staying out on the racetrack, again, if you don't have to upset your strategy, you're probably not going to, even if you've had a crash. It sounds crazy, but more often than not, if you can live with it, you are going to live with it. You know who can't live with it? That was a huge run by Pfeffer off of the racetrack, hit the inside curb, bounced all the way to the outside of Cheetah, and that allowed Mike Noble through. A scary, hair-raising moment for the FFS driver, but able to get it done nonetheless.
It really was very, very fortunate and well held by Pfeffer to keep that thing out of the wall. A free position, another free position for Mike Noble. The progress continues for the FFS Racing team, who excelled last season in the silver category. But Pfeffer, for whatever reason, that Mercedes not really liking this circuit, at least can't even hold a candle to the Williams car out in front after the quality that they had last year. I believe winning Spa 24 last year was the Unicorns of Love team, and for whatever reason, this round through is just not going their way.
It's just not all the Jean Lacey car. Herbino has had a big accident here. That's on the pit straight, if I'm not mistaken. So that was a huge slide through Ingwe. Usually the only way you get sideways there is you get some help. I wonder if that's what's happened to the Jean Lacey car. Herbino able to pull it down to the inside pit wall there, out of harm's way, get the car going. But for a moment was stranded in no man's land in the dark. Blind corner too, that is not what you want.
Yeah, Herbino realized very quickly that he did not want to be stationary perpendicular to the direction of cars in the middle of the racing line through the final corner. Let's watch this replay, figure out how this happened. Into the final corner we go, and just drops it on his own.
That is so strange.
I was talking about, wow, that was so incredibly close. So incredibly close to some enormous damage there. Very lucky to get away with that damage free. But I was talking about the Audis running no traction control earlier. Maybe the Lamborghinis are trying it too. And if he was, it definitely didn't gain him any time that time around.
Again, end of the stint could be bad tires, bald tires maybe, and just stepped on it a little bit too hard. But that is such a strange solo incident. Normally, you don't even take that line through the corner.
No, usually you want to maybe get two wheels just brushing the edge of the curb. Keep corner speed high in the last corner. The exit's very wide. You can use loads of track. So why he's sitting on top of the inside curb, bottoming out, is one that only the driver can answer. It's definitely not the ideal line, and I suppose he found out the hard way why that's not the line everyone takes.
Yeah, it certainly was. It could be just a siding issue as well, or maybe something they got away with earlier on in the race. Could be a lapse in judgment for a moment there. Either way, a spin, and it could have been a lot worse. Backing up almost into the path of race cars. Scary proposition, even at the best of times in the dark, blind corner, not what you want. You would certainly would have probably preferred them to pull up to the wall and do a three-point turn, but in their haste to rejoin the race and not lose a ton of time, nearly a huge moment. Luckily, that wasn't the case this time.
Yeah, absolutely could have gone a hell of a lot worse. Tuning back in with Marco Yonkers, the West Competition Racing driver. Touching on a point you mentioned earlier before it all started kicking off in front of our very eyes, I strongly suspect this car has no suspension damage. If your car has suspension damage, you lose seconds upon seconds a lap. It doesn't brake right, it doesn't turn right, you lose straight line speed because the tyres are opposing against each other. So you lose a huge amount of lap time in a very short space of time. Whereas I suspect Yonkers is just carrying some fairly significant front end aero damage, which is limiting his top speed. He's losing front end grip. He will grain those tyres, but if he hasn't got a huge amount of time left on his stint, it could have been a lot worse, is all I'm going to say on that one, really.
Haven't seen or talked about Michael Mazur today in the 114 race Esport team, but here they are, 27th place, just showing you there's racing everywhere throughout this pack. And now you saw Herbino, who had that spin in Ingwe a couple of laps ago. Now they find themselves in the clutches of the 114. One spin, and then all of a sudden you're right back into a battle, even before you've got your head screwed back on straight.
100%. It's an incredible train here. All of these look like they actually may be, well, most of them look like they may be for position, in fact. So this is, like you said, Michael Mazur looking to make some progress. Here's Herbino looking to make some more progress on Andrew McWilliam through turn 2, I should say. Tries it into barbecue. That's a late move. Goes for the dive. Doesn't pay off. He's looking to make up ground after his mistake earlier on, but Andrew McWilliam had that all covered off. And just has a little shake of the wheel actually there before sunset, just to say, don't even think about it. I'm going to keep hold of this position by any means I can.
You don't normally see drivers out there taunting each other live in the middle of a race. Normally they save that for the after race or the pre-race, but today you're seeing some of that. The lights flashing, not as much as I would normally expect for this late in a race. As close as this has been and as hard fought as this has been today, there's been quite a bit of respect, I would say, racing each other one-on-one, but shaking your car at somebody else, quite interesting. I always said too, flashing your lights, braking with your tapping your brakes, stuff like that. It means different things depending on the situation. Context is king in those cases, but more often than not, you get the point.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely 100% right there, actually. And more close action. This is Michael Mazur making some progress on Herbino, and there's contact there. There was definite contact between the Lamborghini and that Audi there. Mazur getting picked up by the rear axle, and very, very good car control to keep hold of that car, keep it in the straight and narrow and pointing the right direction. Despite all of that, only around 2 seconds lost, and he can still see the position he wants to be in, but that was unbelievably close to disaster.
How on earth Mazur's race esport car is still pointed the right direction, I have no idea. That is exactly what happened. That car was picked up off the ground from the rear axle. I have no idea how they were able to keep composure and drive into the dirt as they had to. And still, it is hard enough to do that on your own. Hit the inside curb, go off into the dirt, and keep it straight. It's hard enough to do that. And that's on your own devices. That was certainly not the case there, but you could almost see that coming. They were too close to avoid contact through there.
Completely, yeah, very, very much avoidable. It was just a little bit too close for comfort, really, wasn't it? Herbino not really realizing how close he was to Michael Mazur in front. And I did notice, in fact, just coming out of barbecue that time round, we were talking about how you use the flashers, tapping the brake lights.
Sure.
Michael Mazur was fairly welded to the flasher button that time round. He wasn't best impressed with that, and the next car he has to deal with is Herbigno again. So this battle could continue on for a little while. I just hope they can keep it clean.
Certainly hope so too. A little bit in front of that fight, this is the rear diffuser of Niels Klinkmüller's Mercedes HRT number 5, and that's looking back at Fox in the 72. Again, two different classes racing each other. They are on the same lap. This is for 13th position overall, but this just shows you one of the unique angles we have in the rear diffuser of the Mercedes-AMG. Looking back at the other cars, I love everything about ACC. The lights, the diffusion of that, and you got the brake lights. You can clearly see when they're on the brakes versus when they're not, and just such a unique perspective. It tells you everything about the speed and just the ferocity of the race cars, and also too you can see how hard the drivers are hitting the curbs and such. And again, that also is determined by what car you're in. Some cars respond to curbs better than others. Some cars you want to stay off of the curb. You actually saw it right there. The Aston not on the curb. The other two cars very much over the curbs. And that's down to driving style. It's down to what the car gives you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we see the two leading silver cars into pit lane this time round. But Niels Klinkmüller, after a fairly mediocre qualifying by the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT, are making progress through the field, aren't they? Next car in sight is less than 2 seconds in front, and it's George Boothby in the sole McLaren, in fact, in the top 23. And just in front of Boothby, Luca Lozio in the factory Lamborghini squad. So two pro cars right in front of Klinkmüller, and you can be sure he'll have his target set firmly on that, on those two pro cars in front.
Absolutely good points on offer there. Several cars coming into the pit lane. The 89 BS Plus competition, Arthur Kemmerer is going to bring that car to the attention of their team. This will not be the final stop. This will, in most likely, the penultimate stop of the day. Eamon Murphy bringing the G2 Esports 62 down the pit lane. All these are scheduled pit stops. This is why they all these cars pushed it in the dry with the wet weather tires. This is why they did this, or this is why they did that earlier on, so that they could come in, do this stop here, and only have to come in one more time. It was painful for them for a while, but now they're reaping the dividends.
Absolutely. That is the masterclass, and as you were saying, the magic number earlier on, to do with strategy. So everyone, well, mostly everyone coming in this time by, those of the teams that planned the wet, along with the kind of trend, I suppose you can call it, are all in this time by. Bastian Richter, one of them a few laps before, he's running it a bit close on stint time to get to the end of this race, and in P24, obviously a bit out of sequence, but is staring firmly at the back of Olivier in the TX3 Aston Martin front. Will surely be looking to go by this time, and does indeed get that move done. Nice and clean from Bastian Richter, the incredibly competent driver as he is. And just behind him, in fact, is the 555 car. And that is to put another lap on the Unicorns of Love car. That would be... I forgot the name now. That's really annoying. There we go. Yeah, that would be... The 555 would be Donick Blyer. There we go. That took me way too long. I'm very sorry. It's tired, I'm late.
It's dark at the racetrack. Everybody getting tired. The drivers, the teams, absolutely worn out. And just to touch on Olivier in the virtual drivers by TX3 333, it felt like Olivier made that as painless as possible in the League Cup. Nothing to lose in that battle in particular. Just sort of let them go. Once Richter was married to the inside of League Cup, I think virtual drivers car just said, you know what? Not for position, doesn't matter, going to let you go. Just don't slow me up. That's all we ask.
Yeah, absolutely. Olivier currently in those point paying positions. And actually, Bastian Richter's just got by. He's just picked up a drive-through penalty for track limits. So he's on this recovery drive, their race, and it just goes from bad to worse. When it rains, it pours for these guys today, it seems. Just not gone their way at all, and they'll do very well to be able to make any more progress up with such little time left on the clock.
By my count, that is at least 3 drivers who have gotten drive-throughs for track limits, and that is not a good sign. That is worrying for a lot of these teams. We're still 2 hours from the checkered flag here tonight. 3 cars, 2 in the last hour and a half. Actually, no, in the last hour exclusively have gotten drive-through penalties for extending track limits. An ACC assigned penalty, of course, but that begs the question, how many more cars are sitting there on 3 warnings?
Yeah, it's that horrible thing to see on your screen. Track warnings, 3. You have no margin for error at all. You make one little mistake, and around a track like this, with all these corners that are just teetering on the edge of grip, the S's, for example, on a new tyre, this right-hander at the bottom is flat out. On an old tyre, it is a lift. How do you know when the car will understeer wide and onto the grass? You have to be a little bit cautious. Again, preservation has to come into the mindsets here. Discretion is the better part of valor when it comes to black and white rules like track limits, and a few drivers have been wrong-footed by them today, and I'm sure a few more of them will.
I'm going to make some driver excuses for the benefit of all the drivers out there. It is dark. Sightlines changed. Maybe this is your first stint in the dark. Maybe you're racing somebody. It's changing what you're paying attention to. You're focused on the car, not so much where the track limits are. Maybe you got into the car and you already had 3. Maybe your team absolutely did you dirty and made you the scapegoat. I've had that happen to me on a few occasions. I've also done that to my teammates in the past as well. But even still, you've got to be mindful of it, exactly like you said, Angus, because if you are on 2 or 3, you're treading on very thin ice, and at some point, you have to rein it in just a little bit. But I would reckon we are not done with the drive-thrus for track limits. You're likely going to see a few more cars run afoul of that here.
Yeah, completely agree. One of those who'll be looking to very much avoid any track limit warnings is our silver leader, Lucas Mattea, just disposing of one of the Armamentario cars to put a lap on them. Since the rain came, this car has come to life. The 85 Aston Martin, the lead Aston Martin in the whole field now, actually, ahead of Isaac Price. So the Team Racing Point car has absolutely flown when the temps have cooled down, and their pace is one that Nick Babin in the Visceral Esports Ferrari looks like he's struggling to catch right now.
Yeah, give all credit to Racing Point. They've had an excellent strategy today. Their strategy was sort of go with what you know, and also don't put yourself in any negative or bad situations. They've raced really well. They've been, I think, in all the top 5 positions at least one time today, racing other cars in their class. They've emerged the top running car. They've got a decent sized gap. It's not insurmountable if you're Babin in the 44 Ferrari, but it is a decent sized gap. And with how close the tolerances are, we talked about how close they were in qualifying. Consider how they're running lap times wise. They're all very, very close. We had some stats about during the wet period, even in the time of the race where the track conditions were drastically changing lap by lap. The top 5 or 6 cars were all about a couple of tenths off of each other in average on a stint. So we're talking a couple of tenths over an entire stint, not a lap, an entire stint. And in the dry, that only becomes a closer margin. So all you really need, realistically, for Racing Point is a few seconds, which they do have, and just keep doing what you've been doing all day.
Absolutely. There are going to be no free seconds given up by Team Racing Point. If Visceral want this win, if Babin wants this win, he is going to have to chase them down. And with a 11-second gap, 11.5 seconds, in fact, gap to the 85, that's a tall order. Even though there is still 2 hours on the clock, they've been doing this pace for 7 hours already. I'm sure they can keep it up for another 2. So it's going to have to be something spectacular from the Visceral Esports car, or any other silver car for that matter, to be able to close that lead.
Saw it on the screen right there. 10-second penalty for car 127. The stewards very much awake and alert at this late hour as well. Still work to do. That's actually our first time penalty in quite some time. We've had a lot of racing incident and no further actions going on, and that was 10 seconds to car 127, the first in quite a while.
Yeah, the 127 being the Jean Lacy Esports Lamborghini that we saw in the wars, shall we say, a little bit earlier. Backwards at the last corner, and then seemed to be quite forceful in his way through the field. Obviously that will be with the contact with Mazur earlier, if you remember that, Jesse. So that isn't a surprise to me, really, thinking back not too long ago. But yeah, next pit stop round, they're going to have to sit there for a little bit longer than everyone else.
Yeah, the official statement by race control, that 10-second penalty causing a collision with car 93. I think we kind of saw that coming, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And this John Lacey Esports Lamborghini isn't even in the top 24 as it is. It's not been their best race. They didn't start the season fantastically at Mount Panorama, unfortunately for them. Lamborghini had a lot of car speed at Mount Panorama, but for one reason or another, they weren't able to capitalize on it. And likewise here, maybe the Lamborghini isn't quite the ideal race car, but it's definitely a competent one. Things just aren't going their way so far this season.
No, but you got Luca Lacio in the 63. They're still in 11th place. They're inside the top 10 in their class, and it's going to be a decent day for them. It's something that they can sort of build upon. Today is not going to be the day or the reason why they lose this championship or win this championship. It's going to be a neutral day for the 63. They'll move on from this, go to the 24, and hope for bigger and brighter things. If you're going to have an off day, don't make it a horrible day. Make it a mediocre day and sort of forget it happened and move on. Making it a horrible day, scoring no points, worst case scenario, don't do that. 63, they're sort of mitigating the damage here.
Absolutely is damage limitation. They're currently opening up the gap to George Boothby behind. So just consolidating that P11 overall. And, well, with the next car in front for pro position being Isaac Price quite a long way ahead, to the tune of around 20 seconds, I do believe. That's quite a big gap to chase down in an hour and 55 minutes, especially in the pro class where the drivers are rated even higher by SRO's driver grading. So if any margin's going to come down, I really doubt it'll be the pro one.
Yeah, 25 seconds between the top two cars in the class. It's ballooned out to that point. It was hovering anywhere between 16 to 19 seconds earlier on, but clearly out in front and in the lead. The 66 Williams car doing the damage on the timing table. They weren't always the favorite here today, but they've hung in at the top three all day. They took the lead from the 55 twice, or the 555 today twice. This time they've made it stick. 25 and a half second gap first to second.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been pretty solid so far from both of them, hasn't it, really? There doesn't really seem to be a chink in their armor. It's staying fairly consistent, fairly safe. And I wonder at what point the Williams team leaders, the engineers, say, all right, boys, you've done a great job. You're 1 and 2. You've got an hour and 55 left. Let's bring these cars home safely, please. More so for the 66 and the 555, because let's not forget, Nilsson Ajax is in the 89. He fronts up the BS competition squad, and he is chasing down Schoeniger at a right rate. Down through mineshaft they go, into Crocodiles one more time. Jonas Fawkes on screen, doing a very good job in the 72 Ren Welton Esports Blue Aston Martin. 5th in class so far for them, and here is Kamil Pawlowski. After what's been a fairly up and down last few hours for the ITB Santalot Racing crew, if I remember correctly, when the 25 car had Mikhail Statsenko in, that car struggled to bring its tyres on coming out of the rain period, but for whatever reason now looks to be going just as quick as ever. Very easy to spot even in the darkness with the giant white logo on the side of the car with the crest and the big Motul sponsorships. All kinds of absolutely fantastic liveries, some incredible creative designs up and down through this field. One that I think Real Racing can really take a page out of Sim Racing's book. It's getting better now than ever, of course, but you look at the liveries on display here and Real Racing can't hold a candle to these. There's no kind of creative interpretation in Real Racing that you see in the sim, is there, Jesse? The liveries are just second to none.
No, they're absolutely fantastic. Getting to see them on the grid before they were, they were caked in dirt, and obviously now with the rain, they've been muddied up quite a bit. But prior to that, just some absolutely beautiful, vibrant designs, some things that you probably couldn't do with some of the real cars with the sponsor obligations. Of course, all these teams have sponsor obligations of their own, but they're able to make the car their own as well. Less than 2 hours left in the 9 hours of Kyalami. Darkness has settled in and the town off in the distance. Absolutely gorgeous, lit up tonight. And we race into the darkness and into the late hours. It'll be about 10 o'clock or so when this race ends. And what a race it's been for several of these teams. What a rebound it has been for Williams Esports. Both of their teams didn't have a desirable finish, I think we can agree, at Mount Panorama. But today they have completely turned the ship back around and have had a fantastic day. They started on the front couple of rows. They didn't have a long way to get to the front, but they had several cars they had to battle to get here. They've done so. They've emerged victorious, and now it becomes sort of an endurance test for the final 1 hour and 51 minutes. Just don't break the car.
Yeah, absolutely. I could picture that message loud and clear. Just bring it on home, especially for Wojtek Fiala out in front with a 20-odd second lead to Dennis Schoeniger behind. Let's not forget, though, the other big German mark behind Audi and Mercedes, BMW, is still very much within touching distance. 6 seconds is the gap between Schoeniger and Niels Najoks in the leading BS competition, BMW in third place. A gap has come down over recent laps. It was around 11, around 45 minutes ago, 11 seconds. Now down to 6. So that BMW carrying a little bit more car speed at this stage in the race, it seems. But it's still a tall order to catch Dennis Schoeniger if I know just how fast he is.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. And the thing with BS Plus competition, they battled their race all day. They've sort of stayed out of the limelight today. Normally, BS Plus competition is one of those cars you talk about non-stop because they're always in the action. They haven't always been. They've made some very key passes at different points in this race. They've stayed out of trouble. Their strategy has been spot on. They're in P3 now and have been for quite some time. And if I know Nils, he's not happy with P3. If he thinks he can go and catch Dennis in front, he's going to do that. In fact, actually chipped away at the gap again. It's down under 6 seconds now, 5.8 seconds the gap. Second to third place. We're probably not done. It's 5.7 now, continuing to gain on Williams.
Yeah, absolutely. Having previously been stablemates with Niels Najoks at BS competition, I know just how driven that group of drivers are. And yeah, like you say, if I know Niels, as I do, P3 is an absolutely disastrous result for him. He's only interested in winning, and he will go above and beyond to try and make that happen. Incredibly determined, committed, and obviously fast driver who does front up the BMW sim racing squad on multiple platforms now, and showing just why he's in that position in the ACC.
You know, it's interesting. I was doing the opening commentary today with Luke Crane, who I believe referred to Nils as an older gentleman now.
An older gentleman?
Yeah.
I haven't referred to Niels like that
that's
before.
That's definitely not what Luke actually said, but that's kind of what he meant.
If I want to think of a slightly shorter and fruitier version, I think I can understand what it is you're trying to say. But I suppose when it comes to sim racing, it has been around for a decent period of time. There's always the new generation coming through, looking at Tobias Pfeffer, incredibly young, incredibly talented. And Niels has been here for a while. He's one of the most experienced drivers on this grid, if not the most experienced driver on this grid. But don't you think for a second that he isn't still fast, he isn't still committed, he lacks any kind of performance, because if anyone can make a car go fast, it is Niels Najoks, obviously incredibly invested in sim racing, runs his business around sim racing. So yeah, just because he's a little bit older than a few of them, whatever he lacks in, maybe, well, I'm going to make up a term here, spring chickenness, he certainly makes up for in speed.
I wish I had 1/10 of his skill and ability. Nils is one of those drivers he's sort of inevitable, isn't he? In any race that he's in, he's going to show up at some point. And my goodness, is he picking the right time? A further half of a second in the time that we've been talking, taken out of the gap. 5.2 seconds. I reckon by the time they get back to the start-finish line, it should be, if the trend holds, under 5 seconds. So this battle's going to happen sooner rather than later. The other question I have is, what does Nils do when he catches him?
Absolutely. Well, we saw from all of the fantastic pit wall live timing from our qualifying the race that the BMW is an absolute missile in a straight line. A huge amount of power produced by that inline-six turbo engine. And when Naoyox gets onto the back of Schoenegers, that gap's now under 5 seconds. He's carving it down incredibly quickly. When that gap disappears, so long as he plays his cards right and uses that power the BMW has to his advantage, Schoenegers going to have a really hard time keeping him behind, that's for sure.
I wonder at some point, do you give it up? But, I kind of snap out of that fantasy I live in. And like, no, this is late in the race. It's been a long day. It's for P2. You're going to fight tooth and nail. And I was right, by the way. It is 4.8 seconds at the line. That's a constant gain. You can actually set your watch to that with how much time he's gaining in each sector. It is incredibly consistent there. Not the only driver or drivers gaining. You have Joshua Allen for the John Lacey Esports number 28. They've caught Fabian Piffet in the 49. This for 15th overall and for in-class position as well. That should be, 6th or 7th place in the class, changing hands here or under contest between these two.
Yeah, fight for P7 in silver. And Josh Allen all over the back of Fabien Piffet, like you say. Both of these very French teams, G League Esports and Jean Lacey Esports. How very French to even have a French spelling in the name of G League. But yeah, both Ferraris as well. So don't think for a second there's any kind of pace differential here. Whatever's coming out of these cars at this time is driver and setup only. As we see, 30-second post-race penalty to the 28.
Oh, wow.
Now, who is that? The 28 is the Jean Lacey Esports Silver Ferrari, in fact.
That is watching,
yeah, that is Joshua Allen for ignoring blue flags. 30 seconds is a very substantial penalty to get, especially this late on in the race, because you haven't got that much time to make that ground back.
Yeah, what they did to receive the 30-second post-race penalty is they exceeded the BWP limit, which is a point system based on their sort of driving standards in the race. So, quite interestingly, we've seen a couple of things come through for Jean Lacey. Of course, the ignoring blue flags warning for the 28 pushed them over the BWP, the point limit for incident on track for this race. So that carries the 30-second penalty for the 28, and that is not what they wanted to see, chasing a car here inside the top 10 in their class.
Absolutely not. So suddenly a tall order for Joshua Allen to get past Fabien Piffet becomes an even taller order, because 19 seconds back, well, 20 seconds actually on the dot back, is Kolosov in the next silver car. And then you've got Langer, McQuilliam, Ryan Meenan, Mazur, Olivier, all queued up to have a chance at gaining on that time penalty post-race. So that is going to be one tall order for the Jean Lacey Esports driver to make it up.
Incidents adding up here late into the race, getting people into more trouble with the stewards, of course. We've already seen 3 or 4 drive-thrus for track limits as well. It's been calm for a while, but don't let that fool you. It could happen to anyone at any time. We've seen it late in races before, where leading cars have exceeded track limits one too many times and seen their entire race come undone. Admittedly, though, if that were to happen, as we saw demonstrated, unfortunately, earlier, it's not the longest pit lane in ACC. It's not the biggest penalty to get a drive-through for track limits here today. The bigger penalties being handed out by the stewards, of course, for aggressive or unnecessary driving out there today. Certainly, the stewards have handed out their fair share of 30-second penalties today, probably the most I've ever seen.
Yeah, 30-second penalty replacing the drive-through penalty for this season exactly because of the difference in pit lane length, in fact, which I think it's a good change. It's a much more consistent penalty now. The fitting of a drive-through, just a 30-second penalty at Spa, say, is a lot less damaging than the drive-through penalty at Spa. So keeping that consistency makes it much more clear in the rule book as to whether the crime fits the punishment or punishment fits the crime, whichever way you look at it.
I couldn't agree more. I appreciate consistency I think everybody appreciates consistency with the stewarding. I certainly do, and I like that. I like how they made that call to replace drive-throughs, which are incredibly variable, like you said, with a standardized penalty. It sounds and looks harsh, but it is more consistent. It is way more fair to do that. I applaud that change. But what I mean by seeing more is I think if it was still a drive-through like it was in years past, I think there would have been more of those today than I've ever seen. Just so many different incidents out there. You put 43, 45 of these racers on the same racetrack, especially at Kyalami, there's going to be contact. There certainly had been their fair share today. Thankfully, as the hours grew longer in this race, it has calmed down quite a bit. What hasn't calmed down is some of the pursuits out there. Looks like the 555 Williams car has responded to BS Plus Competition's Niels Naix, who was gaining on them quite heavily and gained more than a second in just a couple of laps. That gap stabilized at 4.9 seconds now. I think Williams maybe turning up the wick just a little bit to keep the pressure off.
Yeah, certainly appears to be the case. Schoeniger finding a little bit more pace when he needs it. We know that Naix will be giving it everything, but the 555 Mercedes able to find a little bit more speed in his pocket and will help him hopefully try and hang on to that P2 come race's end, which I am absolutely convinced will make Stephen English's day a huge amount better. Not that it was bad to begin with. You have two world-class drivers up in the very top of the most competitive esports league in ACC. So Stephen English, the manager of Williams, will be very much liking what he sees right now from his crews.
Yeah, and if we missed it a little bit ago, I think it bears repeating. There was a 5-second time penalty for the other Jean Alesi car, the 127, for causing a collision that back on lap 236 and involved the 114. So, of course, now they have 15 seconds, so they had a 10-second penalty prior to that. They added the 5 on top of it. And oh dear, it's a 15-second penalty for the 127 Jean Alesi. Urbano not having a great evening sport, I wouldn't say.
No, definitely not. And they have fallen quite a long way down the order. I'm hearing in my ear they've also got a drive-through penalty as well for track limits. So add another one to the tally chart. This track, as the race goes on, those white lines become harder and harder to stay within, especially when they're harder to see in the first place. So it is catching drivers out, but Jean Alesi Esports, I will say it right, falling foul of the stewards within the last couple of hours or so, and it unfortunately will hamper their race results somewhat, as we see someone who's stayed out of trouble after lap 1. Killian Ryan Meenan couldn't have been in any more trouble on lap 1, but the resurgence from the FFS Racing team has been absolutely superb. Staples of ACC, all of these drivers, and fantastic to see them competing again this year, and most importantly, absolutely storming through the field.
It certainly is. There's an old saying, Angus, and that's, if you wake up on the wrong side of the bed, go back to bed and do it right the second time. They flipped over, and once the car was flipped back up the right side round, they decided that was the start of their race. And what a recovery drive. The plaudits to them, everybody at FFS Racing. That start for a lot of people would have been an instant garage door down, but not for that team. They're fighting for it. They continue to fight for every position out there on the racetrack. Is it going to be the perfect day? No. Is it going to be one that lives long in the memory? Probably not for any other reason other than, hey, remember when we were upside down in an SRO race here at the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series? They'll remember that bit. They won't remember anything else about today, but I will. I'll remember that they fought back. Talk about fighting back. The 63, Luca Lassio, that car started in the mid-40s, 40-something. They started in this race just about inside the top 10. That is absolutely, it's improbable, but absolutely incredible. Well done.
Yeah, fantastic race pace from the Lamborghini Esports team. I remember sitting on the grid for the start of the race thinking, why are they all the way down there? They were flying at Bathurst. They've gone incredibly quickly in SRO Sprint, in G2 World Challenge Sprint Europe, and in fact in SimPro, the LAN event that SRO hosts. And I could not believe that they would ever qualify that far down, but whatever they've done to their race setup, it's absolutely on song now. The only Lamborghini in the top 23, the only one on page, in fact, on the timing tower. Lozio is absolutely doing a fantastic job and is holding George Boothby, of all people, firmly at bay.
We discussed it earlier, and we suspect either they didn't have the setup right for qualifying, or they kept invalidating laps, which is probably the likelier of the two. I wouldn't imagine they'd show up with a bad qualifying setup. I can only imagine it was luck of the draw, just couldn't get the lap that they were looking for, ended up starting deep in the field. Whatever it was not their actual pace. Clearly their pace has shown up. It is hard to pass any car in this field, as we've demonstrated all day long, but for them to pass the majority of the field, 2/3 of this field, they've made passes on. They've not run afoul of the stewards. As far as I can tell, they're almost inside the top 10. One incident from one of the cars in front of them, and they will be back inside the top 10. They would have some serious work to do to get to Price in the G262, but rather beside that, it's just been an excellent recovery. It'll be a day that they're very proud of. Even though they're not stepping on a podium, it doesn't matter. It will be a day they're proud of. They fought back and they deserve it.
100%. They've done an incredible job in the race to stay out of trouble, avoid the carnage kicking off around them. One person who is in the top 10, though, Michael Romagnoli, we know he's out of sequence on strategy, but don't think for a second that he's going slow. The Absolute ResTech car was second overall when the rain came earlier on. Rolled the dice in strategy. It backfired immensely in their face. Also, we thought, because when the track dried out, albeit out of sequence, they were suddenly back in contention again. And as we were talking about Luca Lozio, Romagnoli put a move in on Nick Babin in the Visceral car and puts himself back into second place in class with 95 minutes left on the clock.
What a move, what a great race that has continued. That has been going on since the start of the green flag. The players in the silver class have changed throughout this race based on circumstance, but the racing has been the same. Fabian Piffet for the G-League Esports team has had a huge off. Was that help or was that a single car spin? That was very close there with a car trying to apex the corner. And I wonder, was that a tire off into the dirt or was there help for the 49?
Yeah, that was the HRT car coming by of Nick Hoban. Very, very nearly drilled the side of Fabian Piffet in the 49 G-League Esports Ferrari, and very lucky not to have any damage there. But looks like they've all been able to recover with next to no harm done for anyone else. Just a small grassy moment for Piffet, and he will have to unfortunately live with that mistake, I suspect, unless there was outside assistance. We don't know at the moment, but either way, definitely not ideal for that team.
Certainly not, especially a car that was definitely in a fight for a position here in the final hour and a half of the race. Now they'll have more work to do to get back to those positions. Of course, they have the penalty. One of the cars has the penalty, but look at this. This is Fabian Piffet doesn't have a penalty, the 49. Let's see exactly what happens here. Was this a touch of the grass? Oh, he just went over the curb. Just went too hard over the curb. Don't know if he couldn't spot it or maybe he thought he could just apex it a little bit early, but he sort of monster trucked over the curb. You can't really do that in the Ferrari and spun it out. And this is a scary moment right there. Not what you wanted to see. Struggling for control as Fabian and nearly collected another car.
Yeah, that was so incredibly close. But no damage done, and Fabian Piffet will live to fight another day as a drive-through pops up on screen for the 114. That is Mikhail Mazur in the Audi that was fighting back through the field earlier. The Race Esport team will have to take a trip down pit lane and are doing so right now, but from being in the thick of the battle, this drive-through penalty will surely drop them a fair few positions from the field as this close.
Track limits, again, nothing from the stewarding department, so led to believe it was track limits, and immediately in Mesure in to serve that penalty. So that tells me that it happened either in Cheetah or the Crocodiles, probably going wide in one of those turns dealt them a huge blow here. So the 4th or 5th drive-through penalty assigned by ACC here tonight. I told you folks we weren't done with that, and I'm going to say it again, we're not done with it yet. An hour and a half, that's too long to go. There's got to be other teams that are incredibly close to the limit.
Absolutely. Well, I think they're all pretty much going as hard as they can now. They can see the end is in sight. They've got one more pit stop to go if they've got their strategy just nailed. And at this point, you're just qualifying every lap. You're pushing it all the way to the limit. You can see your target in front. You can see your rival. You want them to get closer to your car. You want to catch them, put some pressure on. And at times like these, it's the mentality that wins out. The engineers have done all they can, but with only one pit stop to go, it's down to the driver of the car that makes the difference now, and the pressure must be absolutely unbelievable.
I know a lot of times these teams, they strategize out their race and they sort of run their strategy. Some of the teams run it backwards. Some of them have a strategy and they get to halfway and they'll remake the strategy if need be, and obviously weather kind of dictates that in some cases. I think it might have done a little bit here today. I think it worked out for the majority of the field, admittedly, but still, you get to a certain point in the race, you have your strategy. Certainly, you have your preferred driver. Angus, do you like to have your preferred driver in at the very end of the race, just in case there's a fight on, or is that something that you would even pre-plan at your team?
Absolutely, to be honest with you. There's a phrase that Tom Christensen once said, is that you always want your weapons sharp when the battle needs you. And at the end of an endurance race like this, that is so tightly spread across the whole field, you 100% want your best man in for the end. And in our regard, that would be Elvin Smith, our qualifying driver, the driver who started the race. Unfortunately, a couple of incidents took us out of the contention for the places we really wanted to be, and so we're not around to contest this fantastic finish to this race. But believe you me, I could be a lot more peaceful and unbiased in the commentary box now that Rockets have fallen to the wayside.
I feel like this is the third time I've said this evening. Isaac Price for G2 Esports trying to get by Matea in the 85. That's the leading silver car. Got to be careful about this. They have been today thus far, but they might have to, and looks like they are going to have to inevitably make this pass one more time. They've been swapping this back and forth, pit stops and all that, and now it looks like G2 trying to fight this one more time through here. Of course, everybody in this race with an hour and a half left to go, they've still got one more pit stop that they have to do. A couple of the cars, including the 938, they're going to have well, it depends on how they play it actually, but they could have a short stop at the end of this race where they don't change the tires and they put just enough fuel in the car. It'll be a short stop, a quick fuel, and go, and that will minimize their time on pit lane. Or, based on them being in second place right now, they could flip that, come in with everybody else right around the hour to go mark, and hope that they're still in P2 and maybe get lucky and maybe contest P1. But it's really about what they want to do. The strategy earlier in the rain bit them just a little bit, but they have absolutely, you talk about cars that have rebounded, man, they certainly have. Came from P5, P6 in that class back to P2.
Yeah, they were well down the order earlier on. We thought they were done and dusted with this race. That strategy blunder, we thought, cost them an enormous amount, and I guess come the checkered flag, we will find out the answer to that. We know it put them out of sequence, but how's that going to stack up when the last round of pit stops roll around? What we do know is that Michael Romagnoli on board that 938 is an incredibly fast driver. He's already got past Nick Babin, who in the 44 Ferrari was one of the fastest cars in the early stages of this race. He can actually even just about probably catch a small glimpse of Isaac Price in front. 15 seconds is the gap between the two of them, but Romagnoli's on a charge. And with Isaac Price bottled up behind Matea, there's every chance these two could even trip over themselves and make that gap even smaller.
Yeah, Romagnoli's doing everything they can for the absolute ResTech by Acelith team to get them back into contention. 15.5 seconds behind Price, which is right on the back of Matea for the lead of the class. if this works out for Romagnoli, Price will hold up Mattia just a little bit here at the end of this sort of stint, and that will help them draw back in just a little bit in that fight. But yeah, Romagnoli running quick laps, just like the majority of the field, and keeping pace sort of. Lost a little bit through that sector. It's been around 15 and a half seconds for a while.
Yeah, it has seemed, it's kind of been pretty static for a little while between these two. But they're all going completely all in now as we see Isaac Price actually look to the inside of Mattia. Mattia doesn't really want the fight. He knows his fight isn't with Price. I'm fairly sure Mattia actually even lifted off down the start-finish straight and let Price get that move done. He knows what is at stake here, and he knows that the Pro Class 62 G2 Esports Aston Martin is not a car to pick a fight with. He's looking behind. He's looking at Babin and Romagnoli. Especially more Babin now that Romagnoli is pitted. He'll have to make another stop, unfortunately. It's not going to be enough to get to the end from now. So if anything, after this stop here, will we finally get an idea of where the 938 car is on merit?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's how they play it. That's kind of what I was alluding to. Do they come in again in another 26, 30 minutes with the rest of the group, and do they do an hour, or do they take their short stop at the end? They're going to have to make the decision sooner rather than later. They can't wait an hour to make that decision. They're going to have to make it in about 20 some minutes, and it's going to be a judgment call their engineers are going to have to make based on what they see and what they think they can get away with here. I don't know what they're particularly working on, if they're racing for the win still or not. It's been an incredible day here at Kyalami for the 9 hours, and let's take you all the way back to the start of the race. The 110 on pole position does a great job covering both of the Williams teams that qualified very well indeed. The 66 racing the 555 down into turn number 1. It was a clean getaway for Usher out in front of this field. No dramas in the first several rows of the field. We normally see some issues early on, nothing there, but as soon as they got to barbecue, it all came undone. Contact there between John Alesi and Scuderia Ferrari that would cause a humongous pileup. Some 15 plus cars involved, ping-ponging into the wall. One of the FFS cars, the FFS car, flipped upside down. Incredible scenes. Into the first stint, it was this close between the top 3 in the race, and a huge spin here from the 110. They get it going the right way. They would go down to P5 and leave the race in the hands of these two cars. Both of the Williams cars duking it out, sharing the lead, exchanging it on multiple occasions. This time the 66 out in front. A little bit later on, this for the silver lead of the race, and it was very close down into turn number 2, trying to go the long way around the outside to cover off the position. They just about get that done. Racing for P1, very prominent there. The rain started to come down, a brief 30-minute shower. It led to absolute chaos. Drivers fighting for it, trying to stay out on old tires, on dry tires was the 938, and they just about made it happen, but at what cost? Several other cars, including BS Competition, they gained a ton of time and got themselves back into the battle. See what the driver sees in the rain, in the spray, and that's a very nice move up the inside, gaining a spot on BS Plus Competition. That was Williams making that move. They've been 1 and 2 ever since then. Night set in, the rain relented, and the track went back to optimum. More passing going on in the field. 123 of FFS Racing. Remember how they were flipped over at the end of, or at the beginning of lap number 1. They've just about rectified that, making passes, coming through the field inside the top 20. Now 678 making overtakes with some of the other cars in the field, all fighting for position, getting it a little bit wrong there. And then this was a scary moment here for the 127, spinning themselves, the Jean Alesi car, and then backing up into the path of other cars. They'd get penalized for this later on, and that was a very scary moment for those coming together. The 49 also having their own issues as well, coming down mine shaft and into the wall. Mistakes being made abound. Final hour and a half of the race. Man, it's been fun to be with you, Angus Fender. Thank you for being with us today. I've been Jesse Lee. We're going to welcome in Arjuna, and I believe Austin is back to take you to the checkered flag.
Hello everyone, helps if I unmute myself. I was making sure I didn't step on those highlights at all. Very excited with the night well and truly set here at Kyalami to head into the final 80-odd minutes of the second round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. I'm reunited with someone that I haven't commentated with since we were on site in person at Indianapolis for the SRO Esports ROG Invitational. Austin Belke, how are you doing? You've been tracking this race. You've already done a couple of hours. How are you feeling about these final couple of hours of this race?
Feeling pretty good, man. I'm excited. I'm really excited to see how everything unfolds. I've been excited to see the finish all day long. We did 3 hours earlier today, you and I, and it was awesome. It was cool that when I stepped away from the booth, I went out in my living room, I turned on the race on TV, and it started to rain for them. That was awesome to see, and they were really spoiled for a long time with the excitement. This race is awesome, and I couldn't be happier to be back with you in the booth, buddy.
I mean, I tell you what, SRO Motorsports fans are a little bit spoiled today, not just in terms of esports action, but in the real world as well. I love myself a little bit of VIR. I'm not jealous at all of our esports commentating colleague, DJ Clark, who gets to be there and be a part of all the fun. I've been keeping an eye on what's been going on myself as well. Now, though, in these night conditions, let's talk about this race just a little bit, because we plenty of drama, and we're talking about what ultimately is a relatively short championship. We're talking after this 3 more races. We go to Spa, we go to Suzuka, we go to Indianapolis. There's not much time to really bounce back from any sort of mistakes, and so that's why it's so important for some of these teams to continue being as consistent as they can. Take that 66 car, for example. They're looking great here today at Kyalami. I distinctly remember watching the body language of the car at Bathurst. That Audi was not necessarily the most let's say happy up and down through the mountain, but one bad race means that they can now focus on the rest of the season. They've got to make sure their car doesn't have those same issues, Austin, in what are 3 very, very different tracks coming up.
Well, yeah, you know, you and I touched on this a little bit earlier today in our broadcast, and it's that all the tracks that we go to throughout this whole 5-race championship, they're also different. They have different characteristics. So I wasn't too surprised, at least, to see the Audi do so. It was just a handful at Bathurst, so I'm not too surprised to see it better off here, because these tracks couldn't be more different, you know? You have to be on it. There's really only 2 places to breathe or take a breather at Kyalami, maybe a place and a half at Bathurst. You might have the backstretch, you know, once you get around the cutting, and then you have just after turn 1 before you go up to turn 2 at Bathurst. So the tracks are so different. It's not a big surprise to me to see the cars handling so differently, and we're gonna continue to see that. And that's just one of the cool things, you know, maybe a weird niche thing that we have with multi-class cars, or at least a bunch of different cars all homologated to be the same spec around a racetrack. Some like high speeds, some like long corners, some like low speeds, and we're just going to have that ebb and flow to every race and every part of the season. Take just this race, for instance, right? You have 3 Audis inside the top 5. I mean, that's more than half. That's 60% of the top 5 is Audis alone, and earlier on in this race, that Mercedes was the dominant car for about an hour and a half, and then all of a sudden you've had Audi come up on either side of that Mercedes-Benz lead, and it's just with the different changes of the track temperature, how it feels. It even rained in the middle.
And this is where BOP, people love to talk about it, by which I mean they love to complain about it. This is where SRO Esports... no, absolutely. But this is where I love what SRO Esports has done this year, which is they have this concept of a BOP tester. You're providing data not just on the car that your team is competing in. The idea is that you provide data about all the cars, so that if you're not happy with the BOP, well, you can provide input and data that will be then reflected in the work that's going on. And so that's a great way to incentivize these teams to be able to put in a little bit more effort. Check in with West Competition Racing, by the way. We were taking a look at, for a moment, the McLaren Veloce 912 machine, and that kind of builds on the point I was making, because our race winners over at Mount Panorama are defending series champions in this IGTC esports campaign, but race win in the first outing, and now struggling a little bit more in terms of that raw pace. They're not inside of the top 5 in terms of average lap time so far this race, but what you can do is, when that car is just maybe not so suited to the track, make the most out of it. speaking of this track, I don't know if we ranted too much about this at Indianapolis, Austin, but Kyalami is one of the tracks where they help out commentators by naming their corners rather than numbering. You've got some great corner names in here with some really historic connotations.
You certainly do. You've got Mineshaft, Barbecue, Sunset, Crocodile. I can't believe there's a corner named Crocodile. That's awesome. I just love the inventiveness and the ingenuity around all these corner names because they're all so different. It's not like a Dipper number 1 and Dipper number 2 and Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2. They're all different. They all have their own unique quirks and features about them. I just love this track.
Well, I'll tell you what, I wonder if the story about how they named the corners Crocodiles and Cheetah was because we're in South Africa, right? Lots of natural, landscape and whatnot. Was there an animal, a crocodile and cheetah, on the corner of the track where they ended up putting stars? I don't know. These are the crazy things that I spend a lot of my time wondering about, especially during these nighttime hours for endurance racing. And remember, this is a long old race that we're talking about. 9 hours these drivers started a good 8+ hours ago in terms of not just with the race, but qualifying as well, because that's an entire process in and of itself, and so they've been working through. To track that, it seems as though in the fight for second, we might be seeing Niels Nijons potentially closing in that BMW M Team BS competition car. There's the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports car of Dennis Schoninger, though, that runs in second.
Yeah, this car has been strong all day. It's found itself inside the top 4 pretty much 100% of the race. I mean, started outside pole. This car has just been having a great time. But it does sound, though, like Arjuna, you called it, Niels Nijons knocking on the door. He's gaining about 1/10 of a second per lap. And if he continues with this pace, he should be right on his rear bumper. And I'm going to say, about 30 laps or so? And 30 laps around here, I mean, it's a decent chunk of time, but it's not an insurmountable lead.
I wonder if he is going to start reaching a point where he'll run out of speed differential, and so they'll equalize a little bit more. Two different manufacturers, let's remember, BMW versus the Mercedes. But at the same time, if we're going to see a bit of a case where it just runs out of laps, we've got, an hour and 15-ish minutes to go. Rough estimate, drivers are doing, somewhere around 30-ish, upwards of 30 laps an hour. So I think that's definitely going to be something that he keeps an eye on, how much time that he has. I guess the other thing to think about as well is how many of these drivers are actually going to change the driver that's racing in the next stop, because so often in the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione, we talk about sending a driver in for just one stint, driving the wheels off the car, but when you bring the car in, put new tires on, get a new driver in. Given that a lot of these drivers are going to potentially pit well past the top of the final hour of the race, maybe they'll gamble a little bit more, leave the driver in, and if you're being really brave, or maybe really bold, depending on which way you think about it, don't take tires.
So getting word here from Mr. Mike Camlett here. The 89 car will swap drivers, so it's not like Niels can continue this pace after they come down into the pits, and they'll probably do that a little bit from 10 minutes from now, like we continue to talk about pretty much all broadcasts long. These drivers are limited to a 65-minute stint. That's the maximum you can do. Even if the checkered flag waves and you're just ahead of the leader, you have to do that extra lap. You can still be in the way, or it's still possible for you to get a penalty for exceeding that 65-minute stint length penalty.
And that timer starts as soon as you leave pit lane, and it stops once you enter the pit lane. So I bring that up because my very first time as part of this SRO Esports broadcast team was the 24 hours of Spa, when Lewis McCladen, preparing me to go on commentary, said there's no way that any of these drivers are going to hit that stint timer. They're all top-level sim racers. And then in my first 2-hour stint in SRO Esports, I think we had 4 different drivers get caught out by that. It's drivers and teams trying to push the strategy to its very maximum, and sometimes just being caught out, especially at Spa, where it is a not inconsiderably long pit lane. Drive-through penalty I did hear came down for track limit infringements, might have been on the number 5 for the Mercedes-AMG Esports team, HRT by UOL. There's a lot of characters in that team name, but an additional trip down to pit lane, it sounds like, in the closing 75 minutes.
Yeah, that's one of those things they should pretty much require all the teams to basically type out an Excel document with their name in it as the file name. And as soon as you get over that 32-character limit, bam, it doesn't save. You got to come up with a new team name just to shorten these things down. It's a mouthful. It's practically an entire sentence, some of these team names. But it is sort of one of the weird things that I've kind of come to love about sports car racing. You look at that 5-car again. There it is, Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT. Nicholas Halbin out there, so he's gone obviously off track one too many times. And as we come down closer and closer to the end of this race, Arjuna, these guys have been out here for 9 hours, and it's so easy to get an off track around here, especially in the dark, because you can see this track is not lit up like a Daytona, right? It's more so like Le Mans, where it is completely dark around you on both sides of the track, and you only have your headlights and the headlights of all the other cars around you to pretty much light up where everything is out on track. And you might think it's dark, in your road car when you're driving around on streets, even if they're dimly lit, but I can tell you, when you're out, in the backwoods or going down, farmland country or whatever, to just have nothing but darkness everywhere, you feel like there could not be enough light in the world to make sure you're aware of your surroundings. So it's really hard to not get more of these off tracks the closer and closer we get when the track is this just absolutely pitch black.
You mentioned Daytona. I always bring up the fact that compare Daytona during the 500 to the 24, and you'll notice that the lights are dimmed quite considerably for the endurance race, and that's because they cap it at 20% of the maximum light output, so that the headlights actually have to partially illuminate the way for drivers. Something else that we don't necessarily talk about too much in sim racing is the fact that in real motorsports, I can imagine in Kyalami, you've got campers on either side of the track with their, cookouts and whatnot going on. So not only do you get those extra light sources on the outside of the track, I've always wondered what it must be like at 3 o'clock in the morning to be maybe heading down the Kemmel Straight and suddenly start smelling sausages. Do you feel hungry, or do you just kind of not process it? These are the weird things that I sometimes think about during long endurance stints. Fortunately, if you are in this Rennfelden number 72, you're not having to think too much about stuff, because you're on the back of that 63 machine. That's a Pro machine as well, don't forget, the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports car that's got Matteo Cruppi at the wheel right now, and they head their way out of that final corner in what is a fight for 12th position on track.
Oh, how about this? The 110 car, the Audi, is down on pit road. For those of you folks that may not remember, that was the car that qualified on the pole, led for the first entire stint until they came down pit road, did a nice, neat little donut down pit road, lost the lead, and come back to gain a good couple spots on track. And honestly, they got themselves kind of just right here in for a podium if they continue to play their cards just right. But looks like they came back out of pit road. I don't know if that was a drive-through, but there definitely was a P over there.
I'm pretty sure that was a pit stop, although I could be proven wrong. I'm just trying to figure out from the time screen.
If you look at the time, Arjuna, there's no way. There's more than 65 minutes left in the race, so it's either a miscalculation on their part or something messed up with the sim, maybe.
Oh, good point. If that was a pit stop, they are guaranteed a splash and dash. I don't see a penalty having come through and having been cleared for them, so I would suspect it is strategy related, but just keep your eye out on that 110 to potentially, in the Whipperman Racing camp, have that splash and dash in the final 5 or so minutes of the race. Blue flags flying as well for a couple of different cars. I did get a note from one of our producers that pointed out something really, really pertinent, that when you're racing in day to night, night to day, whatever it may be, one thing that you sometimes have to remember is don't use references that aren't necessarily visible or move if the sun has moved. So, for example, don't use a shadow as your braking point. I've definitely never made that mistake by myself. But there's apparently a braking marker that's a tree into one of our corners that you can't actually see at night, which I find really interesting. The fact that when you head back out there in the middle of night, you're looking for different things, and you've got to adapt as quickly as you can.
Yeah, it's one of the same things, by the way, before we forget, 110, that was a scheduled stop for them, so they are guaranteed to at least need a splash and dash with about 5 minutes ago. So we see that we will see them come down pit road within the next hour and 8 minutes. But yeah, Le Mans has one of the same things, especially in a different sim. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, Arjuna. At Le Mans, going down the backstretch before the second chicane, there is a big white birch tree, and you use that as your braking marker. It's a perfect braking marker, but the only problem is you can only see it in the daytime and not at nighttime. So you see a lot of guys start blowing the corner to the second chicane. I'm guilty of that one, I will say. It's just one of the weird things you have to get used to.
Yeah, again, I'm not talking from personal experience. I've never made that mistake before. But I like that we get the insight from Daniel Costello, so thank you for bringing that up to us. Inside of the top 10, after their pit stop for the 110, they're now going to be chasing down that Racing Point Aston Martin that sits in 5th. That's the leading silver class machine for the time being. Behind them, not too far behind either, is the 44, the Aston X SimSport Visceral Ferrari in that brand new Ferrari 296 GT3. Astral SimSport Visceral, one of the teams that has not just one entry into the series, but 2 entries. And I found this quite interesting when we were talking about this at Bathurst. It's not 2 Ferraris that they've got entered by virtue of how the pre-qualifications worked, and drivers had to actually earn their way to represent one of these manufacturers. Instead, there's 1 Ferrari and there's 1 Porsche. I wonder how much data they can share between those 2 cars.
It's hard to say. It's one of those things where you would feel like they could share some data, but obviously it's not like an open book. I don't know. It's one of those kind of unspoken rules of motorsport where I have to wonder if it's the same thing over at Team Penske, because they race a little bit with Chevrolet in the IndyCar Series, they race with Fords in the NASCAR Cup Series, and then they race with Porsches in the IMSA Series. So like, what goes on behind closed doors at the Penske place?
Well, especially given that the Porsche Penske Motorsports project is, for all intents and purposes, a factory outfit, and so that is a good point that you bring up there. Maybe you can compare a little bit of, okay, my car is doing this sort of lap time, we're doing this in terms of fuel numbers, and so maybe it helps you from that perspective to get a better overall sense for what the race is going to do. But I always feel like you limit yourself inherently a little bit by committing to 2 different cars, that you might not get the optimal setup in any one car just because of how much more work you sometimes need to be able to do that. You brought up the fact that the 110 came in before 65 minutes. We're only 60 seconds away from that pit stop window opening and drivers and teams being able to get to the checkered flag with 1 final stop.
Yeah, we're getting down to it now where the leader's going to have to hope that he doesn't cross the start-finish line with like 1 second to go in the race. So that way, something weird like that where technically we can't throw, the checkered flag yet. We're going to throw the white flag, and you're just going to have to pray that, you pit with enough time left. So I would anticipate drivers to start maybe in about 2 minutes from now, maybe 3 minutes before they come down onto pit road. And if you're a couple laps down, though, certainly everybody that's more than a lap or 2 down for right now, you might as well come down onto pit road.
Yeah, and with the conditions being cool as well, it always seems to just give a little bit more life to the tire. You, yes, can put more load through them because you've got more grip, but also just seems to in some ways elongate stints at times, depending on how drivers will elect to push that car, of course. Nicholas Hubin, after that drive-through penalty, back out in 15th spot in front of the 71 machine. The Ren Velsen blue Ferrari 296. Ren Velsen, another one of the teams, by the way, that has a Ferrari and an Aston Martin entered into the silver class, so keep that in mind as well. And I really, really like the look of this brand new Ferrari. I don't know about you. The 488 was never my favorite GT3 car, mainly because I was terrible at driving it. This is getting me to be a Ferrari fan a lot more again.
Yeah, I really like the look of this new car. I think it's a huge improvement over the last car, and the biggest problem I had with the 488 was it's basically the 458, but like 10 years newer, and they look almost the exact same. As you can see, oh man, textbook overtake there. 71 car on the 5 car. That was for position, not in class, but a position out on track, as we continue to see a lot more drivers coming down onto pit road. And I will say too, the rear end of the car looks particularly bland, but I kind of like it because when you get enough light on there, you can start to see all the sharp little accent lines. And I just think it looks really cool, and I'm so glad that they just went ahead and just revamped the whole car.
I agree. I think it's really interesting as well, this concept at the rear end. It's going to be interesting what changes that leads to in the world of GT3 homologation, given that you can do some pretty magical things in terms of replacing the rear end of that car. The 85, the 44, both in silver class. So Racing Point and Aztec SimSport Visceral's Ferrari down onto pit lane for what should be their final stop, followed in by Piffet in the 49 machine for the G League Esports crew. Like you were mentioning, Austin, the stint limit lets you get to the checkered flag. You get a little bit of buffer, and now we start to see them all head on in, including 555 for Williams Esports.
Yeah, Dennis has brought that 555 car down onto pit road. Really do expect for them to do a driver change. We'll see if they complete one or not. Look at a bunch more cars coming down onto pit road. The 66 has just gone into the pits. That's a Williams Esports team car. Kind of interested to see what this 110 car can do. You said that was a scheduled stop, right? I should say we said that was a scheduled stop out of the 110, so I'm really interested if maybe them pitting a little bit earlier allows them to push the car harder, or that was just a scheduled stop and they said, you know what, we're kind of screwed, so we're still going to come at this point anyways. We'll just have to play it by ear and just let it ride.
I would suspect that they probably just took a full service and will push as hard as they can until they are required to come on in, because it's not the consumables, the tires and the fuels that are limiting them. Just to reiterate, they are required every 65 minutes to re-enter pit lane. That's automatic as well. There's no getting around that, so they'll be keeping an eye on that bar on their screen. It's presented to you inside of the platform itself. Always makes things nice and clear for everyone to pick through. So now with the 555 down on pit lane, it's Dara McCormack that's going to jump in, take over from Dennis Schoniger. The 89 of Niels Nyox is the one that will be the next to fall in from the lead of the race, and we are expecting, like mentioned, for him to be doing a full service as well. Curious if it is which of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. I'll make sure I give it the full and proper title. Is it going to be Gregor Schill, Arthur Camera, Filippo Bakita? In terms of a lineup, though, that's a pretty good one on Assetto Corsa Competizione. I've been looking through some of these lineups and just really remarking at how strong, especially this Pro class tends to be. And it's why I like that we've got the Silver class as well, because it gives people across the sim racing spectrum, whether you're at the very top level or just maybe that 10th below, to have something to fight for and to go out there and put on a show.
I mean, because quite frankly, right, the difference between a pro driver and a silver driver, it's huge. It might only be a couple tenths of a lap out there on the racetrack, but boy, after 9 hours, it's a huge deal, and it's just basically, what do you do in your free time versus what do you do to make money / do for a living? You know, and it's one of those interesting things. And another interesting thing I want to touch on too, now that we're getting down to about the 1 hour time, we've already been in the race for 8 hours now. The pay window is going to open. That means A, championship points are paid out, and B, this is what sets yourself up, you and your team, to get ready for the 24 hours of Spa in just about a month's time. That's a big race. You want to make sure you nail that, because 24 hours is a long ways to go with either A, an ill-handling car, or B, maybe the car feels good but you're slower. You just missed the mark on the setup. And like you talked about too, championship point standings, sometimes it's not just the great days or the good days that win you a championship. It's how worse your bad days are, and it's minimizing those bad days. And you talk about that 912 doing so phenomenal out in Bathurst. To come here, they're 13th place overall. They're about 7th or 8th place in the pro category. This is them just trying to pick up the pieces and have an overall not too bad of a day.
Absolutely. I want to revisit what you're saying about the pro versus silver as well, because I feel like you can be as fast over one lap as a silver driver compared to a pro, but the difference isn't over one lap. The difference is over a full race stint, where the pro drivers will be able to lap after lap after lap hit their numbers, be it target lap time, target fuel, target tire wear, etc., etc. That's where you see the difference, because David Pertil, great example in this Racing Point car. We've seen him being able to fight with some of these pro drivers, and in fact, they're in front of a handful of the pro cars. But it's being able to do that repeatedly, consistently, that makes that distinction. You bring up the points as well, and I think that's an interesting time for us to start talking about this, because you bring up Spa, the longest race of the season, 24 hours. It's also the only race where we have double points. We pay out 50% of the points halfway through, we pay out 50% of the points at the checkered flag. It means that Spa, realistically, is where you can make or break your season, because 2 good finishes in terms of being in the good spot at the halfway mark, being in a good spot at the checkered flag, could turn your season around. Not doing those 2 things could very much leave you with too much work to do in 2 races after that.
Yeah, it's basically a free race. I mean, I kind of like to think of it as the Coke 600 for the NASCAR Cup Series season. Instead of every race having 3 stages and a certain amount of points to be gained, that one has 4 stages, and it effectively plays out 125% of the points, or 133. Between you know what I mean. So I almost look at that as a free race at the halfway point, the 12-hour mark, to say, look, there's 2 Spa 12-hour races. You need to make sure you don't just do good in the first half. You need to do good in the second Spa 12-hour race, because it's those 2. You talk about there only being 5 races. You can practically line Spa up like that to say, hey, look, instead of just 5 races, there's 6. So Spa, it's crucial, man. It's like the last race in the IndyCar season where they give out double pointer. They used to, ever since they brought that out for the IndyCar calendar, it's like, wow, Sonoma, like, your car has to be good at Sonoma. Now it's Laguna Seca, but it puts a whole lot of precedence.
So less than an hour to go. We're checking in with Dara McCormack, who is being passed by Gregor Schill. We missed that in the pit stop window, but it was by virtue of a 1.5 second stop, 1.5 second quicker stop in the lane. And so now it's Van der Velde that will lead, yes, but the question is going to be, is it going to be Williams Esports 1 and 2? Is it going to be Williams 1 and 3, with the BS competition filling in the middle of the sandwich?
Yeah, getting some onboards here. You've got Dare on the left, and then Gregor on the right. The guys going at it again. Good to see both these guys having their rigs on the floor. We saw a little bit of some weird setups earlier, June. I don't know if you were looking. One guy had his rig like hanging from the ceiling, and other guys was like he's sitting up on the floor like it was a rocket ship. So good to see both these guys kind of on a normal view.
Yeah, this is why I always find it so interesting watching Gregor Schill, because he decided that he didn't need just one ultra-wide monitor. He said, I love the 49-inch ultra-wide monitor. It's great for Assetto Corsa Competizione. You know what? Let me get another one. And so that's what's on top of the monitor that he uses to actually race. It's where team information and strategy and stuff will go. And so that's the setup that you see there. Dara McCormack on the other side, though, a driver that doesn't need a setup. He is one of the fastest, whether you give him a controller or whether you give him a wheel. And I feel
look
like
at that on the left-hand side. Jeez, that's one of those moments where your heart's in your throat. Sorry, Archie, that was gnarly.
Yeah, just kicking up a little bit of gravel there. But for Dara McCormack, I firmly maintain that if he ever gets too quick for the rest of the field in Assetto Corsa, just put him on a controller and let's see how he does.
Oh, couldn't agree more. For Gregor, I couldn't imagine. I'm getting over a concussion, right? I couldn't imagine having one ultra-wide monitor, but another one just above that. That thing looks almost completely white. Like, you might as well open up Windows Explorer with no folders on a certain thing and just have that up there. And he's not even using that to, like, help the broadcast or whatever by, putting some light on his face. I don't know if he's doing it or what, but that is absolutely insane.
He's not thinking just about the show, so therefore we'll take some points off of the setup for him. As always, you see the look on their faces, calm, cool, collected, even when they kick up the little bit of gravel there. For the most part, within the bounds of where they expect to be. Great shot here at night as we roll our way down through what I think is turn 6 at sunset. You just see the shadows moving around, drivers always having to just keep an eye out for where their focus needs to go to make sure that they are paying attention to the right bit of tarmac at the right time. Dara doesn't look too happy right now. He look a little shake of the head there. I mean, I'm not sure why he wouldn't be happy.
Well, the reason I don't think he's happy is because you and I touched on this when we were broadcasting earlier, and it's when one car is behind another car for a significant amount of time and they're not teammates, you know that guy in behind is faster than the guy in front, and he's just not fast enough to pass that guy because he might be faster than him around the course of a lap by maybe 1 or 2/10 of a second, but in order to pass a guy, especially at a pace like Kyalami, where passing is at an absolute premium, you need to be 3, 4, or 5/10 of a second faster just to make that move. And I think for right now too, that BMW is much faster in a straight line. They made that car slipperier in the air, so while this Mercedes can absolutely cut up the corners, that BMW is hauling the mail down the straights, and that makes it especially hard to set up a pass the proper way without just licking the stamp and sending the dive bomb up the inside.
Good old dive bomb. In the closing stages becomes more and more realistic. For now, it is about the analysis, excuse me, of what the car in front is doing and how best to be able to work on through. They haven't really seen too much of the gap changing recently, and so as we say hello to Leon Ottoki taking over in that AMG HRT UOL car from Nicholas Huben. He's behind the 144 of Team 1 FF. Currently has Benjamin Lange behind the wheel there. And if you're just joining us for the very first time, new to the world of SRO Esports in this Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye, well, just a reminder that Pro and Silver are racing on track together, yes, but they score points separately. So as much as Lange might feel that he wants to hold Ottoki behind, if he feels like Leon is faster, he might be able to use that Mercedes as a bit of a draft help to try and close up to the 678, which would be a position for points.
Yeah, and the way you can tell is just touch on this as well, the difference between a pro category driver or a silver category driver. Over on the left-hand side of the screen, you see that giant scoring pylon. Look at where the number is next to all the manufacturer logos. If the number has a white background, they're a pro driver, and if it has a silver or a gray background, they're a silver driver.
Nice and simple to keep it easy. And with 51 minutes to go, trying to figure out how many cars have yet to make their pit stop cycle. We'll do some digging on that and get an update to you when we can. Back on board with the Irishman McCormack, sweeping through that long right-hander before you head onto the brakes. I think this is off in towards Clubhouse at turn 7. They are kicking up a decent chunk of gravel. You got a little bit worried for a second there, but the more that I watch these drivers do that, the more that I feel like it's almost just part of their racing line. They're trying to take every liberty with the track that they can, and clearly a little bit of gravel being kicked up isn't necessarily a bad thing.
No, it certainly isn't. The one I got particularly scared about, I've kind of gotten used to it, how much they do it on a normal lap. There was a car actually off the track. Like, it was way off in the gravel. That's why there was so much more than normal, and that's why I was like, oh no, he might overcorrect or just try to get back on track tunnel vision and take out this 555 car. That's why I got so worried there for a split second. It was right about here. He was off over way in the gravel. I mean, that car was like 6 or 7 feet the racetrack to the left, and boy, when you get out in the gravel, Arjuna, you can talk to this too. After having done that in the celebratory way, I've done that just on accident being over there. These cars are impossible to drive.
Let's ride around for a lap with Dara McCormack here at Kyalami into turn 1 through the kink, and then onto the brakes into what is turn 2 at Crowthorne. Try and use that curb on the left to rotate that car in and get set up slightly on the left through the sweep at 3 and 4 before you're back onto the brakes, albeit slightly through that barbecue corner. A little bit wide there for Gregor Schill. Did not get to the apex in the way that he would have wanted, and while it's not going to allow McCormack to really close up, it means as you head in through Sunset, this long right-hander, that McCormack's just going to have to watch that dirty air and the wake that's being sent out the back of that BMW. I do remember, in terms of the balance of performance, yes, it's Audi with 3 cars inside of the top 5, but you've got 3 manufacturers represented on the podium. You've got Aston Martin running 6th, 7th, and 8th. You've got a Ferrari down in 9th with plenty of the 296s running inside of your top 20. The manufacturers definitely split across the board, and there's no one car that is going to find itself as the strongest contender across of what is a rather long Intercontinental GT Challenge season. And so It's the give and take that these drivers likely need to just have on the back of their mind. 15th of July, if you're wondering, that's when we'll go racing for the 24 hours of Spa, followed by just over a month later, 19th of August, the Suzuka 10 hours, 16th of September, we close things out with the Indianapolis 8 hours, which is bound to be a whole lot of fun. Spa, not the season finale this year as it was in 2022, means no double points to be worried about there either. Is this the closest that McCormack's been for quite a while? You can see Gregor Schill going back and forth slightly as they head off through the kink, complete yet another lap. It's not been close enough to have a look yet, so is it going to be a mistake from Gregor Schill that Dara McCormack is waiting for?
It's either going to be a mistake, or when they go up to lap one of these cars, it's been happening all throughout the course of the race, Arjun, is you'll have a slower car, a lap car coming up, and they just do a poor job getting out of the way. They're maybe just not apprised enough for the situation, and what they'll do is they'll slow down that lead car and allow the trailing car to just get a monster run up off of the corner, and that might be what happens, because sometimes that trailing car too, you can use that lap car as a pick to just basically block that guy in behind that slower lap car. So there's going to be a lot more opportunities the more these guys continue to put down laps. There's a lot of cars that they're lapping. I mean, these are the second and third, quote unquote, fastest guys out there on the racetrack, and there's 43 other cars or 41 other cars out there to share the racetrack with. So they're going to be picking them up and putting them down a lot more in the next 47 or so minutes.
And so as we are settled into this rhythm of the final hour, circle back to last year. SRO Esports ROG Invitational. Austin and myself got to experience what an in-person SRO Esports event is all like, as the team at SRO took the concepts from Europe with the Fanatec Arena that has been hosting the real-world sim races, where the real drivers jump into the virtual world to fight for championship points, and carried that over to the US. We had a sim race on the Saturday while the Indianapolis 8 hours was running. We had the pro race the day before, which had its own share of drama, and it was a really, really cool experience to see all the different fans in the SRO paddock getting their chance to see a bit of sim racing, try one of the rigs out. But I thought it was also really quite interesting, Austin, that we had this concept of the sim race running with the real race going on in the background.
Yeah, that was the coolest thing. That entire weekend was like one of the biggest highlights of my life. It was just an absolute blast to go out there, and the world just continues to show that, racing on a simulator is not just some stupid video game like they were back in the 80s or 90s, widely regarded as a stupid video game rather, and it's just more and more that you can train young talent on the simulator, and it transfers over extremely well to the real-life racetrack, so much so that I forget who the gentleman was, but they were on the podium, not only just in our race, but they were on the podium in the real race as well, and he was driving the same kind of Mercedes in the virtual race that he was in real life.
See, the problem is I remember who was on the podium for the real race, but for the life of me right now, what I remember from the pro race was the lap one drama that we had, really, where we had Elvis Rankin push one of the Skip Barber Racing drivers off the road. Yeah, I really enjoyed that experience. It's always great to be at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Best track in the world, whether you're there with 350,000 people or you're there with just a handful of people after the track's been closed to the public. It is a special, special place, and even more special that we got to see the first ever time that they ran into the night at the Brickyard. And
we called the race with DJ.
Well,
and
no,
for a little bit, 15 minutes.
Yeah, we gave DJ Clark a break, I think is the best way to actually put it. DJ Clark and Joe Peak are SRO Esports commentators over some of the other series, getting to do some of the circuit comms as well. And you can hear DJ Clark on the Toyota GR86 coverage this year as well. Really, really fun sort of racing. Okay, I'm going to put a question to you now, Austin, to see how well you can answer it with 45 minutes to go. Who gets second?
Maybe for right now, I feel like it's got to be the 555 car. I think McCormick is faster, and he continues to show that. I've been really impressed by how patient he is, and I feel like the reason I say he'll get second is because he's been patient, and he hasn't been just chomping at the bit to get by Gregor. When I say that, he hasn't been aggressive. He's not, doing stupid moves, over-wearing his tires. He tried to get by him, and I feel like you can feel that dirty air in his car. He slowed down just a little bit to give himself a little bit of an air pocket to help get more air in the front of that car. I think he's going to be the one who comes home in second position, and I see that just because of how well he's been able to stay with Gregor. No doubt Gregor is fast, but I just feel like for right now that 555 car has the setup to go further into the night.
Setup, adjustments and compromises in day versus night, such a big talking point. I've been talking about this quite a bit recently on some of the other events that I've been a part of, and you want a car that handles well in the dry, whether it's warm or cool. You also likely in SRO esports competitions, like we've seen today, want to make sure you have a little bit of drivability in the rain dialed in as well, whether that means you make adjustments when it comes to tire pressures to slightly adjust the height of the car to get out of some of that water. All sorts of different things that you could kind of be thinking about and working on there. I feel like I agree with you that Dara McCormack looks like he's a little bit more settled. The problem is, this is a track where I think it is going to be very difficult for McCormack to find a way on through. And so, like you said earlier, with traffic, maybe a mistake. Those are where those opportunities are going to really end up being. I don't know if we're necessarily expecting to see a battle for the silver class lead, by the way, because Pertil in that Racing Point 85 does have a not inconsiderable margin over the 938. He's got the overall leader between him and second in class as well. Could be a pretty calm 42 minutes for the Racing Point camp.
I think so, yeah. They've done a really good job to manage this gap pretty much the entire day, and they've continued to just go out there and make really smart 100% decisions. And when I say 100%, they haven't been making really risky moves. They've been doing a good job to just mind their P's and Q's, and you can see it's starting to pay dividends for them the further and further we get into this race. And having the overall leader between you and the people you're battling, that's a big insurance policy as well. Just as long as you can, there's no way you're getting behind the two overall, the overall leader right here. So as long as, the 85 can stay ahead of the 66, day done. You can come home in victory circle.
I think that's the best way to describe it. Keep yourself in front of that leader, keep yourself on the lead lap, and it gives yourself a little bit of comfort, even though you know that one moment could very much change the story there. It's not just this battle that we should be just keeping an eye on, although for the time being, I don't necessarily think McCormack is really giving it the good old college try. Small gaps between, of course, we saw Leon Otoki get past Benjamin Lange in the battle for 18th spot. Margin starting to grow slightly there, but the reality of an endurance race where you don't have interruptions, we don't have red flags because it's sim racing, but we don't have safety cars either. Effectively, what is a 9-hour race becomes 9 individual sprints as each section gets divvied up by pit stops, and you just go as hard as you can.
Yeah, you certainly do. Well, it's also just one of those scenarios as well where at that point you can really prioritize just putting in solid laps. You don't need to go out there and give it 100% all the time. You could maybe run it around at 9.5 tenths, and at this point it's all just about getting the car home in one piece. Whereas this is why I love sim racing, because even in some of the other races, right, like the Daytona 24 or the race at Le Mans, any of those things, you have a safety car and it basically bunches the field back up. Like if you had an 11-second lead, all of a sudden a caution comes out, now your lead is like a car length when you go back to green flag racing. That's why I love what we can do in the simulated world so much more, because it actually is an endurance race. It's not whoever is the best at running around for 22 hours and then being there for the last 2. It's who's been the best for 9 hours.
Strategy as well when you don't have the safety car coming in means that you have to have a lot more of a set mindset going into the race. You will still be adapting on the fly. If you see a pocket of clean air and you want to get out of some heavy traffic, you will respond to that, but you're not keeping abreast of, okay, this car is having issues, we might see the safety car come out, so let's get in now. You're doing you're approaching the strategy in a very different way, and it means that if you do have the alternate strategies, a lot of the time you start by diverging on course, some cars going maybe longer, some going shorter. By the time you get to the end, that's when they all converge again, and you get a sense for which one was the right decision and who used the tools that they have available to them to the best of their ability. Let's ride around for a full lap with our race leader. Tinko van der Velde hasn't seen much of us on the broadcast recently, for good measure. Let's see what his Audi looks like for a full lap here in Kyalami in South Africa. Turn 1 isn't really turn 1 because you head through the kink of turn 1 to set yourself up into the braking zone. Find those boards on the right-hand side and try not to be too late, because you can use this curb on the inside to rotate the car if you're not in an Audi, which seems to be a little bit perturbed over it. Through 2, through 3, and then into the crucial turn 5, where on the right-hand side, brake early, because this momentum out of barbecue turn funnels you off into turn 6 and then into the next braking zone at turn number 7. This is really sort of a corner for the brave. How committed can you be? How much trust do you have in that back end to stick to the ground and really dig into the racing surface before you get onto the brakes, down a couple of gears through what is a lengthy, slow, painful at times left-hander where you just wait to get onto the throttle. Through the S's with a bit of elevation change here. Be careful of the curves on either side because they are quite raised. You need to know how much your car can take at all points. Now though, into where we were talking earlier, a braking zone where your markers will change from day to night. It slightly wraps in on itself, so maybe you can go a bit deep and then V the corner back in as you sweep out of turn 11. On the power, full blast into the final section of the track. Mine shafts is not really a worry in these cars. You're more thinking in towards crocodiles. Where's my braking spot? Where's my turning point as well? Because you want to get to the apex nice and early, sweep to the outside, and get onto the power for 4. 2 more corners greet you. 1, a quick flick to the right. Maybe off the throttle a little bit, but then hard onto the brakes one final time. In through that turn 16 where so many of the cars are taking liberties on the outside of the white line with track limits. And Tinko van der Velde shows us that a lap at Kyalami might be a bit of a South African roller coaster, but it's a calm one for him.
Yeah, I just love this racetrack, and I think a lot of people do because it's just one of those old-timey circuits where they use the lay of the land and the landscape to help them design the track instead of just, well, let's throw in a 90-degree angle here, and how about an 83-degree angle here, and what about a 33-degree angle right here, and we'll just have a bunch of twisty bits followed by a 2-mile-long straightaway. Isn't that the greatest track ever? Not really. I guess it depends on the person, but I just love these fast, flowing roller coaster tracks, kind of like in Imola. I absolutely love Imola. Just these, wide open corners where, like you said, Arjuna, they test how brave you are. And I absolutely love that about these old-timey circuits where back in the day, you didn't know how well these cars are going to roll around a circuit. And at some point, the drivers would have accidents. And if you weren't injured, you might have to worry about not coming back to your family at the end of the day. And I really just, that old essence of racing is still alive at places like this.
As an honorary American, can I fly the stars and stripes for a second to say that I feel like old school racetracks, my favorite old school racetracks exist in the US right now. I don't know why. I love Kyalami, I love Bathurst as well, old school racetrack. But I mentioned VIR earlier. That's where SRO is this weekend. So doubleheader, virtual and real motorsport. Barber Motorsports Park might be actually my favorite on top of VIR. But you can include things like Road America in there as well. These old school tracks which don't give you much room for runoff, no room for error. I feel like America does quite well with those tracks.
I feel like it does. I love Sonoma, Watkins Glen. Road Atlanta is probably my favorite track of all time. Imola is one of my favorite tracks. Kyalami is just right up there with those where the use is a lay of land, lots of wide open corners. There are some wide open corners, there's some long straightaways, there's some tight corners as well. Just it's a really good kind of mesh. You mentioned Brands Hatch in there too. Just racetracks like that, I can't get enough of them.
Yeah, I was trying to think what the European tracks that would be my favorite sort of old school. Brands Hatch is definitely up there, but if we're looking at, just SRO Esports, or rather SRO competition, I don't know. Spa's not old school at the end of the day anymore. It's very much become modernized. We've just finished up at Paul Ricard, haven't we? In SRO Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Action. Monza. That's an old school track.
it is an old school track, but
not
it's
my
a little
favorite.
bit too flat for my liking. You know, it's
Exactly.
basically a parking lot. It's almost Paul Ricard, but Paul Ricard doesn't have walls. They just have colorful, you know, lines on the ground, you know?
Yes, Dynamic Gary Paravani, who is our official photographer for all SRO Esports competition, is as someone who has seen a lot of these tracks in the real world, giving us some of his input as well. He says Brands Hatch, the Nordschleife, which, yes, of course, that is the best of the old school track. And then Alton Park's a good shout as well. I do like myself. Yeah.
Yeah. How dare us for not including the Nordschleife in our list, because that is up and down, roller coastery.
Well, the thing is, can you imagine an SRO event at the Nordschleife? That would be insane.
It'd be awesome.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, sign me up.
I don't know if the insurers or the people that have to pay for damage bills would necessally be as keen for it.
Oh,
but,
insurance would be through the roof. Yeah, we couldn't afford that.
It's the topic of, you know, we're in a golden generation of sports car racing, right? Not just in terms of the Grand Tourings, where we've had a slew of new GT3s, not just the 296 for Ferrari, the new 992 generation Porsche, the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2, 3 new cars just there for 2023. But with these prototypes as well, I think we're in for a really interesting concept of where we're going to go racing, how we're going to go racing, etc., etc., etc. Ad nauseum. You could have these discussions for a while. We see the absolute Restec car slide up past, I believe that was some lap traffic, as second place in silver tries to hunt down for a first place in silver. Like Austin mentioned earlier, if you're trying to figure out who's silver, who's pro, left side of the screen, white number plates means pro car, silver number plates means silver. Nice and easy.
Yeah, really simple. And how about, too, I really like Donington as well. It's an old school racetrack where they use the lay of the land. Good, different mix of corners, going a little bit wide there. Is Simone still doing a pretty good job? I'm not sure how big a chance he has at catching the 85 car, but this is one of those scenarios where you can't give up. No matter what you do, you still have to have that mindset of, we can do this. I mean, you're in a race car, you're in a race, anything can and will happen at the end of the day. You just need to stick with it. And I always like the quote that Roger Penske used to say is, the harder you work, the luckier you get. So definitely, you know, the fat lady hasn't sung yet.
No, I like that quote as well. I will say it's a 30-ish second margin between 7th and 8th overall, first and silver in class. And so that's definitely something to keep in mind. Who else has the quote about luck? You say it's Roger Penske. I thought there was a golfer that once said it, which says, I don't get lucky, it's something about practice makes perfect, kind of. I'll go and see if I can figure out who said that, because I butchered that once on a broadcast this year and I've been called out for it. I'll make sure I don't do it again. The more I work and practice, the luckier I seem to get. That's what Gary Player said.
Yeah, another classic quote. It's interesting just how like-minded everybody in, you know, the athletic or the sports industry needs to be. Talking about how athletic these guys are, it takes a lot to be in a race car for 3 hours. You continue to hit your marks using your arms, and talk about these guys behind the wheel of these cars. Some of them are ill handling. You're having to not just make, you know, there's 16 corners. You're not just making 16 wheel adjustments. It's probably up past 100 lap after lap. And look at how close McCormick continues to get to Gregor Schill. He's starting to turn up the wick here. I am all for it. He's got a half hour left to go. This is when the pay window really starts to open. I think he's finally seen a chink here in the armor of this BMW M-Team BS competition car. I, for the first time, feel like McCormack is actually trying to get past. He's been sitting there and waiting, but now you feel like he's just getting closer and closer and closer. Eventually, alongside is going to be the goal. Shot from inside of that grille of the Mercedes, just running down this main straightaway. You can see the rear light bar on that BMW blinking back and forth as Schill into that braking zone will roll his speed. We got to meet Gregor Schill at the SRO ROG Invitational last year. Flew over from Germany for that event to represent BMW, and, well, wasn't necessarily the worst call because he took that trip, ended up winning. A great way to sign things off. I have just heard in my ear, 30 minutes to go.
Try as you'd like right now. Well, you want some drama? How about 2 laps of rain at the very end of this race?
Boy, is that going to throw a wrench into the gears of things. And I think who might really benefit from this is that 110 car that Reuters is in right now, because we knew they were going to have to come down for a splash of fuel. I don't know if they'll be in time to come down there. I don't know if you'll want to change to wet tires, but certainly if everybody else is going to want to have to pit, that 110 car needs to pit, so it might really help them. But again, maybe if it just sprinkles, we don't know the ferocity of the rain. Is it going to rain cats and dogs? Maybe just hamsters and gerbils. I don't know. It's hard to say, but at some point we are going to see a little bit of a wet track again.
So through turn 7 and 8, Dara McCormack went for a gap without a shadow of a doubt. Wasn't a hole that was open, but a door that he was trying to see how wide he could push it open. Slightly ajar, he wanted to try and ram it through. So if it's going to be 2 laps of rain, that means there is. I get what you're saying about the 110, but I feel like they are going to actually be in a painful spot, because
I agree.
I don't think anyone's going to come in for rain tires with just 2 laps. So basically, you're questioning how heavy the rain is going to be. I'm going to add the further question to that and say, who has got the best rain boots? Who can navigate through what's going to be a rather interesting end to this race the best, keep the car on track, and stay out of trouble?
Well, it basically just is going to come down to, would you rather the front tires grip because the motor's over them, or the rear tires grip because the motor's over them? And that's what I'm seeing in that, the top 5 or 6 there. You've got the Audi there, power plant over the rear axle, and then the BMW and then the Mercedes there, where the power plants are over the front axle. And so we just got a little bit of a kind of an addendum there. The rain will start to fall with 2 minutes to go, so that might be maybe a lap and a half or something.
See if we can. The great thing about commentating on a set of Corsa Competizione is that I can do things like search Niels Naujoks in YouTube, go over to his stream, and see what they're thinking and how things are going.
Look at that, Arjuna. He was going for a gap right there.
It's the same place that he tried a lap or so ago. McCormack's found a spot where he thinks he is quicker. And so now he will try, and he will try, and he will try. The thing is, if you're Gregor Schill and you see Dara McCormack going for the same move over and over again, as much as he wants to flash the lights, you know that you've got a great spot, a great place where you can frustrate and block them lap after lap.
Yeah, but you have to be careful too that you don't do something you're not comfortable with, and then at that point you just mess up yourself. You're just in a weird place that you're not accustomed to being, and then at that point you either mess yourself up for the next corner, or you just make some huge error and put the car off track because you're used to putting your car in one place, and now you got to block and run from someone else.
So here's Dara McCormack then into this very same complex of corners, where he's on 2 consecutive laps had a bit of a half-hearted look. Not sure if he's necessarily going to be able to sneak up past turn 7 to get to the inside or outside once again. BMW seems to have just enough grunt to be able to hold on for the time being, but so if the rain is going to start falling with 2 minutes to go, as Dara McCormack to the inside, well deep on the brakes, elbows out, it's Gregor Schill that will have to take avoiding action. Race control, without a shadow of a doubt, will look at that. Does Williams Esports decide to redress the position and try it all over again?
Yeah, you have to. I would much rather give back the position and then try to pass him legitimately than get what I would expect to be a 5-second time penalty for that to be assessed after the race, because I don't think that McCormack is 5 seconds faster than Gregor Schill in the next 25 minutes of the race. I think maybe he could eke out 2 or 3 seconds, but if it's 5 seconds, I don't think that's possible. And if it's 10 seconds, at that point, you're going to be kicking yourself that you didn't give that position back. I just think, too, the sportsmanship-like professionalism part of that move, that was a little bit argy-bargy there. I think that McCormack should give it back.
See what happens here if the 555 does want to slot back into line for the time being. Here's a look at the replay once again, and He's not making the corner without the assistance of that BMW, I think is the nicest thing that I can say. Goes for the move that he had tried 2 previous laps before. He knows that he has the chance to make that move. See if he can maybe, if he does decide to address it, if that's where he will try and get it done again. I don't think that if Dara McCormack, I think I slightly disagree with you, Austin, in that I do think that potentially Dara McCormack could build up a 5-second buffer. I don't think it would be easy, though. Tell us what you see from the driver's eye perspective, though.
Well, so going in here, it's obvious that right now McCormack's got a big run. This is cresting the hill, and he just gets onto the brakes late. You can see just how much straight he goes into the corner. Basically, I couldn't agree with you more, Juna. He was not going to make that corner without the help there of Gregor Schill, and even with the help of Gregor Schill, McCormack almost goes off the track all by himself, too.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. Even with the assist, with a BMW slowing the momentum down of that Mercedes, it was looking like for a second, both cars might have had a one-way ticket into the gravel. Only Gregor Schill ends up taking that excursion for the time being. While we wait to see what happens, what race control will say with 23 and a bit minutes to run, say hello once again to the 44. This is a battle for 2nd and 3rd in the silver class. We were looking behind the 85 to see if the 938 would be able to catch it, but instead it's been the charge from the Ferrari to be able to get up to the back of Aston Martin. And now I don't necessarily think that the Aston Martin's going to be able to hold on for this for so long, because the lap times of that 44 have been really impressive.
Yeah, Richie's just been driving like a man possessed. I don't think there's any way that Jeffrey can be denied right here. You try as you might, I feel like the car is just way too fast. It's doing everything he asks of it, too. I mean, look at this. He's going to try to go around the outside. That is, you know, that shakiness of trying to set the car up, that is not something you do. And look at this. He's almost got it done with these there. A little bit of argy-barginess. I think basically what happened there was the 938 thought they were clear to just tuck in behind the Aston Martin. Not quite clear enough, but as soon as they realized there might be contact, back up the throttle. That's some good heads-up driving.
Yeah, through the darkness, because apparently Richie does like to race in the dark
to match. To see.
Well,
I've
no,
got my window closed.
Oh, interesting. I thought I was going to make the comment. That's the 938 down to pit lane. And this was where I did wonder. For the cars that potentially do have to make an OWAS a splash and dash, are we going to see them maybe not take tires? Will they gamble? I don't think it's worth it with 22 minutes to go, especially given that there's rain still left to come. But as we check back in with Gregor Schill, you'll note, still got the number 3 in the top right corner of the windshield. No redressing just yet. Dara McCormack trying to build up the buffer. It's about 3 seconds at the line.
Yeah, and I thought about this too, just as soon as we look to go into that other battle between the 938 and the 44 car. I think if Gregor Schill knew it was going to come, he would have braked a little bit early, steered wide, and just let that 555 car go off the track and just kind of do that crossover back the other direction. And maybe that 555 would have gone off track and lost a lot of time. But regardless, I mean, it was pretty much a matter of time that the 555 would get by Gregor, and I think just this situation that played out there wasn't quite optimal for either driver.
And so, someone can correct me if I'm wrong here. I've had a long day of commentary, so I'm sure I've said plenty of things that have been incorrect. But if you were to get a penalty now, it would be applied as a post-race time penalty because you're unlikely to be heading back down onto the pit lane. And so Off the Camera has just jumped into our SRO GT World chat to say that he's expecting no more than a 10-second penalty. He still thinks that McCormack's going to be able to build that advantage given the events that have unfolded. I will say, Arthur's not giving enough credit to his teammate Gregor Schill here, who hasn't let the Mercedes run away. It's still 3 seconds or so.
Yeah, I feel like the bare minimum of a penalty they're going to hand out is 5 seconds. So all Gregor has to do is stay within that 5 seconds. But boy, Arjuna, just looking at the gap that they have right now, linear extrapolation, right? Any algebra class, ninth grader could tell you. I think it's going to be really close. I think you might be able to get to between, I'm going to say 5 seconds plus or minus 1 second. Anywhere between 4 to 6 seconds, I feel like McCormick can eke out that gap back to Gregor. But we'll see if Gregor has anything left in the bag here in terms of how hard he can force that car around the corner. Maybe he's only driving at 9/10 before. Maybe he's trying to make sure he has something left at the end. And it's, the rain is going to be the great equalizer too, depending on how hard it rains. And it's not always a perfect science.
I'm hoping for the rain to be the big surprise, but I'm also a little bit cautious, given that it will be just 2 laps worth of rain. Another replay. Look from up above as well, because you can tell that Dara... Oh, it's there straight away. Incident between cars 89 and 555 on lap 300. It's a 10-second time penalty, just as Arthur Camera predicted. And so we will keep that in mind. We also have to just keep an eye on that 110, although let's just remind ourselves that they owe us a pit stop because they will hit the maximum stint length, and so Whipperman Racing might not be in a spot to take advantage of Williams' misfortune.
We'll see, but like we keep saying, the rain might come out with 2 minutes or 2 laps to go. Anything can and will happen before the end of this thing as well. But maybe that 555 car doesn't remember that the 110 has to come down a pit before the end, so they might have to force McCormick to push even harder. If that's the case, we'll see. But just this last lap alone, Gregor's already lost 1/10 of a second. If they keep up this pace, they should be okay to definitely get that spot. I mean, 5 seconds it was going to be close. 10 seconds, I think it's done and dusted. Oh, this is 5 seconds.
Oh, you're right. Now,
maybe they're adjusting something, but okay, there we go. All right, now it's
wait for everything to update is, I guess, the thing.
I'm sorry. I got it.
that we have learned. I got excited. I saw that as well. I went, what? So yes. I will take our attention very quickly as well, with less than 20 minutes to go, back to Grantas Caracas in that McLaren Veloce car, because let's not forget, defending Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye champions in the Pro class. They came in with a slightly jiggled up driver lineup, with not just the likes of James Baldwin leaving, but coming in Caracas, Malinowski, Boothby, Whitehead, the 4 drivers that we'll see. What a fantastic performance they had in that first round of the championship at Mount Panorama. Only team in the 159s in qualifying. We will expect them at Spa to try and bounce back in that McLaren 720S. But meanwhile, say hello to Isaac Price in that G2 Esports number 62. G2 Sim Racing have been giving some ratings to some of their drivers. I will tell you what Isaac Price's rating is in a moment. He's more focused, though, at least for the time being, on trying to find a way past that 25 machine, the ITB Sandlock at Audi, currently driven by Matthias Tischkowicz.
I got really excited, though, that it was just going to be 5 seconds, because there was still going to be a lot to race for McCormick. He basically his fate was in his hands, and I was really happy about that, because it all just depends on how hard he wants to push. But anymore, that 10 seconds seems insurmountable. Anything can and will happen. Maybe he's just got a great rain weather setup for at night. We'll have to find out. But boy, it's going to be exciting, and this race has really been a treat all day long.
I'm sad that I've only gotten to be a part of the final couple of hours, but South Africa never disappoints. The only time South Africa has ever disappointed me is the time that I went there on holiday, and as a wearer of glasses, went out to the sea, dived in and got out of the water, and suddenly realized my glasses had disappeared. And so 2 weeks I had to enjoy the South African country and the landscape without being able to see any of it.
Might I ask, because it would make a big difference, are you nearsighted or farsighted? Like, what was the part of your eyesight that you could see?
I can see stuff that's close to me. So the hack that I did to try and be able to see stuff is I grabbed this is back in the day of digital point-and-shoot cameras, so I grabbed my camera and just kept it as close to my face as possible and used that to see the world.
There we go. I love the ingenuity of that, because it's always another question too of like, oh, don't have your glasses, like, you know, how bad is it? Is it stuff far away or is it stuff up close? Because you can get by if it's, you can still see stuff far away. But yeah, I must have to agree, it would definitely disappoint if I had to endure all that, because it's such a beautiful landscape out there too, and it's more beautiful the further away from certain things you are to get the whole picture of everything.
Yes, okay, I mentioned G2 Esports ratings, by the way. This is a kind of ultimate team-like. So head over to G2 Sim Racing on Twitter if you want to get to see the entire chain of images that they posted. Isaac Price, G2 Sim Racing, how do they rate him out of 100? 83 is his overall rating. He has 99 experience, 74 awareness, 83 pace. He's got 1 racecraft. They did him dirty.
It's always interesting to see what the people who make the ratings come out with too. I know there was one time, like, some dude was like the all-pro team in an NFL game, and he had like a 70 overall, and he just kind of went and looked at EA Sports and was like, dude, what the crap, man? I deserve more than a 70 overall. And it's always interesting. Somebody made like an AI car set of a league I've in the super late models on a different simulator platform or whatever, and I looked in there and was like, oh man, I feel kind of bad. They must think I'm slow. But it is what it is.
Yes, exactly. So for contrast, by the way, if you're wondering what, let's say, Robbie Stableford's ratings were, he's also got an 83, would you know it? So apparently equal in terms of overall speed, I guess. He's got 1 experience as the baby of the team, 82 racecraft, 85 awareness and 84 pace, so pretty equally matched. Last but not least, let's talk about Eamon Murphy as well, because they gave him an 86 overall, so they decided he's a little bit quicker, apparently. 90 experience, 72 racecraft, 86 pace. They did him dirty with the awareness though, just 40. So, and when I say they did him dirty, the caption of the tweet, when he's not getting involved in incidents, he's pretty good.
I like it. I like that subtle cheekiness just of that too, and I'm sure they have some sort of an overall rating or something. Maybe they put it into ChatGPT or something, some sort of a formula to come up with all these things. Oh, here we go, on track. So this is
those would be.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's related to the stuff that we saw the previous couple of laps when McCormack half-shaped for a move. Not sure what necessarily was about. Glad to see that we've gotten through without needing any more interventions from race control.
Well, I was here to look at the 25 car, the Audi there, Tishkowicz. He's brought that car down onto pit road, so I don't think he'll lose enough spots or enough time on the track to get passed by Groupie in the number 63 Lamborghini. And how about that run from them? They've done a phenomenal job to just continue to dig themselves up out of the hole, and they did a masterclass of a job too. I know they benefited a lot from that rain that came earlier in the day. It really just kind of fell right in their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think you're right. The ITB Santalot car will not just hold on to a spot in the top 10 overall, which is not necessarily where the points are paid out, but does maintain position in front of that Lamborghini official esports team that runs 11th in the combined classification. Believe it is in 7th in the pro class specifically, which means that they're going to walk away from this specific round of the championship with a not unhealthy number of points. Consistency wins championships at the end of the day, so looking forward to seeing that. A couple of questions raised in GT World Chat as well about why it's the McLaren 720S and not the 720S Evo version, and that's just because of the fact that it came into the picture relatively late in the day. And so mentioned earlier this BOP process where the teams are encouraged to actually provide some data for the organizers to better refine the balance of performance. The car was only released midway through the window for this particular race, and so we should see it in future SRO esports activities, including, I believe, some racing at Spa this coming Wednesday. Isaac Price now, though, does grab 5th position with the pit stop from the Santalot car, and doesn't really have too much to worry about other than some lap traffic that is continuing to squabble in front of him. Tinko van der Velde continues to lead though here into the final 11 or so minutes of the 9 hours of Kyalami, round 2 of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. It is currently a Williams Esports 1 and 2, but that's been the major talking point in this final hour. The battle between McCormack and Schill for Mercedes-AMG Williams and BMW BS competition. Contact between the two of them when they made their way up to turn number 10 saw a 10-second penalty go the way of Dara McCormack. Is going to see the BMW M Team BS competition cycle their way up to second, and an important second place as well, because that BMW M Team BS competition car, 9th in the opening round of the championship. We're heading off to Spa where double points are on the line. This could be a turning point for their season.
Yeah, and I think, too, the characteristics of this track match much more closely to Spa than they did to Bathurst. So I feel like a lot of the same cars that are doing well today are going to do well in about a couple weeks' time at Spa. And like you mentioned, double points on offer for that round. They pay out points after 12 hours and then points 12 hours again after that. That's why they say double points. It's not just they give out double points at the very end of the race. So that's going to be particularly exciting to watch. I cannot wait. Make sure you folks at home tune in again so you can watch that live. It's going to be an awesome race. And how about these guys again here? And the reason Arjuna, I just want to touch on this as well, doesn't say that McCormack car, the 555, will fall down to 4th position, is because even though that 110 car is within the 10 seconds, just on the edge, we'll say, we expect them to have to come down pit road again or take on an additional penalty as well. So for right now, it looks like that 555 pretty much locked into that 3rd place.
We are probably, a good just 7 minutes away from seeing that rain start. We're not sure how heavy the rain is going to be either. And just a reminder, yes, rain with less than 2 minutes left in a 9-hour race. Whoa. Isaac Price got tangled up with lap traffic there. That looked a little bit clumsy, not necessarily Price's fault, just a little bit of miscommunication there. Isaac Price going to be hoping that that's not something that sees him have to report to the steward's office come the checkered flag.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can get a replay of that, but I really just feel like that lap car was going wide and tried to overslow for the quarter to make Price's job easier, and Isaac just did not expect for them to slow down that much. And that's just one of the things that, there's an art to passing cars and there's an art to getting past, and there's a fine line between doing something you're expected to do and doing something unexpected, and usually that is when one car meets the tire barriers.
Price, though, relatively unperturbed by that one. I've noted that Gregor Schill has slightly relaxed his pace, doesn't want to stray over the line now that he knows it is 10 seconds that he can try and hold on as a buffer up to 2nd. Still wait for the 110 to come to pit lane. Might be in the next lap or so, because with about 1 hour and 10 minutes to go, we saw the 110 into pit lane, and so 65 minutes later there will be due to cross the pit entry line once again to reset the 65-minute clock that we've got. Let's look forward very quickly now in this final 7.5 minutes, because it's a long month before we go racing again at Spa, another month before we head to Suzuka, another month before we head over to Indianapolis, and 2 rounds of the championship done. The next race is the most unique, not just because it's probably the one that everyone wants to win the most, being the 24 Hours of Spa, but the fact that you get 2 opportunities to score championship points.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how they did that, and the fact that they give a long race like that points, especially in the middle. I've always loved how certain race series give out points at different points during the race, especially in the 24 hours, different endurance cups, stuff like that. And I'm just really excited to see what the teams are going to want to do, because there's no doubt you want to be leading at that 12-hour point, so you need to make sure that you set up your pit stop strategies. I have no doubt the teams will be doing this probably starting tomorrow, right, to set themselves up for that. But usually you don't need to worry about where you are halfway through the race if it's a 24-hour race. But for this one, you do. You need to make sure that you're scoring as many points as you can at the halfway point as you would normally do at the end.
And as the 110 comes into pit lane, that's something that comes into play when we talk about pit stop strategies as well, making sure that you're not pitting before the 12-hour mark. You want to pit 12 hours and 2 minutes into the race, so that anyone else who has had any issues in strategy is going to fall a little bit further back. Where is the 110 going to feed out? Directly alongside Isaac Price. 6 minutes to go, a fight for 4th. Contact between the two. Yes, G2 holds on for the time being, but Whipperman Racing out of pit lane and straight into a fight.
Yeah, I'm curious if they changed tires. I can't imagine they did, because they're basically only going to have to put an extra 5 minutes of time on these tires. So I guarantee while they're not as cold as they would normally be, no doubt they've gotten just a little bit cooler, because you go down pit road at an extremely slow rate of speed, and then you sit there stationary just long enough to get about 5 minutes of fuel. Or you might as well overfuel the car. You just have to go down on pit road. They probably just might have done a pass-through, or
That's actually not a bad point. If they had enough fuel to get to the end, could they have just very, very smart? This is where race car drivers and team managers, principals, etc., will find the gray areas in the rule. I'm not sure is the answer to that question, but it's a very real possibility and something we should keep in mind for the remaining rounds of this championship, where Tinko van der Velde leads still, but where is the race leader relative to the clock? Because I'm curious, are we going to get to 315 laps, or are we going to find ourselves getting to the checkered flag just a little bit before then?
I think we'll get there. We've still got a lot of time left in this race. I mean, these guys are clicking off 1 minute 40 lap time. So at this point, there should be 3 more laps left in the race. I think they might get up to 3:16, but we'll have to see. It really just depends where everybody lines up and how hard that leader wants to push, because Van der Velde's got a pretty large gap over McCormick, and I'm not sure if you can maybe cheat it just a little bit, kind of cheekily like the Corvettes did at Long Beach a couple years ago, where they might just pause.
I got
as well. Yeah, go ahead.
I've got confirmation from the YouTube chat that it was a splash and dash, no tires taken for the 110, and so has put enough fuel to get them to the checkered. But that tracks. I guess they couldn't get to the end of the race, given they stopped with about 70 minutes to go. Not sure that Isaac Price is going to be the easiest man to pass, to be honest, with 3 minutes and 43 seconds to go. You give Isaac Price a 4th position, he's not going to let anyone take that away from him.
No, I don't think so. I will say, luckily, though, and it's kind of one of the weird things that race car drivers do, is like a top 5 is a way bigger deal. 5th is a much bigger deal than 6th position. So 4th versus 5th, it's still 1 point, or it's still 1 position, but it's more points on the line as well. But I think Isaac's going to be hard to pass too. Just how rock solid that car's been all day. He's been doing a whale of a job, this last more so about an hour or so on his stint. He's just been really solid. That car looks like it's making really good contact with the track. It doesn't seem too understeery or oversteery. He's just been doing a solid job of everything that an endurance driver needs to do, and I think for that reason it's going to be really hard there for rooters to get around him, but you never know.
So yet another lap ticked onto by the duo, now fighting for 4th position after 9 hours of racing. It comes down to effectively the battle out of pit lane for that Audi. Whipperman Racing going to be trying out of this opening sector, so I think maybe try and find an opportunity in through traffic. That would likely be the optimum place. We're only 25 seconds away from the reported rain as well. Could there be chaos about to land at Kyalami as we head on to the final couple of laps? Reuters not necessarily close enough on the entry into Sunset to think about a lunge in towards turn 7. They're getting closer and closer to the traffic.
They are, and this is where I talked about too. We might see Isaac get, held up by one of these lap cars just a little bit, and all it takes is a split second to go ahead and give Louis all the time he needs in the world to make a big lunge off one of these corners, just to get him side by side. As soon as you can get there, you can start dumping air off your car onto the other car's wing. I mean, these things are huge. They catch a lot of air, more so than you think, and if you can do anything to more adversely affect the aero in that other guy's car, especially going down the straightaway, you're going to set yourself up quite pretty for the next corner.
So this is into the final sector now, into turn 13. They'll not have 1, they might have 4 bits of traffic with which to deal with. I'm not sure where Tinko van der... Oh, there's the rain, instantly, onto the windshield. Now, how heavy is it? How much can they push? Already some drivers flirting with the gravel. Is that a Bentley that's been off the road? Opportunity for Reuters, got a little bit too checked up. Price holds on for now, 2 more laps to run.
Yeah, the problem there, it was going to work out extremely well there for Louis if that Bentley was going to continue to go wider and wider, but he just did, he did what's expected, stayed off to one side of the racetrack. It's just to say, Louis is going to be kicking himself for that one. There you see incident between car 54 and 11, a lap 306, 5-second time penalty to the 11 car for causing that collision.
And so that means that inside of the silver class, I guess it's going to be, we have some penalties. 11's not actually on my entry list, so I'm not sure exactly who that is. You know what I am sure about is the fact that Tinko van der Velde is about to take the white flag and head on to the final lap of the 9 hours of Kyalami. One more trip here in South Africa to grab the checkered flag.
Yeah, he's done it. This team has just done a well of a job all day long. I mean, they were on the podium ever since the drop of the green flag. They were kind of just stalking the prey for the first 2 hours, and it wasn't until about the 2.5-hour mark into the race that they made the kind of play with their team car of the other William Esports machine to go ahead and let him by. And after that, I mean, they just set sail and took off.
They're behind the ITB Santalock Audi as well, who after the late splash and dash will just about stay on the leading lap, although not without some nerves. Both Audis looking a little bit twitchy in that rain as they wind out at turn 7 on this final lap for the Williams Esports car. It's not going to be the final lap for the ITB machine unless it decides to tuck back into line, but racing drivers take some pride in being classified on the lead lap, and would not be surprised if we see the status quo remain, at least for the time being. Slightly wide though, as the rain does start to present some challenges. I do wonder if some of the drivers further back are experiencing some more difficulties. Let's not forget Isaac Price as well as Reuters still involved in their fight for what is 4th position, but it doesn't look as though the Audi is necessarily close enough for Whipperman Racing to have a look, as David Pertil, our silver class leader, struggles with the rain, yes, but he's got a big enough advantage that he should be able to hold on to the victory here. That's what the previous 9 hours have all been about. Coming through the final sector though, what a day it's been for round 2 of this Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. It's Tinko van der Velde, it's Williams Esports that crossed the line to grab the victory in the 9 hours of Kyalami. David Pertil nurses what seemed to be an Aston Martin that had no fuel in it to grab the silver class victory as well. What a day in Kyalami that finally comes to a close. Rain, strategy, drama throughout all 9 hours, and battles to the checkered flag.
Man, that was a thrilling completion too. This race had everything there towards the end. I mean, there were penalties, the rain started to come down, and we still continue to have a battle on track here. This 110 car versus the 62. Doesn't look like the 110's going to get him.
Tried as much as he could, but it was the late splash that did not pay out for Whipperman Racing. Isaac Price will bring G2 Esports across the line in 4th spot in that Aston Martin, as long as he can hold on to a couple of different corners still. He might have some race control intervention to come. Let's not forget the contact that he had with the slower class car, but you can see how treacherous these conditions were at the end. Whipperman's Audi sliding back and forth, dropping back further from Isaac Price as they come across to take the checkered flag 9 hours later. How many cars actually ended up on the lead lap, you wonder? Well, with 46 technical starters, we are left with just 5 that will be classified on the leading lap. What a close to round 2 of this Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. And as the drivers finish things up in South Africa, their focus will slowly start to turn to the event that everyone wants to win, the 24 Hours of Spa in just over a month's time, the 3rd round of this IGTC Esports campaign. We'll grab a look at the race results in a few moments' time, but Austin, I mean, your initial thoughts as we bring things to a close.
I'm just really happy that Kyalami was on the calendar. This was a phenomenal racetrack. The race had absolutely everything. I mean, it was crazy from even the drop of the green flag. Like going into turn 1, from turn 1 to turn 5, everything was fine and dandy. And it wasn't until down the backstretch we had the big one. And it was just like a NASCAR series race at Daytona or Talladega. There were like 20 or 30 cars bouncing off each other. There was one car completely upside down. One of the Aston Martins, all you saw was just the under panel of the car. Just a bunch of carbon fiber. Like, hey, what car is that? All I can see is a carbon fiber underlayment of the thing. This race had everything. And you look at, you had rain, in the middle of the day, just like what you can see on track right now. Had a lot of cars going into and out of the pits. You had different strategy with that too. There was one car that stayed out on slick tires the entire time it rained just because they thought it would save them time. So happy for our winners here today. They definitely deserved, especially the Williams Esports team, deserved that victory. I mean, you talk about putting on a clinic. They might as well just open up shop for one because they certainly schooled the field today.
Final cars will come across the line. The fireworks go off as night descends on Kyalami. A recap of the top 5 in the pro class. It's going to be the Williams Esports Audi, the 66 car that endured so much turmoil at Bathurst, that comes out on top. Second goes the way of not Mercedes-AMG Williams after their penalty, instead the way of BMW M Team BS competition, but it will be Dara McCormack in that 555 that stands third for Williams. Fourth, the way of G2 Esports, while fifth goes to Whipperman Racing inside of the pro class. Congratulations to our silver class winners as well. David Pertil for Racing Point in the 85. A second on the road did end up being the 44 machine for Aztec Simsport Visceral in their Ferrari, so congratulations to them. Just in front of Get Closer Racing at the end, the 938 with virtue of that late pit stop dropping down off the podium spots. Think we're ready to have a quick chat with potentially a couple of our race winners, and so why don't we start by chatting with our pro class winners in the Audi for Williams Esports. Let's start by chatting with Tinko van der Velde, who brought that car to the line. Tinko, looked like a rather calm end to the race for you. I've got to ask, what went through your mind when you got told 2 minutes of rain? Watch out for that at the end.
Fun. Let's do a little bit of drifting. We have a 30-second gap, so we're safe.
I like the confidence, at least. But guys, talk to you, Igor. It looked like Bathurst was a bit of a struggle. Audi didn't necessarily look too happy around the track. How do you feel the car balanced itself out today? How are you feeling about this result?
Yeah, Bathurst, we were a bit disappointed because we did some crashes, so our own fault. I think we could have maybe get a podium, but here we did everything perfect, just driving, and we got a W.
Wojciech as well, with such a frenetic race with changing conditions and stuff, how does that change the mindset for the drivers that aren't necessarily driving behind the wheel? I've got to ask, how much information are you trying to give to your teammates to help them out there on track?
Honestly, we are just chilling the whole race. We kind of had it under control. That's what I felt like. So it was just about consistent driving, and my teammates were driving perfect. I was driving decent as well. So that's it. It's all about consistency. Changing conditions didn't really matter in the end. We got the strategy right. So yeah.
You heard it from the winners. Consistency is what reigns supreme. Tinko, one final question before we let you guys go. Spa up next in a month. Double points. How are you guys feeling heading into that?
Well, I'm a bit scared because the Audi is really bad in changeable conditions, and it's probably gonna be changeable conditions as it's Spa in 24 hours. But we'll see. We will do a lot of prep, do a lot of work with the team, and hopefully we can put something good together. And yeah, we will do a lot of prep for that one because you said it's double points, so it's gonna be a really important race.
Congratulations on a great drive today, guys. Double podium for the Williams Esports team as well. We'll see you in Spa in just over a month's time. For now, enjoy this victory at Kyalami.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
So they say that the car is not great in changeable conditions, but I put to you that they just won in a race with changeable conditions. But as we head over to Spa, it's with our silver class winners, Racing Point, who are standing by with Austin Belke.
Yeah, standing by here with the silver winners driving the 85 car of the Aston Martin Vantage. Team Racing Point, I'll start off with you, Lucas. What was it like just to start off the race? I mean, it's been an up and down, especially with given that the final 2 minutes were rain. Is there anything you're doing to try to tell David, hey, we're going to get rain in 2 minutes, so just keep it on track? Are you coaching him through the last couple?
Oh, hello. Yeah, we had even some more problems with the driver stint and fuel at the end. So it was like checking where is Tinko on the track. And yeah, once we saw the rain coming in, we just said let Tinko go and try to keep Tishkiewicz behind, which we did. So great job by David.
Yeah, it really got close there at the end. And David, I have to wonder what was going through your mind the last couple corners there, because it looked like you had to run wide in one corner, and you were just, I mean, were you clutching it at the end, or what was going on there? What was going through your mind when that was happening? Because I can imagine you see it all just slipping away at the last second.
Yeah, it's not funny, but yeah, it's all entire stint that I thinking about my driver stint limit, but yeah, at the end we just do everything is possible. But yeah, it's going well.
Perfect. Well, hey, you did everything you needed to do to bring home and get the checkered flag in the race victory. 2 more questions left. Mr. Castorino, your thoughts on the race overall, and I want to ask you who had the most difficult stint. And you can say yourself, but also maybe there's a chance to be humble too.
I don't know. I think first 2 stints are the most difficult because we have so much fight. On first stint I have to do some overtake, and in this track it's not very easy. But also Lucas on second stint, he have to fight with the BMW. The BMW is very hard to overtake because it's so fast on the straight. So I think first 2 stints was the most difficult. For the other, the goal was don't take warning and don't have contact and do our best on the pace.
For sure. I like the different kind of ways you go through and do that. And David, last question for you. What's the first thing you guys are going to do tomorrow morning when you wake up? Are you going to start working on Spa, or are you going to take a day, maybe a week, to celebrate the victory?
No, after a victory always we have to celebrate. Yeah, we take our moments, and we go to work for Spa as soon as possible, but tomorrow is Sunday, and yeah, we enjoy.
Excellent, buddy. You like to hear it. Well, guys, congratulations on the victory again, the entire team Racing Point, and thank you guys all for taking the time to come talk to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And now back to Arjuna to go ahead and wrap up the show.
Always good to have a quick chat with some of our drivers. We'll grab a quick look at some of the highlights of today's racing. Remember, started in the day, went through the changeable conditions before we wrap things up in night with still some more rains. Austin, as we get ready to say goodbye, closing thoughts. 2 rounds done, 3 to go. It's the big one next. We're going to Spa.
Yeah, I couldn't be more excited. I mean, just the fact that everybody who did well in round 1 did not so great in round 2, and the people that did awesome in round 2 did not so great in round 1. So we're kind of just topsy-turvy right now, flipping back and forth. It's almost like everybody's kind of equal. If they're not tied for first, they're tied for last.
Don't forget as well that Zynamic, our official image provider of SRO Esports, this is your image of the day. Just look how much these drivers pushing the limits of the track, kicking up dirt, and never being content to settle for what they have had. Well, we'll bid you farewell on GT World. Don't forget, still more SRO competition tomorrow, albeit in the real world at VIR. We return at Spa in just over a month's time. We'll see you then. For the entire team behind the scenes, for Mike Gow, for Daniel Costello, for Mike Hamlet, alongside myself, Austin Belkey, and Arjuna Kenki Party. We'll see you next time in the Ardennes. For now, so long and goodbye.